Chapter 531. The sky was high and wide and the cold wind was rustling. Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji who was under the old tree and replied calmly, "That's right. Because of him I lost you, so I want to take revenge. Tell me, where is he?" Zhou Xuanji's expression flickered as he said, "He's dead. The person who killed him was very powerful and even I can't see his face clearly. It should be a demonic cultivator. That demonic chi was too powerful, and it was definitely the most powerful demonic cultivator I've seen in my life." The reason he was acting with Xianxia was because he wanted to obtain information about the great Emperor Dao Court. Xianxia frowned. After some thought he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. "Put on a show until the end." Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword and prepared to fight. Xianxia said faintly, "In actuality you really don't have to face me like this. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Come with me and join the great Emperor Dao Court. Even though you disobeyed the great Emperor Dao Court, your talent can make up for it." Universe Heaven Level 10. This kid was really surprising. After Xianxia saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, he felt even more complicated. Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice, "If I don't join, do I have to die?" His forehead was covered in cold sweat, as if he had just experienced a great battle. In reality it was all an act. Xianxia nodded and said, "The great Emperor Dao Court has already given a death order, and I was punished because of it. Trust me, offending the great Emperor Dao Court will not end well, and joining them will instead bring you great fortuitous opportunities. With Sage Dao Jing gone, the battle for the divine throne will most likely start again. Only by joining the great Emperor Dao Court will you be able to quickly grow." He tried his best to persuade Zhou Xuanji, as if he was really thinking for Zhou Xuanji. In fact, both sides were acting. Zhou Xuanji let out a long sigh and asked, "How powerful is the great Emperor Dao Court's most powerful being?" Xianxia stopped 5 meters in front of him and said, "He's very strong, but I don't know exactly how strong he is. Anyway, he has a great background. If I say his name, all the great 1,000 worlds will be shocked." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He could shake the great 1,000 world just by saying his name? It seemed that he had underestimated the great Emperor Dao Court. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Xianxia continued, "The demonic emperor has possessed the corpse of one of the 10 ancient demonic gods. Soon he will descend upon the Wanshan Great Thousand. At that time, with his personality, he will definitely massacre the Wanshan Great Thousand. And you, he has his eyes on you. The 10 great demon gods." Zhou Xuanji's heart beat wildly and he immediately felt the pressure. He had already experienced the might of a fiend celestial. However, his demon god Jianghu was just an unconscious clone. Against the demonic emperor who had possessed the body of a demon god, there was definitely a huge difference in strength. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Sorry, I still don't want to join the great Emperor Dao Court. Please leave. With your current strength you can't invite me." Xianxia was only a soul, and Bai Hao Yisun had said that he was very weak. However, when facing the malicious Buddha, this fellow could still hold him back for a period of time. His combat power was unpredictable. Zhou Xuanji wanted to test his power. He activated the power of the divine moon and pointed his sword at Xianxia. Xianxia was not surprised. With his understanding of Zhou Xuanji, it would be strange if this brat obeyed. He sighed, "Actually, I don't want to attack you. Since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite." Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly. "Old thing, the price of being impolite was death." Seeing his smile, Xianxia felt uneasy. Boom! At this moment the ground shook violently. The wasteland cracked, revealing numerous bottomless canyons, as though a massive earthquake was happening. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. "Oh no! A connecting heaven cultivator is attacking." After that, he turned into a puff of dust and dissipated. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge and quickly escaped from this place. Although he had already killed 2 connecting heaven cultivators, it was because of demon god Tianwu. Moreover, connecting heaven was divided into 10 stages. Only God knew which stage his opponent was at. Zhou Xuanji traveled ahead at full speed, crossing over mountains and ridges. Half an hour later, he stopped in a forest and said slowly, "Who are you? Why are you not coming out?" The other party had been chasing him relentlessly. He could have caught him, but he did not do so. It was as though he was toying with him, playing a game of cat and mouse. A breeze blew and the leaves under a tree rose. Next, a tall figure appeared. A great demon. He had a head of green hair and his body was covered in tiny scales like a snake. He wore black armor and his eyes were pitch black. His pupils were red and they were as small as 2 red beans. The lower half of his body was surrounded by a black demonic qi, and there were faint roars of ferocious beasts. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "You are Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji?" Zhou Xuanji stared at him and asked back, "You already have the answer in your heart. Why do you ask?" Xianxia suddenly appeared on the tree behind Zhou Xuanji. "Snake Lord Xianxia," he said with gritted teeth with a dark expression, "your demon race wants to snatch someone from the great Emperor Dao court?" Snake Lord Xianxia. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. The person ranked 5th on the great Emperor's steel. Ever since he learned about connecting heaven, why did he encounter connecting heaven cultivators one after another? Snake Lord Xianxia said coldly, "The great Emperor Dao court is merely a scoundrel. How dare you threaten the demon race? Xianxia, if you don't get lost, I will eat your soul." Xianxia was enraged, but he could sense that Snake Lord Xianxia was serious. After some hesitation, he chose to leave and disappeared from the tree. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. "You are such a coward and you still want to show off?" Snake Lord Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword Emperor, come with me. If I had ill intentions I would have done it long ago." Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "May I ask why you are looking for me?" "To deal with the demonic emperor," Snake Lord Xianxia replied. Zhou Xuanji heard him and agreed immediately. "The enemy of my enemy is my ally." If Snake Lord Xianxia really wanted to harm him, he still needed demon god Tianwu. Even if he was on the brink of death, he could still use the celestial devil rebirth technique. Snake Lord Xianxia slammed the ground with his palm, and a gate covered in snake scales rose up. The gate was glowing with a green radiance. Zhou Xuanji did not hesitate and stepped into the gate. Snake Lord Xianxia followed closely behind. The snake-scaled gate sunk into the soil as though it was never there. In the vast starry sky, a small island was levitating. There was only one crystal tree on the island, and a man was sitting under the tree. This man looked mighty and domineering. He wore silver armor and a handsome face. He wore a Qilin crown on his head. Even though he was sitting, he gave off a powerful aura. Old ancestor Hongxi's illusory image appeared before him suddenly. Duyushan, the Abyss Pearl mainland no longer exists. The world that destroyed the Abyss Pearl mainland was located in the center god province of Wanshan Great Thousand. Sage Daojing has left, and Wanshan Great Thousand is about to usher in a chaotic period of fighting to become a saint. Hearing old ancestor Hongxi, Duyushan opened his eyes. There was a war between the two worlds? He asked with a frown. Old ancestor Hongxi snorted, "It's not important anymore. I'm asking you if you want to go or not. If you don't, I will give the mission to Si Mengyan." Duyushan heard him and got up slowly. "I will go now," he said. Chapter 532. After passing through the snake-scaled door, Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a forest. The trees around him were very tall, and even the flowers and grass were taller than him. He felt as if he had come to a country of giants. "Follow me." After that, he walked in front of Zhou Xuanji and led the way. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Where is this? Who are we going to meet?" He could feel the demonic aura all around him, varying in strength. "This is the demon realm. I will bring you to the demon emperor to discuss the plan to deal with the demonic emperor." Snake Lord Xianxia replied calmly. There was no hint of coercion in his tone. When he mentioned the demonic emperor and the demonic emperor, his expression did not change. It was as though he was talking about two insignificant people. Demon emperor? Zhou Xuanji was suddenly interested. He had been to the demon realm and now he had come to the beast realm. He was very curious. Were the demon realm and the demon realm counted as the boundless world? Or were they part of the boundless world? Along the way he saw many demons. Some were in human form and some were not. When they saw Snake Lord Xianxia, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and bowed. After passing through the forest, Snake Lord Xianxia flew into the distance, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind him. After some time, they arrived in front of an enormous palace. This palace was dazzling with gold and jade, and the gate was 100 zhang tall. There were 2 black qilins lying on the ground, and even though they were lying on the ground, they were still taller than the palace gate. Their eyes were filled with an oppressive feeling. The door suddenly opened, and Zhou Xuanji followed Snake Lord Xianxia in. A violent gale blew from within the palace, and Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He narrowed his eyes and saw a figure looking at him from the depths of the palace. Demon Emperor. He sat on the high platform, wearing a dark purple imperial robe. His red hair was coiled under the black crown of the flood dragon, and 2 strands of red hair fell down his cheeks. His handsome face was indifferent, and his eyes flickered with evil light. There was a large painting hanging on the wall behind him. On the painting, there was a Qilin-like demon stepping on a phoenix and a golden dragon, with a vermilion bird in its mouth. It looked ferocious, and the painting exuded a boundless aura. Other than the demon emperor, there was no one else in the hall. Zhou Xuanji and Snake Lord Xianxia came up to the platform. Snake Lord Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, Zhou Xuanji has arrived. He encountered Great Emperor Dao Court's Xianxia on the way, and I have forced him to retreat." The Beast Emperor nodded calmly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "The Snake Lord should have told you why I invited you here. Do you want to know why we chose you?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and stared at the Beast Emperor. The Demon Emperor said, "You are from the northern wilderness, which means that you are the descendant of the demonic emperor. You are the strongest person in the northern wilderness region in the past 10,000 years. The demonic emperor can only control people from the northern wilderness who are less than 10,000 years old. With your talent, the demonic emperor must be crazy to obtain you. How much do you know about the demonic emperor?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. Speaking of which, he did not know much about the demonic emperor. They only knew that he was evil and came from the northern wilderness region. He did not understand the demonic emperor. Logically speaking, the demonic emperor should be Lu Wuji's junior, and he was younger than Mo Jiuqing. How could he strike fear into the hearts of people in the Wanxing Great Thousand? The demonic emperor's original body came from the first being when the heavenly law first appeared. He failed in the struggle to become a saint and fell in the cycle of reincarnation. After countless years, he finally awakened in the northern wilderness region. He became even more ruthless than before, and in order to become a saint, he decided to sacrifice all lives and walk the path of an overlord saint. He has already obtained demon god Jianghu's corpse and has the most powerful physique below the heavenly saints. He will soon return to the Wanxing Great Thousand. Our beast realm is a vassal of the Wanxing Great Thousand, and if the Wanxing Great Thousand is destroyed, the beast realm will cease to exist. We believe that the demonic emperor will come to find you. We will give you a treasure to use when he comes to find you." The Beast Emperor looked at Zhou Xuanji and spoke slowly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What does the demonic emperor want to do with me?" The Beast Emperor replied, "He will turn you into his slave and have you fight for him in all worlds." He looked at Zhou Xuanji and felt that there was something off about this boy. His eyes widened and his breathing became ragged as he said, "You fused with the violet demon monarch heart? Isn't that supreme treasure on Wuwang? Wait, could it be that the violet demon monarch heart has already been split? Very good, this fellow dares to hide it from us." Towards the end, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's your relationship with Great Emperor Wuwang? This fellow couldn't be thinking of stealing his heart, right? Great Emperor Wuwang was our subordinate. Without our support he would have died long ago. He promised that if he split a new violet demon monarch heart, he would definitely give it to us." The Beast Emperor's gaze became colder and colder. It was evident that he was truly angry. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Don't worry. Since the violet demon monarch heart is already yours, we will not take it by force. This enmity is a private matter between we and Wuwang." Zhou Xuanji was a bit doubtful. What if this fellow wanted to take it after defeating the demonic emperor? The Beast Emperor raised his right hand, and a red orb appeared in his palm. There was a ball of intense flames within the orb, and it seemed to contain boundless might. This orb is called the evil-slaying soul orb. When the demonic emperor controls you, he will sacrifice his soul into your body. When the time comes, you can use this orb to heavily injure his soul. When we sense the ripples from the evil-slaying soul orb, we will immediately come to support you and kill the demonic emperor," the Beast Emperor said with a powerful voice. After that, he tossed the evil-slaying soul orb to Zhou Xuanji. After catching the orb, Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly, "Is it really that easy? If it was so easy, how could the demonic emperor have lived to this day?" The Beast Emperor replied, "This orb only appears once every 1,000,000 years. Using it will heavily injure the user's soul, and those with weak cultivation cannot use it. Out of the northern wilderness people that the demonic emperor found, only you have the right to use it. If it was our subordinate, the demonic emperor would definitely not fall for it. We promise that after this, we will help you nurture your soul and help you become stronger. You can choose any divine ability in the beast realm." Zhou Xuanji almost cursed it out. As expected, nothing good came out of it. Trying to trick me? He narrowed his eyes and said, "Looks like I don't have a choice." The Beast Emperor sighed and said, "There's no other way. It's too difficult to defeat the demonic emperor, so we can only rely on you. This is a meritorious deed to save the world, I hope you can trust us. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile and said, then I'll accept it. Can you help me become stronger first? The Beast Emperor said, of course. Snake Lord, take him to settle down first. We will think of a way to help him become stronger. Snake Lord Xianxia nodded. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change much. Following this, he brought Zhou Xuanji and left the palace. The man and the demon walked on without saying anything. In the end, Zhou Xuanji stayed in a building. After Snake Lord Xianxia left, Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword and asked about the evil-slaying soul orb. It's not just heavily injured. It's possible that he'll turn into dust. Sovereign Xian coldly harumphed and said, as expected, this Beast Emperor is as insidious and cunning as ever. The reason why the beast race is where it is today is because of his insidiousness that he made so many enemies. Beast Lord Ryun said, let me out, I have enmity with the Beast Emperor to settle. I'll take possession of a body in the beast realm and hide here, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. In the future, as the Lord of the Beast race, I'll definitely help you. Chapter 533. In response to Demon Lord Ryuan's request, Zhou Xuanji asked, you can possess a Beast Emperor right under his nose? He was not afraid of the higher being's soul attacking him in the future, as the ancient god sword still contained the higher being's soul. He could have the sword spirit destroy the soul within the sword and heavily injure it before killing it with a single strike. As long as he didn't say anything, the souls of the powerful beings would never know about this. Since I dared to make this request, I naturally have confidence. Don't worry. Demon Lord Ryuan said confidently. He was not the most talkative of the 9 souls. He was only slightly more talkative than Venerable Xian and Tao Lord Shentian. Zhou Xuanji immediately asked the sword spirit to split his soul. He didn't have a good impression of the demon the Arch. This person looked dignified, but he was actually full of evil tricks. Since Demon Lord Ryuan wanted to deal with the demon the Arch, he would fulfill his wish. Not long after, Demon Lord Ryuan's soul appeared before him and he cupped his fists. I will never forget this favor. I hereby swear that I will never be your enemy. After saying this, Demon Lord Ryuan disappeared as a streak of light. Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes to cultivate. There were too many experts in the demon realm. Even with demon god Tianwu, it would not be easy for him to force his way out. He might as well wait here. Let's see what the demon the Arch is going to do. It would be best if he could really give us a fortuitous encounter. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Snake Lord Xianxia did not come, and neither did the Yao Emperor. Although Zhou Xuanji suspected that something was amiss, he was not too worried. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 250 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Heaven's Essence, Heaven's Punishment Sword, Heavenly Sword Descent. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. Universe Essence Legendary Sword. Ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god slaying, apocalypse, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heaven, heavenly piercing, 9 extremities chaos. The fact that Chen Yuan possessed a power that surpassed disaster releasing was just in time. However, could it be related to his birthday that he could draw the universe divine sword? Idiot, he shook his head and smiled. Information about the sky punishing sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Heaven Punishing Sword level. Heaven, description, a sword forged from the Heaven Punishment Stone. It has the tyrannical power to split the 5 elements and reverse yin and yang. To use this sword, one must be at least at Universe Heaven level 7. He immediately took out the Heaven Punishing Sword. The center of the sword was silver, and the blade was blood red, as if it had just experienced a massacre. The hilt of the sword was exquisite. It looked like it was formed by 2 palms side by side, and it gave off a baleful aura. With this sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji felt an inexplicable murderous intent. Good sword. He is worthy of the name Xingtian. Zhou Xuanji praised. The domineering power contained within the sky-judging sword made him feel as if he had entered the divine moon mode. In the Abyss Pearl mainland, when he used the mystic moon state, he was invincible. Was this feeling coming again? Then he began to inherit the falling heavenly sword. This was a sword Dao divine ability that could condense a heavenly sword that would descend from the sky and catch the enemy off guard. In order to use this divine ability, one had to lock onto the enemy's aura. This way, the heavenly sword would chase after the enemy until the heavenly sword dissipated. The lethality of the heavenly sword was comparable to World Suppressor, which made him very satisfied. This 250th birthday was quite a pleasant surprise. 3 days later, The demon the Arch finally came knocking. Seeing him, Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and said with a smile, "I thought you forgot about me." The demon the Arch did not feel awkward and said seriously, "We went to find a supreme treasure for you and finally found it." He took out a palm-sized lotus seat that looked like it was made of green jade. "This is the 24-rank deep black lotus. It has great defense and can seal enemies." The demon the Arch threw the lotus seat to Zhou Xuanji before leaving these words, "After you make it recognize you as its owner, we will send Snake Lord Xianxia to send you back. If you stay in the demon realm for too long, you might miss the demonic emperor." Zhou Xuanji played with the 24-rank deep black lotus and wanted to see how powerful it was. He scanned it with his divine sense and was shocked to find that there was an independent world hidden in the 24-rank deep black lotus. It was a beautiful place with no living creatures. "If I let Emperor Sword Court live here?" His eyes brightened and his heart skipped a beat. This was a good idea. From now on, he would not be separated from his family and could nurture Emperor Sword Court at any time. However, he had to be careful if the demon the Arch left any traps behind. After making sure that the demon Thearka's aura was not there, he took out the ancient god sword and asked about the 24-rank deep black lotus. Sovereign Xian was the first to speak. "He has invested a lot. The 24-rank deep black lotus originally had 36 ranks, and 12 ranks had disappeared due to the battle between the powerful beings. He could not have done anything to the lotus because it is formed from the fate of heaven and earth. Any power or will that does not belong to its owner will be destroyed upon entering it. As long as you make the 24-rank deep black lotus recognize you as its owner, he will not be able to take it from you unless you die." Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt relieved. He forced out his essence blood and dripped it into the 24-rank deep black lotus. In an instant, his consciousness came to the world within the lotus. He stood on a tall mountain and looked down at the mountains and lakes. The majestic scenery was like a painting, epic and grand. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual qi here was very dense, not inferior to the center god province. With a thought, every corner of this world was reflected in his eyes. It was very suitable for survival. In the outside world. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and smiled as he mumbled, "This is a great gift indeed." He did not thank the demon the Arch. The more the demon the Arch acted like this, the more it meant that in his heart, Zhou Xuanji was dead for sure. Once he died, the 24-rank deep black lotus would become ownerless again. It did not take him too long to make the 24-rank deep black lotus recognize him as its owner. His constitution was powerful, and his essence blood was much more tenacious than those at the same cultivation level. He would not be devoured by the 24-rank deep black lotus. He got up, picked up the ancient god sword and walked out of the building. Snake Lord Xianxia was already waiting by the railing. Seeing him walk out, he asked in surprise, "So fast?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Send me back." This trip was not a waste. He had obtained the evil-slaying soul bead and the 24-rank deep black lotus. As for the agreement with the demon the Arch, he threw it to the back of his mind. He had to kill the demonic emperor, but he would not use the evil-slaying soul bead to do so. Snake Lord Xianxia nodded and left with Zhou Xuanji. The demonic realm. Xianxia was cultivating in the center of the lake. Ripples continuously appeared on the lake's surface, but they did not make too much noise. A silhouette appeared above her head. It was a white-haired old man. Demonic qi surrounded his body, and his black robes fluttered in the wind. He looked down at Xianxia and said, "The demonic ancestor has ordered for all void extreme immortals to gather at the enchanting palace." Xianxia opened her eyes and asked, "Can you tell me what it is?" The white-haired old man gloomily sighed and said, "Contending to become a saint is incredibly dangerous. You must be careful and do not act alone." Contending to become a saint. Xianxia's gaze became serious and she asked softly, "A heavenly saint has fallen?" The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "Sage Daojing left and gave up his position as a saint. Now, the various worlds of the Wanshan Great Thousand have become restless and are preparing to search for Heavenly Law Violet Qi." Chapter 534. Heavenly Law Violet Qi. Xianxia sank into deep thought. The white-haired elder had told her many things about the heavenly saints, so she understood how dangerous this matter was. Every time there was a fight to become a saint, a great thousand world would be affected. No one could avoid it. What about the whereabouts of the heavenly law Violet Qi? Who didn't want to become a saint? The white-haired elder shook his head and said, "Even the demonic ancestor doesn't know of such an existence. We shouldn't dream about it. It must be those undying existences who are fighting for it. What we need to do is to kill enemies for the demonic ancestor and collect information. Xianxia felt that it made sense. The two of them immediately headed in the same direction. After returning from the beast realm, Zhou Xuanji flew towards the center god province. He didn't fly too fast and waited for Xianxia to appear again. This time he planned to destroy Xianxia. As for the great Emperor Dao court, he would deal with it later. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not appear again. 3 months later he returned to the Divine Cliff unscathed. After returning to the Divine Cliff, he brought Jianghu, Zhou Shaoxian and the others back to Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji gathered the higher-ups of Emperor Sword Court and told them about the independent world within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Northern Sword Valiant said excitedly, "That's great. This way we can always follow Master." Zhao Congjian's eyes lit up. If so, he would have plenty of time to learn the way of the sword from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly, "Then let's move Skyfall in." Han Shenbua, Xiao Jinghong, Huang Lianxin, Finyu Dragon King and the others spoke up. All of them expressed their agreement. Now, Zhou Xuanji already had the qualifications to become the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province. Following him was naturally safe. Only by following Zhou Xuanji could he quickly become more powerful. Zhou Xuanji knocked on the armrest and said, "I have to consider every member of Emperor Sword Court. From today onwards, Emperor Sword Court will no longer take in disciples. Every disciple can bring their loved ones here. 1 year later I will personally move the mountain." The independent world of the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus was huge, even bigger than the Northern Wilderness region. However, he did not want to take in all the living beings in the Northern Wilderness region. There were no benefits to speak of. He did not owe the Northern Wilderness region anything. Everyone immediately got to work. Zhou Xuanji headed overseas to find the Violet Demon Palace. He waved his right hand and moved the Violet Demon Palace into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Once the Violet Demon Palace disappeared, the seawater rushed into the black hole below. Rumble, the ocean surged and a terrifying aura emerged from the black hole. Zhou Xuanji saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Dark North Royal Tao. An ancient evil being of the Northern Wilderness region. He raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion. A ball of black gas flew in front of him and an angry roar came from it. "It's you. How could you be so strong? How long has it been?" Dark North Monarch Tao was quite terrified. Back when Zhou Xuanji had first come to the Violet Demon Palace, it had noticed this. How much time had passed? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "From now on work for me or die." The Dark North Royal Tao Tai actually had the cultivation of an 8 tribulation scattered immortal. No wonder it was suppressed and sealed. Once it came out, it would slaughter the entire Northern Wilderness region and no one would be able to stop it. When Lu Wuji ascended, he was only a 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. The Dark North Royal Tao was silent, not daring to resist. Zhou Xuanji was far more powerful than him, and he felt that this fellow could kill him with a single thought. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji also subdued Dark North Monarch Tao. This fellow only had a soul left and it would take a long time to form a body. Zhou Xuanji put it into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and marked out a forest for it to live in. At the same time he set up a magic formation so that it could not leave this forest. After doing all of this, he returned to the Divine Cliff and continued to teach Zhou Shaoxian. As Sage Daojing left, he could sense that the atmosphere in the Wanxing Great Thousand was becoming more and more severe, and there was an austere aura in the wind. At the border of the Center God province, the boundless wasteland suddenly shook. The soil was flipped over, and the ground cracked as a massive stone door rose up. At the top of the stone door was a demon that looked savage and terrifying, as if it was going to devour the world. The stone door gave off a powerful light, and following this, countless demons flew out from the door. The demon army. The mighty army of evil devils marched forward without the slightest scruple. Xianxia was also within the demon army. She looked around, and even though the sky had become dark because of the demonic qi, she still felt a sense of familiarity. Center God province. She immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. She wondered how that boy was doing. She really wanted to see him. Her eyes were cold. She did not leave the army but moved forward with it. Numerous demonic dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long flew out from the stone door. Their scales were sharp and looked like sinister armors. Flames burned on their backs and a scorching aura came out of their mouths. Center God province, we demons are back. A chilling laughter came from the stone door, shaking the heavens and earth. At the same time, on another land far away, stone doors rose up as well and countless demons charged out. The beast realm also sent an army. Not only that, there were other races. The barbarian race, shaman race, flame ghost race, earth nether race and so on. The Wanshan Great Thousand was in chaos. In the Cliff Lord Palace, Yang Yuqian sat on the main seat, and the elders and core disciples of the Divine Cliff stood before him. Zhou Xuanji was among them. Hearing Yang Yuqian's words, he frowned deeply. The various races invaded the Wanshan Great Thousand and were ready to fight for the heavenly law Violet Qi. Although contending to become a saint is still far away from us, we cannot avoid this disaster. We must be prepared for it. From today onwards, all disciples are not allowed to go out casually. At the same time, we will take turns to guard the various checkpoints outside the Divine Cliff. Yang Yuqian said with a deep voice. His forehead was covered in sweat. Ever since he became the Cliff Lord, all sorts of disasters came one after another. Now that it involved the entire Great Thousand World, he felt immense pressure. He did not want the Divine Cliff to be destroyed in his hands. This thought became his greatest pressure. Wuxia asked with a frown, "The immortal gods are not going to do anything about this?" Yang Yuqian sighed. The God Palace's greatest support is the Heavenly Saint, but the Heavenly Saint is already. He didn't say much after that. Everyone understood what he wanted to say. Without the Heavenly Saint, the God Palace would crumble, and only the ancient immortal clan would remain. The ancient immortal clan did not have the power to rule the Great Thousand World alone. Yang Yuqian made some arrangements before asking everyone to leave, leaving only Zhou Xuanji to talk. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and sighed, "Brother Zhou, we can only rely on you for this disaster." "I." Zhou Xuanji knitted his brows tightly. He was furious in his heart. Damn. Sage Daojing gave him the heavenly law Violet Qi. This was a trap. With his cultivation, how long would it take for him to use the heavenly law Violet Qi to become a saint? During this period of time, someone must have divined the existence of the heavenly law Violet Qi. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. He hesitated if he should hand over the heavenly law Violet Qi. "I will do my best," Zhou Xuanji said seriously, and Yang Yuqian smiled immediately. After that, Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence and told Xianxia about this. Xianxia did not ask Zhou Xuanji to hand over the heavenly law Violet Qi immediately. She said, "If you hand it over and your enemy obtains it." Chapter 535. Zhou Xuanji felt that what Xianxia said made sense. He had many enemies, especially the great Emperor Dao Court and the demonic emperor. If one of them became a saint, wouldn't he be dead for sure? With the Heaven's Path Violet Aura in his hands, he could at least ensure that his enemies would not be able to become sages. Xianxia held his hand and comforted him. "Up to this point we have seen all kinds of storms and waves. You don't have to worry too much. Fight when you need to. If we really face death, we will die together." Handing over the heavenly law Violet Qi did not mean that Zhou Xuanji had no enemies. Rather than worrying, it was better to seize this opportunity. Zhou Xuanji stroked her hair and smiled as he said, "With your words I can't die. I will definitely become a saint and protect you." With that, he pulled her into his arms. There was only the two of them in the room, and the two of them began to be intimate. The two of them did not tell anyone else about the heavenly Tao Violet Qi, not even Zhou Shaoxian and the 9 mighty being souls. 6 hours later, Zhou Xuanji left the house and continued to teach Zhou Shaoxian in the forest. In less than half a month, a war broke out at the border of the Center God Province. The news of the demon race's invasion spread like wildfire in the Center God Province. Giant God Huang Hao led 1,000,000 immortal soldiers to provide reinforcements, but it was said that a demon blocked Giant God Huang Hao's path, and the 1,000,000 immortal soldiers all died. The Center God Province started to panic. Zhou Xuanji really wanted to go to the front lines to resist the demon race. He could use the World Buddha art to quickly become stronger. However, before he left, he had to wait for the Emperor Sword Court to be ready before he moved it into the 24-stage Deep Black Lotus. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to one's wishes. Mo Jiuqing suddenly came to find him. The two of them reunited in the woods with Zhou Shaoxian standing beside them. Master went to find Su Qing and was heavily injured by him. Now he and Su Qing have been captured by the demon ancestor and imprisoned in the Demon God Hall. That is the center of the demon race's power in the Great Thousand World. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. No wonder there was no news about the old beggar. He asked, "You want to pull me along to save him?" Although Mo Jiuqing was no longer the same as before, he was still far inferior to the demon ancestor. Mo Jiuqing's strength had not reached the Ascension Heaven realm, so how could he fight the demon ancestor? "All of us have contacted each other and will head to the demonic shrine. I'm here to inform you. Of course you can choose not to go." Mo Jiuqing said as he looked into Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Even though the old beggar did not recognize him, he still had a very high position in his heart. Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up. Demons? Father, didn't you say that Aunt Xian is in the demon race? Bring me along, I also want to participate in the war. Zhou Xuanji glared at her before saying to Mo Jiuqing, give me the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll give some instructions. Then he left with Zhou Xiaoxian. He told Jiang Shui about this matter and she did not stop him. How could she not help him when he was in danger? Apart from that, he also informed Yang Yutian. Hearing that Zhou Xuanji was going to resist the demon race, Yang Yutian felt very nervous. However, no matter how he tried to persuade him, Zhou Xuanji was determined to go. Jiang Shui and her daughter were still at the Divine Cliff, which meant that Zhou Xuanji had not abandoned the Divine Cliff. Yang Yutian could not stop him. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji followed Mo Jiuqing to the Demon God Palace. Mo Jiuqing condensed a black cloud, and the two of them rode it forward at an extremely fast speed. Do you want to become a saint? Zhou Xuanji asked with a mocking expression. Once upon a time, Mo Jiuqing was almost invincible in his eyes. It turned out that this fellow's cultivation was only Universe Heaven level 10. This meant that Divine Lord Ji was not very powerful. They were still a large stage away from the peak existences of the Wanshan Great Thousand. Mo Jiuqing shook his head and said, if I want to become a saint, I have to live for at least 10 million years or even longer. I'm still too young. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and said meaningfully, you have some hope. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, I'm only 200 years old. Are you sure? Could this fellow have noticed something? Mo Jiuqing said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, that's right. You're only 200 years old, but you've already caught up to me. He felt a bit lonely in his heart. No wonder the old beggar would take Zhou Xuanji as a disciple. The old beggar had a standard for taking in disciples, which was that the new disciple had to be more talented than the old disciple. Otherwise he would not take in a disciple. Who is the most powerful among our senior apprentice brothers? Can he compare to the demonic ancestor? Zhou Xuanji asked, his tone filled with anticipation. To him, the demonic ancestor must be someone at connecting heaven level 10 and was only one step away from becoming a saint. Mo Jiuqing said, I have not personally witnessed the power of all the senior apprentice brothers, but I am sure of one thing. The demonic ancestor is of the same generation as our revered teacher. Our revered teacher mentioned a few people that we must not offend, and one of them is the demonic ancestor. Zhou Xuanji was astonished. He did not expect the old beggar to have such a powerful background. The same generation as the 10 demon gods? It seemed like he was one of the first living beings after the world was created. No wonder he could nurture so many monstrous disciples. Back to the topic. If you were born a few 100,000 years earlier, you might have been able to become a saint. But now, a pity. Mo Jiuqing shook his head and sighed, how many eras does it take for a heavenly saint position to be vacated? We might never be able to wait for the next saint position. The heavenly law had 9 as its limit. The 9 saints could not die under the heavenly law, unless they gave up their saint position or headed to the void. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and thought to himself, the heavenly law violet chi is in my hands. Who wants to become a saint? The demon god palace was located in the wilderness and was surrounded by mountains. There were countless demons scattered everywhere, and there were all kinds of demons at a glance. From the outside, the demon god palace looked like the head of a flood dragon. It was hundreds of meters tall and towered over the mountains. Within the palace, the old beggar and northern nethersword devil Su Qing were trapped in adjacent cages. Su Qing was covered with blood and sat paralyzed on the ground, continuously panting. The old beggar, on the other hand, was lying on the ground with a relaxed posture. This palace was very spacious, and apart from the stone pillars with candles, there was nothing else. There were many totems engraved on the walls, looking like myths and legends. A ball of demonic chi appeared, and a man wearing black armor and a green robe appeared. His face was quite evil and looked like a fox. There were 2 sharp fangs in his mouth, and he wore a dragon-horned violet crown. He savagely laughed as he looked at the old beggar and said, "You're still not willing to submit? Aren't you afraid that your precious disciple will be possessed by us?" The old beggar scratched his bottom and harumphed as he said, "So be it. He's already crazy anyway." The green-robed man laughed and said, "It's not just this disciple, your other disciples are coming as well." The old beggar flipped up and frowned as he asked, "What do you mean?" The green-robed man evilly laughed and said, "Don't you remember that you have a disciple from the demon race?" The old beggar's expression fell and he gritted his teeth as he said, Very good. He almost coughed up blood. Another disciple had betrayed him. The green-robed man shrugged and smiled as he said, as long as you help us divine where the demonic emperor and heavenly law violet chi are, you and your disciple can continue to live. The old beggar's expression fell and he fell into a dilemma. Chapter 536. Facing the threat of the demons, the old beggar finally compromised. He sat on the ground and began divining the whereabouts of the demonic emperor and heavenly law violet chi. The azure-robed man waited patiently with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. He did not know if this old thing was really going to compromise. A long while later, the old beggar said suddenly, the demonic emperor is in the void and is very far away from Wanshan Great Thousand. However, he is moving quickly and is shortening the distance. As for the heavenly law violet chi, I will calculate it again. The azure-robed man squinted his eyes. This meant that the demonic emperor was already charging toward Wanshan Great Thousand. Just in time. A while later, the old beggar opened his eyes and cursed, damn. The heavenly law violet chi is actually in Divine Lord Ji's hands. Damn, why is this bastard so lucky? Divine Lord Ji. Is that true? The azure-robed man asked with a deep voice. The old beggar ignored him and cursed Divine Lord Ji in all sorts of ways. Seeing this, the azure-robed man left. The old beggar did not stop cursing for a long while before lying down. He used his right hand as a pillow and thought to himself with his eyes closed, Brat, you obtained the heavenly law violet chi. It's a pity that you are too young. It's almost impossible for you to become a saint. Late at night, the world was dark. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing landed on a tree and looked at the demon god palace. When do we act? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense many powerful auras. The demon race was indeed the overlord of all worlds. Mo Jiuqing said, don't be anxious. Wait for the other senior apprentice brothers to come before we act. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and felt a little strange. Since they were going to wait, why wait here? Were they not afraid of being exposed? The demon race had so many powerful cultivators. Why did they not sense their presence? Zhou Xuanji suddenly smiled and asked, you seem to be from the demon race too, right? Mo Jiuqing looked into the distance calmly and said, that's right. That's why so many people do not tolerate me. Zhou Xuanji took out the 9-moon execution sword and pointed it at him. I almost fell for your trap, he said. Mo Jiuqing turned around and asked with a frown, what do you mean? Zhou Xuanji replied, to come to the demon god palace to save the old man, we don't need all of our senior brothers and junior brothers to act together. We just need to find the most powerful one. With our cultivation we will only be holding them back. You're not stupid. There's only one reason, and that is to wipe us all out. Mo Jiuqing smiled when he heard that, and strands of demonic energy wrapped around his body. He sneered, since you've already guessed it, why did you still come? Zhou Xuanji channeled the divine moon's power, and his body glowed with a faint white light. 9 divine moons floated behind him. He smiled and said, I just want to save that old thing. Becoming stronger at the same time. He immediately condensed a battle flame soul and charged toward Mo Jiuqing. Mo Jiuqing waved his right hand and demonic chi exploded out, turning into a massive black hand that grabbed towards Zhou Xuanji. The sword chi exploded and directly shattered the giant black hand. Bang! The sound of the explosion resounded through the sky, causing countless evil spirits to turn their heads to look at them. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Jiuqing furiously fought. He did not seem to be afraid of startling other demons, and his attacks were bold and unrestrained. 1 billion sword images appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Mo Jiuqing from all directions. As Mo Jiuqing fought with Zhou Xuanji, he also paid attention to the primordial chaos sword shadow. This kid's strength far exceeds universe heaven level 10. Mo Jiuqing frowned and charged toward the ground. 1 billion sword images followed after him. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was bombarded by the sword images. Mountains shattered, dust billowed, and countless trees were submerged. Zhou Xuanji absorbed Mo Jiuqing's magic energy and converted it into celestial energy, which surged endlessly. Looks like this guy is far more powerful than Universe Heaven level 10, Zhou Xuanji thought as he raised his brow. Only a small portion of the primordial chaos sword shadow hit Mo Jiuqing, but he still absorbed a lot of magic energy. At this moment, countless demons charged toward him from all directions. They covered the sky and ground and roars resounded. Their roars filled the entire heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha straight away. A 1,000-hand sword Buddha that was 60,000 meters tall materialized and charged toward the demon god palace. The demon god palace trembled violently. In the cage, the old beggar opened his eyes and said in shock, "This aura? Why is that brat here?" "Nonsense." The northern nether sword devil Su Qing, who was beside him, was also awakened. He roared wildly and punched the ground with both fists, causing the ground to tremble. The old beggar's heart was in turmoil. He wanted to break out of the cage but could not do so. There was a special restriction in the cage that even someone as powerful as him could not break out. The old beggar gritted his teeth and clapped his palms together as he began chanting a strange incantation. The thousand-hand-sword Buddha was unstoppable and came closer and closer to the demon god palace. Even with its 1,000 arms flailing wildly, countless demons crawled on its body, almost covering its golden radiance. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply within the thousand-hand-sword Buddha. He used sword chi sword to repel wave after wave of demons, but he felt that he could not kill them all. What's with these demons? Can't they be killed? He mumbled to himself. He was prepared to release demon god Tianwu at any time. The powerful beings in the demon god palace were still preparing to move out. To save the old beggar, he could no longer blame himself for hiding demon god Tianwu. "Humph! You are the sword emperor Zhou Xuanji?" A cold snort came, sounding as heavy as thunder. The azure-robed man appeared with dozens of powerful demons. The one with the weakest aura was at universe heaven. The azure-robed man's cultivation was the most profound and unfathomable. Zhou Xuanji scanned him with his divine sense and guessed that he was at connecting heaven. Even malicious Buddha could not compare to him. The azure-robed man raised his arms and billowing azure flames rose up behind him, forming a blazing azure sun. It had a diameter of 100,000 meters and pierced through the clouds, floating above the demon god palace. In front of this azure sun, all existences seemed incredibly small. Even Zhou Xuanji's heart thumped in fear. He could sense that this azure sun contained terrifying energy. If it exploded out, he would not even have a chance to escape. What is this fellow trying to do? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself. Going all out right from the start? Could he not be so shameless? The azure-robed man's voice once again sounded out. "Remember, the one who killed you is the demon race's azure demon emperor." After speaking, countless demons flew out from the azure sun. They were like a wild storm, giving off massive sounds as they leapt at Zhou Xuanji. So it was like that. The demons here were all created by the azure demon emperor. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flashed as he flipped his right hand, and the wind god sword appeared in his left hand. His aura once again grew, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha swung its sword, slaughtering the demon army. Boom, boom, boom. The demons continuously slammed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Even though they were destroyed, there were simply too many of them, and they quickly forced the thousand-hand sword Buddha into retreat. "Those two swords are quite good." The azure demon emperor floated in the air and said as he thought to himself. The dozens of demons beside him started to chat. "Should we act? Don't be in such a hurry, the real enemy has not come yet. This boy is not simple. He can actually block His Majesty's attack. That's because His Majesty is not serious, alright?" Chapter 537. Rumble. The demon army turned into a black flood and suppressed the thousand-hand sword Buddha, causing Zhou Xuanji to leave the demon god palace. "Damn it. I can't get away at all." Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and thought with a grave expression. He could barely maintain the stability of the thousand-hand sword Buddha. If the thousand-hand sword Buddha was destroyed, the evil spirits that were swarming in from all directions would not give him a chance to escape. Right at this moment, a beam of light tore through the turbid sky and descended upon the thousand-hand sword Buddha at an extremely fast speed. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt a massive wave of energy flowing into his body. This feeling was familiar. It was as if he had returned to the mystic moon state in the Abyss Pearl mainland. The powerful and overbearing power made him let out a long howl. Bang! The thousand-hand sword Buddha shattered, and Zhou Xuanji, whose body was shining with golden light, appeared. He held two swords in his hands and legendary swords appeared out of thin air, circling around him at high speed. Sword sect immortal ghost weep. Zhou Xuanji let go of the wind god sword and held the cultivation absorbing demon sealer in his left hand. Facing the endless demon army, he did not retreat and instead advanced, charging forward without any fear. His sword was extremely fast, and his sword chi was vast and mighty. None of the evil spirits could withstand his sword chi. He dashed towards the demonic hall. Sword light flashed, and he became the most eye-catching existence in the world. The azure demonic emperor exclaimed in bewilderment. He turned to look at the demonic deity palace and instantly guessed that it was the old beggar's doing. Even though this fellow was imprisoned, he was still able to support his disciple. He was indeed powerful. Azure Demon Emperor smirked and waved his right hand, and the massive azure flaming sun pressed down towards Zhou Xuanji. Rumble. The green flaming sun exploded with a horrifying suction force like a black hole. Zhou Xuanji quickly stopped, but he could only slow down and could not turn around. What is this thing? Zhou Xuanji's heart shuddered. Not only could the azure flaming sun create demons, but it could also absorb living creatures. Could it be that I would become a demon after being sucked in? He immediately executed the 10,000 ultimate steps in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, it was impossible. In next to no time he fell into the green flaming sun and vanished. The Azure Demon Emperor did not smile. Instead he yelled, "Xianxia, since you're already here, why aren't you showing yourself? It seems like your relationship with your junior brother isn't good." Rumble. The black clouds parted and a dazzling light shone down. A domineering godlike figure descended with a magnificent aura. His countenance was calm and his eyes shone with a divine light. He was clad in golden armor and looked majestic. He stared at the Azure Demon Emperor and spoke, "Azure Demon Emperor, do you know what the price for daring to capture my master is?" The Azure Devil Emperor laughed with disdain, "The price is that you'll be accompanying your master." His entire body ignited with green flames, and he turned into a sharp arrow that shot forward. Within the azure flaming sun, Zhou Xuanji levitated in the air with his legendary swords circling around him. All he could see were azure flames and the light was dim. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword and looked around. He wanted to break out, but he found that it was impossible. He didn't panic and started absorbing the green flames to strengthen his battle path flame soul. Very soon, many demons attacked from all directions. Each of them looked ferocious and terrifying. Even the weakest among them was a void extreme immortal. Zhou Xuanji allowed the battle flame soul to absorb the azure flames while he slashed with the cultivation absorbing demonic sealer to slay evil. Since he couldn't escape, he would become stronger here. He frantically exorcised demons. 10,000. 100,000. 1,000,000. 10,000,000. He realized that something was off. He couldn't kill all of these demons, but the cultivation-absorbing demonic sealer's sword chi had become much stronger. He finally understood why this place was so terrifying. It was because he couldn't kill all of these demons. If it was any other creature they would have died sooner or later. However, he had world internalization and the cultivation-absorbing demonic sealer, which made him stronger and stronger. As his cultivation grew stronger, so did the battle path flame soul. To him, this place was the best place for cultivation. Don't celebrate too early. The further you go, the more powerful the demons will be. Eventually, there will be demons even more powerful than the Azure Devil Emperor, Sovereign Xian said in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Sovereign Xian said in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He seemed to understand Azure Demon Emperor very well, causing Emperor Zhao to ask about Azure Demon Emperor's background. The Azure Devil Emperor had lived for countless years and was considered an ancient existence. In the demon realm, the Azure Devil Emperor's strength was ranked in the top 10. The demonic ancestor was undoubtedly the strongest. Is there a way to break out of this? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could also sense that the demons were becoming stronger. The rate at which the demons were becoming stronger was much faster than the rate at which his cultivation was growing. Either you keep running and wait for someone to break in from the outside, or you use absolute power to break in from the inside, Sovereign Shen replied. His words made Zhou Xuanji frown. It seemed like he really had to use demon god Tianwu. Boom. A horrifying explosion came, and Zhou Xuanji's ears were ringing. He looked up and saw that the darkness was broken through, and a violent gale came in from the outside. He was overjoyed and immediately dashed out. At the same time, Xianxia and the Azure Devil Emperor were fighting on the surface of the sun. Xianxia held a spear with red tassels and a halberd. He defended against the Azure Devil Emperor while attacking the sun. Seeing a large hole in the sun, the Azure Devil Emperor was enraged. His hands turned into claws and clawed at Xianxia. Xianxia displayed the domineering aura of an undefeatable war god. No matter how powerful the demonic might was, the spear and halberd could destroy it. Zhou Xuanji leaped up from behind him and saw the battle between Xianxia and the Azure Devil Emperor. Xianxia is your senior apprentice brother, Sovereign Xian said in surprise. Before Zhou Xuanji could ask, Emperor Zhao asked who Xianxia was. Sovereign Xian did not hide anything and began introducing Xianxia. He was the first human in the 10,000 worlds, and he was the first war god in human history. He had saved the human race from danger many times. A long time ago when the human race was just born, they were food for the other races. Xianxia was one of the heroes. After the human race became more powerful, Xianxia and the other human primogenitors retired. Zhou Xuanji had never thought that such an expert would be the old beggar's disciple. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked. Just who was the old beggar? Zhou Xuanji did not think too much and rushed towards the demon god palace. After the sun was destroyed, the suction force was no longer there. Seeing Zhou Xuanji rush over, the dozens of powerful demons guarding the demon god palace all attacked. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and directly used world suppressing. With the cultivation absorbing demon sealer, immortal energy surged into the sword and pressed down. He was like a meteor as he smashed towards the demon god palace. Terrifying demonic chi formed a massive black barrier, covering the demon god palace. Boom! The massive black barrier shattered, and Zhou Xuanji's sword slashed out, instantly killing 20 or so demons. The other demons hurriedly dodged in fear. Zhou Xuanji also smashed through the demon god palace, pursuing the old beggar's aura. He advanced unobstructed and soon, he came to the palace where the old beggar was. He landed in front of the cage like a cannonball. The old beggar cried out in delight, "Boy, you've killed your way in so quickly." Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and used his sword to hack at the cage. It was a pity that no matter how he hacked, he could not break the metal bars. "This cage requires connecting heaven level 5 power or above to break," the old beggar said as he sighed. The old beggar sighed. Just as he spoke, Zhou Xuanji released Demon God Tianwu. Demon God Tianwu shrunk to 2 meters tall and walked to the cage. It directly broke the metal bars, making the old beggar dumbfounded. Chapter 538. Demon God Tianwu walked to Su Qing's cage and tore it apart as well. Su Qing rushed out as well. The moment he saw Demon God Tianwu, he roared and pounced towards it. The heavenly Wu demon god instinctively waved his fist and sent him flying. He smashed through the walls of the demon god palace and crashed into a mountain. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Zhou Xuanji hurriedly put Demon God Tianwu into the Xianxia map. Demon God Tianwu. The old beggar screamed in disbelief. "Run quickly," Zhou Xuanji urged. After saying that, he took the lead and jumped up, followed by the old beggar. After the two of them flew out of the demonic hall, the old beggar flew towards Su Qing. Su Qing had already gone crazy. He charged into the army of demons, his aura becoming more and more violent. The old beggar rushed in front of him and was directly lifted by his right leg, swung up and smashed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He hurried over and saved Su Qing. Su Qing's cultivation was at universe heaven level 18, and with the old beggar's power, Zhou Xuanji could barely push him back. "He's already crazy and you still want to care about him? Why don't I see you treating your other disciples like this? Is he your son?" Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly. The situation was urgent. Xianxia could only stop Azure Demon Emperor and could not win in a short period of time. If the demonic ancestor came, it would be over. The old beggar gritted his teeth and said, "He saved my life." Zhou Xuanji took out the soft velvety sword and wanted to make Su Qing powerless, but Su Qing slapped the soft velvety sword away. The old beggar took out a silver tower and quickly sucked Su Qing into it. Linglong Treasure Pagoda? Zhou Xuanji looked at the silver tower in his hand curiously. "Let's split up. It's too dangerous to follow me." After saying this, the old beggar flew away quickly. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and almost cursed out loud. Ingrate. He turned and flew in another direction. He did not chase after Mo Jiuqing. Since the old beggar had been saved, he should leave. He was not strong enough to help Xianxia, so he might as well leave early so that Xianxia could escape. Along the way he encountered many evil devils. Relying on the cultivation absorbing devil sealing art, he slaughtered his way out. After flying for 10,000 miles, there were no more evil spirits chasing after him. Whoosh, an air-piercing sound came, and Zhou Xuanji instinctively dodged. A black beam of light pierced through his chest and almost hit his heart. This black light beam was only 3 fingers in diameter, yet it was able to penetrate his flesh. It was truly frightening. He turned around and saw a white-haired woman hovering above the black clouds. Her skin was the color of blood, and she wore a loose red robe. Even though her face was exquisite, her entire person seemed to have walked out of a pool of blood, and it was eerie and frightening. She looked at Zhou Xuanji coldly and raised her right hand again. Unstoppable. Zhou Xuanji immediately fled at full speed. Shoo. Another streak of black light pierced through his right shoulder, causing his face to twitch in pain. This black light contained an extreme corrosive power that prevented his body from healing quickly. It even hurt his soul. The cruelty demon emperor of the demon world. It's said that she's the closest existence to the demon ancestor. She's even stronger than the Azure Demon Emperor. Sovereign Xian introduced to Zhou Xuanji. The Sky Sovereign Demon Emperor cursed, "It's that old fiend. She's the one who killed me." Zhou Xuanji could not help him take revenge, so he could only hide in fear. Xiu, xiu. Another 2 streaks of black light shot over. They were too fast and Zhou Xuanji's legs were hit. Blood flew everywhere and he was unable to dodge it all. He did not turn and attack the Cruelty Demon Emperor, because she was simply too powerful. "She's toying with me." Zhou Xuanji was infuriated. He had already made preparations to be reborn. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind descended from behind him. He instinctively slashed out with his sword. Bang! The Cruelty Demon Emperor stomped down on his back, breaking his spine. The terrifying power almost caused him to faint. Following this, he fell into the forest, kicking up a trail of dust. The Cruelty Demon Emperor floated in the air and condescendingly laughed as she said, "You dare to fight with the demon race with just this bit of strength?" She opened her mouth and spat out a yellow-brown river, which poured into the forest. The trees that were touched by the river were instantly burned to ashes. In less than 3 breaths of time, the surrounding 10,000 meters of forest had been scorched. As for Zhou Xuanji, there was no trace of him. The Cruelty Demon Emperor smiled and turned to fly towards the Demon God Palace. Sunlight shined down. Zhou Xuanji felt quite warm. He opened his eyes, and what he saw was the mottled reflection of tree leaves. His eyes widened and he found that he was hanging from a tree. His body was wrapped in silk and only his head could be seen, making him look like a silkworm cocoon. "What's going on?" Zhou Xuanji frowned as he muttered. At that moment a figure walked over. It was the old immortal who had taken him in for 3 years and allowed him to wait for the heavenly saint to appear. He could not help but ask, "Why am I here?" The old immortal had a faint smile on his face as he said, "You almost died to the Cruelty Demon Emperor's poison. It was me who used a great divine ability to teleport you here from far away." Zhou Xuanji thought back to what had happened before he had fainted and hurriedly asked the sword spirit where his swords were. The sword spirit replied. The instant he had teleported, the sword spirit had taken back all of his swords. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He said gratefully, "Many thanks, Senior." The old immortal shook his head and said, "Come to think of it, you are my junior." He walked over to the tree and sat down, leaning against the trunk. He looked towards the horizon, and his gaze became gentle. He sighed and said, "Back then I came here with your revered teacher. Back then there was no heavenly law or 9 saints. Back then I was in a hurry to leave but your revered teacher refused. He said that he wanted to help the creatures here gain intelligence, so we had a conflict and went our separate ways. I escaped into the void and wanted to find my way home, but I did not succeed." Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. What did that mean? The old immortal and the old beggar did not belong to the Wanshan Great Thousand? "I have been here for hundreds of millions of years, but I have always failed. After going around in circles I have returned here. The world has changed and the heavenly law has been established. 5 of the 9 saints have appeared. Your revered teacher interfered with the rules of the heavenly law and was suppressed by the heavenly law. It was I who saved him, but I also injured myself. From then on, we hid in the Great Thousand Worlds and recuperated, waiting for hope on the way home. Now, there are more and more Great Thousand Worlds and there are countless creatures of different races. However, I have lost all hope, but your revered teacher has not. He has always been taking in disciples, hoping to nurture an existence that surpasses the heavenly law and can take us home." A look of melancholy appeared on the old immortal's face. Those memories were already hazy in his mind. Even the most powerful cultivation could not withstand the mercilessness of time. "Where did your home come from?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The old immortal glanced at him and said with a smile, "At the end of the void. I'm not sure how far it is, but that place is called the Kunlun Origin Court." Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up, and he was attracted by the word Kunlun. Kunlun often appeared in Chinese mythology, and it represented the land of immortals. He asked, "What does the Kunlun Origin Court look like? Is it the same as the Great Thousand Worlds?" The old immortal sighed and said, "It's different, completely different. I cannot reveal too much or else the heavenly law will be wary of me." Chapter 539. You saved me because you think that I can surpass the heavenly law and bring you back to the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. He was also very interested in the Kunlun Origin Court. The sword spirit said that the supreme legendary sword system came from the serendipity of the world. Where was Hongmeng? The old immortal smiled at him but did not reply. He got up slowly and stretched his waist. Looking toward the horizon, he said, "I suddenly feel old." He shook his head with a smile and walked toward the Taoist temple. "When your injuries are healed, you will come down. Don't worry and don't be anxious." Zhou Xuanji heard this and felt at peace. After a while, the old immortal's voice came from the Taoist temple. "Spring and summer, the sky is high and the earth is small. Where the Tao is, the heart longs for. Everything has its rules and more haste makes waste. If the Tao belongs to you, no one can steal it. If the Tao does not belong to you, it is useless to prove the Tao with strength." Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. Was the old immortal trying to tell him not to be anxious? He was only 200 years old and had already reached Universe Heaven Level 10. Such a breakthrough speed was something that everyone could only look up to. But he still desired more power and continued to take risks. What will happen if I slow down? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. In the past, he always felt that he was in such a hurry because he wanted to protect the people around him. But thinking back, his enemies had never captured the people around him to threaten him. If he did not step forward, would everything that he protected disappear? A refreshing breeze came out, gently caressing his cheeks. His black hair danced in the wind. Listening to the sound of the wind, his heart sank into an unprecedented tranquility. The old immortal was still speaking. His voice was not as majestic as Sage Daojing's, but it had the same magical power to calm his heart. Sunlight shone down, and the flowers and grasses all over the mountain glowed faintly. It was a sign of life and hope. Among the flowers and grasses, a group of ants moved forward. The ant at the front was carrying the largest piece of leaf. It was the fastest and was getting further and further away from the rest of the ants. A strange bug leaped out suddenly and swallowed it before disappearing among the grasses. The ants continued to move forward, and the strange bug dashed out again to hunt the ants. Soon it was surrounded by the ants and was finally bitten to death by a dozen of them. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji's injuries recovered, and the silk dissipated as he landed on the ground. He hurriedly took out a set of white clothes and put them on. He stretched his muscles and walked to the front of the Taoist temple. He bowed and cupped his hands, asking, "Senior, do you have any instructions for this junior?" He had a hunch that the old immortal didn't just save him. As for the old beggar's safety, he was no longer worried. He chose to believe in his fellow apprentices. For the past 3 days, he had been enjoying the breeze and enjoying nature, which made him think of many things. The world was vast and not everything needed him. "How about helping me plant flowers and plants?" The old immortal's voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji nodded and turned to leave. Just like that, he lived in the Taoist temple. During the day, he admired the flowers and grass, and at night, he sat on a tree trunk and looked up at the stars. Time flew by. Half a year passed quickly. He was near the Taoist temple, isolated from the rest of the world, so he did not know what was going on in the world. He wanted to go back to the divine cliff to take a look, so he asked the old immortal. The old immortal did not stop him and only asked him to come back quickly. Zhou Xuanji quickly left and flew toward the divine cliff at full speed. Along the way he did not stop, nor did he inquire about any news. It was as if the demon race had nothing to do with him, or the affairs of the world had nothing to do with him. After returning to the divine cliff, everything was fine. The divine cliff's disciples were on standby, while Zhou Shaoxin was still cultivating in the forest. He returned to his residence and found Jianghu. She sat in the courtyard and internalized qi. Sunlight shone on her body, and she seemed to be covered in a layer of radiance. "Hey!" Zhou Xuanji walked up to her silently and suddenly threatened her. Jianghu was not frightened and pinched his face instead. "Humph, I sensed you the moment you appeared," Jianghu said with a cold snort. She opened her eyes and looked at him, asking, "How's the situation?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything from her and told her everything in detail. After hearing it, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That old immortal was right. You were too impatient. However, because of your impatience we are here today," Jianghu said with an adoring smile. In her eyes, Zhou Xuanji was omnipotent and the most powerful and best man in the world. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Do you want to stay here or come with me?" Jianghu thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. That old immortal left you here, so he definitely wants to nurture you. I don't want to ruin that. Moreover, only with me here can the divine cliff be at ease. If you and I both leave, the others will leave as well. When that time comes, what will the divine cliff do?" The divine cliff had saved Zhou Xuanji's life. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji, the divine cliff would still be an overlord-level faction in the Center God province. As such, she had to stay. Zhou Xuanji nodded. It would be dangerous for Jianghu to come with him, who knew when the demonic emperor would return. The two of them stayed together for a day before he silently left. He did not alert anyone else and he left as quickly as he came. After returning to the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji did not disturb the old immortal. He sat under a tree and silently looked at the flowers and plants. After staying here for half a year, he suddenly liked to stare blankly. Looking at the beautiful scenery, he thought about the past and the future, making him feel carefree and relaxed. The old immortal suddenly walked out of the Taoist temple and sat down beside Zhou Xuanji, looking at the mountains in front of them. "What are you feeling right now?" the old immortal asked softly, his tone gentle. Zhou Xuanji did not look at him and looked into the distance as he said, "It's very peaceful, as if I'm very small and the world is very big. There's no danger, no excitement. It's like the water in a lake, peaceful and peaceful." The old immortal smiled and said, "You asked me what the Kunlun origin court was like before, and that was actually your current mental state." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" The old immortal shook his head and smiled as he said, "Only those with an absolutely peaceful heart can enter the Kunlun origin court. Many creatures head to the void in search of a vaster world, including the heavenly saints. However, they all failed not because their cultivation was not high enough, but because their hearts were not peaceful enough. As such, they could not receive the summons of the Kunlun origin court. I told you to calm your heart early for the Kunlun origin court. When you go to the Kunlun origin court, you will transform and you will even rise above the heavens." Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Since it's like this, you should all be very powerful. Why are you trapped here?" The old immortal replied, "All the suffering in the world comes from fighting. The Kunlun origin court also has fighting and we lost, which is why we are here." Mentioning this, he did not feel angry or unwilling. He was very calm. Perhaps this was what he meant by calming his heart. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. The old immortal said deeply, "It's not impossible to become an overlord saint. I will help you reach it." Chapter 540. Overlord Saint. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up and asked, "How do I become an overlord saint?" Proving one's Tao with strength sounded easy, but it was incredibly difficult to surpass a heavenly sage with magic energy. The higher one's cultivation base was, the slower one's breakthrough speed would be. The old immortal said leisurely, "Don't you already have a demon god's clone? As long as you reach the strength of his body, I have a way to help you become an overlord saint. You will be invincible under the heavenly law, and even the heavenly law will not be able to reject or punish you." Zhou Xuanji blinked, and the joy in his heart receded like the tide. How powerful was the demon god Tianwu? Once he reached that height, it would be another round of vicissitudes. He asked, "Is there a body-tempering method?" His cultivation was mainly focused on immortal energy, and his fleshly body was not his main focus. With his current cultivation level, it was very difficult to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could help him temper his body. It was possible to obtain the heavenly Tao providence, but it was more difficult to obtain than to find treasures. "Once you've calmed down, I'll help you." The old immortal chuckled. Then he got up and walked down the mountain. "Where are you going?" Zhou Xuanji asked. As the sun shone on the old immortal, he looked like he could ascend to heaven and become an immortal at any moment. "Let's go take a look at the little creatures at the foot of the mountain and experience their world," the old immortal said without turning his head. These words made Zhou Xuanji fall into deep thought. Was the world of rats, rabbits, ants and insects peaceful? He looked at the flowers and plants by his hand. As the Devil clan invaded the Center God province, the atmosphere in the Center God province became tense. The first-class forces sent their disciples to the border to resist the Devil clan's army, and the Divine Palace also joined in. The news that the distant ancestor of the human race, Xianxia, had wreaked havoc in the Emotion Temple had spread throughout the Center God province. It was said that Xianxia had battled the Azure Demon Emperor and the Ruined Demon Emperor on his own, and both of them were severely injured. At the same time, the news of the demon realm descending upon the vast thousand worlds also spread. Although the demon realm was far from the Center God province, it could still threaten the vast thousand domains. A calamity that engulfed the entire vast thousand worlds descended. Times create heroes. The war had just begun, but many geniuses had already emerged from the human race. Emperor Jundao was one of them. He fought his way to the front lines and fought against the demons. His strength increased by leaps and bounds. The Divine Cliff was located within the Center God province and did not participate in the battle. Yang Yuqian did not even dare to think about becoming a sky saint. 3 years later, an expert from beyond the heavens descended. His name was Duyushin, and he descended upon the battlefield of the humans and demons, slaughtering the soldiers of both sides. He was extremely powerful. That battle had forced Azure Demon Emperor and Giant God Huang Hao to rush over as reinforcements, but Duyushan had easily escaped. 7 years later, the various ancient families of the Center God Province came into being, and at the same time, they joined forces with the surrounding provinces to resist the Devil race. During these 10 years, Zhou Xuanji stayed in front of the old Immortal's temple to calm his mind. He was already 260 years old, and the number of divine swords he had reached 572. In these 10 years he did not obtain a divine sword that surpassed the Armageddon grade or an extremely powerful divine ability. His cultivation had also stagnated, but he was not disappointed by this. In the meantime he returned to the Divine Cliff and kept Emperor Sword Court into the world of the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. As for Jianghu, Zhou Shaoxian, Finyu Dragon King Lin Chang'e, and the others, they were still at the Divine Cliff to help him. Zhou Xuanji built a portal in the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus, which led to his residence in the Divine Cliff. If they encountered danger they could escape into the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus through the portal. If the enemy dared to follow him he could use the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus to kill them. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was lying on the grass and looking up at the sky. It felt great not to cultivate and he was slacking off in the name of cultivating his mind. The world had nothing to do with him. After 10 years he could clearly sense the change in his mentality. He was no longer worried about the world or the Divine Cliff. He did not need to worry about his enemies coming to find trouble with him. You sure have nothing to do. A cold laughter came. The voice was filled with murderous intent. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and asked calmly, "Demonic Emperor?" With the old immortal in the temple he did not fear the Demonic Emperor at all. A ball of black chi appeared in front of him and formed into a human figure. He wore a luxurious black armor, and the breastplate looked like a lion's head. His face was cold and half of his face was covered in flaming scales. 2 dragon horns protruded from his long hair, and they pierced towards the sky. The Demonic Emperor. His aura was evil, more evil than anyone Zhou Xuanji had ever met. Once he landed, the flowers and grass around him withered visibly. Even the trees behind Zhou Xuanji were aging rapidly. The most horrifying thing was that Zhou Xuanji could sense that his life force was being sucked away. He quickly channeled his celestial energy to resist this evil energy. "Zhou Xuanji, you're quite carefree. Since you know who I am, then join me. I will help you quickly become stronger, and when I become a saint, you will become the person with the greatest authority under me. What do you think?" The Demonic Emperor said coldly. His dark green eyes glowed with a strange light. He was shocked in his heart that Zhou Xuanji could face him so calmly. If it were any other person from the northern wilderness, they might not even be able to stand and withstand the pressure from the depths of their soul. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Not much. Please go back." The Demonic Emperor's face darkened. He grabbed toward Zhou Xuanji. Demon God Jianghu appeared suddenly and punched toward him. The fist and palm collided. With a loud boom, the Demonic Emperor was sent flying backward. Although he had the body of a demon god, he could not control it completely. Moreover, he did not use his full power, so he could not withstand Demon God Tianwu's horrifying power. Looking at the demon god's back, Zhou Xuanji smiled. He waved his right hand, and the withered plants around him quickly regained their vitality. At this moment, the Demonic Emperor appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head and clawed at him. Demon God Tianwu fought instinctively. Once the Demonic Emperor appeared, he turned around and kicked the Demonic Emperor, sending him flying into the sky. Zhou Xuanji lay down and looked at the Demonic Emperor leisurely. The Demonic Emperor stopped in midair and muttered with a deep frown, "Demon God's body? Tianwu." Waves of shock surged in his heart. How did Zhou Xuanji obtain Demon God Tianwu? And with this brat's cultivation, how could he refine Demon God Tianwu's corpse into a clone? It was completely illogical. He flipped his right hand and took out a black saber that was surrounded by blood chi. He was prepared to attack again. "Benefactor, I advise you to leave this place or else I will kill you." The old immortal's voice came from the temple. The Demonic Emperor heard him and his expression changed drastically. He looked back at the temple with fear in his eyes. "May I ask who you are?" he asked with a deep voice. "Is it important?" The old immortal replied. The Demonic Emperor's expression changed. Finally, he turned into a ball of black chi and dissipated. "You can protect him now, but you can't protect him forever. Once he leaves you, it will be the day of his death." The Demonic Emperor's chilling voice resounded across the clouds for a long time. Zhou Xuanji did not mind. He had heard such threats many times. By the time he left, he would have transformed. Chapter 541. After the demonic emperor left, Zhou Xuanji did not recall demon god Tianwu. Instead, he asked him to sit beside him, and they looked at the horizon together, training their mental state. Everything was quiet. Occasionally he could even hear the old immortal preaching about the Tao. This kind of experience was not dull at all for him. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. He was now 270 years old. In the past 10 years he had never gone back. Sometimes he would communicate with Xianxia through the 24-rank deep black lotus to understand the situation of the divine cliff. As the war between the human race and the demon race became more intense, the divine cliff had no choice but to send disciples to support them. In order to strengthen themselves, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Qin Bantian, and Meng Tianlang also went to the front line to participate in the war. Yang Yuqian asked Zhou Xuanji why he was not back yet. After Jianghu told him that Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, Yang Yuqian did not ask again. He understood that for Zhou Xuanji time was of the essence. After 20 years of peace in front of the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji's state of mind was no longer the same as before. He sat on the tree trunk and listened to the sound of the wind. Using his fingers as a sword, his fingers seemed to glow as they drew lines of light in the air. It was dazzling and magical. Although he had never cultivated, his understanding of the sword principle had deepened. If he were to condense a sword soul now, its lethality would be far greater than before. This was the improvement of the state of mind. The mountain was no longer a mountain, and the sword was no longer the original sword. The old immortal suddenly walked out of the temple. He came under the tree and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he smiled and said, "It's time for you to leave." Zhou Xuanji looked down and asked, "Go out? Is that enough?" The old immortal smiled, "It's about time for your magic power to grow. Now that the humans and demons are at war, you can make good use of the world Buddha art. When you break through to Universe Heaven level 18, come back and find me." He raised his right hand and tapped Zhou Xuanji's forehead. A stream of memories flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind. It was a divine ability. 9 soul fusion technique. This divine ability could allow the main body to fuse with the avatars. At most, it could fuse with 9 bodies at the same time. The strength after the fusion was related to the cultivation of each body. However, this divine ability consumed a lot of his soul. With his cultivation he could only use it for 2 hours at most. He still needed a few days to recover. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and landed before the old immortal. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior." This divine ability was made just for him, so he had to be grateful. However, even though he was expressing his gratitude, he appeared to be indifferent. It wasn't that he wasn't moved. It was just that his state of mind had improved and he could control his emotions. A woman whose fate is intertwined with yours is in danger and is trapped in the demon god temple. The old immortal said meaningfully, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. The woman whose fate was intertwined with his? Other than Jianghu, there was also Xianxia. Jianghu was safe and sound in the 24-rank deep black lotus. That was Xianxia. He nodded lightly and said, "Then I'll go first." The old immortal stroked his long beard as he smiled and nodded, and Zhou Xuanji turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared over the horizon. Looking in the direction he left, the old immortal shook his head and said, "This person was born not to belong here." Zhou Xuanji stood on the wind-cutter sword, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked ahead calmly. His mind was calm and he wasn't thinking about anything. As for Xianxia, he believed that she would be able to hold on until he arrived. "Zhou Xuanji, you are finally willing to come out." The demonic emperor's voice came. Next, Zhou Xuanji turned his body suddenly and dodged the demonic emperor's bloody claw. His chest was less than 5 centimeters away from the demonic emperor's claw, which was a fatal distance. But he was still unhurried. Demon god Tianwu appeared out of nowhere and punched at the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor's pupils contracted. He blocked with both arms but was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. He steadied himself and said with gritted teeth, "How can you?" A Universe Heaven level 10 cultivator could not react so quickly. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, "You are indeed unwilling to give up. But this time the roles of the hunter and the prey will be swapped." The demonic emperor frowned and did not understand what he meant. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji activated the 9 soul fusion technique and fused his body with demon god Tianwu. In an instant, demon god Tianwu opened its eyes, and 2 beams of cold light shot out from its eyes. He maintained the form of demon god Tianwu, and his aura was violent. The form of the 9 soul fusion technique could be decided at will, and he could also maintain his original form. But against the demonic emperor, he planned to use the most brutal form. The demonic emperor frowned even more. He did not understand what kind of divine ability this was, but he still took out his blood-chi black saber and prepared to fight. Ever since he realized that Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu, he wanted Zhou Xuanji even more. This child was his descendant and should be under his control. He slashed at Zhou Xuanji, and his saber chi exploded, slicing the heavens and the earth in half. A legendary sword appeared in demon god Tianwu's right hand. It was the sky-judging sword. Universe Essence Legendary Sword. Before he swung his sword chi exploded and dispersed the demonic emperor's saber chi. At the same time he absorbed a massive wave of magic energy. Demon god Tianwu walked toward the demonic emperor with his sword. A powerful gale surrounded his body and grew rapidly. Finally, it turned into a towering hurricane that circled around recklessly. The demonic emperor stared at the sword, and his expression changed slightly. He knew that Zhou Xuanji had many swords, but he did not expect him to have such a powerful one. Such a treasure usually only appeared in the hands of connecting heaven cultivators, just like his saber. Very good. Zhou Xuanji, I will let you die a painful death. The demonic emperor laughed sinisterly, and his aura grew tremendously. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to waste his breath. 18 sword souls materialized behind him in a fan shape, looking majestic. After 20 years of tempering his mind, he finally unleashed it today. Demonic Emperor, do you know what hell looks like? Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. He activated the primordial chaos sword shadow straight away. 5 billion sword shadows appeared in all directions and surrounded him and the demonic emperor instantly, enveloping them in the primordial chaos sword shadow. The demonic emperor frowned and slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his saber. Countless saber chis burst out in all directions. The 5 billion sword shadows moved as well and charged toward the demonic emperor. Boom! A deafening explosion. A powerful radiance appeared, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Mountains were turned into ashes, and the clouds were obliterated. A powerful destructive force swept across 10,000 miles, turning everything within 10,000 miles into nothingness. Within the powerful radiance, Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor fought. Although they could not see, both of them could accurately attack and defend. They were extremely fast, and the demon god's power shook the space, almost shattering it. Numerous sword souls flew out from Zhou Xuanji's back. The demonic emperor used all sorts of divine abilities, sometimes creating clones and sometimes transforming into black chi. He dodged each sword soul's attack and attacked Zhou Xuanji at the same time. Zhou Xuanji's swords were fast as well, but he was in a marvelous state. Compared to the demonic emperor, he appeared to be at ease. My sword is my sword and my Dao is my Dao. Zhou Xuanji spoke suddenly, which made the demonic emperor frown. What was this brat trying to do? However, Zhou Xuanji maintained his original attack, and the two were evenly matched. But somehow the demonic emperor felt uneasy. Chapter 542. The demonic emperor no longer dared to be careless and began to give it his all. In the powerful radiance, he sped up suddenly and unleashed the full power of the demon god's body. Zhou Xuanji frowned as he defended. Such horrifying power. If not for the demon god's body, he would have been blasted apart by the demonic emperor's power. Clang, clang, clang. The sword and the saber clashed. Every time the sky-judging sword and the blood-chi black saber clashed, the sound traveled far and wide. Countless living beings could hear it. No one dared to come close because Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor's aura was too horrifying. Zhou Xuanji activated the heaven essence divine energy in the sky-judging sword and grew more powerful. At the same time he used world reincarnation to deflect the demonic emperor's saber chi. Facing such a strange move, the demonic emperor did not panic. Instead, he strengthened his saber chi and became more ferocious. Zhou Xuanji could sense that each slash was more than twice as powerful as the previous one. Such a powerful saber technique. Seeing that the powerful radiance was about to dissipate, Zhou Xuanji moved away from the demonic emperor and raised his sword to use heavenly sword fall. Just when the demonic emperor was about to charge at him, a beam of light descended from the sky. With a loud boom, the demonic emperor was struck down and smashed through the ruins into the ground. Zhou Xuanji chased after him and activated world suppressing before jumping underground. In the blink of an eye, the sky-judging sword clashed with the blood-chi black saber. Zhou Xuanji pressed down on the demonic emperor and sank deeper. Damn! The demonic emperor stared at Zhou Xuanji with a hideous face. He wanted to tear this brat into pieces. He wanted to repel Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji also had the demon god's body. With world suppressing descending from the sky, the demonic emperor could not move at all. The two crashed through layers of rocks with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji summoned all his legendary swords and used Sword Sect Immortal Cry. More than 500 legendary swords glowed with white light and pierced toward the demonic emperor like a torrential downpour. The demonic emperor could only rely on his body to defend against these legendary swords. Boom! They fell into the earth's core suddenly and charged into the boiling sea of lava. The horrifying temperature caused them to suffer unimaginable pain. However, a demon god's body was the strongest physical body below heavenly sages. The great Thousand Realms earth core flame could not harm them. Zhou Xuanji disappeared suddenly, and the demonic emperor counterattacked immediately. He turned into countless duplicates and charged toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions. These clones all had different appearances and sizes, and all of them had ferocious expressions as they charged forward without any regard for their own safety. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep blocked all the attacks for him. If not for his immortal power, most of the divine swords would have been instantly burned to ashes by the earth core flame. Die! The demonic emperor suddenly roared. The black flames turned into a pillar of light and shot out of his mouth, blasting Zhou Xuanji out of the earth's core. The legendary swords were brought out because of Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw that the earth's core, which was as massive as the sun, was surging with huge waves. At the same time, the ground of the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was shaking violently. All the oceans and rivers were churning. The earth's core was damaged and the world collapsed. Countless living beings were in an uproar. In the demonic god temple, Xianxia and the white-haired old man were imprisoned in an iron cage. Not only them, but there were also many other iron cages around them, imprisoning many humans, devils, demons, and other living beings of other races. Duyushan was cultivating in the front hall. He opened his eyes suddenly and looked down. Such a powerful force. Who's fighting underground? He mumbled. The prisoners were all alarmed. What's going on? Is someone here to save us? No, the tremors are coming from underground. This aura is so evil. There's another powerful aura. It's as vast as a saint's. Xianxia frowned and felt uneasy. The white-haired old man beside her panicked as well. Seems like we're going to die here, he said with a bitter smile. He did not expect those powerhouses to go this far just to fight for the heavenly saints. The power that the two terrifying cultivators underground unleashed was enough to defeat anyone below the heavenly saints. What else could make such powerful cultivators fight so fearlessly other than the heavenly law violet chi? The demon realm. The demon ancestor opened his eyes suddenly. With a deep frown he mumbled, Demonic Emperor. The other auras, Demon God Tianwu? No, there's another aura in his aura. It seems like he was really possessed. He disappeared immediately. The demon realm. The demon emperor, who was reading, sensed Zhou Xuanji and the demonic emperor's auras and was shocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji can fight the demonic emperor? He immediately found Snake Lord Xianxia, and the two demons headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand together. Not only them, but all the connecting heaven cultivators in the entire Wanshan Great Thousand were alarmed. Such a great battle must have been caused by the heavenly law violet chi. At the same time, the demonic emperor's eyes were bloodshot. He roared continuously and swore to kill Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji could still remain calm. Facing such a ruthless demonic emperor, his eyes were sharp. With his sword techniques and sword souls, he could block each of the demonic emperor's attacks perfectly. The 9-soul fusion technique was really amazing. It allowed him to completely adapt to demon god Tianwu's body. However, this divine ability could not be used for a long time. He had to get out of this state after 2 hours. Which meant that if he could not defeat the demonic emperor within 2 hours, the fate that awaited him would be worse than death. If it were in the past, he would surely be very anxious. But now, he somehow recalled his experiences in the past 20 years. The heavenly law's rules enveloped the Great Thousand and appeared among all living beings. Various memories of the past appeared in his mind, and the old immortal's voice of the Tao resounded. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep and the demonic emperor's movements became slower and slower in his eyes. It was a marvelous feeling. He was not surprised. He suddenly understood the old immortal's words. Kunlun Origin Court was the heart. The legendary swords that were spinning at high speed began to vibrate. Zhou Xuanji's body suddenly glowed with a powerful radiance like the divine moon. He had an epiphany. He mumbled to himself, thousands of sword techniques, man and sword as one, can cultivate the sword will. Sword will connecting with the divine, can cultivate the sword soul. The demonic emperor was annoyed and roared furiously, Bastard! Don't look down on me. I'm your ancestor. The northern wilderness people were all his descendants, including Zhou Xuanji. So he felt humiliated that he was evenly matched with Zhou Xuanji. What was even more humiliating was that Zhou Xuanji was gaining epiphanies as he fought. He almost exploded in anger. My sword's way is the sword Dao rules. Zhou Xuanji cried out suddenly, and the white radiance on his body grew stronger. More than 500 legendary swords pierced into the demonic emperor as though they had teleported. The swords gathered into a white ball of light that engulfed the demonic emperor. Everything happened too quickly, and the demonic emperor could not react at all. Die, Zhou Xuanji mumbled calmly. Boom, all the legendary swords were deflected and minced the demonic emperor into pieces. His flesh and blood scattered in the underground space. The demonic emperor's soul flew out. His face was full of fear as he said with a trembling voice, "How can it be? I have the body of a demon god, the body of a demon god." Zhou Xuanji looked up at him calmly as though he was looking at an ant. Chapter 543. What? Impossible. The demonic emperor cried out in fear, then roared with all his might. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and asked, "Do you know about the Kunlun origin court?" The demonic emperor was stunned. What was that? The divine swords once again pierced his soul as if they had teleported, turning his soul into ashes with a force surpassing that of thunder. Domineering. Powerful. After comprehending a higher level of the sword's way above the sword's soul, Zhou Xuanji instantly killed the demonic emperor. His cultivation level did not increase, but he was using the power of demon god Tianwu. Not only that, he vaguely felt that his soul had suddenly become stronger, as if he had been reborn. Could it be the old immortal's words? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was not surprised by the demonic emperor's death but began to think about himself. During his 20 years of meditation, the old immortal would preach about Tao every few days. What he talked about was not cultivation techniques but the rules of all things. It seemed that these words were not as simple as they seemed. Unknowingly, it was actually tempering his soul. "May I know who you are?" A cold voice came and Zhou Xuanji glanced over. The demon ancestor, who was shrouded in demonic qi, descended. Within the demonic qi only his face could be seen. His brows were domineering and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji remembered his eyes. He had once looked up to the fiend ancestor. At this moment, in his eyes, the demon ancestor was no longer so powerful that it was unreachable. Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's not important. I'm just settling a personal grudge with the demonic emperor." He retrieved all the divine swords and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the rock wall underground. The fiend ancestor did not give chase. Instead, he frowned and pondered. Who is this person? What a powerful sword might. Why haven't I seen it before? The demon ancestor was puzzled and had a strange expression on his face. To be able to kill the demonic emperor so easily, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The demon the Arch suddenly appeared. When he saw that only the devil ancestor was left, he was stunned. Amit Ba, I didn't expect another saint contender to appear in the Wanshan Great Thousand. A compassionate voice sounded out, and a pair of eyes lit up in the darkness. It was a pair of golden eyes. The fiend ancestor and the demon the Arch turned their heads at the same time and revealed a look of fear in their eyes. Ninth Nether Buddha, you're finally willing to come out of seclusion. The demon the Arch sneered, but he felt the pressure in his heart. There was one more contender for the position of saint. In the Taoist temple, the old immortal who was meditating on the futon suddenly opened his eyes and smiled approvingly. Good kid, you've comprehended the meaning of the great Tao so quickly. Although it's very shallow, at least you've seen the door. I didn't waste my cultivation and soul power to teach you so many great Tao sounds in vain. The old immortal closed his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers. The smile on his face grew wider. Meanwhile, in the void, inside a palace that was suspended in the midst of a group of meteorites, the demonic emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and his condition instantly weakened. He opened his eyes, which were filled with hatred and resentment. Zhou Xuanji, he clenched his teeth in extreme anger. When he calmed down, he took a deep breath. He suddenly remembered Zhou Xuanji's words. Kunlun Origin Court, is this name a place? Or was it the name of a force? He sank into his thoughts. Fighting with Zhou Xuanji was a great humiliation to him, and if he did not take revenge, he would never be able to become a saint. Zhou Xuanji quickly traveled underground. He spread out his divine sense and confirmed that no one was following him. With his current traveling speed, not many people in Wanshan Great Thousand could catch up to him. He was still thinking about the state of enlightenment. Sword Dao rules. Dao. He suddenly understood the old immortal's words. Kunlun Origin Court was Dao, and Dao was in everyone's heart. If one could understand Dao, one could control it directly. There were many Daos, but it was extremely difficult to understand Dao. It was even more difficult than becoming a saint. If one's cultivation was not high enough to become an overlord saint, one could still rely on the heavenly law violet qi. But to understand Dao, one could only rely on talent and serendipity. Although he believed in his talent, he understood that it was all thanks to the old immortal that he could understand Dao. However, his Dao was still very shallow and there was still a long way to go. 2 hours later, he sat under a tree and began his breakthrough. After the battle with the demonic emperor, he absorbed a lot of the demonic emperor's magic energy. Together with the Dao will he understood, it was enough for him to break through. He noticed that the environment around him was shattered. It was evidently the aftermath of the battle at the core. He was so far away from where the battle took place. It seemed like the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was affected. He shook his head without joy or sorrow. Soon he broke through to Universe Heaven Level 11. Because of Dao, he did not encounter a heavenly tribulation. He understood the old immortal's words again. Why would the heavenly law not punish him after he became an overlord saint? The existence of Dao was above the heavenly law. There were thousands of Daos and the heavenly law was one of them. After his breakthrough, he did not leave immediately but waited for his soul power to recover. He could only save Xianxia with the 9-soul fusion technique. In the next few days, the news of a powerful cultivator fighting at the core spread across the Wanshan Great Thousand. That battle had affected the entire Wanshan Great Thousand, and countless living beings had been caught in the crossfire. At the same time, everyone finally understood how horrifying the tribulation of contending to become a saint was. The Wanshan Great Thousand was facing the crisis of shattering. The Great Thousand Worlds were so fragile in front of the peerless almighty beings. Demon God Palace. Duyushan opened his eyes and asked, "In the Wanshan Great Thousand, whose sword's way is the most powerful?" "Sword's way." Xianxia was dazed and immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. She sighed faintly. She did not know if she could see him again. Until today she still could not marry him. This was her greatest regret. An evil cultivator replied with a trembling voice, "It might be Sword Sovereign Gu right now, but there might be many powerful cultivators in the Sword's way who did not die and are only in isolated cultivation. Throughout history the most powerful one should be Zhongdao Huaxing. He could split the Great Thousand World in half with a single slash." Zhongdao Huaxing? Duyushan frowned. Evidently he had heard of this name before. He mumbled, "I did not expect this guy to be from the Wanshan Great Thousand. Seems like that person just now was him. Is he already so powerful?" All the captives were anxious. Duyushan's power made them despair. They did not want to die, so they did not dare to offend him. Duyushan closed his eyes and did not speak any more. Xianxia asked the white-haired old man softly, "Why did he not kill us?" The white-haired old man sighed and said, "I don't know, but it's not a good thing." The other captives became agitated too. Among them, some had been imprisoned for years and some for months. They saw many captives being taken away by Duyushan and never seen again. The fear of the unknown was the most torturous. Time continued to pass. 5 days later, a figure appeared on the peak of the mountain and looked toward the demon god palace far away. It was Zhou Xuanji. This was his second time coming to the demon god palace. Last time he was almost killed by the ruined demon emperor. This time his mentality changed drastically. He looked ahead and mumbled, "Old demonic woman, you really did not die. You are so tough." Chapter 544. Zhou Xuanji stood on the peak and scanned the demon god palace with his divine sense to search for Xianxia. Boom. Just when his divine sense neared the demon god palace, it was repelled by a formless force. With the demon god palace as the center, all the demons within 100 miles were alarmed and looked around. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He summoned demon god Tianwu and activated the 9-soul fusion technique. This time he maintained his original appearance. His aura exploded, and the mountain under his feet crumbled into countless rocks, which smashed toward the surrounding forests and mountains. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-judging sword and summoned all his legendary swords. He activated Sword Sect Immortal Cry and leaped toward the demon god palace. He was extremely fast. The demons along the way could not even react in time before he broke through the gate and charged into the palace. Duyushan, who was cultivating, opened his eyes suddenly and laughed coldly, "You dare to barge in here? I want to see what you are going to do." After that, he turned into a series of afterimages and passed through the cages. The two collided in a palace path. The violent aura shattered the walls beside them. The terrifying aura caused the demon god palace to collapse. Zhou Xuanji and Du Yixin stared at each other. "You are not Zhongdao Huaxing," Du Yixin said with a deep voice. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji did not know him, so he activated Sword Dao rules straight away. Boom! All of the divine swords hit Du Yixin and turned his body into ashes in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji followed him into the depths of the demon god palace. Du Yixin's soul escaped and looked back in fear. What was that? How could it be? Du Yixin was frightened and did not dare to chase after him. In the palace, the captives were trembling in fear. They were uneasy. The demon god palace is going to collapse. What's going on? Who is attacking the demon god palace? So horrifying. What should we do? Where's Du Yixin? How could he let someone barge in? We're doomed? The captives cried out in fear. Xianxia and the white-haired old man were anxious too. No one wanted to die. Facing a powerful being like Du Yixin, they could not even use the celestial devil rebirth technique. They thought that their souls could not escape Du Yixin's eyes. A ray of sword light flashed, and Zhou Xuanji came to Xianxia's cage. With a slash, the iron bars of the cage were cut in half. Xianxia's vision blurred, and before she could react, she was pulled into Zhou Xuanji's embrace. She opened her eyes wide, and when she saw that it was Zhou Xuanji, a look of pleasant surprise appeared in her eyes. How could it be him? Impudent. The white-haired old man was furious. He saw Xianxia as his descendant, so how could he allow Zhou Xuanji to treat her so lightly? His palms slammed into Zhou Xuanji's body, and with a cracking sound, his right arm broke. He is my ancestor. Even though she was pleasantly surprised by Zhou Xuanji's power, she was afraid that he would harm her ancestor. Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's not that I want to attack him." With his left hand holding onto Xianxia's waist, he waved his sword with his right hand. All of the captives' cages exploded, allowing them to regain their freedom. Zhou Xuanji leapt up with Xianxia and charged out of the demon god palace, coming into the sky. Countless demons pounced at them from all directions, but Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep destroyed all of them. Zhou Xuanji could see that these demons were under Du Yixin's control. They did not fear death, which meant that Du Yixin was not completely dead yet. Captives flew out from the demon god palace one after another, including Xianxia's ancestor, the white-haired old man. Du Yixin appeared in the sky 1,000 meters away and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. "Who are you?" he asked with gritted teeth. The Sword Dao rules caught him off guard. He kept thinking about how Zhou Xuanji destroyed his body, but he could not figure it out. Dao wills were so profound. If he could understand them, he would be invincible below the heavenly saints with his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him calmly. Du Yixin felt uneasy under his gaze and stepped back instinctively. Swoosh! All the legendary swords came at him again and shredded his soul into pieces. Everything happened too quickly. Xianxia only saw a flash of sword light, and next, Du Yixin was dead. How can it be? Xianxia opened her beautiful eyes wide. She could not believe what she saw. Only how long had it been, and Zhou Xuanji had already become so powerful. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. 5 billion sword shadows exploded and killed all the evil demons. The explosion was deafening, and a violent gale pressed down on the world. Next, he left with her, and the two disappeared into the horizon. Du Yixin, who was famous recently, could not fight back at all. The captives were all stupefied. The explosions around them told them that this was not a dream. Who is he? He's so powerful. He's Zhou Xuanji. I've seen him before. Back then, at the Great Heaven God Dynasty's God platform, he was so powerful and invincible. Zhou Xuanji? The most powerful person in the Center God Province? He's so powerful. He lives up to his reputation. Is he really only 200 years old? After the captives came back to their senses, they began discussing Zhou Xuanji excitedly. The white-haired old man held his right arm and levitated in the air. He was silent, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Because of Xianxia, he knew Zhou Xuanji. It was already ridiculous for this brat to reach the heavenly law true God stage at such a young age. But now, the more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. This brat must be the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia came to the void. He deactivated the 9-soul fusion technique and stored demon god Tianwu into the Xianxia map. Although it was not 2 hours yet, deactivating it earlier could shorten the cooldown time. "Wait at the side," he said with a smile. After that, he let go of Xianxia and drew some distance between them. He sat down in the void and began his breakthrough. He had absorbed half of Duyushin's magic energy, which was enough for him to break through again. There were not many cultivators like Duyushin in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Apart from him, Zhou Xuanji had also absorbed countless evil magic energy. His cultivation began to grow tremendously, and Zhou Xuanji's aura grew more and more powerful. Even Xianxia was shocked. In the end, he successfully broke through to Universe Heaven level 12. Just when he broke through, his cultivation stopped growing. Xianxia came up to him and asked curiously, "Brat, what's your cultivation stage now?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied, "Universe Heaven level 12. Xianxia was stunned. She knew that above the heavenly law true God was Universe Heaven. But how could he kill Duyushin so easily with just Universe Heaven level 12 cultivation? It must be known that Azure Demon Emperor and Ruin Demon Emperor were both defeated by Duyushin. Zhou Xuanji pinched her chin and said with a smile, "Where do you want to go next?" Xianxia did not avoid him. Instead, she drew closer to him and whispered into his ear, "Where do you want me to go?" He shook his head and said, "If you really have nowhere to go, then return to Emperor Sword Court. What do you think?" Hearing this, she immediately retreated. She rolled her eyes and said, "Can I rely on your prestige now?" Chapter 545. Ever since Zhou Xuanji met Xianxia, she had been helping him. He had saved him time and time again and even found opportunities for him. Violet Demon Palace and the Primordial Ancestor statue were both found by her. He was no longer the same person he was in the past. As long as he supported her, he would. "Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. As he spoke, he gently lifted her veil. This old witch was still breathtakingly beautiful. In terms of appearance, Xianxia was definitely the most beautiful existence he had ever seen. Even the fairies of the Divine Palace could not compare. He wasn't the kind of person who was interested in looks. Otherwise, there would be countless women throwing themselves at him. In his heart, other than Jianghu, the most important person was Xianxia. As for Zhou Shaoxian, she was behind Daoya. Old man, in the demon world, there's a demon river that leads to the world core. I want to obtain the world core of the demon world. Now that the demon ancestor has come to the Wanshan Great Thousand in search of the heavenly law Violet Qi, the demon emperor guarding the world core shouldn't be your match. After all, the Azure Demon Emperor is ranked in the top 5 of the demon world. As for offending the demon ancestor, she was not afraid at all. Even after ascending, she was still the fearless dragon Proud Flower. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Like before, I can only last for 2 hours. Is that enough?" Xianxia was not surprised. After all, it was Zhou Xuanji. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Of course it's enough. Once I've fused with the heart of the demon realm, my cultivation will soar. In time, I might even be able to control the entire demon realm. In the future, you will be the man of the demon realm's master. Are you happy?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Give me 3 days." Xianxia immediately laid in his arms, snuggling up to him like a little bird. He did not reject it. At this point, he and Jianghu had already acknowledged Xianxia, and even Zhou Shaoxian often missed her Auntie Xian. Although the two of them had not formally married, they had already given their hearts to each other. Zhou Xuanji did not act recklessly. He gently stroked her hair and asked about her experiences over the years. She did not talk about it but started from when she parted with Zhou Xuanji. Amidst the vast starry sky, the two of them embraced each other. There were many meteorites floating around them, and there were even stars twinkling in the distance. It was a beautiful scene. The news of Zhou Xuanji killing Duyushin swept across the Center God province and the nearby provinces like a whirlwind before spreading to the entire Wanshan Great Thousand. Even the Azure Demon Emperor and the Ruin Demon Emperor were no match for Duyushin. How could a prodigy less than 300 years old kill Duyushin so easily? However, the captives could all testify, making the news true. The name of the Sword Emperor spread throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand for the second time. The first time was because of the Great Emperor Tablet. Other times, Zhou Xuanji's reputation was only in the Center God province. On this day, under the dim sky, Xianxia stood by the seaside and looked at the surging waves in front of him. "Zhou Xuanji has grown," he said. "Aren't you going to get rid of him?" After knowing about Zhou Xuanji's battle achievements, Xianxia completely panicked. Although he did not understand how Zhou Xuanji became so powerful, he was very dangerous. Even the malicious Buddha had died at Zhou Xuanji's hands. If he continued to wait, how could he survive? "Someone will do it. Have you divined anything about the heavenly law Violet Qi?" A calm voice came from the sea. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji wasn't as important as becoming a saint. As long as he became a saint, he could easily destroy 10,000 Zhou Xuanjis. Xianxia replied with a frown, I can't. Sage Daojing might have hidden it somewhere or given it to someone. Didn't Azure Demon Emperor say that the heavenly law Violet Qi was in Divine Lord Ji's hands? He seemed to have forgotten that Divine Lord Ji helped him find the Divine Sword. Divine Lord Ji can't possibly possess the heavenly law Violet Qi. Even if he has it, he is not qualified to become a saint. Hearing this, Xianxia remained calm. Divine Lord Ji was indeed a powerful cultivator, but he was nothing compared to a truly powerful cultivator. Go to the demon realm and take a look. More and more powerful cultivators will return to the Wanshan Great Thousand. It's time for the great Emperor Dao Court to reappear in the human world, the voice in the sea muttered. Xianxia nodded and left immediately. In the starry sky, old ancestor Xianxia sat under a tree and looked at the chessboard. He suddenly frowned and mumbled, Duyushan is dead. This aura, it's him. Even though he was far away from the Wanshan Great Thousand, he could sense that Zhou Xuanji had killed Duyushan. He was not angry but became more interested in Zhou Xuanji. He waved his right hand and countless radiant stars flew in all directions. If so, let's make the saint battle even more intense. I hope that the next heavenly saint will be more interesting. Old ancestor Xianxia mumbled to himself with an unfathomable smile on his face. After that, he turned his attention back to the chessboard. In the demon realm, Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia walked out of a portal. He realized that the demonic qi in the demon realm was thinner than before. It might be because the demons had returned to the Wanshan Great Thousand. The two walked toward the demonic river. The demonic river had existed since the birth of the demon realm. It flowed through the entire demon realm, and the spiritual qi of the demon realm came from it. The demonic river would flow to the two ends of the demon realm and flow into the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart would evaporate the demonic river, and the demonic river would flow into the sky of the entire demon realm. They soon found the demonic river and walked along it. They did not walk quickly as though they were taking a stroll in the park. This was Zhou Xuanji's opinion. Any journey is cultivation. Young man, don't be in a hurry, Zhou Xuanji said casually. Zhou Xuanji said casually. With the 9-soul fusion technique, he was not afraid of the demonic ancestor coming. Now his eyes were set on the Tao. He was chasing after the Overlord Saint and looking at the Kunlun Origin Court. He was already indifferent to everything under the heavenly law. To put it in an arrogant way, he did not take anyone seriously. Demon God Tianwu was already his duplicate, so it naturally belonged to him. It was the source of his confidence. Aren't you afraid that your little wife will be in danger if you waste time? Xianxia asked teasingly. This old demonic woman loved to tease Zhou Xuanji about Jianghu. Zhou Xuanji smiled and told her about the 24-rank deep black lotus. Xianxia sighed, I was wondering why you were so patient to accompany me. Sigh, seems like I'm not the one you love the most. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, love is love. There's no priority. There was only priority. First come, first served. Xianxia was shocked by his words and burst out laughing. The two continued walking. Zhou Xuanji began to talk about the principles of life. He talked about his understanding of the Tao, but he did not point out the existence of the Tao. Xianxia found it interesting at first. But after that, the demonic voice lingered in her ears. She pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheek and snorted, Brat, why are you like a fly? Zhou Xuanji sighed. The Tao is right in front of you but you don't want to grasp it. You will regret it. After that, they quickened their pace. Half a month later, they came to the horizon of the demonic world. The demonic river flowed down from the horizon, forming a majestic waterfall. At this point, the demonic river was as vast as the ocean. The spiritual qi turned into a sea of mist that shrouded the sky. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 546. Zhou Xuanji hugged Xianxia's waist and jumped down from the horizon. As soon as they jumped down, they felt a strong suction force. From this angle, the demon world looked like a funnel, and they and the demon river flowed down the surface of this funnel. Xianxia looked around excitedly with a curious look on her face. First time here? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xianxia nodded and said, the legend of the demon realm's heart has been passed down for a long time. It is said that the demon realm's heart is guarded by the demon realm's 9 patriarchs. Apart from the demon patriarchs, any living creature that approaches will be killed. Her eyes shone with excitement. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This old demonic woman's obsession with power was no less than his. He immediately moved forward at full speed, flying along the demonic river. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. They finally crashed into a bright light, and when they opened their eyes again, they were in an underground world. In front of them was a waterfall flowing down the mountain wall, converging into a lake with a diameter of several hundred miles. Floating above the lake was a crystal in the shape of a prism. It reflected rainbow-colored light. It was precisely the demonic realm core. Zhou Xuanji had already sensed the presence of the demon realm 9 ancestors. They were powerful indeed. Although they were not as powerful as Duishan, they were still powerful connecting heaven cultivators. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique and fused demon god Tianwu into his body. Xianxia, who was beside him, could clearly feel the change in his aura. Numerous divine swords appeared around them, flashing with white light as they spun at high speed. Sword sect immortal ghost weep. So powerful, Xianxia's eyes were filled with splendor. This time she truly experienced how unfathomable Zhou Xuanji was. Those legendary swords spiraled so quickly that she could not even see them clearly. Boom. Boom. Boom, 9 massive waves of might exploded out, and they rushed toward Zhou Xuanji and Yi Shiwen from all directions. Who dares to trespass the forbidden area of the demon realm? A dignified voice rang out, filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to look at them. He carried Xianxia with one hand and flew toward the demon realm heart. He could feel that the heart of the demon realm contained an endless amount of demon qi, as expected of the source and center of the demon realm. Courting death. How dare you? Stop him. Umph. The demon realm 9 ancestors were infuriated and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Facing Zhou Xuanji, they sensed danger, so they did not act recklessly and chose to attack together. The 9 ancestors of the devil world attacked from 9 different directions. They were shrouded in devil qi and did not reveal their true forms. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed and he directly unleashed Sword Dao rules. All the divine swords scattered the 9 ancestors of the devil world as if they had teleported, and the light of the swords lit up the entire underground space. The 9 patriarchs of the demonic world were directly reduced to ashes, their souls dispersed, and they no longer existed. They were not as strong as the demonic emperor and Duishan. They could not even protect their souls. Powerful. Domineering. Xianxia had a taste of invincibility and she sighed faintly. Back when she was in the northern wilderness region, she had also been this awe-inspiring. She looked at the heart of the demonic realm excitedly. The two of them quickly flew to the demon realm heart. The demon realm core was 100 meters tall, and there were countless mirrors on its surface. From here one could see every corner of the demon realm. How do I use it? Zhou Xuanji asked softly. He glanced at Xianxia and realized that the old demonic woman's expression had changed. Crazy. She suppressed her excitement and narrowed her eyes. I'm not sure, but I can feel it calling out to me. She suddenly broke free from Zhou Xuanji's hand and slammed into the demon realm heart. Zhou Xuanji quickly grabbed her and was about to stop her. At this moment, the demon realm heart released a horrifying suction force and dragged Xianxia into it forcefully. Zhou Xuanji was greatly shocked. He instinctively slashed at the demon realm heart to create an opening for him to enter. However, the demon realm heart was extremely tough. His sky-judging sword and physical strength could not break it at all. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji frowned and touched the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart was cold, and his divine sense could not penetrate it. He had completely lost contact with Xianxia. Don't worry. I'm trying to fuse the demon realm heart. Xianxia's voice came from the demon realm heart. Her voice was as excited as before and it was even trembling a little. Are you confident? Zhou Xuanji asked. If the demon realm heart was so easy to fuse, the 9 patriarchs would have taken action long ago. No, but I'm willing to try. Because the primordial ancestor statue said that I'm the destined lord of the demon realm. I don't want to wait too long, so I want to try now. If I fail, it's fate. Xianxia's answer made Zhou Xuanji speechless. Fate? Was this old demonic woman crazy? With a sigh, he deactivated the 9-soul fusion technique and asked demon god Tianwu to stand guard behind him. He sat cross-legged in the void and began to imitate the old immortal's great Tao's voice. He did not know that those words were the great Tao's voice, but he remembered them in his heart. Spring and summer, the sky is high and the earth is sparse. Where the Tao is, the heart yearns. Everything has its rules. If the Tao belongs to you, no one can steal it. If the Tao doesn't belong to you, it's useless to prove the Tao with strength. The Tao is the Tao. It's in the heart, in the form, in the spirit. He recited in his heart, and his voice traveled into the demon realm heart, which caused a slight ripple. Zhou Xuanji's Dao's voice reverberated in the underground space. Boom, boom, boom. Azure Demon Emperor and Snake Lord Xianxia fought ferociously in the forest. The demonic ancestor and the beast emperor sat in the air facing each other, watching the battle below. They were watching the show, but Azure Demon Emperor and Snake Lord Xianxia were fighting with their lives. At this moment, the demonic ancestor sensed something and frowned slightly. The beast emperor noticed his expression and mocked, "What? You want to leave?" The demonic ancestor regained his composure and said, "If I can't win this battle, why should I leave?" He thought in his heart. The demon realm heart could not leave the demonic realm, and his opponent could not move the demon realm heart either. Even if he delayed for a while, it would not affect anything. After the thought, he continued to watch the battle patiently and continued his game with the beast emperor. This game was not a joke. Whoever lost would have to provide their own information without any falsehood. The beast emperor and the demonic ancestor had known each other for countless years, but they could still be honest with each other. Because it was not their first time contending to become a saint. At the same time, on the other side of the demonic realm, in a cave, the primordial ancestor statue trembled violently. The four eyes on the monkey's face began to move as though they were alive. Heavenly Law Demon Lord born out of nowhere. Slaughter the world and rid the world of evils. A vast voice came from the primordial ancestor statue. It was emotionless. Next, it began to spin and burrow into the soil before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji was still preaching before the demon realm heart. He did not know if this could help Xianxia, but the demon realm heart must be extremely evil. He must try his best to keep Xianxia calm. Time passed day by day. Most of the living beings in the demonic realm were in Wanshan Great Thousand. After the demon realm's 9 ancestors fell, no other demons came here, including the demonic ancestor. In the beginning, Zhou Xuanji could still communicate with Xianxia. But until now, no matter how he called out to her, Xianxia did not respond. He did not panic but preached patiently. In such a dangerous situation, his state of mind was elevated to an indescribable level. Chapter 547. Calm in the face of danger. The one he loved was in danger. In such an extreme situation, Zhou Xuanji was attracted by his own Dao voice. He thought about what Xianxia had said. If he failed, then that was fate. Since Xianxia had said so, what reason did he have to stop her? Everyone had their own path and their own choices. After thinking about this, Zhou Xuanji's heart was completely at peace. He entered a mysterious state and his mouth never stopped. More than 500 magical swords spun rapidly, their speed increasing. Strange characters flashed faintly in the white light, strange and hard to understand. There was a loud bang. The earth wall above them suddenly broke open, and the primordial ancestor statue descended, landing on the demon god's heart. The 2 eyes on the monkey's face suddenly flew out and entered the demon realm heart. The other 2 eyes were staring at Zhou Xuanji. Dao! The primordial ancestor statue's voice was so vast that Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in shock. He narrowed his eyes at the sight of the primordial ancestor statue. Why was the primordial ancestor statue here? Most importantly, the primordial ancestor statue's eyes were staring straight at him. Under the heaven Dao, there's actually someone who's able to comprehend Dao insight, and you even obtained my advancement. Where exactly did you come from? Are you from the origin court? The primordial ancestor statue asked as it looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked back, "Who are you? Why did you disguise it as the primordial ancestor statue for the common people to use?" The primordial ancestor statue replied, "I descended here before the heavenly path was born. I was waiting for the true heavenly path demon monarch to appear. She is the heavenly path demon monarch, but she tried to take the heart of the demonic world in advance and will suffer a backlash, so I came to help her. I didn't expect you to make the first move and use the sound of the great Dao to stabilize her will." Heavenly Law Demon Lord? Zhou Xuanji became even more confused. The primordial ancestor statue stared at him and said, "The heavenly law demon monarch eliminates those with heavy karma for the heavenly law. However, she is easily lost due to her power. You are the only existence that can suppress her. I will give my eye to you. From now on, your eyes will be connected and you can call each other's hearts." After he spoke, the 2 eyes on the monkey's face suddenly shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji instinctively dodged, and demon god Tianwu also acted. It was a pity that he was unable to block it, and that pair of eyes directly collided with his own. His consciousness instantly fell into darkness. In the depths of the starry sky, there was a stone coffin. Its surface was covered in all kinds of runes, and there was a black dragon coiling around it. The sarcophagus suddenly trembled violently. The black dragon was startled and roared. Immediately after, the black dragon was burned to ashes by the invisible flames, and so were the runes on the surface of the sarcophagus. Boom! The lid of the stone coffin suddenly flew off, revealing a figure. This was a man with 3 heads and 6 arms. He had gray hair and wore old armor. His face was expressionless and his eyes were golden. His 3 heads looked exactly the same with a pair of sharp black horns. Primordial ancestor, you are finally willing to show yourself. I did not wait for you for an entire heavenly Tao epic in vain. The golden-eyed man spoke slowly. His voice was strange, causing the entire starry sky to ripple. He suddenly disappeared into the sarcophagus and the sarcophagus shattered. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness finally came back. He opened his eyes and his pupils turned purple, looking incredibly mystical. He looked at the primordial ancestor statue on top of the demon realm heart. There were only 4 eye sockets left on the monkey's face. It looked extremely horrifying. Who are you really? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense an endless stream of celestial energy flowing out of his eyes. His eyes absorbed the spiritual qi in the world uncontrollably. The most peculiar thing was that he did not feel any discomfort. Instead he felt refreshed. His eyes were cool. With this pair of eyes, his cultivation would grow even faster. I am the primordial ancestor from the Kunlun origin court. I came to this place because of my enemy's pursuit. To avoid them, I catalyzed the birth of the heavenly law and hastened the formation of the heavenly law universe. Until today my days are numbered. To perfect the heavenly law, I wanted to create a heavenly law demon lord. That's how we met today, the primordial ancestor statue replied. Its voice was calm and emotionless. Zhou Xuanji's heart rippled. The primordial ancestor played a part in the birth of the heavenly law? The primordial ancestor statue rose up suddenly and disappeared after saying, everything has reincarnation. Karma has reincarnation, life and death have reincarnation, and the heavenly law has reincarnation too. The heavenly law has reincarnation? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood what it meant. The heavenly law would be destroyed and rebuilt. The heavenly saints drove everyone crazy because they coexisted with the heavenly law. If the heavenly law was destroyed, the heavenly saints would also fall. To be more precise, all living beings and worlds under the heavenly Tao would be destroyed. Why did the primordial ancestor suddenly say this? Could it be that the time for the destruction of the heavenly Tao was approaching? Zhou Xuanji thought of sage Daojing. Why was he in such a hurry to find opportunities to surpass saints? Could it be that he foresaw that the heavenly law was going to be destroyed? Otherwise, with Tiansheng's personality, it would be normal for him to wait several tens of thousands of years and make thorough preparations before going. As he pondered, he waited for Xianxia to successfully fuse with the demon realm heart. At this moment, a pair of gigantic eyes lit up in the demon realm heart. They were purple just like Zhou Xuanji. Xianxia. Her voice rang out from within, I've already fused with the heart of the devil world, and my fleshly body has been reconstructed. When I come out, I'll control the devil world. This period of time might be very long, so you should return first. I'll hide myself well and not let the devil ancestor sense me. How long is very long? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xianxia asked, how long can you wait for me? Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, when the heavenly law is destroyed. At that time he would bring the people around him to search for the path to Kunlun origin court. Xianxia smiled. She thought that this brat was just being glib. Zhou Xuanji turned around and was about to leave. Since Xianxia said that she would not let the devil ancestor discover her, he would believe her. When I come out, I will help you find the heavenly law violet qi and help you become a saint. Xianxia said again, which made Zhou Xuanji shake his head and laugh. He looked back at the eyes in the demon realm heart and asked, you don't want to become a saint? To become a saint, many brothers and companions had killed each other. Xianxia replied, if you become a saint, what's the difference between you and me? Zhou Xuanji smiled and disappeared on the spot. The purple eyes in the demon realm heart disappeared too. Everything returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji escaped beyond the 5 elements and left the demon realm. He headed toward Wanshan Great Thousand through the dark void between the worlds. Along the way he studied his eyes. When he focused his divine will on his eyes would turn scorching hot. It was as though a horrifying power was about to explode from his eyes. He did not try to make his eyes explode because he had a premonition that if he used the power of his eyes without permission, there would be dire consequences. This premonition came from his instinct. Half a year later, he returned to the old immortal's temple. Before he could speak, the old immortal's voice came, "You are in big trouble." Chapter 548. Zhou Xuanji was not scared by the old immortal and calmly asked, "Senior, please guide me." Meeting the primordial ancestor was definitely not just a fortuitous encounter. The primordial ancestor had said that he was being chased by his enemies. Just what kind of enemy could force the primordial ancestor into such a state? Also, the reason why the primordial ancestor had given them the eye was definitely not as simple as helping them suppress the heavenly law demon lord. Perhaps he wanted to divert the trouble to someone else. The primordial ancestor came from the Kunlun origin court and disappeared a long time ago. I didn't expect that he would appear before the heavenly Daos. The enemy he offended is definitely an existence that surpasses the heavenly Daos. He gave you his eyes because he wants to escape. His body is no longer here and only his eyes are left. Since you have these eyes, you can't escape from him. With his current ability, he couldn't stop the powerhouses of the Kunlun origin court at all. Is there a way to break it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could not pluck out his eyes. If he did, he would become blind. He had yet to cultivate any techniques or divine abilities that could reconstruct his body. Let's wait and see what happens first. Try not to use your eyes. Your beautiful woman is also in the heart of the demon world and won't come out for a while. That powerhouse of the Kunlun origin court won't easily enter the heavenly law. After all, the heavenly law is also controlled by someone. But if you use the power of your eyes, he will lock onto you immediately and use his supreme divine ability to teleport you out. The old immortal muttered, and Zhou Xuanji nodded. Who was the one controlling the heavenly Tao? He suddenly felt that all living beings under the heavenly law were frogs at the bottom of a well, including the heavenly saints. Who would have thought that the heavenly axiom with the highest status was actually in the hands of another existence? What counts as using my eyes? I'm using my eyes to communicate with her. Does that count? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. The demon realm heart was the origin of the demons, and Xianxia could easily become bedeviled. His eyes might really be able to help her. The old immortal replied, "This doesn't count as using. It only counts as communicating with your eyes. Using means that you use your eyes to kill your enemies." Zhou Xuanji nodded, bowed and left. His top priority now was to quickly become stronger and reach Universe Heaven level 18 as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword towards the battlefield between the humans and demons. Half a month later, he arrived at the eastern battlefield of the Center God Province. With the tyrannical might of the primordial chaos sword Shadow, he killed millions of evil demons. His cultivation was still a bit away from Universe Heaven level 13. Another month passed. He descended on another battlefield and killed 8 million demons. His cultivation level finally broke through to Universe Heaven level 13. 20 days later, he came to the north of the Center God Province and fought 3 demon emperors and 5 million powerful demons alone. He killed all of them with his sword and broke through to Universe Heaven level 14. The demon race had gone mad, and so had the Center God Province. Both races were discussing Zhou Xuanji's name. The demons hated him so much that they gnashed their teeth, while the living beings of the Center God Province cheered for him. The Sword Emperor is too powerful. How did he become so strong? Haha, the devil race can't even compare to a single person from our Center God Province. With the Sword Emperor taking action, our Center God Province will have fewer casualties. With the Sword Emperor's strength, can he also participate in the fight to become a saint? With these achievements, Zhou Xuanji became the most powerful cultivator in the Center God Province. His name shook the Wanshan Great Thousand, and he became a powerful cultivator in the world. This day, Zhou Xuanji walked in the wilderness and looked at the sceneries along the way. The fragrance of flowers and grass made him feel refreshed, and there was a gentle breeze. As he walked, he comprehended the Tao and never stopped. His sword Tao rules were growing steadily. He liked this alternative way of cultivation. As his Tao will grew, his aura began to assimilate with the heavens and the earth. Like the flowers and grass by the roadside, it was hard for others to notice him. As his reputation grew, more and more Emperor Sword Court disciples began to walk the Center God Province, especially the second-generation disciples. Not everyone wanted to ascend. They wanted to come to the Great Thousand World as soon as possible so that they could save on the time and cost of cultivation. Zhou Xuanji did not stop them. He was very lenient with his disciples. Suddenly he sensed a familiar aura. Suyang, Xiao Jinghong's disciple, the eldest senior apprentice brother of the second-generation disciples. Daoya Old Man said that he was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator, which was why Zhou Xuanji accepted him. Until today he had not awakened. Suyang was 100 miles away. He was following a group of young disciples. He was wrapped around a beautiful lady in a white dress, and he could not stop laughing. Feifei, you really don't believe me? My grand teacher really is Zhou Xuanji. I'm also from the northern wilderness region. Su Yang's face was full of smiles as he continuously spoke, causing the lady in the white dress to frown. The surrounding disciples could not bear to watch anymore. A young and arrogant male disciple stood out and shouted, "Brat, don't bother our eldest senior apprentice sister anymore, or else I'll kill you." Su Yang's cultivation was now at second tribulation scattered immortal. He might be able to dominate a region in the northern wilderness region, but he was nothing in the center God province. These cultivators were also great tribulation scattered immortals, and they came from a third-rate faction. Su Yang glared at the male disciple and harumphed as he said, "Let me tell you, if your eldest senior apprentice sister marries me, your fowls and dogs will rise to the heavens. I advise you to be more respectful and help me persuade your eldest senior apprentice sister." Towards the end he became quite pleased. The lady in the white dress coldly harumphed and said mockingly, "How could the Sword Emperor have a grand disciple like you? Your cultivation is about the same as ours. Why would he like you? Just because you're so shameless?" Su Yang chuckled and said, "That's true." In the distance, Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This boy was ruining his reputation. However, he could not be bothered to bicker with him. Even though Su Yang was shameless, he was not a despicable person who would kidnap women. Moreover, he might not be able to defeat these cultivators. After thinking about that, Zhou Xuanji continued to comprehend Tao. After a while, Su Yang and the others left. Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped, and figures suddenly rose up from the ground around him. Demons. These demons were surrounded by demonic qi, and only their blood-red eyes could be seen, making them look incredibly terrifying. "Sword Emperor, you've killed so many of our demon race's youths, you won't be able to escape today." One of the demons spoke, his voice filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you think you can kill me?" Even though he could not see through these demons' cultivations, he could sense that they were not very powerful. At most, they were at connecting heaven level 2. "Of course we can." At that moment, another voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji immediately narrowed his eyes. Ruined Demon Emperor. The Ruined Demon Emperor, who was dressed in blood-red robes, rose up, her white hair fluttering in the wind as she stared at Zhou Xuanji. It was not just her. A terrifying figure descended from the sky and landed behind the demons. He was 300 meters tall and looked like a mountain. He wore heavy black armor and a helmet that looked like a bull's head. His expression was cold and he had a full beard. His eyes were dark and his eyes danced with a cold light. Chapter 549. Tell me your name. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He directly activated the 9-soul fusion technique infused with demon god Tianwu. His aura suddenly changed, causing the demon's heart to jump. The 1,000-foot fiend said in a deep voice, "I am Fiend Celestial Yukuan." He did not act immediately. Zhou Xuanji's battle achievements were too shocking. He looked ferocious, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. The Ruined Demon Emperor's gaze was complicated. Back then, she had almost killed Zhou Xuanji, and she had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would become so powerful after 20 years. She suspected that Zhou Xuanji was lying to her on purpose. She shuddered at the thought of the possibility. If Zhou Xuanji had used his full power, she would have been dead for sure. Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords, causing the demons to retreat in fear. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head and smile as he said, "Is this the attitude that you want to kill me?" He was obviously very scared, but he had to pretend to be fierce. Demon God Yukuan said in a low voice, "Zhou Xuanji, how did you grow so quickly? I heard that you obtained the corpse of one of the 10 great ancient devil gods, the heavenly Wu devil god?" Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who are you waiting for? Fiend ancestor?" If it was the demonic ancestor, then that was fine. He could remove a threat for Xianxia in advance. If the devil ancestor found out that Xianxia obtained the devil realm heart, he would definitely be furious. Demon God Yukuan frowned and seemed to agree with Zhou Xuanji's words. Whoosh, the divine sword suddenly moved, directly using sword Dao rules. Sword light flashed through the heavens and earth, and all of the demons around Zhou Xuanji were killed. Apart from Demon God Yukuan and the Ruined Demon Emperor, everyone else was killed. Demon God Yukuan and the Ruined Demon Emperor were only left with their souls, and they quickly retreated far away from Zhou Xuanji. How is this possible? What was that just now? The Ruined Demon Emperor's face was filled with panic as he shouted in a trembling voice. Demon God Yukuan was also given a big fright, and his gaze towards Zhou Xuanji was filled with shock. He finally understood why Zhou Xuanji could kill Duyushan. How terrifying. He didn't see clearly what was going on with that sword just now. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Your reinforcements are not here yet? If you don't come you'll all die." Demon God Yukuan and the ruined demon emperor's faces darkened. They wanted to run away but their plan would be ruined if they did. Why isn't that guy here yet? Could it be that he was deliberately tricking them? Zhou Xuanji, you are really arrogant. A familiar chilling laughter came. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw the demonic emperor in the sky looking down at him. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Why aren't you dead yet?" The demonic emperor's face darkened immediately. Zhou Xuanji's behavior made him feel very uncomfortable. He wasn't shocked or angry, just curious. It was as if he was curious about an ant that had been trampled to death and wanted to step on it again. This brat humiliated him. The demonic emperor raised his hands and roared. Rumble, the ground shook, and strands of blood qi appeared on the ground within a radius of 100 miles. Looking down from the sky, these blood qi formed runes and formed a formation. In the distance, Su Yang and the others looked back in horror. What's that? That scream just now, someone is fighting. The sword light from before was so terrifying. This is a formation? Who's in the formation? It's too strong. Do you feel that terrifying pressure? The young disciples cried out in alarm. Su Yang and the white-dressed woman were also very flustered. They quickly left, distancing themselves from the blood qi formation. The demonic emperor looked down at Zhou Xuanji from high above and said, "This is the blood spirit god sealing formation. Below the heavenly saints no one can break through it. Zhou Xuanji, you're dead for sure." Blood spirit god sealing formation? It sounded very impressive. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and looked at the formation around him. Demon god Yukuan and the ruined demon emperor let out a sigh of relief. The demonic emperor had finally come. "Demonic emperor, can't you act faster?" The ruined demon emperor complained. Their bodies had been destroyed and their subordinates had all died. This kind of casualty made her feel quite displeased. Demon god Yukuan also frowned as he looked at the demonic emperor. If it wasn't for killing Zhou Xuanji, the demon race's target would have been the demonic emperor. The demonic emperor disdainfully laughed and did not bother to reply. If he was selfish, he could have appeared after these two fellows died. Yet they did not know how to be grateful. The demon race was only SOSO. Zhou Xuanji asked in curiosity, "Why didn't you die?" Back then he did not feel that the demonic emperor was a clone, nor did his soul escape. The demonic emperor coldly laughed and said, "Because my demon god's body has the ability to split. I already split a body, do you understand?" Split? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. There should be some drawbacks to splitting. Otherwise, the demonic emperor could have created countless demon god bodies to attack him. Either his strength would decrease after splitting, or he would only be able to split one body, no more. That was why he kept them alive. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he slowly rose up and prepared to charge toward the demonic emperor. "It's impossible for you to break through the blood spirit god sealing formation." The demonic emperor laughed mockingly. The blood spirit god sealing formation was formed from the blood and flesh of many living creatures, and it possessed the power of the heavenly Tao's restrictions. Bang! The sword Tao rules suddenly exploded and dispersed the souls of the ruined demon emperor and demon god Yukuan. Quick. Extremely fast. He was so fast that the blood spirit god sealing formation could not stop him in time. The demonic emperor's eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible?" At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly charged at him. The blood spirit god sealing formation was activated. The blood qi turned into a gigantic net and blocked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shot through the blood net like an arrow. With the cultivation absorbing demon sealer in his right hand, he pierced through the demonic emperor's chest. The demonic emperor was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. How did Zhou Xuanji do it? Don't forget what you said just now. No one below the heavenly saint can break it. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said with a smile. He had comprehended the Tao will. Although he was not as powerful as the heavenly saints, his mental state surpassed the heavenly law. How could the blood spirit god sealing formation stop him? The demonic emperor was shocked by his words. Could Zhou Xuanji have already reached the heavenly saint stage? Impossible. He did not have the heavenly law violet qi. How could he become a saint? Hold on. Until now there was no trace of the heavenly law violet qi. Could this brat have already obtained it? In that instant, all sorts of thoughts flashed in the demonic emperor's mind, and he became more and more terrified. Zhou Xuanji used the Xianxia map to suck out the demonic emperor's soul. What are you trying to do? The demonic emperor asked with gritted teeth. He was already prepared to die, but Zhou Xuanji only sucked out his soul. This brat wanted his demon god's body. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and destroyed his soul before putting away the demon god's body. After that, he turned and left, quickly disappearing from the world. A while later, an old monk with a face full of spots appeared in the air. He looked down at the blood chi on the ground and muttered with a deep frown, "Blood spirit god sealing formation. Someone can break this formation? And demonic chi." He pinched his fingers and divined, trying to find out who broke the blood spirit god sealing formation. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find out. He did count the demonic emperor. Chapter 550. In a cave. Zhou Xuanji first adjusted the magic energy in his body. After absorbing the magic energy of the demonic emperor, ruined demon emperor, and demon god Yuquan, although he could not break through to universe heaven level 15 directly, he was one step closer to his goal. After that, he used the soul division technique on the demonic emperor's demon god body. He took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the seven souls. Without demon lord Ryuan and Lu Wuji, the souls of the mighty figures still hadn't calmed down. That was because Emperor Zhao was here. "Yo, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you could kill the demonic emperor so easily. Speaking of which, what power did you obtain to be able to seal our senses?" Emperor Zhao spoke first, his tone filled with curiosity. It had only been 20 years, but Zhou Xuanji had undergone such a drastic change. He could not understand it. Zhou Xuanji replied, "I only obtained a divine ability. Do you know who this demon god body belongs to? It can split." Sovereign Shen cried out in shock. "It can split? Could it be demon god Nanming? If it's him, then the demonic emperor might still be alive." Tao Lord Shen Tian said indifferently, "It's okay. As long as I possess this demon god's body, I can devour the demonic emperor because the split body will be more powerful. The other body is only for survival. The demonic emperor must be confident that no one can obtain the demon god's body other than him, let alone refine two demon god bodies into duplicates." Zhou Xuanji was in deep thought. It would be best if he could devour the demonic emperor. If this guy were to live, he would be a disaster. 2 days later, he successfully refined demon god Nanming into a duplicate. He stored the ancient god sword and activated the 9-soul fusion technique. In an instant, the 3 bodies merged into one, and he sensed unprecedented power. It was more than twice as much as before. As for the 9-soul fusion technique, he would not tell the soul of the Almighty, in case they became enemies one day. That would be bad. "Very well, let me find out where you are." Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes to sense where the other demon god Nanming's body was. Beyond the heavens, in the vast starry sky, the demonic emperor was resting in his palace. After being severely injured by Zhou Xuanji, he completely gave up on finding trouble with Zhou Xuanji. He had to rest well and recover his power. At this moment he suddenly felt uneasy. What's going on? This feeling. The demonic emperor frowned as he thought to himself. His heartbeat inexplicably sped up. He did not connect it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had obtained his demon god's body, and if he wanted to possess it, it would take a long time. How many days had it only been? Could it be that there were other enemies who wanted to find trouble with him? He frowned and waved his right hand. The walls on both sides of the palace suddenly opened, and stone coffins were pushed out. The lids of the stone coffins opened, and the bodies of demon gods of Nanming stood up. Demon god Nanming could only split one body at a time. He used a special method to preserve those split bodies, turning them into his puppets to fight for him. No matter who it was, they had to kneel in front of so many Nanming fiend celestials. There was a loud bang. The palace gate suddenly burst open, and a figure shining with a powerful aura rushed over. It was Zhou Xuanji. It had taken him 6 days to find this place. In order to prevent the demonic emperor from noticing, he had used the 9-soul fusion technique in advance to attack. Seeing that it was Zhou Xuanji, the demonic emperor stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" He was a little panicked. Zhou Xuanji was too powerful and unfathomable. What if Zhou Xuanji could really defeat his demon gods? He did not get up, but a black shadow appeared behind him and disappeared into the darkness. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji used Sword Dao rules. Boom! The entire palace exploded and turned into ashes. All the demon gods of Nanming were dead without leaving a trace of flesh behind. Zhou Xuanji walked out from the explosion. He could not be sure if the demonic emperor was really dead, but he had dealt with the demon gods' bodies. Even if the demonic emperor was still alive, he was just a remnant soul. Without tens of thousands of years, he would not be able to cause any trouble again. Zhou Xuanji wandered around the starry sky quickly to see if the demonic emperor would show up again. He only left after an hour. Beneath the demon realm. The demon ancestor levitated before the demon realm heart with a deep frown. When he knew that the demon realm 9 ancestors had fallen, he was enraged and sent his subordinates to kill Zhou Xuanji. As for Xianxia, she was too weak and could not be detected by him. He could only sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. The demon realm heart is very calm, abnormally calm, the demon ancestor mumbled to himself. The demon ancestor muttered to himself. He had a nagging feeling that something had gone wrong with the heart of the demon realm. However, he was unable to enter the heart of the demon realm and could only wait. He sat down cross-legged in the air and stared at the demon realm heart as he fell into deep thought. 6 hours later, a demon appeared beside him and knelt down in the air. He cupped his fists and said, "Primogenitor, the ruined demon emperor and demon god Yukuan are dead. Even the demonic emperor died at Zhou Xuanji's hands." Having heard this, the demon ancestor opened his eyes. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. "Very good," he said coldly. Back when Zhou Xuanji used the primordial ancestor statue, he had already noticed it. He had high hopes for Zhou Xuanji back then, but he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become a great enemy of the demon race. A trace of regret welled up in his heart. Zhou Xuanji flew in the starry sky. He deactivated the 9 soul fusion technique and headed toward Wanxing Great Thousand. He did not think about the demonic emperor but about Sage Daojing. Sage Daojing had left for so long. He did not know if he had found the path to becoming a saint. One day he would probably pursue that path as well. However, he would not wander aimlessly. He already knew about the existence of Kunlun Origin Court. Just as he was thinking, a beam of light flew past him and quickly disappeared. What was that? He mumbled with a frown. He immediately sped up and chased after it. The other party's target was most likely Wanxing Great Thousand, so he had to catch up. However, he was soon left behind. Such speed. Who was that? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself curiously as he chased after it at full speed. On the other side. Before Wanxing Great Thousand, the beam of light stopped. As the radiance dissipated, an old man with an iron staff appeared. His face was cold and he looked like a wolf. He wore a gray robe and looked at Wanxing Great Thousand with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He raised his iron staff and mumbled, "Sage Daojing, you owe me this." Just as he spoke, countless asteroids in the starry sky flew toward him. They brushed past him, broke through the light barrier on Wanxing Great Thousand and fell. He wanted to destroy Wanxing Great Thousand. Boom, boom, boom. Soon he heard a series of explosions coming from Wanxing Great Thousand. The light barrier on the surface of Wanxing Great Thousand rippled violently. Old Ancestor Xianxia appeared behind him suddenly and said with a deep voice, "Heavenly Lord Xiantai, what are you doing?" He was burning with rage. A gigantic red lion head rose from his back and roared at Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Heavenly Lord Xiantai looked back at him furiously and said, "You dare to ask me what I'm doing? What did you and Sage Daojing do to me?" Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 551. Hearing Heavenly Lord Xuantia's words, Old Ancestor Xianxia's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "How can a battle between heavenly saints affect the people of a world?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai laughed. "Sage Daojing has already escaped. Could it be that you can stretch out your head and let me hit you?" His smile was extremely cold. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he discovered that his treasure had been taken away, and the disciples guarding it had all disappeared. He knew who did it as soon as he divined. Old Ancestor Xianxia let out a sigh. "You treated me the same way back then. In your words, don't be a sore loser." Heavenly Lord Xuantia's expression was ugly and he did not know how to respond. One meteorite after another smashed into Wanxing Great Thousand. Old Ancestor Xianxia immediately waved his hand and shattered the incoming meteorites. He had promised Sage Daojing that he would protect the Wanxing Great Thousand. How could he allow Heavenly Lord Xiantai to destroy the Wanxing Great Thousand? Old Ancestor Xianxia, since that's the case, let's have a duel. Heavenly Lord Xiantai pointed his iron staff at Old Ancestor Xianxia and said in a deep voice. Old Ancestor Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "All right." The two heavenly saints turned around and entered the void, preparing to fight. Soon, a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept over from the depths of the universe, sweeping through countless stars. Zhou Xuanji, who was rushing toward Wanxing Great Thousand, could not dodge in time and was struck by the shockwave from the heavenly saints' battle. He was crushed into pieces instantly. In his panic, he quickly executed the celestial devil rebirth technique and escaped at an extremely fast speed. That guy seemed to be, old ancestor Hongshi's expression was strange. They had actually killed Sage Daojing's most precious genius. His eyes were filled with anger. He was prepared to take Zhou Xuanji in. You lunatic! You are a heavenly saint! Patriarch Hongshi roared and his aura erupted. Both of his palms slammed towards Heavenly Lord Xiantai in a frenzy. One after another, giant red palms that were bigger than stars struck towards Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Empyrean Xiantai brandished his metal staff, blocking all of these attacks. What's wrong with that guy? Heavenly Lord Xiantai was baffled. Just a moment ago, old ancestor Hongshi still had an awkward look on his face, but in the blink of an eye he became furious as if he had killed his son. Wanshan Great Thousand suddenly descended with countless meteorites, causing terrifying destruction to the land and sea. The large sects were still fine as they could use their formations to defend, but the other sects, dynasties and empires could not defend at all. The Divine Cliff was also bombarded by the group of meteorites. Their formations couldn't stop them at all, and the floating islands were destroyed one after another. The impact was extremely powerful. Fortunately, there weren't many meteorites in this area, so the Divine Cliff's army wasn't completely annihilated. Yang Yuqian floated in the dust that filled the sky. He raised his head and looked confused. What the hell happened this time? He thought that another enemy was targeting the Divine Cliff, but little did he know that the entire Wanshan Great Thousand was suffering. Even the abodes of the mighty figures in the 33 heavens were affected. The world was in chaos. At the border of the Center God province, Xianxia pushed away the rocks on his body, looked at the boy and asked, "Are you okay?" The boy looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. His head and face were covered in dirt. He resisted the urge to cry and answered, "I'm fine." Xianxia carried him and soared into the sky above the clouds. The two looked around. The entire land was covered in smoke, and there were craters left by the meteorites everywhere. The forests were on fire as though it was the end of the world. What's going on? Xianxia frowned and looked up at the sky. He could sense a powerful might pressing down on the 33 heavens. Powerful cultivators were fighting. The meteorites attacking the Wanshan Great Thousand alarmed many powerful cultivators. They flew out to check on the situation and saw old ancestor Hongshi and Heavenly Lord Xiantai fighting from afar. They were so frightened that they hid in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Soon, news of the battle between heavenly saints spread across the Wanshan Great Thousand. Immediately, everyone in the Wanshan Great Thousand was terrified. A heavenly saint was targeting the Wanshan Great Thousand? The various races retreated to their own independent worlds and did not dare to fight in the Wanshan Great Thousand. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the blue sky. The meteor flew toward that direction and landed in front of a mountain gate. When the light dissipated, a naked newborn baby was revealed. He was lying on the ground, staring at the sky with a gloomy gaze. It was Zhou Xuanji after his rebirth. What the hell is going on? Before he could understand the situation, he almost died. Even with his good mental state, he could not help but feel depressed. He took out a set of white clothes and covered his body. He took a deep breath and was prepared to leave. At this moment, a little monk carrying a basket walked up to him. He was stunned when he saw Zhou Xuanji and quickly ran over. He looked like he was only a little over 10 years old. His eyes were small and he looked simple and honest. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and was delighted in his heart. He then looked around and mumbled, "Who left such a cute child here?" It was not his first time seeing an orphan, because he was an orphan himself. He called out a few times. After making sure that no one was around, he carried Zhou Xuanji and left. Zhou Xuanji did not resist. He could recover his power soon anyway, so he might as well experience the world. It had been a long time since he felt like a mortal. Half an hour later, the little monk brought Zhou Xuanji to a wooden hut. He placed Zhou Xuanji on the bed and mumbled, "Master is not here again. So I have to chop firewood again." After that, he poured a bowl of water and fed Zhou Xuanji a mouthful before getting up and leaving. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and fell into deep thought. To be able to destroy his physical body so easily, the other party was definitely a sky sage. Either that or they were enemies of the primordial ancestor. However, he had never used his eyes, so how could he have attracted that person's attention? It could only be a heavenly saint. Could a heavenly saint be targeting the Wanshan Great Thousand? Zhou Xuanji sent his consciousness into the 24-rank deep black lotus. In the world of the lotus, he was like a god, and he could communicate with all creatures spiritually. He found Jianghu and asked about the situation. After learning that the heavenly saints were indeed fighting outside the Wanshan Great Thousand, he fell into deep thought. It seemed that Sage Daojing had not wiped his butt clean before leaving. He did not tell Xianxia about his situation. In 10 years at most, he would be able to return to his peak, so there was no need to worry. Just like that, he lived with the little monk. The little monk also had a master who was fat and in his 40s or 50s. He was always immersed in wine and didn't look like a monk at all. The way they got along was very similar to how Xianxia and her grandmother got along. The older one only knew how to drag the younger one down. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The little monk realized in astonishment that this kid had grown so quickly. Xiaoya, you seem to have an extraordinary background. Don't tell me you come from a big clan? The little monk carried Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously. This place belonged to another great thousand world. The little monk and the old monk did not know what it was called because they were only mortals after all. Don't call me Xiaoya, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes as he was lifted into the air. Chapter 552. Zhou Xuanji ran under a tree not too far away and continued to think about life. The little monk was not surprised, and he shook his head and smiled before turning to chop firewood. Through the 24-rank deep black lotus, Zhou Xuanji knew that the heavenly saint was still fighting. The holy might lasted for a year, causing the Wanshan Great Thousand's meteorological phenomena to change. The ground collapsed, and disasters appeared one after another, torturing the people of the Wanshan Great Thousand. This also caused the war to stop. No one knew how long the battle between the two heavenly saints would last. If they continued fighting, the Wanshan Great Thousand would definitely be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji was not anxious. He could not defeat a heavenly saint anyway. As he grew up day by day, the little monk and the old monk could no longer remain calm. This kid was growing too fast like a freak. Most importantly, Zhou Xuanji's calmness was unlike that of a child. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji had already grown into a young man, and the little monk had also grown up, but he was only a head taller than Zhou Xuanji. Freak! Freak! The old monk lay on the rocking chair and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he muttered to himself while drinking wine, looking quite pleased. Zhou Xuanji was already used to it and ignored him. For the past 6 years, he had watched the two monks live a boring and ordinary life every day, and his heart had become even more peaceful. He had the feeling that he was watching a person's life. He had never experienced such a feeling from Zhou Xiaoxian, because he hadn't paid attention to it before. The little monk walked over with a pile of firewood on his back. After putting down the firewood, he wiped the sweat off his face and said, "Little yet, don't go into the mountains for now. There are more and more ferocious beasts." Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly. He also noticed that the spiritual qi in the world was gradually increasing. He reckoned that a great change was coming to this world. Perhaps it was because of his appearance. After all, he possessed the heavenly law violet qi. Speaking of which, the celestial devil rebirth technique was indeed very profound. Even if his corporeal body was destroyed, everything in his body would be transferred to another world at an extraordinary speed along with his soul. He often wondered if Xianxia's ancestor was really that powerful. Could the celestial devil rebirth technique have another origin? Therefore, he started to study the celestial devil rebirth technique. 3 years ago, he had made demon god Nanming cultivate the great sun heavenly devil rebirth technique, but it had yet to be mastered. He didn't know what changes would happen after mastering it. Division and rebirth? He was looking forward to it. This is an ominous sign. Who knows, we might just die one day. The old monk shouted, looking like he was drunk. The little monk shook his head and walked up to Zhou Xuanji. He took out an apple and smiled as he said, "I exchanged this with a woodcutter, it's very sweet." He had always treated Zhou Xuanji as his younger brother. Although this younger brother was very mature and did not like to act spoiled to him, he still liked him. Zhou Xuanji took the apple and asked, "What are your plans for the future?" The little monk was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, "I'll raise you first." "And then?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The little monk sank into deep thought. He had followed the old monk since he was young and had never seen the world. Even if he was asked to name a goal, he wouldn't be able to. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him and let him think about it himself. Everyone had their own path, and he would not force the little monk to follow him. An ordinary life was not necessarily inferior to the long road of cultivation. After thinking for a while, the little monk was still unable to come up with an idea. Then the old monk instructed him to boil water. This small interlude changed the young monk's fate. From then on, he often thought about life. At night, he would look up at the starry sky with Zhou Xuanji speechless. He fell in love with this state of being lost in thought. This made the old monk very angry. Every night, he would see these two silly boys in a daze, which made him very angry. No one was teasing an old man like him. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years passed. Zhou Xuanji had completely recovered to his peak state. Universe Heaven Level 15. This was his cultivation stage. He was 281 years old, and the legendary swords he obtained were all below ancient gazing. Although they did not increase his power, they were still legendary swords. On this day he prepared to leave. The battle between the heavenly saints above the Wanshan Great Thousand had ended, but the damage done to the Wanshan Great Thousand could not be recovered. Before he left, he found the little monk who was chopping firewood. The little monk from back then had grown up and become a robust young man. His face was still simple and honest. Zhou Xuanji stood on a tree and called out, "Hey, I'm leaving." Having heard this, the little monk looked back at him and asked, "Where are you going?" Ever since he started thinking about life with Zhou Xuanji, he had become very mature, as though he had been tempered by time. "Home," Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. The little monk frowned, and a look of reluctance appeared in his eyes. He had always treated Zhou Xuanji as his family. He watched Zhou Xuanji grow up, but he understood that Zhou Xuanji had a powerful background and would leave sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of him and asked, "Do you have the ambition to pursue immortality?" The little monk fell into silence. His heart was filled with shock. Could Zhou Xuanji be the reincarnation of an immortal? Zhou Xuanji tapped his forehead and imparted the World Buddha art to him. The World Buddha art was created by Xianxia, and Zhou Xuanji was not the only one who had a chance in the world. So what if there was one more? Moreover, he had already acknowledged the little monk in his heart. After he imparted the art, he suddenly said, "My name is Zhou Xuanji. Do you want to give yourself a name?" The little monk was picked up by the old monk. He did not have a name since he was young, so the old monk called him Big Ya while he called Zhou Xuanji Little Ya. The little monk opened his eyes with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "How about I call myself Zhou Tianji?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him, and his body blurred as he disappeared. "If we are fated to meet again, we will meet again. Thank you for taking care of me for 10 years. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated in the forest. The little monk put down the hatchet in his hand and looked at his hands. "What is my path?" he mumbled. After bidding farewell to the little monk, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword and traveled around this mortal realm. Compared to the northern wilderness region, this mortal realm's cultivation civilization was far behind. It was like ancient China. The most powerful cultivator in the world was only at Astral Infant, and he was the only one in the world. After traveling around this world, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the 5 elements and traveled in the void. His current goal was to reach Universe Heaven Level 18 as soon as possible. Soon he came to the vast universe. This time he flew very carefully. He did not want to be reborn for another 10 years. After flying for a while, a silhouette appeared in front of him and blocked his way. It was old ancestor Xianxia. "Heavenly Saint?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "Isn't my luck too bad? Or did the Heavenly Saint already sense the heavenly law violet chi in his body?" Old ancestor Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder and asked, "Brat, what energy technique did you cultivate? You reconstructed your body so quickly, and your cultivation has already recovered completely." Zhou Xuanji did not reply but thought about how to deal with it. Old ancestor Xianxia snorted, "Don't be nervous. Just now it was because Heavenly Lord Shantai went crazy. Do you want revenge?" Chapter 553. Facing old ancestor Xianxia's question, Zhou Xuanji straightforwardly replied, "No. Asking him to provoke a heaven saint now would be courting death." Old ancestor Xianxia squinted his eyes and smiled. "Heavenly Lord Shantai swore to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand. I fought him to a draw, but he definitely won't let this go." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "What do you want? Tell me." Old ancestor Xianxia didn't show any hostility. Instead, there was a look of admiration in his eyes, which allowed him to figure out what he meant. "If you become my pawn, I can help you search for the heavenly law violet chi and help you become a martial sage. How about it?" Patriarch Xianxia said with a chuckle. He went straight to the point and stated his intentions. Zhou Xuanji asked, "As your chess piece, I have to oppose Heavenly Lord Shantai?" Old ancestor Xianxia glared at him and said snappily, "Are you that scared?" Zhou Xuanji sighed. It wasn't good to be too outstanding. Wherever he went, there would be people who wanted to snatch him away. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you have a way for me to quickly reach Universe Heaven Level 18? Old ancestor Xianxia said angrily, "Don't even think of taking shortcuts. I'll give you a mission: unify the Wanshan Great Thousand and possess its fate." Zhou Xuanji asked, why? Although he was very strong, he did not have the urge to control the Wanxing Great Thousand at the moment. Emperor Sword Court was still developing, and he did not want to take too big of a step. Old Ancestor Xianxia said profoundly, fate is the only thing that heavenly saints fight for. Once Sage Daojing leaves, the other heavenly saints will definitely fight for it. However, as heavenly saints, we cannot personally act. I can't do it myself? What was Heavenly Lord Shentai doing? Old Ancestor Xianxia did not explain. He said, when you dominate the Wanxing Great Thousand, I will teach you divine abilities and supreme treasures, making you invincible below the heavenly saints. After that, Old Ancestor Xianxia left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Who was this guy? He didn't even leave his name when he was assigned the mission, nor did he mention how long he would take to complete the mission. He was too lazy to think too much about it and continued on his way to Wanxing Great Thousand. In the vast starry sky, 8 figures stood side by side. Among them were Old Ancestor Xianxia and Heavenly Lord Shentai. They were the 8 heavenly saints. Their expressions were solemn as they looked into the depths of the universe. Can you feel it? Heavenly Lord Shentai said in a deep voice, feeling uneasy. The other 7 heavenly saints nodded. They had all sensed an extremely dangerous aura at the end of the universe. They didn't dare to approach and could only watch from afar. Could there really be other existences outside of the heavenly law? Didn't Sage Daojing go to search for the path to transcend saints? Could that aura be him? Impossible. Even if Reverend Daojing obtained a fortuitous encounter, it is impossible for him to completely transform. Are there any anomalies above the 36th layer of heaven? What should we do? Do you want to take a look? The heavenly saints began to discuss. Some wanted to investigate while others felt that they could not take the risk. The heavenly saints did not know what to do with this mysterious and unknown existence. In the end, none of them had the courage to step out. The reason why heavenly saints were immortal was because they were attached to the heavenly law. If they left the range of the heavenly Tao's control, they would be in danger of dying. The other side. Zhou Xuanji returned to Wanxing Great Thousand. The current Wanxing Great Thousand was very quiet. There was no sign of war and all the factions were conserving their strength. The powerful beings in the world seemed to have gone into hiding, and even if Zhou Xuanji wanted to become more powerful, he could not find a way. After traveling around the Wanxing Great Thousand for several months, he returned to the Divine Cliff. He first went to find Yang Yuqian. After more than a decade, Yang Yuqian looked much older. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was back, he was very excited. He held Zhou Xuanji's wrist and asked, Brother Zhou, there are rumors that the Wanxing Great Thousand offended the heavenly saints and will be destroyed soon. Is this true? Everyone in the Divine Cliff was in a state of panic, and so were all living beings in the world. Facing the heavenly saints, no matter how powerful one was, it was not enough. So in just a decade, many powerful beings had left the Wanxing Great Thousand to find another way out. The Divine Cliff was not powerful enough. Even if they wanted to migrate, they could not. They could only go down to the mortal realm. But if the Wanxing Great Thousand was destroyed, the mortal realm that was connected to it would not be able to escape either. Don't worry, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, I will protect the Wanxing Great Thousand from now on. He told Yang Yuqian his plan. Next, he would promote his way of the sword in the Wanxing Great Thousand and strengthen Emperor Sword Court until he dominated the Wanxing Great Thousand. When that time came, the Divine Cliff would rise as well. After Yang Yuqian heard him, he was a little disappointed at first. But after some thought, he became excited again. Zhou Xuanji not conquering the world on behalf of the Divine Cliff was a good thing for him. Otherwise, with the difference in power between him and Zhou Xuanji, he would have to give up his position. If the Divine Cliff depended on Emperor Sword Court, not only could it grow stronger, but he would still be the Cliff Lord. I'm relieved to hear that. If there's anything you need from me or the Divine Cliff, just let me know, Yang Yuqian said with a smile. Yang Yuqian said with a smile. He was in high spirits. Ever since he became the Cliff Lord, every time he felt that the Divine Cliff was about to rise, something big happened to deal a blow to his confidence. This feeling of being in the sky for a while and falling into the abyss the next moment was really unpleasant. The two chatted a little more before Zhou Xuanji left. Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence and found that only Xiao Chan was left. Xiao Chan told him that Bai Suwen had been taken away by the 9 Heaven Divine Snake Clan. The 9 Heaven Divine Snake Clan even advised him to leave the Wanxing Great Thousand as soon as possible. Is there really no hope for this Great Thousand world? Xiao Chan asked anxiously. Everyone in the world was in danger and she was no exception. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I'm here. Pack your things and prepare to leave with me. Xiao was a little stunned and quickly began packing. Zhou Xuanji took out the 24-rank deep black lotus and asked Daoya Old Man and Xianxia to gather all the Emperor's Sword Court disciples. That afternoon, he came to a wasteland with Xiao. With the 24-rank deep black lotus in his right hand, he waved his left hand, and 1,000,000 Emperor's Sword Court disciples appeared in all directions. Zhou Xuanji flew into the sky and looked down at all the Emperor's Sword Court disciples, saying, "The Wanshan Great Thousand is in turmoil. It's time for Emperor's Sword Court to come out. From today onwards, we will lead by example and travel the world to promote the sword's way." Nearly 600 legendary swords appeared around him and circled around him. It was a majestic sight. "Do you still remember Emperor's Sword Court's motto?" Zhou Xuanji cried out loudly. The 1,000,000 people below were instantly fired up. "Help the world with the sword. Save the world with the sword." The 1,000,000 disciples roared in unison. Their voices shook the clouds and Xiao opened her eyes wide. Even the divine cliff city, which was not far away, could hear them. It was the first time for the Emperor's Sword Court disciples to come to the upper realm. They were extremely excited and shouted with all their might. "Follow me. Start training with the sword now." Zhou Xuanji turned around and flew toward the horizon. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjin, Zhou Shaoxian, Qin Bantian, Lin Chang'e, and the others all flew into the sky. They practiced their swords while following Zhou Xuanji. Since the Heavenly Saint War began, Qin Bantian, Lin Chang'e, and the others returned to the northern wilderness region and dared not to wander around anymore. Now the entire court gathered together and advanced together. Chapter 554. Xiu. Swoosh. The 1,000,000 Emperor's Sword Court disciples danced with their swords as they advanced. The sound of their swords tearing through the air gathered together and resounded through the sky, shocking everyone. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front. Apart from him, Jianghu, Xiao, and Daoya Old Man, the others were training their sword techniques. As for the little black snake, Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhou Xiaoqi and the other demons, they remained on Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji spoke the Great Tao's voice as he advanced. His voice of the Great Tao could only be considered as a beginner. It could not be as magical as the old immortals. Its only use was to let the disciples maintain a peaceful state of mind, so that they could practice without distracting thoughts. At the moment, there were more than 8,000,000 people in Emperor's Sword Court, and there were 2,000,000 official disciples. Hence, their team was only a part of Emperor's Sword Court. Millions of people practicing their swordsmanship together, it was a grand sight. In less than a year, the Sword Emperor's promotion of the Sword Tao had spread throughout the Wanshan Great Thousand. Use the sword to support the world, use the sword to save the common people. Emperor's Sword Court recruited disciples wantonly, causing the number of people in the Sword Path Army to increase. Especially now, when the Wanshan Great Thousand could be destroyed at any time. Not all living beings had the ability to escape the Wanshan Great Thousand. Huddling together gave them the greatest sense of security. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's Great Tao's voice could calm everyone's hearts. This was incredible. For cultivators, the state of mind was the most important. If there was a problem with one's mentality during cultivation, it would be easy for one to go berserk. When Venerable Dao Jing spoke about the Tao, the vast majority of creatures could not understand, but once they heard his voice, they would calm down and even gain enlightenment. This was the divine sound. The Great Tao's voice was more advanced than Saint Voice, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was not high enough. On the path of promoting the Sword Tao, there were disciples breaking through in their cultivations every single day, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. The name of Emperor's Sword Court was officially established in Wanshan Great Thousand. 8 years later, the number of disciples behind Zhou Xuanji exceeded 5,000,000. 5,000,000 people were practicing their swordsmanship while moving forward. It was a spectacular sight. Every disciple felt their blood boiling and no one dared to slack off. The living beings passing by were also shocked. Unknowingly, Emperor's Sword Court had already condensed its power. It was a kind of indomitable momentum that could break through the clouds. Unstoppable. Zhou Xuanji continued to preach the Great Tao's voice. He did not feel tired at all, and instead he was full of energy. His mental state also began to be enlightened. The Tao was in the heart and the Tao was in every living being. Taos could also be fused together. The Wanshan Great Thousand spiritual qi was very dense, and the Emperor's Sword Court's disciples' cultivations were generally weak. Thus, the 1,000,000 disciples at the very beginning had already improved by leaps and bounds. They were already used to internalizing qi with their swords. As he swung his sword, all the pores on his body opened and closed, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This feeling was even more comfortable than meditating. On this day, two figures walked over from the front. They were Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shinzong. Shi Shinzong looked at the majestic army in the distance with a complicated gaze. He admitted that he was inferior to Zhou Xuanji, but the speed at which Zhou Xuanji became stronger was just too ridiculous. In comparison, he felt that he was extremely mediocre. Sword Emperor, I am Sword Saint Gu. Can you spar with me today? If I lose, I will join Emperor Sword Court. Gu Jianzun held his sword with one hand and shouted. His voice was like a great bell, covering the sound of 5 million people practicing swordsmanship. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he raised his right hand and pointed towards the sky. The 5 million disciples stopped and looked at him curiously. Numerous sword shadows appeared in the sky, rapidly increasing in number until they covered the sky. 5 billion sword shadows. The swords pointed downwards and everyone was dumbfounded. What divine ability was this? 5 billion sword shadows were so many, and there were gaps between them. Each sword shadow was glowing with a faint white light, and when they were gathered together, they gave off an immense pressure. Sword Saint Gu and Shi Shinzong looked up, and their mouths were wide open. This. Shi Shinzong swallowed his saliva. He could sense that each sword shadow contained horrifying power. What kind of magic energy could unleash such a vast divine ability so easily? Sword Saint Gu came up to Zhou Xuanji suddenly and half knelt. He cupped his fist and said with a deep voice, "From today onwards I, Sword Saint Gu, am willing to take the Sword Emperor as my leader." Facing such a powerful Sword Emperor, he was completely convinced. Boom. The army at the back was in an uproar. Other than the first million disciples of Emperor Sword Court, the others were all from Wanshan Great Thousand. They had heard of Sword Saint Gu's name before. Such a powerhouse in the way of the sword was convinced by Zhou Xuanji even before the battle began. Help the world with the sword. Meng Tianlang suddenly raised his sword and roared. His voice was loud and clear. More than 5 million disciples were instantly fired up. They raised their swords and shouted, "Save the world with the sword." Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. When Sword Sovereign Gu heard this deafening sound, he didn't feel humiliated. Instead he felt relieved. Zhou Xuanji's talent in the way of the sword was publicly acknowledged to be unparalleled, and his cultivation had already surpassed his own. He really wanted to know why Zhou Xuanji was so powerful that he could not bring himself to visit him. However, as Zhou Xuanji traveled the world and promoted the way of the sword, his reputation grew, and he could no longer sit still. He understood that if he didn't come now, it would be difficult to curry favor with him in the future. Shi Shinzong came behind Sword Sovereign Gu and half knelt as he cupped his fists towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji lightly laughed and said, "Very good. From today onwards, you are all disciples of Emperor Sword Court." Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shinzong's identities would not be considered for now. He would make his decision after the Sword Dao promotion event was over. He believed that he would meet even stronger existences in the future. The news quickly spread to all corners of the world. Gu Jianzun was scared into kneeling by the Sword Thearka's divine art? Everyone who heard it could not believe it. The vast majority of living beings didn't know the specific power divisions in Hunyuan heaven. The elders were respected, and Sword Sovereign Gu's status had always been higher than the Sword Emperor's in the hearts of all living beings. But after this incident, everything changed. Zhou Xuanji was no longer the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province but the top swordsman in the Wanshan Great Thousand. The Sermon army was still advancing. After Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shinzong joined, they were also attracted by Zhou Xuanji's Great Dao's voice. They found that listening to Zhou Xuanji's voice as they trained with their swords was quite profound. I was right to come. The master and disciple were in a good mood and began to study the Sword Dao. They were surrounded by sword cultivators. Even though there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels, they could still discuss the way of the sword. Such an atmosphere was rare in the world. Even those Sword Dao sects had never gathered so many disciples to practice the sword together. How long do you plan to last? Xianxia asked curiously. Her face was filled with admiration. Her man was simply too dazzling. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Until I travel the entire Wanshan Great Thousand, until I stand at the peak of the Great Thousand world." He could clearly feel his luck increasing as he recited the voice of the Great Tao for so many people. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen if he kept talking. There was one thing that he could foresee. That was, Emperor Sword Court would reach the peak of the Wanshan Great Thousand. As the Sword Emperor and Emperor Sword Court's fame grew, the major factions in the various provinces could no longer sit still. If this went on, Emperor Sword Court would really appear out of nowhere and fight to dominate the world. Chapter 555. Sword Chi facing the east, witness the sun and moon. Sword Chi facing the west, overturn the surroundings. Sword Chi facing the north, pierce the horizon. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front, and his great Tao's voice continuously entered the ears of millions of disciples. They walked on the mountainous terrain, and at a glance, the entire mountain was filled with Emperor Sword Court's disciples practicing their swords. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, Lin Changge, and the others practiced their swords in the air. Their postures were elegant and graceful. Sword Sovereign Gu and Shi Shinzong walked on the ground. Although they did not practice their swords, they were thinking about the way of the sword. Although Zhou Xuanji's words were filled with lies and were not very useful, his voice was really mystical. It calmed everyone who heard it. This feeling made Sword Sovereign Gu feel as though he had grasped something, but he was not sure what it was. Shi Shinzong had the same feeling. Although the teacher and disciple did not communicate, they understood each other. From now on they began to pursue Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji began to let out the other disciples in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Only those with a certain level of cultivation could participate. If ordinary people entered without permission, they might be shocked to death by Emperor Sword Court's sword might. In the blink of an eye, another 9 years passed. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 300 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, overturning heaven, great brilliant day, God slaying, divine heron Zhao 3 Saint Essence Violet Pill. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, which made him squint his eyes. Overturning heaven legendary sword. A legendary sword that was even more powerful than heaven essence. Above it were connecting heaven, 9 extreme and primordial desolation. Zhou Xuanji's power was already at the pinnacle of connecting heaven, so he was not too surprised by the overturning heaven legendary sword. But he still had to verify it. Sword name, godlike great brilliant skygrade. Overturning heaven description, a sword that the owner of fate can wield. It can draw upon the will of all living beings under its control for battle. The more fate it wields, the more powerful the legendary sword. Sword of fate? Zhou Xuanji was interested and immediately took out the sword. The hilt of the sword was made of silver-white crystal. The blade was exquisite and was 1.5 meters long. Under the sunlight, the blade glowed faintly, making it look dazzling. An idea popped into his mind. He suddenly stopped the voice of the Great Tao. The voice of the Great Tao that had been going on for 9 years suddenly stopped, causing the 8 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court to be stunned. At this moment, all the disciples' swords began to tremble. What happened? My sword, my hand can't hold it down. Could it be an enemy attack? The disciples all panicked, and even Gu Jianzun found that his sword was trembling uncontrollably. He locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji, who was in front of him. He had a feeling that it was definitely done by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji suddenly raised his great brilliant sky, pointing his sword towards the sky. The 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples also raised their swords. Sword Master Haki. This was a divine ability that Zhou Xuanji had learned a long time ago. He could control swords within a certain range, and adding on the Emperor's might of a first-class great emperor, even someone as powerful as Sword Sovereign Gu would not be able to stop him. He used the godly power of great brilliant heaven to fuse his fate with the fate of Emperor Sword Court's disciples. Today I will teach you a sword technique. Chasing wind, chasing shadow. Zhou Xuanji said. His voice was loud and clear, and it was like heavenly might, causing those who heard it to feel shaken. He started to swing his sword, and the 8 million disciples also started to move. After so many years of tacit understanding, all of the disciples were quite far apart from each other, so they would not accidentally injure each other. Zhou Xuanji's speed was not too fast, but it was not slow either. In fact, to most beginners it was very fast. Chasing wind, chasing shadow, after reaching great accomplishment, could unleash immense power. Even though he did not like to use it, he could teach it to others. All of the Emperor Sword Court disciples were shocked, including Jianghu and Xianxia. A single person was training the entire court? Heavens! The Sword Emperor is too powerful. Just how high is Grand Teacher's cultivation? I feel like he's even more powerful than when I was training by myself. He's too domineering, I can't resist at all. Haha, if this goes on, won't we be able to train a peerless sword technique without feeling tired at all? I really want to kneel down and kowtow to Grand Teacher. The 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples were all shocked, and the beings who had come to watch from the horizon were also given a big fright. No one in the world could compare to such boldness. Sword Sovereign Gu could not control himself and also swung his sword, inwardly marveling. This boy's attainments in the way of the sword were simply too high, to the point that he could only look at them in the dust. Shi Shinzong felt quite complicated, and his impression of Zhou Xuanji in his heart started to change. He had truly gone from a competitor to a grand teacher. After training chasing wind, chasing shadow, Zhou Xuanji's speed suddenly increased, and the 8 million Emperor Sword Court disciples also sped up, causing the entire court's aura to change. Zhou Xuanji had forcefully turned a set of sword techniques into a sword formation. The Emperor Sword Court disciples' blood surged, and they felt an indescribable feeling. That was aura. By relying on Dayo Heaven, he was able to connect the fate energy of everyone. They were like a family. There was not a second fate sect in the entire Wanshan Great Thousand who had this kind of fortune. The beings watching from afar were all shocked, and they quickly spread this news. The Sword Emperor used his chi to lead the 8 million disciples to train in the sword. There were even people who said that even if a pig joined the Emperor Sword Court, he would be able to learn profound sword techniques. Emperor Sword Court's reputation grew, and more people went to search for Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji taught the disciples about the Great Tao's voice as he led them to train. After 100 times, he deactivated the Sword Master Haki and recalled Great Tao's voice. All the disciples felt like they were in a dream. They continued to train instinctively and were pleasantly surprised to find that they had already learned chasing wind and chasing shadow. Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts was elevated to the highest point. No one had any other thoughts about him because of his age. He was definitely the person with the highest attainments in the way of the sword in the Great Thousand World. 5 years later, Emperor Sword Court's forest exceeded 10 million, and they were walking in the desert. Even though there were few people around, each disciple persevered in their training. Zhou Xuanji walked at the front. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his aura was not obvious. Jianghu sighed in amazement. They are all becoming more powerful. Even I want to train. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said with a smile, "You can go back and cultivate. If you miss me, I will move you over." Jianghu nodded. She had accompanied Zhou Xuanji for more than 20 years. With her help, the third-generation disciples began to help receive the new disciples, and she no longer needed to intervene. After that, Zhou Xuanji sent her and Xiao Chan into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. As for Xianxia, he had gone back a long time ago. At first he felt that it was spectacular and exciting, but after a while he became numb to it. He still felt that drinking and eating in Skyfall was more fun. After sending them back, the expression in Zhou Xuanji's eyes changed. He felt 5 very powerful auras coming at him at an extremely fast speed. He immediately took out Demon God Tianwu and stood in front of him. At this point, there was no longer a need for him to hide Demon God Tianwu. After all, he had 2 Demon God bodies. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 556. Shio. Swoosh, 5 air-piercing sounds came, and 5 muscular silhouettes landed on a hill 1,000 meters in front of Zhou Xuanji. They were draped in loose red robes, their long hair fluttering in the wind, and their faces were covered in green demon masks. There were both men and women, but their true faces could not be seen. Don't be nervous. We are here to invite the Emperor Sword Court to participate in the Heavenly Ancestors' All Heavens Tao Feast. The tall figure in the middle spoke with a hoarse voice that carried a gust of wind that blew towards Emperor Sword Court. Heavenly Ancestor? Zhou Xuanji was confused. Who was that? Over 10 million Emperor Sword Court disciples looked at each other, including Sword Sovereign Gu, who was also very curious. The Heavenly Ancestor is one of the 9 saints. He will hold the All Heavens Tao Feast in 1,000 years and invite all the sects and families of the Great Thousand Worlds. Although the Emperor Sword Court has just risen, the Heavenly Ancestor values your potential. You can join the All Heavens Tao Feast. He waved his right hand, and a purple gem the size of a fist flew over and landed in Zhou Xuanji's hand. 8,000 years later, when the voice of the Heavenly Ancestor comes out from the gem, you can gather the disciples of Emperor Sword Court and crush this gem. The Heavenly Ancestor will use his supreme power to move all of you into the All Heavens Tao Feast. There is no limit to the number of people. If you have 1 billion disciples, you can also bring them. After saying that, the 5 of them soared into the sky, burrowed into the clouds, and vanished without a trace. Zhou Xuanji played with the purple gemstone in his hand and was in deep thought. Why did the whole sect have to attend the All Heavens Tao Feast? The first thing he thought of was luck. Heavenly saints only fought for providence, and the providence of a faction concerned every member. He had to ask old ancestor Hongshi later. After thinking about it, he put the purple gem into the supreme storage and continued to talk about the great Tao's voice. The tens of millions of disciples followed along to practice their swordsmanship. Although the disciples were curious about the All Heavens Tao banquet, they managed to capture some information. That was, they could also participate. Feast of Heavenly Saints, just thinking about it made him excited. However, in order to be safe and not make a fool of themselves, they had to increase their strength. When Zhou Xuanji lectured about the Tao, the spirit qi of the heavens and earth would gather towards him. Apart from Zhou Xuanji and Sword Sovereign Gu, everyone else's cultivation was improving, including Shi Shinzong. Zhou Xiaoxian came up to Zhou Xuanji and asked excitedly, "Father, bring us along when the time comes." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Then you must work hard on your cultivation. After 1,000 years, you must reach the void extreme immortal stage." "Is that possible?" Zhou Xiaoxian was infuriated. She clenched her teeth and said, "You're only 305 years old and you're already so powerful. Even reaching heaven realm cultivators are nothing in front of you, and I'm only a void extreme immortal at the age of 1,000? Who are you looking down on?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled, "I look down on you." Zhou Xiaoxian almost went crazy. Fortunately, Huang Lianxin came to comfort her in time. "Master, why are you always angry at her? She's your daughter." Huang Lianxin rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said angrily. She had watched Zhou Xiaoxian grow up and saw her as a daughter. She couldn't bear to see her suffer. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and replied, "I didn't get to where I am today because of talent. Furthermore, he would not be able to win in terms of talent." Huang Lianxin understood that setting Zhou Xiaoxian too high of a target would only make it easier for her to go to extremes. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and went back to her sword practice. Huang Lianxin shook her head and laughed as she followed. Even though Zhou Xuanji was talking to them, his great Tao's voice did not stop, causing many disciples to sigh in amazement. There was still a long way to go before the millennium. Zhou Xuanji planned to continue. He did not have any requirements for accepting disciples. But other than official disciples of Emperor Sword Court, no one else could receive any supplies from him. However, his great Tao's voice was already a great serendipity for the new disciples. As for Zhou Xuanji, he could sense the growth of his fate. He believed that when his fate reached a peak, his cultivation would break through as well. The sooner he reached Universe Heaven level 18, the sooner the old immortal would give him a surprise. In the next few years, Emperor Sword Court was attacked one after another. Zhou Xuanji's fame grew, and the other factions in the Wanshan Great Thousand naturally did not like it. Those powerhouses understood what Zhou Xuanji wanted: fate and the position of overlord of the Wanshan Great Thousand. When his Emperor Sword Court had a certain number of people, they could overturn the Wanshan Great Thousand. After all, Zhou Xuanji's power had already been proven. Below the heavenly saints, who could defeat him in a one-on-one fight. These factions sent their powerful cultivators to deal with Zhou Xuanji, but all of their magic energy was drained by Zhou Xuanji and they were killed on the spot. After battle, Zhou Xuanji got closer and closer to Universe Heaven level 16. Meanwhile, Emperor Sword Court's morale grew. Each of the powerful cultivators had their own fame, but before Zhou Xuanji they were extremely weak. Now, his 9-soul fusion technique no longer needed a long cooldown time. Moreover, his battles were quick, which reduced the consumption of his soul energy. However, some enemies could only be dealt with by demon god Tianwu alone, so he could not absorb the enemy's magic energy. And so, the news of demon god Tianwu becoming Zhou Xuanji's avatar spread. The Sword Emperor's name was gradually deified. It was still the same sea. Thunderclouds billowed above. Xianxia looked at the sea and said with gritted teeth, "If we don't act now, Zhou Xuanji will really overturn the heavens." He could not understand what the higher-ups of the great Emperor Tao court were thinking. Zhou Xuanji had already shown his threat. Even powerful cultivators like the demonic emperor and Duyishan were defeated by him. If this continued, Zhou Xuanji might become a saint. The heavenly law Violet Qi did not appear for a day, which gave Zhou Xuanji time to grow. What's the hurry? Wanshan Great Thousand will be destroyed for sure, and Zhou Xuanji has to protect it. He's dead for sure. The great Emperor Tao Court's current mission is to withdraw all our spies and resources and find a new territory. Do you understand? The voice in the sea was a little angry, as though it was angry at Xianxia for being so rude. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. Absolute again. You always have to rely on others to deal with Zhou Xuanji? Xianxia almost exploded in anger. Just when he was about to speak, a figure leaped out from the sea. This was a muscular man with a bare upper body. His hair was like wet kelp, his skin was green, and there were two sharp horns on his forehead that were slanted upwards. Seeing him, Xianxia took a step back instinctively. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. "Jianghu, why are you here?" Xianxia asked anxiously. His voice was trembling. Jianghu looked up slowly, revealing a hideous expression. His eyes were purple and had no pupils. He stared at Xianxia and said with a deep voice, "Shut up. I will eliminate Zhou Xuanji." His aura was like a bull, as though he would go berserk at any moment. Xianxia held back his surprise and asked, "When?" Jianghu snorted and said, "Now." After that, he disappeared on the spot. Xianxia smiled as though he could already see Zhou Xuanji's death. He liked Zhou Xuanji a lot, but this brat hated him. The voice in the sea came again with a hint of displeasure. "Have you completed your task? In at most 100 years, the great Emperor Dao court must retreat from the Wanshan Great Thousand. I hope you can focus." Chapter 557. The oppressive Wanshan Great Thousand became more exciting because of Emperor Sword Court. Everyone forgot about the Heavenly Saint's anger and focused their attention on Emperor Sword Court and Sword Emperor. Use the sword to support the world, use the sword to save the common people. The Sword Emperor had declared that he would protect the Wanshan Great Thousand. It was as if he was declaring war on the Heavenly Saint. For the majority of living beings who could not escape the Wanshan Great Thousand, the Sword Emperor was their only hope. However, the other major forces did not think so. More and more experts attacked Emperor Sword Court, wanting to weaken Zhou Xuanji or directly kill him. But soon they found that Zhou Xuanji was getting more and more powerful as he fought. Not long ago, Zhou Xuanji had broken through to Universe Heaven level 16 in front of tens of millions of disciples. He had not even encountered a heavenly tribulation, which made everyone dumbfounded. This matter also became a legend. Most of the living beings thought that it was just a rumor. On this day, the great Dao's voice continued. Zhou Xuanji was teaching Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others about their confusion in the sword's way. As Emperor Sword Court grew stronger, the initial disciples would be suppressed sooner or later. The foundation of the Great Thousand Worlds was different from that of the mortal realm. When many disciples joined Emperor Sword Court, their cultivation had already reached a level that Xiao Jinghong and the others could only look up to. In this regard, what Zhou Xuanji could do was to promote the old people as much as possible. As for the newcomers, they were not assigned any duties for the time being. This was to give the old people some time. His actions were also remembered by the old people. Actually, the original disciple was already very grateful to him. If not for him, these disciples might not have been able to come to the upper realm for the rest of their lives. As long as he could follow Zhou Xuanji, he did not care about any treatment. In the upper realm, no matter how bad the treatment was, it would definitely be better than in the lower realm. 100 miles away, Jianghu stood on the peak and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a tight frown. His body trembled slightly. What's going on? Why does he make me feel so dangerous? Is it because of demon god Tianwu? He muttered to himself with a strange expression. He wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji directly, but when he came close he instinctively sensed danger and did not dare to get close. Wait, there's another demon god's aura on him? How is that possible? Jianghu's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned to look at him, causing him to immediately disappear. Millions of miles away, Jianghu landed on the hill, still in shock. He kept panting and gritted his teeth. Idiot! What a fool! He was not cursing Xianxia but the leader of the great Emperor Dao court. And it allowed Zhou Xuanji to grow to where he was now. Fortunately, he was not reckless. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. He moved forward at full speed and disappeared into the horizon. 7 days later, Jianghu came to the old immortal's Taoist temple. He knelt in front of the gate and said, "Senior, I met a person called Zhou Xuanji. He has the aura of 2 ancient demon gods. Can you help me divine his background?" His tone was respectful, completely different from when he was talking to Xianxia. The old immortal's voice floated out from the Taoist temple. "He is destined to become a saint, and he will be the overlord saint that I told you about before." Hearing this, Jianghu's expression shook, and he revealed a look of disbelief. Overlord saint? That was impossible. Even the 10 great demon gods couldn't do it, but that kid could? His heart raced and a chill ran down his spine. At the same time, he is the one I have chosen. Sooner or later he will leave the heavenly Tao, said the old immortal again. Jianghu suddenly raised his head. Zhou Xuanji was actually, he took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. He gritted his teeth and said, "So that's how it is. I know what to do now." With that, he bowed to the Taoist temple and left. on a grassy plain with no clouds in the sky. Xianxia came up to Zhou Xuanji with an awkward expression and asked, I want to learn how to form multiple sword souls at the same time. What do I have to pay? He comprehended sword souls before Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him in sword souls, which made him feel ashamed. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Have you forgotten? You are my sword slave. Xianxia was a little stunned and smiled bitterly. After the Battle of the Divine Cliff, he parted ways with Zhou Xuanji and was chosen by Sword Sovereign Gu. He wanted to come back to look for Zhou Xuanji, but the time was too short and he had yet to learn it. Until today he had yet to learn it, but his revered teacher had changed sides and became Zhou Xuanji's disciple. He felt very helpless and ashamed. He was too embarrassed to talk to Zhou Xuanji all these years. Zhou Xuanji did not make things difficult for him and told Xianxia the gist of sword souls. Xianxia was quite confused, but he was too embarrassed to ask further, lest he looked stupid. At this moment, a figure walked over from the front. Zhou Xuanji turned around with a solemn expression, and the great Tao's voice was cut off. More than 14 million disciples were stunned, and they all looked forward at the same time. Jianghu walked over. His figure was domineering and his aura was terrifying. Just by walking over he gave off boundless pressure. Enemy. All the disciples had mocking expressions on their faces. He actually dared to come alone. He was really courting death. Not good. It was Jianghu. When the heavenly Tao was created, the first tiger was born with destiny. Gu Jianzun exclaimed, his voice full of fear. Whoosh! More than 14 million disciples were in an uproar. Who in the great thousand world had not heard of Jianghu's legend? That was an existence of the same generation as the demon ancestor. Jianghu suddenly came up to Zhou Xuanji standing 10 meters away from him. Zhou Xuanji looked at him calmly without any fear. The 9-soul fusion technique was already in place, and he was just waiting for the other party to die. Boom. Jianghu suddenly knelt down, his knees causing the ground to shake and the grass to collapse. He said in a low voice, I, Jianghu, am willing to take Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji as my master. I hope the Sword Emperor will take me in. His voice was sonorous and firm. Silence. The entire world fell silent. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Especially Sword Sovereign Gu, who was instantly dumbfounded. Did he see wrongly? Jianghu came to join him voluntarily? Zhou Xuanji stared at Jianghu and asked, Why? Jianghu's aura was somewhat familiar to him, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. This brat must have spied on him from afar. Recently he could always sense someone scanning him with his divine sense. If not for the distance, he would have found out those perverted fellows long ago. Because I feel that you will surpass the heavenly saints sooner or later and surpass the heavenly law. Jianghu said seriously. Just when he finished speaking, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck beside him and blasted a large hole. Divine retribution. His expression did not change and he remained calm. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Such a bootlicker. I like it. Good. From today onwards you will follow me. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, and Jianghu became excited immediately. Seeing how excited he was, Sword Sovereign Gu could not understand. You are a great senior at the beginning of the world. Can you not care about your image? To prevent Jianghu from playing any tricks, Zhou Xuanji asked demon god Tianwu to watch over him. But he was not angry at all. Instead, he observed the demon god's body with interest. The news of Jianghu joining Zhou Xuanji spread quickly. This news shook the world. Jianghu was almost invincible below the heavenly saints, and yet he joined a junior who was 300 years old. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 558. Who was Jianghu? The first tiger since the creation of the heavenly law. The ancestor of all tigers. His seniority was the same as the 10 demon gods and heavenly saints. He was one of the most ancient beings in Wanshan Great Thousand. And he actually became the disciple of a junior who was only 300 years old. Even though Zhou Xuanji was powerful, he was still too young. When the world heard about this, their first reaction was disbelief. The news spread like wildfire. Within half a year, everyone knew about it. In an inn, Xianxia vomited a mouthful of blood, which stained the diners at the opposite table. He quickly got up and walked up to a young cultivator. Grabbing his shoulders, he said with a deep voice, What did you say? Jianghu became Zhou Xuanji's disciple? How can it be? What a joke. The young cultivator struggled instinctively but realized that he could not. It's true, he said with gritted teeth. Jianghu is already by Zhou Xuanji's side. He even helped Zhou Xuanji kill a few enemies. He struggled with all his might, but Xianxia's hands were like pincers. He could not shake them off at all. He was terrified in his heart. Could he have encountered an evil cultivator who was bedeviled? Xianxia came back to his senses. He loosened his grip and began divining with his fingers. The cultivators in the inn fled quickly out of fear. It's true. Why is it like this? Xianxia's expression was unsightly. He almost could not breathe. With his understanding of Jianghu should not be pretending to become Zhou Xuanji's disciple to seek an opportunity to kill him. This guy was too straightforward. He did not listen to anyone in the great Emperor Dao court and even dared to talk back to the leader. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He suddenly felt that the great Emperor Dao court could not protect him and would die before Zhou Xuanji. No. I must leave immediately. Xianxia made up his mind to escape from Wansheng Great Thousand. As for the great Emperor Dao court, they could all die. A bunch of stupid pigs who had lived for countless years. They would be killed by Zhou Xuanji sooner or later. He cursed in his heart. He could no longer maintain his composure. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji was already 333 years old. Emperor Sword Court had more than 20 million disciples. Among them, there were more than 1 million Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortals, 5,000 Void Extreme Immortals, 100 Heavenly Law True Gods, and a few Universe Heaven Immortals. Most of them came to worship Zhou because of Xuanji's fame. Which cultivator doesn't have a flying sword? Moreover, the sword was the king of all weapons. There were many sword cultivators, at least in the Wansheng Great Thousand. With Jianghu holding down the fort, fewer people came to find trouble with Emperor Sword Court. In the past 3 years, everything had been peaceful. Zhou Xuanji now had more than 800 legendary swords. He still only had one overturning sky-grade sword, but the Thunderclap sword had already leveled up to disaster-releasing grade. With so many disciples in need of a breakthrough, the Thunderclap sword could be upgraded. He let the Thunderclap sword float in the air to help the Emperor Sword Court avoid the calamity, causing the disciples to exclaim in admiration. On this day, Zhou Xuanji felt an itch in his eyes, and he suddenly saw a crack in the demon realm heart. Xianxia had come out. Thinking about this, he left demon god Tianwu behind and said to Jianghu, "Bring me to the demon world." Jianghu nodded. He waved his right hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away with his magic energy. With his cultivation, it was not difficult for him to travel through the demon world. After living for so long, he definitely knew where the demon world was. After a while, Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu came to the demon realm. He traveled underground and headed toward the demon realm heart. "Master, are you going to find the demon realm heart?" Jianghu asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji nodded calmly. Without a word, Jianghu activated his magic energy and brought Zhou Xuanji to the demon realm heart. At this moment, the demon realm heart was filled with cracks. The demon ancestor was frowning in the air. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu, he said with a deep voice, "Zhou Xuanji, what do you want now?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I'm here to pick someone up." The demon ancestor said coldly, "I don't care who is inside. She has already transformed into the demon realm heart. She cannot leave." His body grew taller until he was hundreds of meters tall. The demonic qi dissipated, revealing a muscular body that was not inferior to demon god Tianwu. The demonic armor on his body was filled with power. It was as though he could destroy the demon realm with a single punch. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "What if I insist on taking her away?" Jianghu stepped out and locked his eyes on the demon ancestor. His eyes were filled with murderous aura. They were of the same generation, so there was no reason for Jianghu to fear the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was an ancient demon god, but Zhou Xuanji had 2 ancient demon gods. Other than that, there was an even more horrifying old senior supporting Zhou Xuanji. Jianghu looked at the demon ancestor with pity in his eyes. The demon ancestor saw through his eyes and felt very uncomfortable. What kind of demonic power did Zhou Xuanji have to make Jianghu so loyal? A strange laughter came from the demon realm heart. It was Xianxia. But her voice was very strange and it sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 turned around and saw a pair of gigantic purple eyes in the demon realm heart. They were extremely alluring. "From today onwards, the demon realm belongs to me. I'm the heavenly law demon lord, the leader of all demons." Xianxia laughed wildly. Zhou Xuanji covered his face. He understood that Long Aohua had returned. Boom! The underground space shook violently, and a thundercloud gathered above the demon realm heart. Heavenly lightning struck down and landed on the demon realm heart. Is this a tribulation? Zhou Xuanji was curious and waited patiently. But the demon ancestor could no longer sit still. He slammed his palm toward the demon realm heart. Since he could not get the demon realm heart, no one else could either. "You're courting death." Jianghu quickly blocked in front of him and used his chest to receive the palm. Boom, the demonic chi exploded. The demon ancestor's face was hideous. Jianghu, are you really going against me? He said coldly. Without a word, Jianghu punched toward the demon ancestor's face. The two powerful cultivators began fighting immediately. The fist and palm collided, and the two bounced back at the same time. The next second, they began fighting wildly around the demon realm heart. The demons wanted to destroy the demon realm heart, while Jianghu tried to stop them. Neither of them could defeat the other. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. He was curious about how powerful Xianxia would be after she became the heavenly law demon lord. As for whether Xianxia would harm him, he was not worried. This old demonic woman could harm anyone but him. Time passed. As the battle between the demon ancestor and Jianghu began, the underground space began to collapse. Xianxia was still laughing wildly and seemed to be very excited. The heavenly lightning struck the demon realm heart. The demon realm heart shrunk visibly. At the same time, deep in the universe, the golden-eyed man with 3 heads and 6 arms levitated in the starry sky as though he was sleeping. He opened his eyes suddenly and flew forward. Far ahead, for heavenly saints were guarding the place. They'd stopped here for the sake of guarding against existences outside the heaven Tao. They opened their eyes and took out their enchanted artifacts. Informed the other heavenly saints. Heavenly Lord Shentai said with a deep voice. Another heavenly saint immediately waved his right hand, and a golden beam of light flew out. Chapter 559. Zhou Xuanji did not know what was going on in the outside world, but he already had some concerns. The old immortal said that once they used the power of their eyes, they would be attacked by the primordial ancestor's enemy. He immediately sent a telepathic message into the demon realm heart. Don't use the power of your eyes. The primordial ancestor tricked us. He has an enemy that surpasses the heavenly saints waiting outside. Xianxia heard him and immediately shut up. Although she was arrogant, she understood that no matter how powerful the heavenly law demon lord was, he could not surpass the heavenly saints. The demon ancestor was furious. His aura grew more violent, and even Zhou Xuanji, who was at universe heaven level 16, could not withstand it. He had no choice but to use the 9-soul fusion technique to merge demon god Nanming into his body. The underground space collapsed violently. Zhou Xuanji resisted with his celestial energy, and the rocks that came close were turned into ashes. The demon realm heart grew smaller and smaller, and it shrank faster and faster. The dark clouds of heavenly lightning dissipated. Soon, when the demon realm heart was less than 3 meters tall, it shattered and turned into countless sparkling crystals. Xianxia revealed herself. She was still wearing a purple dress, but her facial features had become somewhat bewitching. Her eyes had become somewhat blood-red, and her lips were so red that it seemed as if they were about to drip blood. Coupled with her purple eyes and peerlessly beautiful appearance, she gave off a boundless charm and an extremely dangerous aura. Universe Heaven Level 2. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. This old demonic woman's cultivation grew so quickly. He was not disappointed. He was 300 years old and he was already at Universe Heaven Level 16. This old demonic woman was already 10,000 years old. The two of them were not on the same level of talent. Xianxia ignored the demon ancestor and Jianghu and walked toward Zhou Xuanji. She came up to him and touched his face. Your eyes are so beautiful just like mine, she said with a faint smile. Until now, Zhou Xuanji's eyes remained purple. The people from Emperor Sword Court were not too curious about this, and they guessed that it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji looked even more intimidating in this state. How do you feel? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xianxia smiled in high spirits. Fortunately, he was not a man or else he would have deserved a beating. She raised her chin slightly and said proudly, very good, unprecedentedly good. My cultivation will continue to grow, and I will surpass you soon. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, is it that mystical? Xianxia said proudly, I am the master of the demon realm. The chi of the demon realm is fused into my body. I can even refine the demon realm and make it my own independent world. It sounded very powerful. The demonic world was larger than the center god province, yet it could be refined. Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel happy for her. This was indeed a great opportunity. Boom. The demon ancestor rushed over and wanted to kill Xianxia, but he was kicked away by Jianghu. Jianghu displayed his domineering aura and roared again and again. His aura was even more berserk than the demon ancestors and he could actually suppress the demon ancestor. Who is he? Xianxia asked in astonishment. Someone could suppress the demonic ancestor and listen to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied, Jianghu, the first tiger when the heavenly law was created. He's called the tiger ancestor. Have you heard of him? Xianxia narrowed her eyes. She had naturally heard of it. Whether it was in the Center God province or the demon world, Jianghu was a legendary ancient existence. His seniority was not any lower than the demon ancestors. No wonder he could fight evenly with Jianghu. How did you subdue him? She asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile. He came to me himself. He said that the great Emperor Dao Court sent him to kill me. But when he saw me, he realized that we were both disciples of an old senior, so he changed his allegiance to me. Xianxia was very curious about that old senior, but she did not ask further. After that, Zhou Xuanji turned around and charged toward the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was a huge threat and must be eliminated. Or else he would always be worried about Xianxia. With the 9 soul fusion technique activated, Zhou Xuanji's power was no weaker than the demon ancestor in Jianghu. Seeing that he was coming, the demon ancestor turned around and charged toward him. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He took out all of his legendary swords and activated Sword Dao rules. Swoosh! The demon ancestor's pupils contracted. Before he could react, his body was penetrated and exploded into a mist of blood. His massive body did not explode immediately. He looked at Zhou Xuanji in terror and said with a trembling voice, "This is..." Jianghu was frightened too, but he was glad in his heart. Fortunately, he did not attack Zhou Xuanji back then, or else he would have ended up like the demon ancestor. Zhou Xuanji did not explain but came up to the demon ancestor in one step. He took out the 24-rank deep black lotus and tossed it toward the demon ancestor's head. The demon ancestor was surrounded by the legendary swords and could not dodge. The green radiance of the 24-rank deep black lotus enshrouded him and immobilized him. The 24-tier deep black lotus was a treasure to deal with the demonic emperor. Although the demonic emperor was not as strong as the demonic ancestor, he was not far off. Moreover, the demonic ancestor was heavily injured. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly, "Demon ancestor, since you don't want to give up, then die." All the divine swords emitted a strong light as they prepared to kill the demon ancestor. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the fiend ancestor immediately bequeathed his soul and transformed into a golden beam of light that vanished into the tumbling rocks. "Kill him," Zhou Xuanji ordered, and Jianghu immediately gave chase. He kept the demon ancestor's body into the Xianxia map. Xianxia came to his side and said in amazement, "Little Langjun, you are really getting more and more powerful." Her eyes sparkled with extraordinary splendor. Even after becoming the heavenly law demon lord, she was still inferior to Zhou Xuanji. She was not disappointed. Instead, she was still very excited. In the vast starry sky, the 8 heavenly saints stood side by side. Each of them was injured, and they looked ahead fiercely at the golden-eyed man who was covered in golden flames. There was a gigantic hand above the golden-eyed man's head. It was like a black shadow, and its palm was facing him, ready to snatch him away at any time. He looked up and said, "I will not destroy the heavenly law. I only want to capture one person." The gigantic black shadow hand did not dissipate but continued to hover above his head. "What is this guy's background?" Old ancestor Hongshi said with gritted teeth. He suddenly understood why Sage Daojing left. This guy must have escaped. Bastard. How dare he hide it from me? The other heavenly saints looked terrible too. They could not do anything to him even if they worked together. How powerful was he? Could he be the legendary overlord saint? If you don't agree, then I will stay here forever. I will kill whoever dares to come out, including the heavenly saints. The golden-eyed man continued to speak. His tone was calm, but it was filled with a soul-freezing murderous intent. Facing his threat, the gigantic black shadow hand was still unmoved. 3 breaths later, the golden-eyed man retreated 10,000 miles and sat down with his legs crossed. The golden flames on his body burned intensely, and next he turned into a massive sun. The heavenly saints looked at each other in dismay. They all felt pressured. If this guy stayed here forever, wouldn't they be unable to come out in the future? Let's see how long he can wait. A heavenly saint snorted coldly. He was not afraid of a competition of patience. Chapter 560. Beneath the Demon Realm. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "Emperor Sword Court is still waiting for me." Xianxia smiled and said, "Naturally, it's to enslave the devil world. You can go back first. In the devil world I can quickly become stronger. Don't worry, I will lay low for a period of time. When I become invincible, it will be time for the devil world to change its name. The arrogance in her tone was about to break through the heavens. Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not speak further. Soon Jianghu returned and said angrily, "That brat escaped. Only he dared to call the demonic ancestor that kid." Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Don't worry, let's go back first." Jianghu nodded. He immediately waved his hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away with his magic energy. After they left, Xianxia's smile gradually became crazed, and her beautiful eyes flickered with the light of ambition. With a sway of her body, she turned into a wisp of demonic chi and burrowed into the rock. Back in the Wanshan Great Thousand, Emperor Sword Court's disciples were all training with their swords or discussing the way of the sword. None of them were in a rush, and they patiently waited for Zhou Xuanji to return. After listening to the voice of the Great Tao for decades, their state of mind had been greatly improved. Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu landed at the front of the army. He said loudly, "Continue advancing." Zhou Shaoxing came over and asked curiously, "Father, where did you go?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told her about his trip. Of course, he did not mention anything about the primordial ancestor. "Wow, Aunt Xian is going to become the ruler of the demon realm?" Zhou Shaoxin asked in surprise, her face full of admiration. In her heart, Xianxia was the strongest woman. In the past, Zhou Xuanji had to rely on Xianxia's protection. Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and knocked her forehead. "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I won't allow it. Cultivate with me." He snorted. Zhou Xiaoxuan's mouth twitched, but she was still very excited. She quickly found Huang Lianxin to discuss this matter. The journey to promote the way of the sword continued. The sound of the great Tao rang out again, sacred and dignified. As he walked, he placed the Holy Light Redemption Sword into the Xianxia map to heal the demon lord's body. In order to prevent the fiend ancestor from having any backup plans, he simultaneously used the soul division technique. If he succeeded, he would have the avatars of 3 ancient demon gods. If he used the 9 soul fusion technique, his strength would increase even more. Another dozen or so years passed, and the number of Emperor Sword Court's disciples exceeded 20 million. The procession that promoted the way of the sword was majestic and incomparably magnificent. Now, Emperor Sword Court had become a phenomenal storm in Wanshan Great Thousand. Unlike in the beginning, many living beings came to pledge their allegiance every day, and there were even people who traveled across several large states to rush over. Every disciple was very far apart from each other, causing the group to occupy an area of several hundred miles. There were even people practicing with their swords in the air, and sword chi filled the space between heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu led the way. Looking down from the sky, the entire Emperor Sword Court was like a majestic long sword, advancing with great momentum. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 350 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, through heaven, unparalleled ancient asunder rainbow sword, extreme nirvana joy. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he could not help but narrow his eyes. The heavenly sword had finally appeared. As for the 9 extreme divine sword, it was probably already at the level of a sky saint. Then the information of the history asunder sword appeared in front of him. Sword name, ancient asunder rainbow sword grade, connecting heaven description, a legendary sword that can cut through the river of history. One must be at least at connecting heaven level 1 to use it. Cut through the river of history? Sounded very powerful. But what was the river of history? Wasn't it an abstract concept? Zhou Xuanji thought about it and began to receive the extreme nirvana joy. A massive wave of memories flowed into his mind. This was a sword technique divine ability. It could reverse a desperate situation. But the more enemies there were, the more powerful the reversal would be. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he felt that this divine ability was very similar to world reincarnation. It could reflect the enemy's magic energy. The difference was that extreme nirvana joy could reverse a desperate situation, not just magic energy. As for its exact power, he had to test it out when he was in a desperate situation. He suddenly called Sword Sovereign Gu to his side and asked, "Is there a suitable place to stay in the Wanshan Great Thousand?" After walking for so long, he felt that it was time to stop. The disciples of Emperor Sword Court needed some time to settle down. To the east, there's a mountain range 2,000 miles away. No powerful cultivators live there, Sword Sovereign Gu said. Sword Sovereign Gu muttered. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked toward the east. Mountains stretched to the end. These mountains were barren and had very few plants. They looked very desolate. He immediately walked in that direction, and the majestic group of Emperor Sword Court's disciples followed him in a different direction. They were very orderly and did not mess up their formation. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He took out Great Brilliant Sky and used Sword Master Haki to train the 20 million disciples. This time he was training the ancestral dragon sword. If 20 million disciples turned into dragons together, how majestic would that be? Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. As the sun set in a stronghold, Xianxia sat facing the south with his legs crossed. He was cultivating an energy technique. Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, the old beggar, walked toward him suddenly with a solemn expression. "Brat, don't just cultivate like a fool." The old beggar grinned. Having heard him, Xianxia opened his eyes in confusion. Evidently they had known each other for a long time. There was no estrangement between them. Xianxia asked, "I keep feeling that something is wrong with this divine ability. According to its qi circulation route, it still cannot produce the effect you described." The old beggar smiled proudly. "Of course. If you want to learn this divine ability, you need to go to the void." He walked to Xianxia's side and whispered into his ear. Xianxia opened his eyes wide and breathed rapidly. His eyes were burning with passion. He stood up and bowed to the old beggar before leaping up and disappearing into the clouds. The old beggar stroked his long beard and smiled. "This brat's talent is really horrifying. I feel that he's even more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Interesting." He smiled for a while before turning around to leave. This stronghold was located at the top of a mountain. The mountain was sliced off by Xianxia's sword, and there were hundreds of buildings. The people who lived here were all Xianxia's disciples. All of them were talented and extraordinary. The old beggar came here 10 years ago. He found Xianxia and expressed his intention to take him as his disciple. Back then Xianxia snorted disdainfully and even attacked the old beggar. In the end he was subdued by the old beggar. Especially after knowing that the old beggar was Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, Xianxia respected him even more. Zhou Xuanji was actually his successor. His ultimate treasures, the Xianxia map and World Buddha art, were in Zhou Xuanji's hands after all. The old beggar came to a large tree that he planted himself. It looked like a willow tree and Northern Nether Sword Devil Su Qing sat under it. His eyes were lifeless like a puppet. When he walked up to Su Qing suddenly said a word, "Xian." Chapter 561. The old beggar looked at the dumbfounded Su Qing and could not help but sigh. Among the disciples, the one he had the most affection for was Su Qing. He sighed faintly, "Why didn't you listen to me back then?" He could not get an answer. Su Qing was suppressed by the tree and no longer went berserk. But if he left the tree's coverage he would return to his original crazed state. The old beggar sat beside him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I will save you and restore your fearless spirit." Su Qing seemed to understand and the corners of his mouth curled up. Night fell. Zhou Xuanji sat on the top of the mountain and stroked Great Brilliant Sky, which looked incredibly spirited. Strands of silver-white aura wrapped around the blade. Fate manifestation. After decades of working together and promoting the sword's way, the fate of Emperor Sword Court's 20 million disciples was still fused with him. If he thrived, Emperor Sword Court thrived. If he died, Emperor Sword Court declined. If he thrived, they would all prosper. How should I use fate? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. The heavenly saints fighting for fate was definitely not a joke. Old ancestor Hongshi must have a motive for giving him this mission. But all these years he had been paying attention but could not see through it. Zhou Xiaoxian leaped onto the mountain top suddenly. She came up to him and giggled, "Father, are we going to stay here and not leave?" Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "Let's rest for a while and decide later." There were still 900 years until the All Heavens Tao Feast. He needed to nurture Emperor Sword Court's power. Zhou Xiaoxian walked up to him and massaged his shoulders. "Father, can I discuss something with you?" she asked with a smile. Her face was filled with a smile like a weasel's. "No," Zhou Xuanji rejected without hesitation. Zhou Xiaoxuan's face fell and immediately squeezed his shoulders. No matter how hard she squeezed, she could not hurt him. Instead, she felt pain in her fingers. She stood up and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "You will regret it." She snorted. Zhou Xuanji ignored her. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. Was she really his biological daughter? She bit her lip and said, "Recently I've been hearing a voice. It's vague and illusory. He's guiding me to fly up, to keep flying and not to stop. Say, do you think I'll be like Aunt Xian, some kind of heavenly demon lord or something?" Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji got up and looked at her as he asked, "When did it begin?" His gaze locked onto her eyes and discovered that the depths of her pupils had already turned purple. Could it be? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. A long time ago he realized that Zhou Xiaoxian was not as simple as she seemed. She had perfectly inherited his bloodline from back then and had even surpassed him. It was just that she didn't have many fortuitous encounters, which prevented her cultivation from soaring. Seeing him so serious, Zhou Xiaoxian became excited and said, "Probably after you picked up Aunt Xian. Is this some kind of summoning?" She also wanted to be as powerful as Xianxia, to rule over a realm and be as mighty as she could be. Just thinking about it made him happy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He instinctively thought of the primordial ancestor and his enemies. Or else, how could he be so powerful? He muttered, "Come with me to a place. Tell Jinghong to take charge of the situation. We will be back soon." Qiuhu was already loyal to him. With Qiuhu around, nothing would happen to Emperor Sword Court. Okay. Zhou Xiaoxian went to inform Xiao Jinghong excitedly. Soon, the father and daughter disappeared into the night sky. The sky had just brightened. The first ray of sunlight shone on the temple, and the flowers and grasses around the temple stood up visibly. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the temple with Zhou Xiaoxian. "Senior, can you divine my daughter's fate?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Who was this senior? She had seen Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, the old beggar. That guy was a frivolous old man who ignored her. This senior should be even more powerful. It was her first time seeing Zhou Xuanji so respectful to someone. A while later, the old immortal's voice came. He sighed and said, "Zhou Xuanji, where did you come from? Why is your daughter like this?" "Sigh. Like what?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and became anxious immediately. He wouldn't have bad luck, would he? It's hard to say. Even I can't fully understand it. But I can tell you one thing. Your daughter contains some kind of powerful energy. Once awakened, her power will be unimaginable. The old immortal said faintly. With this, Zhou Xiaoxian became excited immediately. As expected. "Do I have an identity like the Heavenly Law Demon Lord?" she asked quickly. She looked at Zhou Xuanji proudly as though she was about to be complimented. Zhou Xuanji was amused. Why did this girl not grow up? She was so childish. The door opened and the old immortal walked out slowly. He stared at Zhou Xiaoxian and sighed, "You are more powerful than the Heavenly Law Demon Lord. But it's hard to say whether this power is good or bad. Logically speaking, you should not have such power." He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression and said, "Don't tell me that you father and daughter have a background that surpasses the Heavenly Law?" "Surpasses the Heavenly Law." Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes slightly, and Zhou Xiaoxian almost jumped up. "I'm so powerful?" She almost burst out laughing, but she held it in. The old immortal instructed, "Take good care of her. Once she's discovered by someone, they might rob her." Zhou Xiaoxuan's smile froze immediately. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked at Zhou Xiaoxian. "If you don't want to die, listen to me. Understand?" Swoosh! A shooting star streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The old immortal turned around and said, "Your revered teacher is crazy. He will kill himself sooner or later." Zhou Xuanji was confused by his sudden change of topic. "What do you mean?" he asked. The old immortal began telling a story. It was a story about the old beggar and Su Qing. A long time ago, he and the old beggar helped the Heavenly Law to be born quickly, and they almost died because of it. The two of them landed on the first piece of land, separated by worlds. The old beggar was saved by two living beings, who fed him with heavenly spirit water every day after day, year after year. After 3,000 years, the old beggar finally woke up. He was deeply moved, so he took the two living beings as his disciples and helped them transform. Afterward, the two living beings became the most powerful beings under the Heavenly Law. Because of their arrogance, they were attacked by all living beings in the world and they both died. The old beggar used up his cultivation to collect their broken souls. After reincarnation was established and the netherworld appeared, he allowed them to reincarnate. One of them was the northern nether sword devil, Su Qing. Zhou Xuanji said with narrowed eyes, "No wonder he would risk his life for Su Qing. Even the old beggar did not save Di Guanlong like this." The old immortal sighed and said, "He fell too deeply in love. I'm afraid that he will not have a good ending." Chapter 562. It would not end well. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. After all, the old beggar was his teacher and had taught him many things. He did not want anything bad to happen to this old fellow. The old immortal saw through his worries and said with a smile, "No matter who it is, they have to be responsible for their own choices. You don't have to worry about him, he won't die for now. Your task is to work hard to make yourself stronger. When you are strong enough, everything will be under your control. But if you are not strong enough, you can only be controlled by fate. Being powerless will make you regret it forever. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He understood this too. He asked, although I've reached Universe Heaven Tier 16, I won't be able to break through again in a short period of time. Can you point me in the right direction? Although he could already move unhindered below the Heavenly Saint realm, he still felt that he had to work harder. Otherwise, how could they face the primordial ancestors' enemies? If one day he or Xianxia accidentally used the power of their eyes, it would be bad. The old immortal said leisurely, it's still the same saying. Haste makes waste. Continue what you did before. After saying this, he walked past Zhou Xuanji and his daughter and down the mountain. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, should he continue to kill enemies and absorb magic energy, or should he continue to promote the way of the sword? Zhou Xiaoxian curiously looked into the Taoist temple. She found that there was nothing in the temple except a praying mat. He was indeed worthy of being called a Taoist expert. He truly had a pure heart and few desires. After that, Zhou Xuanji left with her. After they left, the old immortal walked down the hill slowly. His eyes were calm as he said softly, everything has karma. Our karma is interfering with the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Sooner or later there will be a tribulation. After returning to Emperor Sword Court, Zhou Xiaoxian returned to her room and started to cultivate in high spirits. Zhou Xuanji came to the highest mountain peak and continued to think about fate. As soon as he took out Dayo, the black hole exquisite lion jumped onto it. It laughed excitedly and said, Master, I found a cave abode nearby. It's thousands of feet underground, and there's a powerful restriction inside that I can't break through. Do you want to go and take a look? Zhou Xuanji said indifferently, can't you find someone else? There were so many cave abodes in the world, but there weren't many that could catch his eye. The black hole exquisite lion replied, this cave abode is not simple. I can smell the fate. Although it is very weak, I can feel it. It was formed from the karmic luck of the heavenly Tao, so it was extremely sensitive to karmic luck. Zhou Xuanji heard him and was immediately interested. He got up and let it lead the way. Emperor Sword Court's 20 million disciples occupied the nearby mountain range. Looking over, the entire mountain range was filled with the figures of disciples training with the sword. The place that the black hole exquisite lion discovered was 100 miles away at the foot of a mountain. The grass was dense here, blocking the entrance of the cave. The black hole exquisite lion lifted the weeds in front of the hole, revealing a dog hole with a diameter of only half a meter. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This guy could even find such a small hole? The black hole exquisite lion's figure flashed, his body shrank and he quickly entered. Zhou Xuanji turned into a ray of sword light and flew in. They quickly rushed down the tunnel. The tunnel twisted and turned, and from time to time they would encounter a fork. The tunnel was narrow and there were many venomous insects, snakes and ants along the way. They moved quickly and came to the cave abode. After flying out of the cave, they came to a spacious underground space. There was a stone door in front of them which was covered with spider webs. There were rune-like words carved on it. This is the place. It's very hidden. If I did not climb here, I would not have discovered its existence. The black hole exquisite lion smiled proudly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with anticipation, waiting for him to break the door. Zhou Xuanji walked to the stone door and lightly touched it with his godly great brilliant sky. There were no changes to the stone door. However, the godly great brilliant sky trembled slightly. It sensed the fate. Zhou Xuanji shook his right hand and activated the trisource vein-severing sword. The sword chi intertwined and slammed into the stone door with a loud boom. However, it did not destroy the stone door. He raised his brow and swung his sword again with the 9-soul fusion technique. Boom! The stone door shattered, and a violent gale swept out from the inside. His black robe fluttered violently, while the black hole exquisite lion was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a Buddha head. The space inside the stone door was not big, and it was occupied by this Buddha head. It was made of rocks and was about 15 meters tall. Its mouth was wide open, and its face was filled with anger as though it was scolding. What's this? The black hole exquisite lion came over and cried out. He was a little disappointed. He thought that there was a treasure inside. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the Buddha head and touched it. There was nothing unusual. It looked like an ordinary stone Buddha's head. Perhaps there used to be a temple here, but it collapsed and was buried deep underground. But why was it blocked by the stone door? And the stone door was filled with restrictive spells. It did not seem like a coincidence. He took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the souls of the great beings. What's this? Emperor Hanlin asked curiously. The other souls were curious too. they asked in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji took out another sword, the black hole exquisite lion backed off in fear. Sovereign Xian said in shock, "This Buddha head is very strange. Don't you think it looks like the ninth Nether Buddha?" The ninth Nether Buddha, the most powerful cultivator in the netherworld. He once fought to become a heavenly saint. Although he was not a heavenly saint, he was on equal footing with the heavenly saints. As long as the cycle of reincarnation and the netherworld did not collapse, he would be indestructible. Zhou Xuanji wanted to store the Buddha head into the Xianxia map but could not do so. Even the 24-rank deep black lotus could not store the Buddha head. Be careful. This Buddha head is very strange. It doesn't look like a Buddha with eternal righteousness. It's very evil. Dao Lord Shintian reminded Zhou Xuanji to be careful. Zhou Xuanji took a few steps back and stared into the eyes of the Buddha head. For some reason he felt that the Buddha head was staring at him. It was an extremely horrifying feeling. The black hole exquisite lion did not dare to look up, but Zhou Xuanji was not afraid. His mind was calm as he thought about how to deal with this Buddha head. He raised his right hand, and the great brilliant day pierced into the Buddha head's mouth. Boom! The Buddha head shook violently, which shook the entire underground space. On the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of miles shook continuously. Countless living beings flew up in shock, including the 20 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court. What's going on? Something's happening underground. Could it be an earthquake? No, there's a very evil aura. Everyone be careful. Enemies are coming. Prepare for battle. The disciples drew their swords and were ready for battle. This is Jianghu muttered with a frown. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side in a flash. At this moment, the surface of the Buddha head began to crack. Pieces of rocks fell off as though the Buddha head was shedding its skin, revealing its black skin. Soon a hideous, dark-skinned face appeared. His eyes seemed to be embedded with two green crystals. Although his mouth was wide open, he was still laughing sinisterly. It was extremely horrifying. Chapter 563. What is this thing? The black hole exquisite lion exclaimed, his tone full of fear. Anyone who saw such a horrifying head would be afraid. Especially that smile, which made the black hole exquisite lion's fur stand on end. Jianghu said with a frown, "Be careful. This thing is not right. He's not dead yet." Zhou Xuanji heard him and took out 20 legendary swords, which were all aimed at the black head. At this moment, the eyes of the black head began to move. Oh no, this is the evil life, evil spirit. Jianghu suddenly thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he cried out with a deep voice. Evil life, evil spirit. Zhou Xuanji and the black hole exquisite lion had never heard of it, but they knew from the name that it was not a friendly creature. Kakik, heavenly law, violet chi. The black head laughed suddenly, but its mouth did not move. Its green eyes were filled with a horrifying murderous intent. Whoosh! The black head's mouth exerted a horrifying suction force, and Zhou Xuanji and the other two were sucked into it. Even someone as powerful as Jianghu could not dodge in time. Zhou Xuanji was in the darkness and could not sense anything around him. A force was pushing him downward, which made him feel a strong sense of weightlessness. He immediately stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage. Sometime later, he suddenly felt an impact on his soul, and his consciousness went blank. Wah! Zhou Xuanji heard the sound of seawater crashing against the waves and gradually woke him up. He opened his eyes and saw a clear blue sky. There were no clouds or mist. His memory before he fainted recovered quickly. He squinted his eyes and sat up straight. He found himself sitting on the beach. The seawater soaked his legs and his black clothes were torn into strips of cloth. He looked extremely pathetic. Where am I? He looked around in confusion and took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to heal himself. His internal organs were severely injured, and the celestial energy in his body was mostly depleted. There was a boundless ocean in front of him. The horizon was filled with black mist, as though a storm was coming. It was as though a ferocious beast was hiding in the mist and rumbling. He swept his divine sense in all directions, wanting to see what was going on around him. Soon he found himself on an isolated island. The island was a few hundred miles long. The creatures on the island did not have spiritual intelligence, and there were no traces of cultivators. He was in no hurry to leave. Once his injuries were healed and his immortal power was replenished, he took out demon god Tianwu and the demon ancestor's body to guard his sides. Right now he already had 3 fiend celestial doppelgangers. As for fiend celestial Nanming, he had yet to bring it out as a trump card. He chose a direction and flew on his sword. He took out the ancient god sword, hoping to learn more about this place from the souls of the powerhouses. The spiritual chi here is very dense. It shouldn't be the mortal world. Ghost Emperor Xianxia guessed, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. Like I don't know. Venerable Xian said, the evil life evil spirit has a long history. It has existed since the beginning of the heavenly axiom. However, in the past million years, there has been no news of the evil life evil spirit. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to run into one. I didn't bump into you. It was the black hole exquisite lion. Zhou Xuanji felt quite helpless. That stone door could block attacks from connecting heaven stage cultivators, and those top-notch existences below the heavenly saints would not come to such a place. After that, Zhou Xuanji soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. He wanted to break through the heavens, but he realized that there were no heavens here. There was a formless barrier that he could not break through. Even if he asked demon god Jianghu to do it, it would not work. How can it be? Demon god Jianghu's power is second only to the heavenly saints. Could it be a barrier set up by the heavenly saints? Zhou Xuanji was perplexed. The souls were shocked as well. Emperor Zhao cried out, could it be an independent celestial realm like the netherworld? Independent celestial realm? After that, Emperor Zhao explained to him. Under the heavenly law, other than the great thousand worlds, there were countless mortal realms. Between the great thousand worlds and the mortal realms, there would be other independent realms such as the demon realm, the beast realm, and the barbarian realm. Other than that, there were also independent celestial realms. The so-called independent celestial realms were like the netherworld, unaffected by the great thousand worlds' fate. Only the great thousand worlds had 33 heavens. Sovereign Xian said hesitantly, almost all the independent celestial realms have been destroyed and replaced by the great thousand worlds. Where would this place be? Moreover, this barrier might be more powerful than the one in the netherworld. Zhou Xuanji was suddenly interested in this realm. He turned around and flew down. Fellow Taoist, please wait. At that moment a voice came. Zhou Xuanji stopped and turned around. He could find someone to understand this place. He saw a middle-aged man wearing a green Taoist robe flying over. He had an extraordinary aura and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He glanced at demon god Tianwu and the demonic ancestor and was inwardly shocked. Such powerful qi blood. It was the first time he had seen such a body. He smiled amicably and said, fellow Taoist, judging from your actions just now, is this your first time in the Heaven Fiend realm? Heaven Fiend realm? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, brother, can you tell me about the Heaven Fiend realm? The green-robed man smiled and said, of course. I'm Ching Song. May I know your name, fellow Taoist? Zhou Xuanji did not hide it and said, I'm Zhou Xuanji. Ching Song glanced at demon god Tianwu and the demonic ancestor, signaling them to introduce themselves. Zhou Xuanji said, they are clones that I made. This person had Universe Heaven Level 7 cultivation and was not simple. Zhou Xuanji did not expect to encounter someone with such cultivation as soon as he arrived. It seemed that the Heaven Fiend realm was very powerful. Clones? Ching Song felt quite startled and could not help but gulp. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. It seemed that this person was not a good person. However, he did not dare to turn and leave. He smiled and said, the Heaven Fiend realm is very big, and it has long since lost contact with other realms. Since ancient times, many people have mistakenly entered the Heaven Fiend realm and have taken root here. The Heaven Fiend realm is controlled by the heavenly saints, and all creatures can compete freely. In the Heaven Fiend realm, if one does not have a faction to rely on, it will be very difficult to survive because most of the resources are monopolized by the various sections. Zhou Xuanji was not interested in these sects and asked, is there a way to leave the Heaven Fiend realm? Ching Song said, it's very difficult unless you have the help of the heavenly saints. Heavenly saints? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had a feeling that he had already caught the attention of the heavenly saints. If he went there rashly, something bad might happen. Ching Song smiled and said, fellow Taoist, there's no need to be impatient. All creatures that come to the Heaven Fiend realm quickly become immersed in this place. It's easier to cultivate here, and the Guanghuang secret realm is about to open. Do you want to come with me? Zhou Xuanji asked, what's the Guanghuang secret realm? He was not in a hurry. After all, his 24-rank Deep Black Lotus had a portal to the Divine Cliff. If Emperor Sword Court was in trouble, he could directly teleport back and have demon god Tianwu guard the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Ching Song introduced, the Guanghuang secret realm contains countless secret treasures and was once a place where empires fought for supremacy. Many experts fell, and the heavenly saints used a peerless divine ability to refine it into a secret realm. It opens once every 5,000 years and it will open again in 2 years. It's best not to miss it. Chapter 564. Zhou Xuanji thought for a moment and decided to follow Qing Song to find the Guanghuang's secret realm. He could also earn resources for Emperor Sword Court. Now, Emperor Sword Court had over 20 million disciples, and Zhou Xuanji had not distributed any cultivation resources. Before, he could use the Great Tao's voice to make up for it, but he could not continue like this. Even though he had many spirit pills, medicines and enchanted artifacts in his supreme storage, he could not distribute them to so many disciples. After all, this was the Wanshan Great Thousand, not the Northern Wilderness. The cultivation resources that the disciples needed were an astronomical figure. On the way, Qing Song enthusiastically conversed with Zhou Xuanji, telling him about the legends of the Guanghuang's secret realm. Every time the Guanghuang's secret realm opened, countless cultivators would fight over it. The independent world within the Guanghuang's secret realm was very big, and there were countless secret treasures inside. Many of them were left behind by cultivators who had died. Zhou Xuanji asked Qing Song what sect he was from, but he smiled and said that he did not belong to any sect. Didn't you say that without a sect you would not be able to establish yourself? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed, but he did not directly slap him in the face. Under Qing Song's lead, they flew into a continent. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhou Xuanji put the 2 demon gods into the Xianxia map. They came to a city. The streets of the city were filled with stalls, selling all kinds of treasures, artifact forging materials, pill refining recipes and other things. Qing Song smiled and said, "Ordinarily places near the coast are quite dangerous, and the cultivators here are quite powerful. You can have a look first, I'm going to look for some treasures." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the 2 of them went their separate ways. He was quite interested in the Heaven Fiend realm and wanted to understand the local customs and practices here. There were many people walking to and fro on the streets, and there were many demons as well. All sorts of languages were spoken, and luckily Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was quite high, so he could understand all sorts of languages with his mind. Language was just a way of expressing oneself, and experts could understand each other with just a glance. He strolled around aimlessly. Even though there were many stalls and countless cultivators walking to and fro like a colony of ants, there were no conflicts. Everything was orderly and orderly. At most it was just a quarrel. On the way, Zhou Xuanji did not stop. "Quickly come over and take a look. It's the key to entering the Guanghuang's secret realm. All restrictions are useless with it." A giggle attracted Zhou Xuanji's attention. He turned around and saw a boy who looked like he was only 7 years old squatting in front of the stall. He had his hands in his pockets like a little old man, and he had a warm smile on his face. Universe Heaven Tier 15. Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised. With such cultivation, he was like a crane among chickens in this city. No one stopped in front of his stall. It was obvious that this guy was here to swindle people. Zhou Xuanji walked up to his stall and asked with a smile, "What treasure is it? So mystical." The boy looked up at him and giggled. "Do you want the heaven and earth stone of the Guanghuang's secret realm? World stone?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and looked at the heaven and earth stone, which was shaped like a crescent moon. This heaven and earth stone did indeed contain a trace of heaven and earth power, but it was very weak. It could only be used once before it lost its effect. He inquired how much it was. The boy replied, 300 Heaven Fiend pills. Heaven Fiend pills were the most valuable currency in the Heaven Fiend realm, and they could be used for cultivation. A Heaven Fiend pill was equivalent to 10,000 level 9 spirit stones. If converted to level 1 spirit stones, it would be an astronomical figure. This fellow was indeed swindling people. Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity, "If no one wants to buy it, what are you doing here?" Hearing this, the boy's smile disappeared. He was like a little tiger as he furiously said, "If you're not going to buy it, piss off." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed before turning and leaving. Watching him leave, the boy spat on the ground. After he left, the boy's ferocious expression once again changed. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he muttered to himself, "Just who is that fellow? He actually made my hair stand on end. No, I need to quickly leave. He definitely has his eyes on me." He immediately started to pack up his stall and quickly left. Zhou Xuanji did not take this to heart and continued to wander around. It was close to dusk and he met up with Qing Song in front of the city gates. "Brother Zhou, did you find anything?" Qing Song chuckled as he asked. From his expression, it was evident that he had found quite a lot. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "My luck wasn't as good as yours." Xianxia loudly laughed. The two of them did not waste any words and continued to head towards the Guanghuang's secret realm. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia finally came to the Guanghuang's secret realm. The Guanghuang's secret realm had over 100 entrances, and each entrance was a stone stele. When the Guanghuang's secret realm opened, the stone stele would give off a spatial barrier, allowing people to enter and leave. The Guanghuang's secret realm would only open for half a year each time. After half a year, if one did not come out, they would have to wait 5,000 years before they could come out again. The two of them came before a stone stele, and there were already tens of thousands of figures meditating in the surrounding 100 kilometers. The closer one was to the stone stele, the more powerful one's cultivation would be. The earlier one entered the realm, the easier it would be to obtain benefits. Xianxia had Universe Heaven Level 7 cultivation and could be considered a powerful expert. He brought Zhou Xuanji and landed 100 meters away from the stone stele. The creatures surrounded the stone stele, and with it as the center, there were 172 figures in the surrounding 100 meters. All of them had at least Universe Heaven Level 7 cultivation, and there was no lack of connecting heaven cultivators. This was only one stone stele. The key thing was that there was still a long time before the Guanghuang's secret realm opened. Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu's arrival attracted many gazes, especially towards Zhou Xuanji. With Universe Heaven Level 16 cultivation, he could teleport another 70 meters forward. However, he did not do this. He sat down cross-legged and focused his attention on the world within the 24-rank deep black lotus. He conversed with Jianghu. 10 days ago, he had sent the demonic ancestor into the 24-rank deep black lotus and teleported to the divine cliff before going to reinforce Emperor Sword Court. Now, with a thought, he could shift his attention to the demonic ancestor. The powerful soul division technique could not stop him from controlling his clone even though they were separated by two realms. Now, no faction dared to make a move against Emperor Sword Court, and Emperor Sword Court had already settled down. The Wanshan Great Thousand was also peaceful. After conversing with Jianghu, Zhou Xuanji knew that the divine cliff was not dangerous. Following this, he switched his consciousness to the demonic ancestor's body. Emperor Sword Court was fine, and the disciples were still settling down. After so many years of teaching, they needed time to calm down and comprehend. Even Sword Sovereign Gu was the same. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness returned to his original body. He felt a gaze filled with ill intentions. He glanced over and saw a black-clothed man with a higher cultivation than him looking at him out of the corner of his eyes. As their gazes met, the black-clothed man did not avoid it. Instead, he looked condescending with murderous intent. "What's wrong with you?" Chapter 565. Facing Zhou Xuanji's telepathic message, the man in black trembled in anger. He immediately stood up and walked toward Zhou Xuanji. The surrounding people all turned to look at him. What was he trying to do? Sensing the killing intent, Xianxia opened his eyes. When he saw the black-clothed man, he quickly got up in fright. "Gui Chorin, what are you planning to do?" Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. He was ready to fight at any time. "Gui Chorin." The cultivators and demons in the distance were also alarmed as they looked over. It was obvious that Gui Chorin was very famous. No wonder he was fearless and did not hide his intentions and ambitions. He ignored Xianxia and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he said coldly, "Boy, you dare to insult me? Hand over all of your storage bags and storage rings, or else I'll kill you on the spot." The surrounding people instantly understood. It turned out that Gui Cho had another target. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji with sympathy. Gui Chorin was only a step away from the reaching heaven state. He had remarkable abilities and his methods were cruel. Anyone who was targeted by him would not have a good ending. Zhou Xuanji directly used the 9-soul fusion technique and fused demon god Jianghu with him. Expressionless, he stood up slowly and said, "I'm standing right here. Come and kill me." No matter how high one's cultivation was, one would still encounter evil people. Since the other party didn't have eyes, then don't blame him for being impolite. Gui Chorin was enraged and immediately prepared to attack. Suddenly his expression changed. How did this kid's aura change? He frowned and hesitated. Xianxia did not try to dissuade Zhou Xuanji. He had felt that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, or else he would not have tried to rope Zhou Xuanji into the Guanghuang's secret realm. Seeing Gui Chorin's expression, he instantly understood what was going on. As expected, Zhou Xuanji might have the power to surpass Universe Heaven. The surrounding cultivators and demons looked at each other and whispered to each other. Why doesn't Gui Cho dare to make a move? He's just bluffing. No, that kid's aura has changed. What a terrifying aura. Who is he? There's going to be a good show to watch. Hearing these discussions, Guichoren found it hard to back down. Zhou Xuanji came up to him in a single step like a ghost. So fast. Guicho was startled and subconsciously retreated. Bang. Zhou Xuanji punched through his chest, causing blood to spurt out. The cultivators behind him all used their magic energy to stop the blood from splashing onto their bodies. The violent fist winds shook the ground, and many cultivators were thrown to the ground. How is this possible? Guichoren was dumbfounded, not daring to believe his own eyes. He had already confirmed that Zhou Xuanji only had Universe Heaven level 15 cultivation. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was unfamiliar, he used his gaze to threaten him. This fist speed definitely surpassed that of a primordial heaven. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he cast world internalization, madly absorbing Guichoren's magic energy. Guichoren immediately turned into a ray of golden light and fled into the distance. Zhou Xuanji purposely let him escape and immediately chased after him. Xianxia did not chase after them. He was not strong enough, so it was better for him to wait where he was. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Zhou Xuanji returned and sat down beside Xianxia. As for Guichoren, he was nowhere to be seen. Xianxia asked softly, "What's the situation like?" "Dead," Zhou Xuanji replied. His words were heard by many people and they were all secretly shocked. They immediately classified Zhou Xuanji as a dangerous person. Now no one dared to offend Zhou Xuanji anymore. Time continued to pass. More and more creatures hurried over, causing this region to become more and more lively. There were often conflicts and battles would erupt every few days. 3 days before the Guanghuang secret realm opened, the surrounding 100 kilometers became silent. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Xianxia said in a low voice, "After we enter the Guanghuang secret realm, should we split up or?" Zhou Xuanji could instantly tell what he was thinking and smiled as he said, "Let's split up then." In the Guanghuang secret realm, if two people encountered something that they both wanted, it would be easy for them to become estranged. Xianxia inwardly let out a sigh of relief and said, "After splitting up, let's think of a way to meet up in 3 months. It's your first time coming to the Guanghuang secret realm, so you might miss the time to leave. I was also trapped before." Zhou Xuanji nodded. As for what he was thinking, he did not say it out loud. Since Xianxia minded him so much, it would be best if they did not meet again after going in. In actuality, he had wanted to help Xianxia before. With Xianxia's cultivation, it would be very difficult for him to do as he pleased. 3 days later. Boom. A pillar of light descended from the sky, covering the stone steel and causing the stone steel to violently tremble. A layer of light shot out from the stone steel, forming a rippling barrier. Immediately, 3 people leapt in and the others followed behind them. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia did not say anything and flew into the barrier. The creatures behind them started to charge forwards, and because there were so many people, battles soon erupted. None of this had anything to do with Zhou Xuanji. After entering the Guanghuang secret realm, they passed through a colorful tunnel. There was no dirt, only light, and it was as if falling in would result in eternal damnation. Zhou Xuanji saw that the people in front of him dove into different directions and quickly disappeared. Xianxia also quickly distanced himself from him and flew to the side. Zhou Xuanji also found a direction and headed in. Light flashed before him and he came to a dark world. Torrential rain poured down and lightning flashed and thunder roared. The mountain forest below was mercilessly battered by the rain. He looked up and saw many rays of light shining in the distant night sky. Those were the other cultivators who had entered the realm. He gave a slight smile and took out demon god Tianwu to be his bodyguard. He swept out with his divine sense and decided where to go, choosing the direction with the densest spirit qi. In the cultivation world, most treasures would gather large amounts of spirit qi. It was not just him, the other cultivators were the same. After traveling tens of thousands of kilometers, Zhou Xuanji flew past the thunderstorm region. Sunlight shone down ahead, looking incredibly bright and beautiful. Zhou Xuanji's gaze locked onto a tall mountain. The mountain was on the island at the center of the lake and it was 3,000 meters tall. There was a massive python coiled around the mountain, and its body was like a dragon. It was covered with black scales and each scale was as big as a house. It had 3 horns and its eyes were cold and sinister. It flicked its tongue and there were violet flames burning at the tip of its tongue. A boundless and domineering aura spread out, causing many cultivators to stop in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked towards the middle of the mountain and saw a golden stone. There were many strange violet inscriptions on its surface, and the spirit qi around it was condensed to the point that it was viscous, as if there was fog surrounding the golden stone. "This stone is mine." A domineering voice sounded out as a muscular man giving off lightning landed on the mountain peak. His legs were incredibly powerful, causing the surface of the mountain to crack. The black python roared as it rushed at him, seeming unstoppable. The muscular man raised his right hand and faced his palm towards the black python. Boundless lightning exploded out, instantly covering the black python. The black python howled in pain and the entire mountain started to collapse. One by one the cultivators charged towards the golden rock. Humans died for wealth and birds died for food. Chapter 566. Seeing so many people daring to fight with him over the treasure, the muscular man became furious. "All of you die." He furiously roared and countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blasting the ground. Many cultivators were unable to dodge in time and were instantly hit by the lightning, turning into dust and disappearing. However, some cultivators with powerful cultivations easily dodged and continued to chase after the golden stone. Zhou Xuanji did not act and silently watched. He focused his divine sense on the golden stone. He was curious about what it was. He could faintly hear a heartbeat coming from within the golden stone. Even though it was quite far away, he could hear it clearly. Could it be that this stone had life? The massive black python was blasted apart by the lightning, turning into dust and dissipating in the air. "Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei, you're going too far. The treasure isn't yours, why can't we take it? Join forces to deal with him. Kill him and we'll split it evenly. How about that?" "Alright. Attack together." The cultivators were all infuriated and used their divine abilities to resist Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei. A massive battle exploded out. The cultivators used all sorts of spells and divine abilities, and their magic treasures all unleashed different types of power. Zhou Xuanji watched for a while before deciding to act. He directly used the 9-soul fusion technique and took out 700 or so swords as he stepped into the air. Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei continuously roared. Boundless lightning gathered in his palms. It was his most powerful attack and also his most powerful defense. The cultivators were unable to defeat him at all and were continuously injured by the lightning. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walk over, Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei raised his right hand and a pillar of lightning shot out from his palm, shooting towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji used 10,000 ultimate steps and came behind Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei. Puchi, Hegemon Sovereign Xuanlei's head flew into the air, and blood spurted out of his neck like a fountain. The nearby cultivators were all given a big fright and quickly retreated. They looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Who was this person? So powerful? Zhou Xuanji used sword sect Immortal Ghost Weep, and the 700 or so swords gave off white light and quickly circled around him. The swords in front of him automatically moved aside, allowing him to easily suck the golden stone over. The golden stone was bigger than him and weighed millions of kilograms. It was not simple at all. He directly put it into the supreme storage. He turned around and walked in another direction. No one dared to stop him. The severed head of the mysterious thunder hegemon quickly flew back into his body. He also did not dare to chase after it. Who is he? My magic power? Hegemon Mysterious Thunder felt a chill in his heart as he thought in horror. He didn't even get a clear look at the sword just now before he was beheaded. Most importantly, in that instant all of his magic power was sucked away. One must know that he had the cultivation of connecting heaven third realm. Everyone present memorized Zhou Xuanji's face, just in case they failed to recognize him the next time they met. After leaving, Zhou Xuanji dispelled the 9-soul fusion technique and summoned demon god Tianwu. Dozens of swords stacked together, forming a sword disc, and Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu sit down. Zhou Xuanji took out the golden stone and closely examined it. The ancient god sword floated beside him as the souls analyzed it. This stone is not simple. Its hardness is second to none among all I've seen. Not only that, but there's also a heartbeat inside. Could it be that there's a creature hiding inside? This should be the legendary golden embryo fire spirit rock. It's an excellent material for refining equipment. This brat doesn't need enchanted artifacts. Look at his sword. After hearing about it, Zhou Xuanji smiled. He asked how many Heaven Fiend pills he could sell it for. Sovereign Xian estimated that it could be sold for at least 100,000 Heaven Fiend pills. This made Zhou Xuanji very satisfied. He had such a great harvest right after he arrived. Not bad. After that, he stored the golden embryo fire spirit rock into the supreme storage. He continued to head toward the place with dense spiritual qi. When he came to the next place, he realized that the treasure had already been taken by someone else. He continued forward but still did not find anything. He immediately moved forward at full speed. He had underestimated the speed of the other cultivators. They were all like hungry wolves snatching the treasures madly. In the vast starry sky. In a temple, old ancestor Xianxia and an old monk sat opposite each other. "Buddha Yangling, why are you looking for me?" Old ancestor Xianxia asked first as he looked around the ancestral temple. Buddha Yangling looked skinny and looked like he was in his 50s. He wore an exquisite kasaya and smiled, "Look who this is." He flipped his right palm and an orb of light appeared in his palm. Within it was Zhou Xuanji's silhouette. Old ancestor Xianxia opened his eyes wide and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Zhou Xuanji had already been chosen by him as his disciple. Even though he had not officially taken him as his teacher, he planned to nurture him. Don't misunderstand. This is what happened. This lad encountered the evil spirit by accident and was sucked into my heaven emanations domain. He is currently exploring the Guanghuang mystic realm. I am here to ask for your opinion. If you want him, I will move him out. If you want him, I will bring him out directly. Buddha Yangling chuckled, and old ancestor Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Among the 8 saints there were factions. He was very close to Buddha Yangling, and he was mortal enemies with Heavenly Lord Shentai. Old ancestor Xianxia muttered, "Guanghuang's secret realm? That's good. Let him explore. He might have some serendipity." Buddha Yangling said intently, "There are many good seedlings in the Guanghuang secret realm this time. Your Zhou Xuanji might die." Old ancestor Xianxia waved his hand confidently. "What a joke. Who could be more devilish than that boy?" He said proudly, "As long as you don't act, no one can do anything to him." Buddha Yangling shook his head and said, "The body of a demon god cannot allow him to become invincible below the heavenly saints." Old ancestor Xianxia was still confident. He waved his right hand and created a chessboard. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's play the next game," he said with a loud laugh. Buddha Yangling stroked his long beard and smiled as he picked up a chess piece. That day, Zhou Xuanji came to an ocean. The ocean was shrouded in fog and visibility was extremely low. He could sense that there was a spatial barrier at the end of the horizon. There were no more treasures in this region for him to fight for, so he prepared to go deeper into the Guanghuang secret realm. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense before advancing with demon god Tianwu. After flying into the vast fog, he heard sounds of battle on his left and right. He did not mind and continued ahead. After that, his expression became strange. No matter how far he flew, there would always be sounds of battle on his left and right, and the barrier was still so far away. "Seems like we've entered the formation," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Zhou Xuanji said calmly and activated the 9-soul fusion technique, fusing demon god Nanming with his body. He took out great brilliant sky with his right hand and directly slashed out. The sword soul swept out. However, the sword soul's sword chi did not cause too much of a commotion. After disappearing into the fog, there was no more sound. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji did not panic and prepared to use sword Dao rules. "You won't be able to get out like this. Let's work together." A woman's voice came. A woman's voice came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a man and a woman flying out from the fog. Chapter 567. The woman who spoke to Zhou Xuanji wore a blue dress with lotus edges. Her hair was combed into a golden jade hairpin, and she had a beautiful face. She held a long sword in her right hand, and a long scarf wrapped around her waist. She looked like a fairy. The man following behind her had a dense demonic aura. He was tall and sturdy and he wore a black fur robe. His face was cold and stern, and there were 2 horns growing out of his white hair. He examined Zhou Xuanji with hostility in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji put demon god Tianwu into the Xianxia map and calmly asked, "How do we work together?" Why didn't he sense the existence of these 2 people before? Was it because of his cultivation, or because of the innate restriction? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Honglian and he is Lu Fa. What about you? The woman asked with a slight frown. She had been shocked by Zhou Xuanji's sword chi, but when she got closer, she found that he only had Universe Heaven level 16 cultivation. Most importantly, demon god Tianwu had disappeared. From the looks of it, it should be a puppet or a clone. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Call me Sword Emperor." When Lu Fa heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him and said, "Then you can call me Demon Lord." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and asked Qin Honglian, "How do we work together?" He was very curious about the cultivation of these 2 people. They should both be in the reaching heaven state, but he couldn't see through them. After using the 9-soul fusion technique, even though Zhou Xuanji's strength had increased, his cultivation level had not. As such, he could not see through those with higher cultivation levels than him. Of course, if Qin Honglian and Lu Fa were to fight, he would still be able to tell. Lu Fa's realm and strength are the strongest. Let's transfer our mana to him and let him attack and forcefully break the barrier. Qin Honglian said calmly. No one could tell what she was thinking. Lu Fa raised his chin arrogantly, feeling rather proud of himself. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it." He turned and flew forward. Lu Fa snorted coldly, "Don't look for him. He dares to be so arrogant at Universe Heaven Tier 16. Let him die here." Qin Honglian didn't say anything and her eyes were still calm. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji took out hundreds of legendary swords, and his aura suddenly changed. Lu Fa and Qin Honglian frowned. Bang! Zhou Xuanji suddenly unleashed Sword Dao rules, and hundreds of swords instantly moved. It was so fast that Lu Fa and Qin Honglian's eyes couldn't follow it at all. A crack appeared in the space in front of them. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew in with his swords. Lu Fa widened his eyes in disbelief. What did he see? Was this guy really only at Universe Heaven Realm level 16? Hurry up and catch up. After saying those words, Qin Honglian quickly entered the Spirit Formation Cave. Lu Fa followed closely behind, but he was still a step too late. The barrier hole quickly shrunk and disappeared in the blink of an eye, causing him to pounce on empty air. Ah! Lu Fa instantly went berserk and started to walk on the spot. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and Qin Honglian came to another ocean. There was no fog around them and the sky was high and the sea was wide. He looked back at Qin Honglian and asked, "Why didn't your man come out?" He was amused. He could already imagine Lu Fa going crazy. Qin Honglian looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "He and I don't have that kind of relationship. It's just that our sects are on good terms. We met by chance and traveled together." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and left. Qin Honglian did not chase after him, nor did she speak. Just like that she watched him leave. Looks like I can't underestimate anyone. Qin Honglian mumbled to herself and concluded the matter. If Zhou Xuanji's personality was like Lu Fa's, he would have been enraged and attacked them. The higher one's cultivation, the more they cared about their reputation. It was the same in the Heaven Fiend realm. Even powerful cultivators did not want to be looked down upon, let alone mocked. This little interlude did not leave a mark in Zhou Xuanji's heart. He advanced quickly and did not want to waste any more time. An hour later, he came to a lake and let out demon god Tianwu. He punched the lake surface. The lake water was blasted away, revealing a massive crater that was 20 meters deep. At the bottom of the crater, there was a silver treasure chest. Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. Why did it feel like he was playing a game? He raised his right hand and used universal attraction to suck the silver treasure chest up. The silver treasure chest was tightly bound by 3 chains, which made it impossible to open it. There was not even a gap. Zhou Xuanji took out Great Brilliant Sky and slashed down, cutting the 3 chains in half. After opening the treasure chest, he saw a dagger and a ceramic medicine bottle. He asked demon god Tianwu to take out the 2 items. He observed it closely and found that the dagger was not simple. It contained boundless power and was no weaker than his Great Brilliant Sky. The same was true for the medicine bottle. Once the bottle was opened, spiritual qi surged out, making him feel refreshed. No one came to pick up these 2 treasures, which made him feel strange. Something was not right. Ever since he came to this world, he had not encountered any other cultivators. He immediately stored the dagger and the medicine bottle into the supreme storage and prepared to leave. At this moment, the soil at the bottom of the lake burst open, and black insects that looked like beetles charged out. They were like fish in a river and there were countless of them. These black insects were as big as tigers and lions. They hissed and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Demon god Tianwu punched out, and the wind from the punch was like fire, killing thousands of black insects. However, there were still endless black insects coming out from the bottom of the lake. Zhou Xuanji left with demon god Tianwu. He sensed that something big was about to come out from the bottom of the lake. Just as they disappeared over the horizon, a massive creature broke through the ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters and rushed into the sky. This was a massive black insect that was 3,000 meters long. It was different from the other black insects. It had a sharp horn on its head, which gave off a cold light under the sunlight. It spread its wings and chased after Zhou Xuanji. As it flapped its wings, it created a wild gale that shook the sea of clouds. The sound filled the heavens and earth and it was incredibly deafening. Countless black insects flew at high speed under its lead, covering the sky and covering the earth. Zhou Xuanji, who was flying at his full speed, found that he was unable to shake them off, and the distance between them was instead shrinking. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique infused with demon god Tianwu, causing his speed to increase. He directly broke through space and disappeared into the air. 30 million kilometers away there was a boundless desert. A man wearing mighty silver armor sat cross-legged on a sand dune. Whenever the wind and sand came near him, they would automatically change direction. He suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "This aura? Demon god's body." He immediately got up and his body exploded out with silver light. His long hair wildly danced as his expression became savage. He smirked and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji landed on a cliff and looked back. He could no longer see the swarm of insects, nor could he hear the sound of the insect emperor's wings flapping. Just what is that thing? He muttered to himself, his tone curious. Before he felt that if he was caught up to, he would be in danger of dying. That's a black underworld insect. Hand over your demon god's body, or else you will be buried in the insect's stomach. A cold voice sounded out from behind Zhou Xuanji, killing intent locking onto him. Chapter 568. Zhou Xuanji turned and saw that the person who spoke was a man dressed in silver armor. His expression was cold and his body gave off a silver light, making him look like a god. Their gazes met, and the silver-armored man's gaze became even colder. "What if I don't hand it over?" Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. This fellow could actually sense the demon god's body within his body. It seemed that he was not simple. However, the stronger he was, the better. Only then would he be able to break through to Universe Heaven level 17. He directly took out hundreds of swords and prepared to fight. The silver-armored man coldly harumphed and said, "Then I'll personally send you to your death." He raised his right hand and the silver light around his body exploded out. His aura surged as if it was going to break through the clouds. He ferociously pressed down with his right hand, and the silver light turned into a torrential rain of light arrows that shot towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stepped forwards and used the 8-step sword lunge, quickly coming in front of the silver-armored man. "Sword Dao rules." The silver-armored man's expression fell, and with a boom, he retreated hundreds of meters, his body covered with blood. Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. He had not been able to instantly kill this fellow. "Just who are you?" The silver-armored man asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with wariness. He had not seen that attack clearly, but with his countless years of battle instincts, he had barely dodged it. However, if it happened a few more times, he did not have much confidence in dodging. Zhou Xuanji smirked and said, "You're making trouble for me and now you're asking who I am? Quick with vengeance. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhou Xuanji did not waste any words and once again used Sword Dao rules. The distance of hundreds of meters was like touching to Sword Dao rules. The silver-armored man quickly dodged, but his chest was still pierced through and blood sprayed into the air. He distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji, and his expression was unsightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, I'll remember this." After saying this he turned and ran. Zhou Xuanji would not let him off, and he immediately chased after him. The two of them quickly flew across the ground, one chasing and the other escaping. Zhou Xuanji used the ancestor dragon sword, turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon that roared and shook the heavens. The massive dragon's body swept out waves, giving off massive sounds. Soon they encountered a swarm of black underworld insects. The silver-armored man dove into the swarm, looking like a silver sword that was unstoppable. The 5-clawed golden dragon was the same, killing countless black underworld insects. Both sides pierced through the swarm of insects, and in front of them was the dark underworld insect emperor. The dark underworld bug emperor opened its mouth, and a violent suction force came, sucking the wind and clouds into its mouth. The silver-armored man's figure flickered, and he teleported away. Zhou Xuanji turned back into his original form and used 10,000 ultimate steps, piercing through the black underworld bug monarch's body and continuing to chase after the silver-armored man. Damn it! The silver-armored man's heart was filled with regret. If it was against the body of a demon god he was confident. But the Sword Dao rules were just too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't guard against it. He racked his brains but could not think of when such a person had appeared in the Heaven Fiend domain. He had to escape quickly, or else he would die at Zhou Xuanji's hands. On a hill, 6 cultivators were meditating and resting. They were sweating profusely and gasping for air. "This place is too dangerous. That Huang Fufei we encountered earlier is too powerful. Damn it. Huang Fufei is too domineering. He stayed in this world for almost 10,000 years. How sinister. Can he really endure loneliness? There's no other way. We can only think of a way to escape this world. They conversed in low voices. When mentioning Huang Fufei, they felt both hatred and fear. Huang Fufei was incredibly famous in the Heaven Fiend domain, and he had once been a saint contender. He was incredibly powerful, and ordinary connecting heaven level 10 experts would have to kneel before him. Swish, swish. Two sounds of the air being torn passed above their heads. They instinctively looked up and their eyes widened. Huang Fufei. Someone cried out, a look of disbelief on his face. Who was chasing after Huang Fufei? Wasn't this person too powerful? The other cultivators also cried out, unable to believe their eyes. Zhou Xuanji suddenly caught up to Huang Fufei and once again used Sword Dao rules, killing Huang Fufei. He killed Huang Fufei along with his soul. Zhou Xuanji took all of Huang Fufei's storage artifacts and put them into the supreme storage. He landed on the ground and had demon god Jianghu guard him. After absorbing Huang Fufei's magic energy, Zhou Xuanji finally started to break through. Rumble, the entire ground violently trembled as if a massive earthquake was occurring. Streams of air gathered above his head, forming a vortex and forming tribulation lightning clouds. In the distance, the 6 cultivators cautiously came to the top of the mountain and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. Seeing the heavenly tribulation dissipate as soon as it formed, they stared with wide eyes. As they watched in shock, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through. He now had Universe Heaven Level 17 Cultivation. He started to adjust his immortal energy, and demon god Jianghu stood beside him like an iron tower, giving off a baleful aura. Universe Heaven Level 17. Impossible. How could he kill Huang Fufei with just this kind of cultivation? It should have something to do with the person next to him. Are you stupid? That's a clone, it's not alive at all. A clone is so much more powerful than the main body? How is that possible? That person is most likely a powerful being, but because of some special reasons, his cultivation regressed. However, he can still control a clone. The 6 cultivators whispered to each other, feeling incredibly nervous. Their cultivation had reached connecting heaven level 2, and they were quite famous in the Heaven Fiend realm. Shiji 6 Immortals. After Zhou Xuanji finished breaking through and prepared to leave, they hurriedly chased after him. The old immortal in the lead called out, "Senior, wait for us. We have something to ask of you and we definitely won't ask for nothing." Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and waited for them to come over. The old immortal gritted his teeth and took out a white jade Ganoderma. The other 5 cultivators also took out their treasures, looking incredibly pleading. "Senior, we offer these treasures to you. Please take us out, is that possible?" The old immortal begged, putting on a very humble attitude. Even though their cultivations were higher than Zhou Xuanji's, after seeing the battle just then, they felt incredibly worried when facing Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his divine sense and found that these treasures all contained massive amounts of spirit qi. It seemed that these people were quite sincere. He waved his right hand and put the 6 treasures into the supreme storage as he said, "All right, follow me. However, I've only just come in and don't have any leads yet." The old immortal said excitedly, "It's fine, we can wait. We've been trapped here for 5,000 years. A few more months won't matter." 5,000 years? Zhou Xuanji asked. How are you all still alive? How powerful was the Black Radiance Bug Monarch? How could these people survive? The old immortal sighed and said, "We only entered this realm 2 years ago. Before we were trapped in another place and encountered Huang Fufei. That fellow was too domineering and attacked us as soon as he saw us. Fortunately we had special secret techniques, or else we would have long since died at his hands." Speaking to there, he said gratefully, "Come to think of it, Senior has taken revenge for us. Many thanks." Huang Fufei? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Come with me, let's take a look around." The Shiji 6 Immortals could not have asked for more, and they immediately followed him. On the way, Zhou Xuanji asked about Huang Fufei's background. That fellow could tell that he had a demon god's body. His background was definitely not simple. "I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 569. At the mention of Huang Fufei, the Shiji 6 Immortals became agitated, as if Huang Fufei had killed their parents. It turned out that they had been pursued by Huang Fufei in this world for 2 years, and they were in an extremely sorry state. The mere mention of Huang Fufei infuriated them. Huang Fufei was very famous in the Heaven Emanations domain. He was the Grand Elder of the Big Dipper Dao sect and had once fought to become a saint. He had lived for countless eras and had countless disciples and grand disciples. No one would believe that such a mighty figure had fallen here. The more Shiji-6 immortals spoke, the more excited they became. Their gazes toward Zhou Xuanji were filled with worship. Zhou Xuanji was not too surprised. Fortunately, he was a saint contender. It seemed like this fellow was once an enemy of the Heaven Fiend Domain's heavenly saint. If Jianghu killed him, this heavenly saint would probably not vent his anger on Jianghu. The 7 of them started to wander aimlessly. With demon god Tianwu's protection, Zhou Xuanji no longer used the 9-soul fusion technique. He was not in a hurry to leave and began to search for treasures in this world. The Shiji-6 immortals led the way, and if there were any treasures they would give them to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not domineering. After choosing for himself, he also left some things for the Shiji-6 immortals, making the group quite happy. The Shiji-6 immortals admired him even more for being so approachable. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. They had traveled through this world, and Zhou Xuanji had obtained many treasures. It could be said that he had made great gains. On this day he prepared to leave. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique and fused demon god Tianwu and demon god Nanming into his body. The eldest of the Shiji-6 immortals, old immortal Shiji, asked, "Senior, how do you plan on taking us away?" Their names were very interesting. The eldest was old immortal Shiji, the second was Shiji old second, the third was Shiji old third, and so on. Among them, Shiji 5 was the only female. She was quite beautiful and had a mature aura. She was the brains of the Shiji-6 immortals. There should be no exit in this area. The space here is very stable. It would be best for us to find a place with chaotic space, West Pole 5th speculated. Zhou Xuanji unleashed sword Dao rules and slashed out. Boom. An opening appeared in the space in front of them, and Zhou Xuanji stepped in after saying, "Follow closely." The Shiji-6 immortals were dumbfounded, but they reacted quickly, not a beat slower than Lu Fa. The 7 of them passed through the spatial crack and arrived at another world. It was surrounded by perfectly straight mountain peaks, verdant hills, clear waters, and rich spiritual energy. There were even 2 rows of white cranes flying in the sky. The Shiji-6 immortals were so excited that they knelt down in the air. "Senior, you're too amazing. Admirable. Impressive. You're too strong. Other than myself, I, Shiji 3rd, will only admire you in my life. Accept our worship." The Shiji-6 immortals frantically kowtowed in midair, faster than woodpeckers. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. "Are you familiar with this place?" Old immortal Shiji immediately stopped and patted his chest as he guaranteed, "Over the past 5,000 years, we've practically explored the entire Guanghuang arcane realm. There are many places that we don't dare to explore, but with you around, hee." Zhou Xuanji smiled. It seemed that he had picked up a living map. Just like that, under the leadership of the Shiji-6 immortals, Zhou Xuanji was saved a lot of trouble. Inside the Heaven Saint Palace, Ancestor Xianxia and Buddha Yangling were still playing chess with solemn expressions. If one were to look closely, they would see that the foreheads of the 2 saints were covered in cold sweat. It was as if this chess game was extremely important. "Just what is hidden in the Guanghuang arcane realm?" Old Ancestor Xianxia asked. Huang Fufei had died at Zhou Xuanji's hands, but Buddha Yangling was still calm and collected. This gave him a bad feeling. Buddha Yangling replied, "An old friend." Hearing this, old Ancestor Xianxia tightly frowned. He suddenly thought of something and his expression instantly darkened. Could it be? He looked up at Buddha Yangling and asked with a complicated tone, "No wonder the Guanghuang secret realm has so many treasures. Just what are you planning?" Buddha Yangling calmly replied, "Didn't you notice that after Sage Daojing left, our saint energy became stronger?" Old Ancestor Xianxia frowned. "The power of the heavenly law is limited. The more heavenly saints there are, the less power each heavenly saint will obtain," Buddha Yangling said indifferently. There was a terrifying murderous intent hidden behind these words. He wanted to clear out the heavenly saints. Old Ancestor Xianxia sighed and said, "Yangling, can I still trust you?" Buddha Yangling casually replied, "If I don't trust you enough, why should I tell you?" Hearing this, old Ancestor Xianxia smiled and said, "Humph, it wasn't in vain that I risked my life to obtain a trace of heavenly law violet chi for you back then." The 2 heavenly saints looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with stories. 2 months quickly passed. With the Shiji-6 immortals leading the way and the ancient demon god's powerful strength, Zhou Xuanji and the others were unstoppable and obtained many treasures. They encountered many enemies on the way, but they were all defeated. The only problem was that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was still stuck at Universe Heaven level 17. On this day, they came to a barren desert and stood on a hill. There was a bronze door in front of them, and it was half buried by the yellow sand. Old immortal Shiji said, Below is one of the Guanghuang's secret realm's 10 heavenly palaces. There are many traps inside and only a few people can come out after going in. There are definitely many treasures inside. Are you sure you want to go in? His tone was both excited and a bit afraid. The others also looked at Zhou Xuanji. They were all here to suck up to Zhou Xuanji, and everything was decided by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Since we're already here, what's there to be afraid of? If you're afraid you can stay, we won't force you." With these words, the Shiji 6 immortals all promised that they would not back down. Wherever Zhou Xuanji went they would go. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked demon god Tianwu to open the bronze door, and the group stepped in. After entering the tunnel, old immortal Shiji waved his right hand, and countless fireflies flew out from his sleeves, illuminating the tunnel ahead. Shiji II said, "Legends say that the Guanghuang secret realm contains many caves and corpses of ancient powerhouses. There are even many evil spirits, so everyone must be careful." Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "You all have connecting heaven cultivation. Why are you afraid of evil spirits?" The so-called evil spirits were ghosts and evil beings. Some evil spirits cannot be eliminated even by the heavenly law. They're incredibly dangerous, Shiji V said, looking anxious. Zhou Xuanji thought of the evil spirit. It was so powerful that even he and Qiuhu could not resist it. Before, he had sent the demonic ancestor to take a look, and the evil spirit had already disappeared. Shiji IV took out a beast management bag and released 2 purple snakes. The snakes were only as thick as a baby's arm, and they whizzed before disappearing. Looks like there's some good treasures. I hope there's some rare treasures that are millions of years old. Shiji IV said excitedly, and the group quickly advanced. The heavenly palaces this time were very big, and they crisscrossed underground, seeming to be endless. The further they went, the larger the tunnels became. The air was filled with the smell of blood, making them feel uneasy. Chapter 570. The dark tunnel was lit up by a group of fireflies, and 2 purple snakes quickly darted about. Zhou Xuanji and the others followed closely behind, not at all slow. On the way they encountered many corpses, both human and demon. In tens of thousands of years, they would most likely be able to form a path of bones. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. With so many creatures dead, just what was hidden in this heavenly palace? However, they were mostly excited. There were definitely many treasures left here. The Shiji 6 immortals started to whisper among themselves, guessing what treasures they might encounter. In the Guanghuang secret realm, there were many famous natural treasures and rare materials. There were even many innate magic treasures and ancient energy techniques. In the Heaven Fiend realm, there were many stories of people who had obtained fortuitous encounters and soared to the heavens, attracting countless creatures to come and explore. After coming so far, Zhou Xuanji had gained much. After he went out, he would sell some, and it would be enough for Emperor Sword Court to develop for a while. Not long ago, he had sent some natural treasures into the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus for Jianghu and Daoya Old Man to grow. His goal was to nurture the world within the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus into an immortal realm, preferably one that was not inferior to the Heaven Fiend realm. When that time came, Emperor Sword Court would live and flourish within, forever following him. That way he could fulfill his promise from before. They would ascend together. Rumble. At that moment, the spacious tunnel suddenly violently trembled as if there was an earthquake. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately went on guard. In front of them, billowing flames filled the entire tunnel, as if they were about to drown them. Demon god Tianwu was in front and punched out, incredibly domineering. The berserk fist wind directly dispersed the sea of flames, and the Shiji 6 immortals hurriedly raised their hands to block the fist wind. Zhou Xuanji continued onwards, and demon god Tianwu held his right fist in front of him as he quickly rushed forwards. Countless poisonous arrows shot over from the surroundings, and after demon god Tianwu was hit, its body trembled and forced all of the poisonous arrows out of its body. Relying on demon god Tianwu's power, they were unobstructed. After the time it took half an incense stick to burn, they came to a side palace. Within the palace were 2 ferocious-looking stone statues that were 30 meters tall, and between the statues was a long box that floated, giving off a faint light. Demon god Tianwu grabbed the long box while the Shiji 6 immortals searched around the palace. Soon they found many treasures in the cracks in the walls and on top of the stone statue's head. Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu open the box and a black bead appeared. It was as big as an eyeball and gave off a gloomy aura, as if it represented inauspiciousness. He scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that it was harmless, he took out the bead and examined it. The ancient god sword floated behind him, making it easier for the soul to communicate with him. I think I've seen this pearl somewhere before, Emperor Hanlin said hesitantly. The other souls followed suit. Could it be the demon god bead? What is a demon god pearl? This is a demon god pearl condensed from the essence blood of the 10 ancient demon gods. After consuming it, one's physique will undergo a transformation. In order to strengthen the demon race, they refine this pearl. Can anyone take it? Yes. Hearing the soul's words, Zhou Xuanji directly consumed the demon god orb and sat down cross-legged. He activated the world Buddha art and used his immortal energy to refine the demon god pearl. A berserk energy rampaged through his muscles and bones. Seeing him start to cultivate, Shiji IV said, 3 of us will go around and scout out the situation while the other 3 will stay and wait for Senior. What do you think? It was not that he was greedy, but he did not know how long Zhou Xuanji would have to wait like this. If they could scout out the situation in advance, they could save a lot of time. Shiji V said, be careful. Even though we have connecting heaven realm to cultivation, we can't be careless. After some discussion, Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V left the side palace. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was cultivating. The demon god pearl was indeed miraculous. After the medicinal energy spread out, it flowed into all of his meridians. Even though it was domineering, it did not harm him. His physique began to visibly increase. Increasing his physique would not help him break through in cultivation, but it would make his path as an overlord saint more stable. 6 hours later, he opened his eyes and slowly got up. His body gave off crackling sounds as if lightning was striking his muscles and bones. Old immortal Shiji and the others also got up and congratulated Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked, your 3 companions haven't returned yet? Hearing this, the 3 of them looked worried. Shiji II stroked his beard and said, could something have happened? The Shiji 6 immortals had gone through countless hardships and knew each other well. They would not betray each other. They had gone out for so long and still had not returned. Something must have happened. Let's go and find them. Zhou Xuanji brought demon god Tianwu and walked towards the door. Old immortal Shiji, Shiji II, and Shiji VI followed closely behind. Just as the 4 of them walked out of the side palace, they stopped. Their gazes were locked onto the tunnel to the left. 100 zhang away, Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V stood motionless, while Shiji IV maintained his striding posture. In the gloomy tunnel, their backs appeared extremely terrifying. Old 3. Old 4. Old 5. Old immortal Shiji cried out in shock, looking incredibly terrified. Why had they not sensed their 3 companions outside the side palace? Old immortal Shiji hurriedly controlled the fireflies and flew forwards. Zhou Xuanji also used the 9-soul fusion technique and held his 2 swords as he walked in front of the 3 people. Old immortal Shiji and the others followed. Shiji III, Shiji IV, and Shiji V all looked incredibly terrified. Their eyes were dull and their mouths were wide open as if they had been scared to death. Shiji IV hurriedly examined them and frowned as he said, they're not dead but they're souls, stealing souls. Just what was it that could steal the souls of 3 connecting heaven stage 2 cultivators right in front of their eyes? Even Zhou Xuanji could not help but frown. The place where he had been cultivating was less than 30 meters away from here, and it had been blocked by a wall. The enemy had been so close to him but he had not sensed it at all. Zhou Xuanji put the 3 people's bodies into the Xianxia map and said, I'll put them away for now. Let's investigate what did it. Old immortal Shiji nodded. Shiji II and Shiji VI took out handfuls of talisman papers and threw them out. The talisman papers quickly floated up and burned with intense flames. The strangest thing was that the intense flames did not burn the talisman papers, and the intense flames seemed to be illusory. The talisman papers circled around Shiji II and Shiji VI's bodies and quickly spun. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and did not ask anything before flying forwards. After traveling for about 10 kilometers, they suddenly heard the sound of a woman crying, as well as the sound of a child sobbing. Did you hear that? Shiji VI asked cautiously, goosebumps rising all over his body. Old immortal Shiji said in a low voice, what are you afraid of? They're just trying to be mysterious. Chapter 571. As Zhou Xuanji and the others continued forward, the cries became more and more ear-piercing. Towards the end, it was as if countless wronged souls were crying in their ears. Be careful, it might be some kind of restriction array. Don't be fooled. Old immortal Shiji's voice came from behind, his tone solemn. Zhou Xuanji walked behind demon god Tianwu, looking around warily. He could sense an aura rapidly traversing through the surrounding walls. It was so fast that he could barely sense it. Old immortal Shiji and the other two could not sense it at all. This thing definitely had the cultivation of connecting heaven level 10. He suddenly swung his sword, and the sword chi pierced through the wall and shook the tunnel. Old immortal Shiji and the others trembled in fear. They hurriedly looked over but did not see any enemies. They didn't dare to ask any more questions and looked around nervously. This kind of unknown existence was the easiest to instill fear in people. Soon they reached the end of the tunnel. Walala, the sound of the waterfall entered his ears. This was actually another world. The sky was very high and white clouds floated around. Countless streams of water flowed down the mountain walls around the cave entrance. They looked left and right, unable to calculate how wide the waterfall was. The two ends stretched as far as the eye could see. Water vapor filled the air below, and in front of them was a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. The scenery was superb, like a paradise that was separated from the rest of the world. Seeing this, the expressions of old immortal Shiji and the others turned ugly. If this continued, how would they be able to find the souls of their other three companions? The more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it is. Perhaps that thing is hiding ahead. Zhou Xuanji said softly. His words ignited hope in the three's eyes. After that, they flew up into the sky. After leaping through the forest, they saw a towering tree. The tree towered into the clouds and its trunk was as large as skyfall. Its branches swayed in the wind. Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions slightly changed because there were many visible souls and corpses tied to the branches. As far as the eye could see, there were so many of them that it was impossible to count how many souls there were. Many souls were already on the verge of dissipating. Soul curse evil tree. How could this be? Why is there a soul curse evil tree here? Sovereign Xian exclaimed in shock. His words caused Zhou Xuanji to frown, and the other souls also spoke. Then why aren't you dodging? Even saint contenders will die if they encounter the soul curse evil tree. The heavenly saints definitely know of its existence. Could it be that they specially raised it to deal with the other heavenly saints? Is it really that terrifying? Soul curse evil tree. According to the soul of the Almighty Being, the soul curse evil tree was the first evil tree since the beginning of the world. It specialized in seizing souls and relying on the souls of all living beings to become stronger. A long time ago, a soul curse evil tree had nearly sucked a heavenly saint to death. Fortunately, the other heavenly saints had taken action and worked together to get rid of it. He didn't expect to encounter the soul curse evil tree here. Zhou Xuanji stared at the soul curse evil tree and fell into deep thought. Old immortal Shiji and the other two quickly captured the souls of their three companions. However, they did not rush over immediately. Instead, they carefully observed the situation. This tree was definitely evil, but it was so far away from the side hall that they were in before. It was impossible for it to steal souls from so far away. There should be other existences. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with questioning gazes. Zhou Xuanji said, "Step back, I'll try." Old immortal Shiji and the other two quickly retreated. The souls of the powerful beings were anxious. They all advised him not to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji ignored them and fixed his eyes on the soul curse evil tree. For some reason, the moment he saw this tree, he felt an intense urge to take it for himself. He controlled demon god Tianwu and charged over. Demon god Tianwu did not have a soul and was just a clone. Even if the clone of Zhou Xuanji's soul was absorbed, it would be fine. Demon god Tianwu quickly flew over to Shiji 3rd, Shiji 4th and Shiji 5th souls. It used its hand as a blade and cut off the branches binding them. It grabbed the branches and threw them to Zhou Xuanji and the others. Old immortal Shiji hurriedly caught them, and Zhou Xuanji took out their bodies, allowing their souls to return to their bodies. Demon god Tianwu walked onto the soul curse evil tree and walked around. Zhou Xuanji wanted to see if there were any other existences hiding on the tree. Before, when he was on the tunnel, he had sensed the existence of other creatures. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled and the soil roiled as massive tree roots broke out of the ground like massive dragons and whipped towards demon god Tianwu. Demon god Tianwu did not dodge for long and was sent flying, crashing through a mountain 100 kilometers away. Those tree roots then turned to attack Zhou Xuanji and the others. Old immortal Shiji and the others were almost scared out of their wits. After the other three souls returned to their bodies, they gradually regained consciousness. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and 5 billion sword images appeared in all directions, all pointing at the soul curse evil tree. The scene was incredibly majestic, and the Shiji 6 immortals were completely dumbfounded. Looking around, there were dazzling sword images everywhere. They covered the sky and covered the sun. They covered the entire heavens and earth, surrounding the soul curse evil tree. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed, and the 5 billion sword images moved simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The tree roots were turned into dust by the sword images. The soul curse evil tree suddenly shook, and a green ocean appeared on its leaves. A formless barrier blocked all of the sword images. A wild gale swept up the forest, making it seem like the end of the world. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect the soul curse evil tree to be so powerful. Demon god Jianghu also charged over. With a furious roar, its body quickly grew to 50,000 meters tall, and it gave off a powerful gale as it flew, almost sending the Shiji 6 immortals flying. "What is that?" Shiji 5th asked with a trembling voice. She had just woken up and saw such a huge battle. She was a little stunned. Old immortal Shiji gave a simple explanation, which made the other three covered in cold sweat. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged toward the soul curse evil tree instead of retreating. He quickly merged into demon god Tianwu's massive body and demon god Nanming at the same time. Demon god Tianwu's eyes glowed with a purple light, and its aura grew tremendously. The ground cracked and the mountains crumbled. Thunderbolts descended. Boom. Demon god Tianwu shattered the formless barrier and rammed into the soul curse evil tree's trunk with its shoulder. He wrapped his arms around the trunk and roared as he uprooted the soul curse evil tree. Soil flew everywhere and the tree broke through the clouds. The Shiji 6 immortals were dumbfounded. "Oh my god! What kind of power is this? The roots under the tree are so disgusting. What kind of tree is this? Senior is mighty. Too powerful." The soul curse evil tree's roots wrapped around demon god Tianwu's body, and Zhou Xuanji activated world internalization. He was absorbing the soul curse evil tree's magic energy, and so was the tree. Both sides began to compete in terms of absorption speed. Other than the ancient god sword, hundreds of legendary swords appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the soul curse evil tree. The cries of countless women and children resounded across the heavens and earth, numbing everyone's body. The Xianxia map in Zhou Xuanji's body trembled violently, and an unprecedented power erupted to absorb the tree's magic energy. Chapter 572. Where did this thing collect so many souls from? Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. There were not many creatures in this world and there were not many people who entered this realm. However, there were at least tens of millions of souls, which made him feel quite confused. Could it be that someone specially collected souls from the outside world and brought them here to feed the soul curse evil tree? He couldn't care less and started shaking the soul curse evil tree to shake the souls off the tree. After a brief moment of confusion, the souls that had left the soul curse evil tree woke up one after another. What happened? What's that? Why am I here? Let me go. Let me go. Get lost. Stay away from me. Most of the souls had already lost their rationality and became crazy. They started to flee in all directions. As the number of souls decreased, the power of the soul curse evil tree also decreased. If this went on, the magic power of the soul curse evil tree would be completely absorbed by him. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The roots of the soul curse evil tree gradually lost their strength and loosened their grip on demon god Tianwu's body. Tao Master Xuantian's voice resounded in his mind. "Kid, what are you doing? You want to subdue it?" "Can't I?" Zhou Xuanji asked in reply. If someone could cultivate the soul curse evil tree, why couldn't he? Everything had two sides. The soul curse evil tree seemed evil, but it could also be used in another way. You'd better think this through. The person who dares to cultivate the soul curse evil tree must be a top-notch existence in the heaven fiend domain. It might even be that person. Are you sure you want to do this? Dao Lord Shen asked in a serious tone. Heavenly Saint. If even saint contenders could not afford to raise such a powerful soul curse evil tree, then it could only be a heavenly saint. After offending the heavenly saint, could Zhou Xuanji escape from the heaven fiend realm? If it really was the heavenly saint, he would have already made his move, but he hasn't. Zhou Xuanji replied in his heart. Having heard this, Dao Lord Shen fell silent. The heavenly saint did not even give a warning, which made one's imagination run wild. Could the soul curse evil tree have nothing to do with the heavenly saint? The other side. Inside the heaven saint palace. Buddha Yangling had a complicated expression as he said faintly, "This junior of yours is really amazing." A mirror of light hovered above the chessboard. Zhou Xuanji and the soul curse evil tree were reflected on both sides. Old ancestor Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "This kid has surprised me again. Not bad, not bad." Buddha Yangling snorted coldly and said, "That is mine." Old ancestor Xianxia smiled. He flipped his right hand and took out a purple ruler. He said, "One item for one item, okay? Buddha Yangling instantly smiled. He took the purple ruler and began to play with it. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in the mirror, old ancestor Xianxia thought to himself. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. Would this brat become the next heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of the soul curse evil tree's magic energy. The tree's leaves began to wither, and it was on the verge of death. The sobbing stopped abruptly. Zhou Xuanji flew out from demon god Tianwu's body. He sat down cross-legged and began his breakthrough. Demon god Tianwu stood in front of him to prevent the soul curse evil tree from causing any more trouble. The Shiji 6 immortals watched from afar, not daring to approach. Seeing that the soul curse evil tree had withered, they were full of admiration for Zhou Xuanji. Too strong. They did not go over to disturb Zhou Xuanji. Instead they looked around warily. They always felt that there were other dangers hidden in this world. Boom. Boom. Boom, violent magic energy boiled in Zhou Xuanji's body and charged into all of his meridians, causing his body to expand and contract in a strange manner. This was the most magic energy he had ever absorbed in his life. The heavenly tribulation gathered toward him. Then it dissipated. This was the domineering power of the heavenly law violet chi. No one knew how useful it could be. 2 hours later, he broke through to universe heaven level 18. His cultivation did not stop growing. It was still growing at a tremendous rate. The Shiji 6 immortals sat on the cliff and looked at Zhou Xuanji in amazement. I wonder what energy technique Senior is cultivating. He can break through so quickly. It might be some kind of energy technique that absorbs magic energy. That kind of energy technique should have a heavy price. Look at Senior. He has never been bedeviled. He has always been so calm. I don't understand. Of course. If you can understand, you are our Senior. The Shiji 6 immortals did not notice that a ball of black chi had already entered this world. The ball of black chi came out from a cave and looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar. It's him indeed. A hoarse voice came from the black chi. Next, it turned into a black arrow and disappeared into the forest. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to Connecting Heaven Level 1. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached Connecting Heaven Level 1. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained 9 Extreme, Saint Slayer Sword, Inescapable Net. The sword spirit's voice shocked Zhou Xuanji, and he opened his eyes. 2 beams of violet light shot out from his eyes. 9 Extreme Legendary Sword. It's finally out. The Saint Slayer Sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Saint Slayer Sword grade, 9 Extreme description. The power of the Overlord Saint can slay a saint. Only those who have reached Connecting Heaven Level 10 can use it once a year. It can really slay a saint. Zhou Xuanji was overwhelmed with emotions. But when he saw the words, Connecting Heaven Level 10, the raging fire in his body was extinguished. It was already so difficult to break through to Connecting Heaven Level 1. Level 10, God knew how long it would take. It was impossible for there to be many soul curse evil trees in the world. But now that he could use the History Asunder sword, he wondered how powerful the Connecting Heaven Legendary Sword was. After the breakthrough, the soul curse evil tree's magic energy was almost depleted. Another half an hour passed. He got up slowly and twisted his body before walking toward the soul curse evil tree. Senior, what are you going to do? Shiji 6 asked curiously. The other 5 also looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously. Zhou Xuanji flew into the sky and waved his hand to store the soul curse evil tree into the Xianxia map. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and found that there were still many souls lingering in every corner of this world. He did not capture those souls but let them die on their own. Demon god Tianwu shrunk back to its original size. He followed Zhou Xuanji and came before Shiji 6 immortals. Let's take a look around, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. After breaking through and being able to use the Connecting Heaven Legendary Sword, his confidence was greatly boosted. Shiji 6 immortals nodded excitedly. The group flew ahead. This place should be the center of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was so vast, with so many side palaces and countless treasures. About half an hour later, boom, the mountain wall where the boundless waterfall was broke open, and a figure flew out, stepping on flames. He wore a fiery armor and had 4 arms, each holding an enchanted artifact. He looked majestic without being angry, and his powerful aura shook the surrounding space. He looked around with a frown and mumbled, "Such a powerful evil chi, and there's the mark left by Huang Fufiai. Seems like the culprit is in this heavenly palace." He chose a direction and flew away, leaving behind 2 rows of charred smoke. Chapter 573. Zhou Xuanji and Shiji, 6 immortals, collected many spirit herbs and flowers in the central world of the Heavenly Palace. They moved quickly and found a cave entrance after a round of searching. They traveled swiftly along the tunnel and saw many side palaces. They moved separately like a swarm of locusts. It was a pity that most of the side palaces were already taken by others. A short while later, Zhou Xuanji suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming from behind. The other party was shuttling through the winding tunnel and would reach him soon. He took out the Histrious Undersword straight away and merged it with demon god Tianwu with the 9-soul fusion technique. The connecting heaven legendary sword's power flowed into his body through his palm. Very powerful. I feel like I can defeat all connecting heaven cultivators. He was curious. The Histrious Undersword could cut through the river of history. But how? Where is the river of history? Shiji, 6 immortals also sensed a powerful pressure. They turned around and prepared for battle. Boom. The wall in front of them was smashed open, and a man in flame armor with 4 arms appeared. He was stepping on flames. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice, "You killed Huang Fu Fei?" The horrifying heat engulfed the entire tunnel and turned the walls crimson red from the heat. Old immortal Shiji cried out in shock, "Yin Maching! Why are you here?" Yin Maching. Zhou Xuanji heard about him from Qing Song before. This person was neither good nor evil. He became a saint contender hundreds of years ago and slaughtered an empire. He also almost died to save a clan. His sins and kindness were incalculable. Looking at Yin Maching's attitude, he obviously knew Huang Fu Fei. "Yes," Zhou Xuanji replied. Yin Maching opened his eyes wide. His murderous aura soared into the sky and shook the entire tunnel. He walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step and asked coldly, "Very good. You are so arrogant. You must be someone famous. Tell me your name." Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at him and said, "Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji." Boom. Yin Maching dashed up to Zhou Xuanji with a big stride. He raised his arms high and a blade of light materialized between his palms. He slashed down with the blade as though he was going to split Mount Hua. In an instant, Yin Maching backed off quickly and put some distance between him and Zhou Xuanji. The flames on the cave walls continued to burn as if they would never be extinguished. The Shiji, 6 immortals were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. "Where are you from? You shouldn't be from the Heaven Fiend domain," Yin Maching said with a frown. At that moment he felt a fatal sense of danger and instinctively jumped away. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Is it that important?" He raised his sword and walked towards Yin Maching. Since he was here he would not leave. "Very good. You are very strong. How about we work together?" Yin Maching changed the topic, but Zhou Xuanji did not stop. He continued, "At the lowest level of the Heavenly Palace, there is a corpse of a demon god. It is guarding the Phoenix Heart Ginseng. Let's work together and split the Phoenix Heart Ginseng." He spoke calmly, not fearing that Zhou Xuanji would not be moved. As expected, Zhou Xuanji stopped. What moved him was not the Phoenix Heart Ginseng, but the demon god's body. He asked, "What's the use of Phoenix Heart Ginseng?" He must obtain the demon god's body. If he could gather all 9 demon gods' bodies, his power would grow tremendously. Yin Maching replied, "It can bring the dead back to life and gather souls for rebirth. It can also be used as an ingredient to make medicinal pills for cultivation." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked him to lead the way. The Phoenix Heart Ginseng sounded good. He could go and get it. Shiji, 6 immortals followed him immediately. Yin Maching glanced at them and said, "You are not worthy." Shiji, 6 immortals were furious and embarrassed. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword with his left hand and said, "They are my people. This is enough." Facing Yin Maching, he did not want to be tactful. He must be forceful when necessary. Shiji, 6 immortals heard him and were extremely grateful. Yin Maching smiled coldly but did not speak further. Under his lead, the group left quickly. Yin Maching was very domineering. He destroyed the tunnel and charged underground forcefully. He was not afraid of being attacked by traps or traps. They descended quickly. Half an hour later, they landed on a gigantic golden shell. Below them was the forbidden ground of the Heavenly Palace. Yin Maching took out a white jade bottle and waved it lightly. Green liquid poured out and corroded the golden shell. Shiji, 6 immortals felt a chill in their hearts. This guy was good at using poison too. I must be careful. Soon a hole was burned in the golden shell. Yin Maching leaped in first, followed by Zhou Xuanji and the rest. This was a space that was thousands of meters in diameter. Flowers were fragrant, and birds were chirping. There was a row of trees at the edge that was filled with spiritual qi. There was also a river flowing through the grassland. Zhou Xuanji's eyes quickly locked onto the demon god's body. The demon god sat on the grassland. Its skin was charred black and it wore black armor. Its hair was loose and its face looked like a skull. It had 3 tails on its back and its nails were long and sharp like swords. It sat there like a ghost. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. The dignified 10 great fiend gods now all ended up in an appearance that was neither human nor ghost. Truly pitiful. T. This is how it looks. Sovereign Xian snorted coldly. He knew how to spoil the mood. Yin Maching pointed at the forest and said, "The phoenix heart ginseng is in there. We have to subdue it first. Or else, once it explodes, it will be hard for us to defend." Zhou Xuanji asked, "You know this demon god very well?" Yin Maching nodded and said, "This is demon god Jihuang. His speed is the fastest below the heavenly saints. If we are not careful we will be killed instantly." Shiji's 6 immortals were on tenterhooks as they listened. They stared at demon god Jihuang, fearing that he would suddenly attack. Yin Maching took out a snakeskin pipa. As he strummed the strings he said, "Let's work together. I will reduce his speed and you will be responsible for." Before they could finish their words, demon god Jihuang appeared before them suddenly and punched Zhou Xuanji and Yin Maching's chest simultaneously. The impact sent the 2 flying and slammed into the golden summit. Shiji's 6 immortals immediately retreated in fear. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged over with his sword. 10,000 ultimate steps was followed by dozens of legendary swords. Seeing that his swords were about to hit demon god Jihuang, the demon god tilted his body and dodged with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated Sword Dao rules. Boom! Demon god Jihuang's body spun and flew backward. He landed quickly and stabilized his body. His body was covered with sword wounds but no blood flowed out. He was like a dried corpse. His wounds recovered quickly, and he disappeared on the spot again. Such self-healing ability. Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately merged demon god Nanming into his body. With the power of 2 demon gods and the history asunder sword, Zhou Xuanji suddenly saw demon god Jihuang. The demon god flew above his head and smashed his leg down. It would be excruciating if he was hit by this kick. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Dao rules again. Wherever he looked, the legendary swords charged toward him. Chapter 574. Boom! Demon god Jihuang was struck by the Sword Dao rules again and was turned into a porcupine by the legendary swords. Yin Maching's expression changed drastically in the sky. Such a fast sword. He did not see it clearly at all. If this move was used against him, just the thought of it made his scalp numb. It was too horrifying. Demon god Jihuang did not completely lose the ability to fight. Instead, he let out a horrifying roar. He shook his arms and sent all the legendary swords flying away. He opened his mouth and inhaled to gather spiritual qi. A horrifying aura exploded from his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened. With the history asunder sword in his right hand, he slashed with the sword soul. Sword qi swept horizontally. It passed through demon god Jihuang's body directly. A streak of white radiance was brought out by the sword qi, which exploded instantly. Demon god Jihuang's body was not penetrated. His arms drooped and he fell down. Zhou Xuanji immediately caught him and stored him in the Xianxia map. I see. Severing the river of history meant severing the past. No matter how demon god Jihuang was controlled, after being slashed by the history asunder sword, everything in his past dissipated, leaving only a corpse. Too domineering. This history asunder sword was definitely a domineering existence as well. Yin Maching landed before him and asked with a complicated expression, "What sword technique did you use just now?" After living for so long, it was his first time seeing such a fast sword. Yin Maching's impression of Zhou Xuanji rose quickly. Zhou Xuanji said, "This guy was killed by me. The Phoenix Heart Ginseng I'll take 90% and you take 10%. I'll give you 10% of the traveling expenses. That's already good enough. Or else we could have found this place ourselves." Having heard this, Yin Maching was not enraged but nodded without hesitation. Zhou Xuanji smiled and flew toward the forest. Shiji's 6 immortals followed quickly. Yin Maching was the last one. He was not worried that Zhou Xuanji would get here before him. He understood the situation. He could only listen to Zhou Xuanji's instructions, or else he might die here. "Huang Fufei, what kind of being did you offend?" he thought to himself hatefully. He knew what Huang Fufei was doing recently. He waited in the Guanghuang secret realm on purpose. Countless cultivators died in his hands. Previously, he and Huang Fufei worked together to explore this place and were both severely injured by demon god Jihuang. This was also why Huang Fufei could smell the demon god's aura. Soon Zhou Xuanji saw the phoenix heart ginseng. These phoenix heart ginsengs were fiery red, and their roots were connected to each other, resembling a pair of phoenix wings. He swept his gaze across the area and discovered that there were close to 100 phoenix heart ginsengs gathered together. He quickly took away 83 phoenix heart ginsengs and left the rest for Yin Maching. As for the Shiji 6 immortals, they naturally didn't have a share and couldn't be of any help. It was already good enough for them to broaden their horizons. Although the Shiji 6 immortals were envious, they didn't say anything. A tinge of surprise flashed in Yin Maching's eyes. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really leave some treasures for him. If it were him, he might have killed Zhou Xuanji straight away. He was open-minded and could be considered a hero. His impression of Zhou Xuanji changed. His hands were not slow either, and he quickly stored the phoenix heart ginseng. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What are you looking for? Tell me, I might be able to help." Old immortal Shiji coldly snorted, "We also know that we don't need you." The other 5 immortals followed suit, opposing Yin Maching. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Let's part ways here lest I want to kill you." Yin Maching was a little stunned. He shook his head with a smile and left quickly. Old immortal Shiji asked curiously, "Sir, why didn't you kill him? Aren't you afraid of endless trouble?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "I don't have any direct enmity with him. Putting myself in his shoes, there's no need to increase the sin of killing. Moreover, he can't possibly kill me." The Shiji 6 immortals were impressed. Such magnanimity and confidence were admirable. After that, they wandered around the vicinity and did not find any other treasures, so they decided to leave. An hour later, they left the heavenly palace and came to the land. Zhou Xuanji did not act immediately but found a place to refine demon god Jihuang into a clone. With the soul division technique, he succeeded in less than 2 days. So far, he had used the bodies of 4 demon gods. The demon ancestor, demon god Tianwu, demon god Jihuang and demon god Nanming. He was in a good mood and continued his journey with the Shiji 6 immortals. The Shiji 6 immortals were smart. Since the beginning, they did not ask him about the technique to refine a clone. Zhou Xuanji found them pleasing to the eye. "Do you have a hometown, family, or sect?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not hear old immortal Shiji mention his sect or his family, which gave him some ideas. Old immortal Shiji shook his head and immediately understood Zhou Xuanji's intention. He chuckled and said, "If Senior is willing to take us in, it will be the best. We don't want to wander around forever." The other 5 immortals nodded in excitement. Zhou Xuanji was powerful and had an adventurous spirit. Following such a person would make their future life exciting. Seeing their anticipation, Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to tell his story. He started from when he was 2 years old. As for the supreme legendary sword system, it was a secret that only he knew. The Shiji 6 immortals were tongue-tied. They were all in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji was only 300 years old? Wasn't such a short life too exciting? From the mortal realm to the great thousand world, and then to the heaven fiend realm. He even had connections with the heavenly saints. The opportunities and talents he had were too exaggerated. It was as though he was making it up. Shiji 5 sighed in amazement, "Senior, your courage is your true talent." Every time Zhou Xuanji encountered an undefeatable enemy, he was never afraid. This was enough to make her admire him. The other 5 followed suit and flattered him. They really admired Zhou Xuanji in their hearts. They believed that Zhou Xuanji might become a heavenly saint in the future. They must hold on tightly to him. After Zhou Xuanji revealed his background, the Shiji 6 immortals became even more lively. They began to talk about their past. By the river, Yin Maching sat cross-legged and played with a phoenix heart ginseng in his hand. In his heart he was thinking about Zhou Xuanji. Who is he? He even took away the corpses of demon gods. Could he be collecting ancient demon gods? He thought about it a lot. As for Huang Fufei, he had already forgotten about it. He did not dare to offend such a powerful being. A silhouette landed beside him suddenly. This person wore a white robe with golden patterns. He had an imposing appearance and his face was handsome and dignified. His white hair was coiled up in a crown, and the eyes under his sword-like brows were deep and profound. Seeing him, Yin Maching immediately got up and half-knelt on the ground. "Emperor, why are you here?" he said respectfully. Having heard him, the emperor said, "Yin Maching, give me the phoenix heart ginseng quickly." Yin Maching quickly took out 6 phoenix heart ginseng and handed it to the emperor. The emperor took the ginseng and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yin Maching did not hide anything and told the emperor about Zhou Xuanji. After he finished, the emperor squinted his eyes and mumbled, "Collecting demon gods? Seems like he wants to leave." Interesting. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. I will remember this name. Chapter 575. After obtaining demon god Jihuang, Zhou Xuanji decided to go to the other heavenly palaces. What if the other heavenly palaces also had the corpses of fiend gods? Unfortunately, they did not find any other fiend celestials in the subsequent operation. On the other hand, he had obtained quite a lot of other treasures. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 days left until the Guanghuang secret realm closed. Zhou Xuanji and the others slowly headed towards the outside world. Although there were many independent worlds within the Guanghuang secret realm, their distribution was very simple. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be, but the more they went, the more they would find the exit. The Shiji 6 immortals had already been subdued by Zhou Xuanji. They planned to follow Zhou Xuanji after leaving this place. 6 connecting heaven realm experts would be able to dominate even in the Wanshan Great Thousand. The Heaven Fiend realm's overall strength was more powerful than the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji was also wondering if he should recruit more powerful cultivators. He thought about it and decided to leave it to fate. One day they arrived at a desert. West Pole Sixth grumbled, "Boss, how are you leading the way? How can there be treasures here?" The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji was not dissatisfied. His gains had already far exceeded his initial expectations. He had no objections to leaving now. The Shiji 6 immortals were also very satisfied. Following Zhou Xuanji, they had picked up a lot of good stuff, so this trip was not a loss. Now they took it as a stroll, leisurely, extremely satisfied. It was just that the scenery was a little unsatisfactory. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flashed past in front of him at an extremely fast speed. Old immortal Shiji quickly rushed over and grabbed that person. "Let me go. Let me go." A tender and familiar voice came and Zhou Xuanji smiled. "Isn't this the 7-year-old boy I met at the street stall?" At the time, this kid was still selling the heaven-earth stones of the Guanghuang secret realm. When the boy saw Zhou Xuanji, his face turned pale, and his lips began to tremble. He said in a trembling voice, "What do you want? Let me go. I don't have any ill intentions." Old immortal Shiji directly pulled down his pants. Shiji's second brother came over and slapped his butt. The boy was so humiliated that his face turned red. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why are you running so fast? Are you hiding from something?" When the boy heard this, he immediately came back to his senses and cried out in fear, "That thing is coming, it's the evil life, evil spirit. Run." Evil life, evil spirit. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction he was pointing, but he did not see the evil life, evil spirit. The Shiji 6 immortals also looked around, but they couldn't find evil life, evil wraith. Zhou Xuanji summoned demon god Tianwu and demon god Jihuang and spread out his divine sense to search for the evil life, evil spirit. Judging from the boy's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. After a while, the sandstorm in the desert suddenly became violent, as if a sandstorm was coming. An evil aura spread out and everyone could feel the gloomy atmosphere. There was a killing intent locked onto them. "He's here. Here it comes. Run." The boy cried out in horror, looking as if he was scared out of his wits. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger too. To be able to make him feel danger, it was clear how terrifying this evil life, evil spirit was. He immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows floated in the sky, all of them pointing downwards, covering the sky and the sun. The boy looked up and his jaw dropped. He was filled with regret. He should not have offended Zhou Xuanji back in the city. This level of swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Boom. Billions of sword shadows landed suddenly and bombarded the desert. Zhou Xuanji and the others were at the center of the explosion and were not affected. Shiji 6 immortals looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. It was not their first time witnessing the primordial chaos sword shadow, but they were still shocked every time. After the primordial chaos sword shadow's power ended, the evil aura disappeared. The boy swallowed his saliva and asked, "You killed the evil life, evil spirit?" The primordial chaos sword shadow's destructive power was too powerful. Together with the disappearance of the killing intent, he could not help but think so. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "He left. He really wanted to find the evil life, evil spirit. He was absorbed by the evil life, evil spirit after all. If he wanted to return, he could only rely on the evil life, evil spirit and the heavenly saint." It was a pity that the evil life, evil spirit was too fast. It disappeared in an instant. "Let's continue our journey," Zhou Xuanji said. He was very interested in the Heaven Fiend realm and wanted to spend more time there. If Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff were in trouble, he could rely on the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus to support them quickly. This incident made Shiji-6 immortals even more cautious. Zhou Xuanji asked old immortal Shiji to release the boy, but the boy wanted to follow them and said that he would reward them afterward. The boy didn't shy away from strangers and continued to introduce himself. His name was Mingshan Child. It was his first time coming to the Guanghuang secret realm, and he was both nervous and excited. Mingshan Child? Do you want to die from laughter? Shiji II burst out laughing and mocked Mingshan Child to his heart's content. Who would call himself a child? The other 5 immortals mocked him too, and Mingshan Child was so angry that he almost seethed with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is the name my master gave me. Don't insult my name." Shiji-6 immortals continued to mock him without holding back. Mingshan Child was furious, but he did not dare to attack. They continued onward. They did not encounter the evil spirit again and successfully left this realm. 7 days later, they finally came to the entrance stele of the Guanghuang secret realm. They could leave after the barrier was opened. They were surrounded by rolling mountains and forests. The grass was green and the spiritual qi was abundant. Shiji-6 immortals sat on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the Guanghuang secret realm was indeed thrilling. Fortunately, they met their benefactor. With Zhou Xuanji's prowess, they survived safely. Zhou Xuanji sat before a giant rock and contacted Jianghu, who was in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus, to understand the situation of Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff. Chiu Boy looked around with his eyes rolling. No one knew what he was thinking about. Another 3 days passed. 2 silhouettes descended from the sky and looked down at Zhou Xuanji and the others. Everyone raised their heads to look and their expressions changed. In Maching. The other person was the man whom Yin Maching addressed as the Imperial Emperor. He had a stern face. The Imperial Emperor glanced at Chiu Boy before looking at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji, can we speak in private?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Sure." He sensed the Imperial Emperor the moment he descended. But he could not see through the Imperial Emperor at all. The Imperial Emperor gave him a feeling of a heavenly saint, with an ordinary aura. The two immediately disappeared. Shiji-6 immortals looked at Yin Maching in fear, in case he attacked at any moment. Chiu Boy hid behind Shiji-6 immortals quietly to prevent Yin Maching from noticing him. Yin Maching was expressionless. He did not look at them but stood in the air. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the Imperial Emperor came to the 2 sides of the river. There was a cliff beside them, and the river flowed down into a torrential waterfall. He looked at the Imperial Emperor and asked, "Why don't you tell me your name?" The Imperial Emperor stared at Zhou Xuanji and said calmly, "Ji Huanglin." Ji Huanglin? Zhou Xuanji thought about it and was sure that he had never heard of this name before. Such a powerful existence shouldn't be a nameless person. Chapter 576. Are you here for Huang Fufei as well? Zhou Xuanji asked. Although he could not see through Ji Huanglin, he was not afraid at all. Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "Your fate does not come from the Heaven Fiend domain. I want to work with you. Once this is done, I will not treat you badly." Another collaboration. First it was Yin Maching and now it was this guy. Zhou Xuanji could not help but guess the connection between the 2 events and their intentions. Ji Huanglin stared at him and continued, "The reason why I am looking for you is that you are considered the strongest among the outsiders. The place that I am going to is a place that the natives of the Heaven Emanations domain are not allowed to enter. Only you and I can do this. The others can wait outside." Zhou Xuanji calmly asked, "Since you want my help, shouldn't you show some sincerity? You don't even explain the situation to me. Do you take me for a fool?" Ji Huanglin's attitude displeased him. This fellow's attitude was high and mighty. Although his tone was not overbearing, it still sounded like he was giving orders. "The place I want to go is called the Heaven Fiend Star Island. It is the biggest forbidden land in the Heaven Fiend domain and is located in the middle of the ocean. Since ancient times, even saint contenders have never returned after entering. Only Heaven Saints know the secrets inside. If you dare to enter with me, I guarantee that after you come out, your cultivation level will increase by at least 3 minor realms and you will obtain countless treasures." Ji Huanglin said leisurely as if it was very tempting. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. It was his first time hearing about the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Just from what Ji Huanglin said, he knew that it was very dangerous. He didn't have any reason or goal to go to the Heaven Fiend Star Island. He shook his head. "I'm not interested." Ji Huanglin didn't get angry and said, "You possess the Heavenly Law Violet Aura. If you don't become stronger quickly, the Heavenly Law Violet Aura will become your bane." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "You saw that I have the Heavenly Law Violet Qi. Why didn't you steal it? Could this person be a heavenly saint? If he was a heavenly saint, why would he need to find someone to cooperate with? I don't need the heavenly law, Violet Chi. As long as you're willing to come with me, I can agree to one of your requests as long as it's within my power, Ji Huanglin continued. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, can you bring me back to Wanxing Great Thousand? Although he could rely on the 24-tier Deep Black Lotus to support Emperor Sword Court, he could not teleport himself back. If he sent him back, what about the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus? Leave it in the Heaven Fiend domain and wait for others to snatch it away? If the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus fell into the hands of others, then the people hiding in the world of the Lotus might be in danger. They might even harm the divine cliff through the portal. It's nothing. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Should I go? It was too difficult to find the heavenly saint and the evil life evil spirit. He looked up at Ji Huanglin and said, then tell me where you came from. At least let me know what to do. Ji Huanglin said meaningfully, you are asking too much. I'm already very sincere and did not threaten you. I cannot tell you my identity, just like how you have many secrets that you do not want others to know. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, all right, when do we depart? Ji Huanglin said, we'll depart after we leave the Guanghuang secret realm. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two immediately returned to the stone steel. Shiji 6 Immortals and Chiu Boy hurriedly came up to Zhou Xuanji and asked about the situation. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about their cooperation. Heaven Fiend Star Island? The Shiji 6 Immortals were dumbfounded. Clearly they had never heard of it before. Chiu Boy cried out in shock, you don't want to live anymore? Going to the Heaven Fiend Star Island is definitely seeking death. Yin Maching glanced at him and he shut his mouth immediately out of fear. Zhou Xuanji looked at Shiji 6 Immortals and said, find an island near the Heaven Fiend Star Island and wait for me. Shiji 6 Immortals nodded. It would be fine as long as Zhou Xuanji did not shake them off. Ji Huanglin landed in the forest, and Yin Maching flew in after him. Both of them waited for the Guanghuang secret realm's exit to open. In the next few days, living beings came to this place one after another. These living beings were all injured. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, they showed no fear and stopped near the stone steel. In the blink of an eye, the Guanghuang secret realm's exit opened. Zhou Xuanji and the others stepped in first, followed by Ji Huanglin and Yin Maching. They came to a flatland. The other living beings appeared around them one after another. Most of them left quickly without a word. Follow me, Ji Huanglin said. He flipped his right hand, and a blue beam of light enveloped Zhou Xuanji and the others and disappeared into the horizon. Within the blue light, Chiu Boy cried out, hey hey hey, why did you bring me along? He almost broke down. He did not want to go to the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin ignored him and looked ahead. Zhou Xuanji asked, can you bring me to a city? I want to sell something. Ji Huanglin replied, after we come out from the Heaven Fiend Star Island, I will go with you. By then, you will realize that the things you obtained in the Guanghuang secret realm are nothing. Zhou Xuanji heard him and was suddenly very interested in the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin continued, the Heaven Fiend realm is actually very special. This realm can be said to be a land of treasures. No other great thousand worlds can compare to it. You will understand the specific reason in the future. His words made the others fall into deep thought. Yin Maching looked at Ji Huanglin and asked respectfully, Emperor, do you have any other instructions? Ji Huanglin glanced at him and said with a smile, you may leave. Yin Maching took a deep breath and immediately disappeared in a stream of black light. Chiu Boy saw this and wanted to charge out, but he was repelled back. Shiji 6 Immortals shuddered in their hearts and grew even more fearful of Ji Huanglin. This was obviously a forceful move. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much about it. If they were to fall out, then they would fight. In the Heavenly Saint's palace, old ancestor Xianxia raised his brow and smiled, Yangling, who is this guy? He's not simple. Buddha Yangling chuckled, he's just a junior. How long are you going to play with me? This chess game had reached a stage where there was no solution. Don't worry, Zhou Xuanji. I will not hurt him. I will let him return in one piece, Buddha Yangling continued. Old ancestor Xianxia threw him a stare and said, it seems like this Ji Huanglin is not simple. Let's make a deal. Don't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. Even I can't see through him completely. Could it be that he has a heavenly law-grade secret treasure? TSK, you are really generous. Buddha Yangling shook his head in a smile and did not reply. Everything was understood without words. Old ancestor Xianxia got up slowly and said, I hope that the next time we meet we can still play chess like this. After he spoke, old ancestor Xianxia turned into a stream of crimson flame and dissipated. Buddha Yangling's expression turned solemn. A tinge of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he mumbled, "Ji Huanglin, you really want that thing?" After some thought, he took out a pair of puppets from his sleeves. After the two puppets landed on the ground, they quickly grew taller. Their bodies were engulfed in white flames, and they quickly turned into human forms. Chapter 577. The two puppets engulfed in white flames turned into two men who looked exactly the same. They were expressionless. Stone-like armors materialized on their bodies, and their eyes glowed coldly. Buddha Yangling said softly, "Flame God guards, head to the Heaven Fiend Star Island and protect that jade. Don't let anyone near it." After he spoke, the two Flame God guards disappeared from the palace. Buddha Yangling snorted coldly before closing his eyes and thinking. Ji Huanglin was extremely fast. About an hour later they landed suddenly. This was an uninhabited island. Waves lapped against the shore, the seawater surged violently and thunderclouds gathered. Ji Huanglin looked at Shiji Six Immortals and said, "You guys stay here and wait for us to come out." After that, he waved his hand again and brought Chiu Boy and Zhou Xuanji away. Shiji Six Immortals looked at each other in dismay but did not say anything. They began patrolling the island to see if there were any restrictions or treasures. They were obsessed with treasure hunting. No matter where they went, they would think of treasures first. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the other two landed on a cliff. Behind them were huge waves, and the ocean under the dark clouds seemed to be in a storm. Looking from afar, Zhou Xuanji could see the island where Shiji Six Immortals were when he turned around. The Heaven Fiend Star Island was faintly discernible in the fog in front of them, as though it was a huge beast. Chiu Boy was so frightened that he sat paralyzed on the ground and almost fell off the cliff. "Why must it be here?" he cried out in fear. "Isn't it good to be alive?" Zhou Xuanji probed the Heaven Fiend Star Island with his divine sense but realized that a formless and powerful force was blocking his divine sense. Ji Huanglin said, "Later we will hide in your sleeves and you can barge in directly. Don't be afraid of danger. The restrictive spell formation on the Heaven Fiend Star Island only targets living beings in the Heaven Fiend realm. You have just arrived and have not turned into a Heaven Fiend creature yet." He waved his hand again and shrunk himself and Chiu Boy. Enveloping them with magic energy, they dashed into Zhou Xuanji's sleeves like two flies. Zhou Xuanji summoned demon god Tianwu and walked into the dense fog with the Histrious Undersword in hand. Ji Huanglin only said that the restrictive spell was ineffective against him, but he did not say that there were no powerful enemies inside. Normally, there would be many powerful creatures that had lost their minds and were specialized in dealing with trespassers. After entering the dense fog, Zhou Xuanji could only see 6 feet around him, and his divine sense could not penetrate the fog. He was cautious in case of an enemy attack. After advancing for about 8,000 feet, he still hadn't passed through the thick fog. He couldn't help but frown. Why did he feel lost? Continue forward. The Heaven Fiend Star Island is bigger than you imagine. Many people from other worlds also thought that they had lost their way. Hence they turned back and went around in circles. In the end they were driven mad. Ji Huanglin's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji no longer hesitated. He began to sprint forward. 50,000 zhang. 10,000 zhang. 100,000 zhang. Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Just how big was the Heaven Fiend Star Island? A woo, the howl of a wolf came from behind. It was eerie and terrifying. He didn't stop. After all, demon god Tianwu was beside him. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He finally passed through the thick fog. Mountains rose and fell in front of him. There were no trees or grass, only lava, scorched earth and rolling thunder clouds. It was like a scene from hell. Ji Huanglin and Chiu Boy flew out from his sleeves and landed beside Zhou Xuanji. "It's over? It's over?" Chiu Boy trembled. Tears flowed down from his eyes uncontrollably, as though he was greatly wronged. Ji Huanglin said, "It's up to me now. Follow me closely. Don't be more than 15 meters away from me, or else I won't be able to save you in time." After that he walked forward. Chiu Boy quickly followed him and dared not to cry anymore. Zhou Xuanji followed along with demon god Tianwu. He was very curious about Ji Huanglin's power. Next he wanted to see how powerful this guy was. Ji Huanglin walked at a steady pace. He looked straight ahead with a calm expression without any surprise. No one could tell what he was thinking. Chiu Boy was nervous as he looked left and right. The view around him was vast, but he still felt a sense of danger. Boom! A horrifying silhouette charged over suddenly and was blasted away by the formless aura vomiting blood. Too fast. In the blink of an eye, It flew over from the horizon as though it teleported. Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Boi looked over. It was a blood monkey with 6 arms and a ferocious face. Its mouth was filled with fangs. After it landed, it rolled a few hundred times before burrowing into the charred ground and disappeared. Qiu Boi asked in a trembling voice, "What was that?" He was a universe heaven cultivator, but now he was like an ordinary person in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked toward Ji Huanglin. He did not see how Ji Huanglin attacked at all. Ji Huanglin did not stop but continued ahead. The Heaven Fiend Star Island is filled with baleful aura and nurtured many ferocious creatures. Countless years have passed, and their power has reached an extremely horrifying level. The surrounding fog is actually a prison to prevent them from charging out. Ji Huanglin explained to Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Boi. "What are you looking for?" Qiu Boi asked with gritted teeth. "Why does this guy know the Heaven Fiend Star Island so well? Could it be that he was here before? Why did he come again?" He immediately thought of a possibility, which was that the people who accompanied Ji Huanglin were all dead. Zhou Xuanji thought of this possibility too, but his expression did not change. He did not panic. Ji Huanglin glanced at Qiu Boi and said, "Something that will kill you after you hear about it." Qiu Boi was frightened by Ji Huanglin's cold eyes and immediately shut up. After some time they were attacked consecutively. Those ferocious creatures were blasted away before they could even touch them. Ji Huanglin was ridiculously powerful. Half an hour later they came to the foot of a volcano. There was a cave entrance here, and the walls of the cave reflected the light of the fire. Ji Huanglin led them into the cave. "Pay attention to your feet. Don't step on the rocks. Those rocks have powerful corrosive power. Stepping on them will destroy your soul instantly." Even connecting heaven level 10 cultivators could not last more than 5 breaths. His words made Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Boi look at the ground instinctively. Zhou Xuanji stored demon god Tianwu into the Xianxia map. Soon they saw that the ground in front of them was covered with all kinds of rocks. They immediately flew up and left the ground. Fortunately, the cave entrance was high enough, or else it would have been awkward. They walked along the winding tunnel and finally came to the end. In front of them was a cliff, and below them was a sea of lava. The high temperature made Qiu Boi sweat profusely. Ji Huanglin stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. His expression was still cold. He did not take any action but looked at them quietly. Qiu Boi wanted to ask but did not dare to. He could only look at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at the mountain wall opposite him. There was a picture on the gigantic mountain wall. It was carved with some kind of red rock. It was a 9-headed dragon surrounded by dozens of people. It was not a battle but a sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 578. "What's that?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Qiu Boi followed his gaze and frowned. Dragons with 9 heads were not rare in myths and legends. They were often existences that could destroy the world. The Heaven Fiend Domain's ancient demon, Dragon Emperor Ming, is one of the evil spirits. It has the power to destroy heaven and earth. If not for the heavenly saint's descent, it would have nearly eaten the entire Heaven Fiend Domain. Ji Huanglin introduced, causing Qiu Boi's entire body to go numb. He asked cautiously, "You're not here to look for it, are you? If such a giant demon was released, it would definitely be a disaster." He had heard many stories. There were always people who, in pursuit of power, released ancient evil existences. In the end, not only did they throw away their lives, but they also brought disaster to the world. Ji Huanglin replied, "Dragon Emperor Ming is nothing. I don't care about him at all." He looked down and said, "Wait a little longer. Don't make a sound." Qiu Boi wanted to speak but hesitated. Ji Huanglin said no more. The 3 of them fell into silence while Zhou Xuanji looked around. He also discovered that the other patterns were very strange. They gave off the feeling of vicissitudes of an ancient civilization. What was worth mentioning was that no ferocious beasts attacked them when they arrived here. An hour and a half later, Ji Huanglin suddenly waved his palm downward and sucked in the air. Bang! The surface of the lava exploded, and a head-sized ball of fire flew up and landed on his palm. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and Lu Qiue and he smirked. He smiled and said, "This is the evil fiery bead. Next, I need to find the other evil beads of the other 4 elements, and then head to the central area of the Heaven Fiend Star Island to exchange for what I want. During this process just tell me what you want." Qiu Boi exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Really?" Ji Huanglin glanced at him and said, "This is none of your business." Qiu Boi's smile instantly collapsed. Ji Huanglin stored the fiery evil bead and left with Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Boi. For the rest of the journey, Zhou Xuanji plundered whatever he saw without holding back. In any case, he didn't need to do anything. Ji Huanglin could move those treasures to him with a casual wave of his hand. He sensed that these natural treasures contained some kind of demonic aura. If he wanted to use them, he would have to remove the demonic aura. 3 days later, they found the evil water bead. The Heaven Fiend Star Island was very big, and other than this lava land, there were other places with celestial phenomena. For example, a world of ice and snow, a green grassland, a forest filled with autumn leaves, and so on. This island seemed to have formed a world of its own, and it was a very large world. All the ferocious creatures they encountered along the way were killed by Ji Huanglin. None of them even touched the hem of their clothes. Chiu Boy was convinced by Ji Huanglin's strength and was no longer afraid. He could even follow Ji Huanglin to collect some special rocks and flowers. Zhou Xuanji had been observing Ji Huanglin. He always felt that this fellow was very similar to the Heavenly Saint. He had secretly used the 9-soul fusion technique, but he still couldn't see through Ji Huanglin. In less than half a month, Ji Huanglin had collected the 5 elemental evil beads and brought them to the center of the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin said, "The next step is the real challenge. Little one, be prepared to die." Chiu Boy was looking around and was shocked when he heard this. "Didn't you say that you could protect us?" he cried out. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly, "That's what I said to him. You're different. I captured you to use you as bait. Don't think that I don't know where you came from. You are the most easily coveted by the demons. If you cooperate, you might have a chance of survival." Chiu Boy's expression changed drastically. He was completely disheartened and almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chiu Boy curiously. Could this guy have some extraordinary background? No wonder Ji Huanglin did not bring Shiji 6 immortals but him. Chiu Boy suddenly turned into a sharp arrow and dashed toward the forest in the east. Ji Huanglin raised his hand and sucked Chiu Boy over. He grabbed Chiu Boy's neck and lifted him up high. "Let me go. If my master knows about this, you will be dead." Chiu Boy cried out. His face was red. Ji Huanglin laughed disdainfully and continued forward while choking him. At the end of the horizon, there was a mountain that reached into the clouds. The sky there was very dark and oppressive, and they could vaguely hear the sound of thunder. Such a powerful sense of oppression. What's hiding there? Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. A strong sense of danger grew in his heart. His instincts told him to stay away from that mountain. But since things had come to this, he wanted to see what Ji Huanglin wanted. Above the sea of clouds, a floating island floated silently. There was a courtyard on the island. Xianxia stood outside the courtyard and said with a smile, "Brother C, it's been 1,000,000 years since we last met. Why don't you come out and meet your old friend?" Soon a cold voice came. "What do you have to meet me for? Or are you seeking death?" This person was called Si Mengyan. He was a transcendent existence that reigned above the great thousand world and had the qualifications to become a saint. Xianxia was not frightened. He replied calmly, "About the great Emperor Dao Court. I have already left the great Emperor Dao Court. I can tell you anything you want to know about the great Emperor Dao Court. I only ask that you help me reforge my body." Boom. The door opened and a gust of wind blew toward Xianxia. His expression did not change as he stared fixedly at the main house in the courtyard. Si Mingyan walked out of the house slowly. He wore a black robe with red edges. His face looked sinister, and there were strands of blood-red hair in his black hair. His eyes were like a wolf's, cruel and cold. He stared at Xianxia and said, "If you dare to bully me, you should know what the consequences are." Xianxia sighed and said, "I have no other way out. The great Emperor Dao Court is too stupid." He was infuriated when he mentioned Zhou Xuanji. The great Emperor Dao Court had been at a high position for a long time. Everyone was proud and arrogant. They did not take any genius seriously. This made him hate them for not living up to his expectations. At the same time, he was even more resentful. He had done his best for the great Emperor Dao Court, but he was still like this. "Why do you say so?" Si Mingyan asked. Xianxia immediately told him about Zhou Xuanji. After he finished, Si Mingyan's eyes sparkled. "Zhou Xuanji. So it's him?" Si Mingyan remembered that old ancestor Hongshi had mentioned Zhou Xuanji to him before. Old ancestor Hongshi claimed that Zhou Xuanji would become his partner in the future. They would become old ancestor Hongshi's two sharpest blades. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "After you take revenge, can you help me get rid of Zhou Xuanji? I can listen to you in the future." Zhou Xuanji grew too quickly. In his heart, Zhou Xuanji was more threatening than Si Mingyan. Si Mingyan said with a faint smile, "Zhou Xuanji? No problem. Help me get rid of the great Emperor Dao Court first." He mocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was someone the heavenly saint valued. You want a scheme to kill him? Full. Xianxia heard him and heaved a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and said, "Let's talk inside." Si Mingyan nodded and walked into the house. Xianxia followed closely behind. Chapter 579. After ascending the mountain, the sense of danger in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew even more intense. Even though his field of vision was wide and the mountain was bare, there did not seem to be any danger at first glance. Ji Huanglin had already put Qiu Boi down. He walked at the very front with a calm expression. It was obvious that this was not his first time here. But with his cultivation, why was he walking so slowly? Can't I just fly in? Zhou Xuanji guessed in his heart and felt that he was acting cool. The mountain was very tall. When they were halfway up the mountain, Ji Huanglin stopped and said, "How much longer are we going to hide?" Qiu Boi grew nervous again. Ji Huanglin did not attack directly. Instead, he tried to force the other party into action. This meant that the other party was very strong. 100 feet up, 2 flame god guards appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Buddha Yangling's wooden doll. They stared at Ji Huanglin expressionlessly and lifelessly. Ji Huanglin sneered and said, "Yangling sent you here. Do you think you can stop me?" He called out the heavenly saint's name without any hesitation. When the 2 flame god guards heard this, they immediately rushed towards Ji Huanglin. There was a loud bang. They were blocked by an invisible force 1 meter away from Ji Huanglin. The bodies of the 2 flame god guards suddenly burst into flames. They looked like 2 huge fireballs. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. He took a step forward and sent the 2 flame god guards flying with his aura. He continued to walk forward. With every step he took, he used an even stronger aura to oppress the flame god guards. The flame god guards suddenly split up and attacked Ji Huanglin from different directions. Ji Huanglin was calm and unruffled. No matter how they attacked, they were unable to touch Ji Huanglin. Instead, they were sent flying again and again. In front of him, the flame god guards were so weak. Qiu Boi asked, "Since you can kill them, why don't you hurry up?" Was he deliberately showing off his strength? He hated Ji Huanglin to the core. If it weren't for Ji Huanglin, he wouldn't be here. Ji Huanglin waved his right hand, and the 2 flame god guards suddenly exploded and turned into ashes. Easy. Domineering. Ji Huanglin's expression remained unchanged as he continued forward. The 2 flame god guards materialized their physical bodies again. They appeared on the left and right sides of Chu Feng, not daring to attack. "Go back and tell Yangling that if he dares to stop me again, the consequences will be worse than he can imagine." Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His aura suddenly erupted, shaking the entire mountain peak. The 2 flame god guards immediately disappeared. They also understood that they couldn't stop Ji Huanglin, so there was no need to stay here and die. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who is Yangling? A heaven saint from the Heaven Fiend domain?" Aside from the heavenly saints, who else would have such a grand plan to set up a trap in the Heaven Fiend Star Island? Ji Huanglin replied, "Yes, an ambitious and sinister fellow." His tone was filled with disdain towards Buddha Yangling. "Are you also a heavenly saint?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Ji Huanglin said disdainfully, "A heavenly saint is nothing." He did not say much, but this made Zhou Xuanji think even more. Could it be that this fellow also came from outside the heavenly Tao? Zhou Xuanji already knew about the 3 existences from the Kunlun origin court. Ji Huanglin was the same? But why did he dare to talk back to the heavenly saint? Even the old beggar and the old immortal did not dare to be so presumptuous. There was also the primordial ancestor who was hiding like an underground rat. All of a sudden, Ji Huanglin punched the mountain wall, creating a huge hole. Dust and dirt surged into the depths of the mountain. "Follow me." After saying this, Ji Huanglin took the lead and stepped into the dust. Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Boi followed closely behind. Qiu Boi did not dare to run anymore. If he did, Ji Huanglin might kill him. They walked into the mountain, and after walking for about 100 meters, they came to a vast space inside the mountain. They saw a gigantic object. Dragon Emperor Ming. It was made of rocks and was hundreds of meters tall. It was vivid and lifelike, and its 9 ferocious dragon heads were horrifying. Qiu Boi trembled in fear and cried out, "Didn't you say that you don't want to revive him?" Ji Huanglin raised his hand and sucked Qiu Boi before throwing him toward Dragon Emperor Ming. Qiu Boi was almost scared out of his wits. He wanted to move but found himself bound by a formless force. He could not even open his mouth to speak. Zhou Xuanji did not interfere but waited quietly. Ji Huanglin took out the 5 elemental evil bead and threw it to Qiu Boi. Qiu Boi's eyes widened and were filled with despair. The 5 elemental evil bead gave off a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire mountain. A powerful gale rose from below, swaying Chiu Boy like a fallen leaf in the wind. Dragon Emperor Ming's stone statue moved as well. The 9 dragon heads turned and looked at the 5 elemental evil bead on Chiu Boy. It's over. My life is over. Chiu Boy closed his eyes and wailed in his heart. If there was a next life, he would surely make Ji Huanglin pay. Don't stray too far from me. I will let you broaden your horizons. Ji Huanglin's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, which made him squint his eyes. He immediately activated the 9 soul fusion technique and fused with demon god Tianwu and demon god Nanming. The 5 elemental evil bead trembled violently and exploded with a powerful radiance. The radiance shattered everything around it, and the mountain walls disappeared. Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur. Everything changed and was replaced by a brilliant starry sky. Only him, Ji Huanglin, Chiu Boy, and Dragon Emperor Ming were left in the starry sky. It was like an illusion. Ji Huanglin raised his right hand, and the 5 elemental evil bead shot a beam of light upward and disappeared into the starry sky. A while later, a beam of red light shot down and landed on Ji Huanglin's right palm. He smiled and mumbled, "Heavenly Law Jade, I finally found you." Heavenly Law Jade. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He knew what this name meant. What is this guy trying to do? Does he want to control the Heavenly Law? Or is he targeting the Heavenly Law? Zhou Xuanji thought of countless possibilities. He did not make a move but waited patiently. Roar, Dragon Emperor Ming came back to life completely. He roared at Ji Huanglin with a violent aura. The 9 dragon heads opened their mouths at the same time, and flames of all colors surged toward Ji Huanglin like a flood. The flames gathered together and were tens of thousands of miles wide. It was unstoppable. Ji Huanglin raised the red beam with his right hand and slapped with his left palm. The palm wind howled and blocked the billowing sea of flames forcefully. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji felt his true power. Even after merging with 2 demon gods, he still felt that he was no match for Ji Huanglin. What is this guy's cultivation? Little specter, you dare to fight me? Ji Huanglin laughed condescendingly. He pushed with his left arm and the sea of flames was pushed back. Chiu Boy, who was protected by the 5 elemental evil bead, cried out in fear. His face was pale. Amit Ba. At this moment, a solemn Buddha's voice came. A giant golden palm descended from the sky and landed on Ji Huanglin's head so quickly that Zhou Xuanji could not react in time. Ji Huanglin was caught off guard, and his right hand was separated from the red beam as he fell. A ray of light shot out from the pillar of red light toward Zhou Xuanji. He grabbed it instinctively and saw that it was a 1.5 meter long purple crystal. Heavenly Law Jade. I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 580. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Heavenly Law Jade in his hand with a strange expression. Why did it fall into his hands so coincidentally? Was this fate? Ji Huanglin was pressed down by the golden palm, and seeing the Heavenly Law Jade fall into Zhou Xuanji's hands, he suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes and used his aura to shatter the golden palm. He leaped up and passed by Zhou Xuanji, charging upwards. Zhou Xuanji held the Heavenly Law Jade and hesitated. Should he take it? Would Ji Huanglin mind if he took it? No matter what, since it was already in his hands, there was no reason for him to let it go. If someone else snatched it away, would Ji Huanglin vent his anger on him? He raised his head and saw a golden light growing larger at the end of the starry sky. He narrowed his eyes. It was a golden Buddha. Buddha Yangling. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the heavenly saint of this realm and immediately retreated. The last time was during the Battle of Heavenly Saints. He was caught in the crossfire and had no choice but to be reborn. After the Heavenly Law Jade appeared, Chiu Boy suddenly broke free from the 5 elemental evil beads and flew toward Zhou Xuanji in a frenzy. Only Zhou Xuanji could give him a sense of security. On the other side, Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling were engaged in a fierce battle. Ji Huanglin displayed his full strength. His palms were like the wind, and he was able to fight Buddha Yangling head-on with just his palms. Buddha Yangling held the prayer beads in his left hand and a golden pestle in his right. He was upright and mighty, and he exuded an imposing aura without being angry. He relied on the golden pestle to receive all of Ji Huanglin's attacks. Ji Huanglin, you've gone too far. Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with me? Buddha Yangling shouted with a calm expression. A massive wave of heavenly might descended. Even Zhou Xuanji and Chiu Boy, who were far away, were shocked, especially Chiu Boy, who felt that his soul would dissipate at any moment. He cried out in horror, "Heavenly Saint! Buddha Yangling, All his hopes turned to dust and his vision darkened as he tottered in the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji looked up at their battle, hoping to gain something. However, a heavenly saint's battle was just too terrifying. The might of the heavens made it impossible for his divine sense to get close, and his eyes were blocked by the continuous waves of dermic power. If I want something, I must get it. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with anger. He had already obtained the heavenly Dao Jade, but Buddha Yangling had come out to kill him. This made his heart burn with rage. The more he fought, the stronger he became. His aura shook the starry sky, and as far as the eye could see, the entire starry sky was fluctuating and distorting, causing one to feel dizzy. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the heavenly law jade in his hand heat up. He subconsciously shook off the heavenly Dao Jade. Chiu Boi's eyes lit up and he immediately reached out to catch it. Bang! A violent force erupted from within the heavenly law jade, and it shook Chiu Boi so much that he vomited blood and was sent flying. Zhou Xuanji frowned and stepped back instinctively. However, the heavenly Dao Jade emitted a suction force that directly pulled him in. The distance between the two of them rapidly shortened. Impossible. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. He immediately fused demon god Jihuang into his body, and his strength reached an unprecedented level. Even so, he was only able to slow down his speed and was unable to offset this suction force at all. Very soon he bumped into the heavenly Dao Jade. The heavenly Dao Jade fused into his corporeal body. He looked up at Ji Huanglin and shouted angrily, "Your Jade!" A powerful light exploded and engulfed his body in an instant. Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling stopped as well. His expression changed drastically and quickly charged toward Zhou Xuanji, but he was stopped by Buddha Yangling. "It's too late. The heavenly law jade has already chosen its master. Even if we take it back by force, the heavenly law jade will dissipate," Buddha Yangling said calmly. Buddha Yangling said calmly, but his heart ached. He had spent a lot of effort on this heavenly law jade, and this brat got it before him. Most importantly, he noticed that Zhou Xuanji was very resistant and did not want the heavenly law jade. This attitude made him feel even worse. Ji Huangling's chest heaved in anger. His eyes glowed with a faint red light, and his aura became extremely terrifying. Buddha Yangling's expression changed slightly and said with a deep voice, "Don't do anything rash." Ji Huanglin heard him and tried to calm himself down. All his efforts were in vain. He felt even worse than Buddha Yangling. He turned to look at Buddha Yangling and asked with gritted teeth, "Why did it turn out like this? Was it you who did this?" Buddha Yangling heard him and his expression darkened. "You know the importance of the heavenly law jade the best. Why would I be willing to give it to him?" The heavenly law jade only felt that he was most suitable to inherit the power of the heavenly law. Ji Huanglin frowned. Within the powerful light, Zhou Xuanji could not move, but he could sense a violent power enveloping him. Ding. The power of the heavenly law wishes to turn the host into a heavenly saint. Do you accept? Once you accept, the host will become a heavenly saint and forever be a slave to the heavenly law. The host will never be able to surpass the heavenly saint. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. "Reject." He replied without hesitation. Because the primordial ancestor's enemy, the heavenly saint could not be his final destination. He wanted to become more powerful. "Please choose a legendary sword to inherit the power of the heavenly law and escape." The sword spirit's voice sounded out quickly. It was obvious that the situation was urgent. Zhou Xuanji chose the thunderclap sword straight away. The thunderclap sword became more powerful by relying on heavenly lightning. It was already similar to the heavenly law. Next, the powerful light around him quickly entered his body. He saw the vast starry sky again. He heaved a long sigh. Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling landed in front of him at the same time and spoke at the same time. "Where's the heavenly law jade? What happened?" Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "The heavenly law jade wanted me to become a heavenly saint, but I rejected it." With this, Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yangling's expressions changed. Ji Huanglin asked closely, "Where's the heavenly law jade? Where did it go?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. After I rejected it, it disappeared." The supreme legendary sword system had fused with his soul, and the supreme storage was also deep within his soul. He did not believe that Ji Huanglin could find it. Ji Huanglin raised his hand and pressed down on his shoulder. "There's no heavenly law jade in your body? It shouldn't be," he said with a frown. Buddha Yangling asked with a complicated expression, "Why did you reject becoming a heavenly saint?" Countless beings fought to become a heavenly saint, but this brat rejected becoming a heavenly saint. As a heavenly saint, He felt that his faith was being looked down upon. I want to become a saint but not a heavenly saint. In my eyes the path of a powerful cultivator is endless, and the heavenly saint should not be the final destination, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If he became a heavenly saint, perhaps Buddha Yangling would instead act against him. Buddha Yangling looked at him deeply and understood what he was thinking. This brat had a clone of an ancient demon god. Evidently, he wanted to walk the path of an overlord saint. What are you still doing here? Ji Huanglin glanced at Buddha Yangling and asked coldly. Buddha Yangling sighed. His body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji looked at Ji Huanglin and asked curiously, Who are you? How dare you treat a heavenly saint like this?
Chapter 1467. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind blades were powerful enough to kill Yi Xian instantly. The Wild Wind General, who was at the peak of the 8th tier profound life realm, was indeed capable. Luo Luo, be careful. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded. All right. Luo Luo nodded and immediately split herself into two. However, the wind blades quickly sliced half of her body. 9 flash of reincarnation, 6th flash. Not bad. It's enough to kill an 8th tier profound life realm expert. However, it's not enough for me. The Wild Wind General's eyes flickered as he dispelled Luolua's 9 flash of reincarnation with a single palm strike. After all, he specialized in wind attribute martial arts. Dispelling the attack in one move was nothing to him. Just as he was about to capture Luoluo, Yi Xian suddenly sent Luoluo into the planting space. Where is she? The Wild Wind General was shocked. In the next moment, he discovered Luolua's figure in the distance. What was going on? He didn't know how she did it. However, he had to capture her first. All of you die. The Wild Wind General made a mental note. The wind suddenly sped up and doubled its speed. Of course, the wind was targeted at Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian, and the old tree. Luoluo was the Wild Wind General's target. The Wild Wind General naturally wouldn't touch her. At this moment, Yi Xian finally felt a sense of pressure. If he didn't use his trump card today, he might not be able to kill the Wild Wind General. Fortunately, I have many heaven-reaching beast corpses. Let's see what gives you the right to be so arrogant. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he directly used his most powerful trump card. Unicorn Descend. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A unique sound of wind rang out. It wasn't the sound of wind blades slicing through space. The source of the sound was above the Wild Wind General's head. What? The Wild Wind General was shocked. He immediately raised his head and saw a huge flaming hoof above his head. This flaming hoof was quite powerful. Its power was definitely not to be underestimated. Not good. Wild Wind, roll. The Wild Wind General reacted quickly. He immediately directed the surrounding wind blades to attack the flaming hoof above his head. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out as the wind blades collided with the flaming hoof, and were immediately dispersed by the blazing flames of the flaming hoof. Bang! The flaming hoof finally landed. The Gale General burned 100 years of his lifespan in order to reinforce the Gale barrier around his body. However, this attack still shattered his defense. Unicorn Descent was currently 2 levels, so it could be used twice consecutively within a short period of time. Consider yourself lucky that you didn't die the first time. Let's see if you can survive this time. Yi Xian widened his eyes and condensed another flaming hoof. Not good. The fierce Wind Great General's expression changed greatly. Just now, he had used all of his true chi to resist, but now his true chi was unable to be mobilized. This attack was disastrous. Bang! The second strike landed on the High Wind General's body. The raging flames climbed up the High Wind General's body, and the High Wind General suddenly became a living person. In the blink of an eye, he was burned into a bloody mess. However, the High Wind General was currently in a state of near death. He used the last bit of his will to quickly recover with mysterious life chi and at the same time, used his true chi to disperse the flames on his body. He could not understand who launched this attack. Such a powerful attack could not have been launched by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. However, he could only carry this question with him to the underworld. Reincarnation Flash, 6th Flash. While the High Wind General was still recovering from his injuries, Luo Luo took a big stride forward and swept the High Wind General's head off with a sharp wind blade. Because the High Wind General was limp on the ground, his head did not fly off. However, Blood still spurted out from his head and splattered several meters away. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and put away the High Wind General's corpse and the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now at level 5 Profound Life Realm. After swallowing tens of millions of mysterious life pills, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed and he finally broke through. It was a pity that the Heavenly Peak prison lacked natural treasures. Most of them were mysterious life pills. Therefore, the old tree and Wei Zhentian's strength increased a little slowly. Ding! The host has triggered a chain random mission. Kill the other 3 generals under the White Shark King. A system notification suddenly sounded. Not bad, a chain random mission has finally come. After Yi Xian heard this, his eyes could not help but light up. He had not received this mission for a long time. There was still no notification of the mission reward. This meant that there might be something good. Now that the High Wind General under the White Shark King was dead, there were only 3 people left. However, these 3 generals were at the 9th Profound Life Realm. It would not be easy to kill them. Before Yi Xian broke through, he relied on Unicorn to kill the High Wind General, who was at the peak of the 8th Profound Life Realm. Now that he had broken through, he might not be able to fight against a 9th Profound Life Realm general, let alone the White Shark King who was at the peak of the 9th Profound Life Realm. If he wanted to fight and kill the White Shark King, he might have to break through once more. There's no hurry. I'm only at the 5th Profound Life Realm. Let's clear the remaining halls of the White Shark King first. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he continued on his journey. With the special positioning of the void, it was much more convenient for him. This way, the old tree and Wei Zhentian could continue on their journey. As long as they arrived at their destination, Yi Xian could directly break through the void and head over. In a short 2 days, all the halls under the White Shark King were wiped out. In these 2 days, Luo Luo had also broken through to the 5th Profound Life Realm. Luo Luo had relied on the base of the Life and Death Plate to refine the Profound Life Qi. Under normal circumstances, her breakthrough speed was unparalleled. Who could compare to her breakthrough every few days? It was a pity that her master was Yi Xian, who possessed an even more insane breakthrough speed. Now that I've wiped out all the halls of the White Shark King, why haven't they made a single move? Yi Xian was puzzled as he thought to himself. At this moment, he was heading towards the residence of the Wild Gale General. That place was comparable to several halls. There were quite a few experts there, and there was quite a lot of profit to be made. Soon, he arrived at the residence of the Wild Gale General. Luo Luo, Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, kill anyone who poses a threat. Yi Xian immediately gave the 3 of them an order. All right. The 3 of them were already used to it, and directly rushed into the residence of the Wild Gale General. In these 2 days, other than Luo Luo's breakthrough, Wei Zhentian and Old Tree had also improved by quite a bit. Although they had not reached the 7th Profound Life Realm, they were close. Yi Xian estimated that the 2 of them would be able to break through as long as they looted the residence of the Wild Gale General. Chapter 1468. As a newly promoted general, the Wild Gale General was highly valued by the White Shark King. He had obtained a lot of benefits, and at the same time, he had secretly kept many female slaves, including those of foreign races. When Yi Xian and the rest killed the experts in the cave, they had also saved them. However, Yi Xian did not feel sympathy for them. He only allowed them to leave on their own, and did not intend to escort them. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent continued to rise. Soon, he heard 2 different notifications. Ding! The Ash Spirit has broken through. Current Profound Life Realm at 7th level. Ding! The Old Tree has broken through. Current Profound Life Realm at 7th level. The 2 treasures were the first to break through, and reach the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. This cave could be considered to have been ransacked. Yi Xian had the eye of perception, and found the places where the treasures were hidden. Now that the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian have broken through, as long as I break through, I will be able to fight the other 3 generals. Yi Xian thought to himself. He knew what he was capable of. Previously, he had relied on the Qilin's descent to kill the Wild Wind General. Although he could kill the Wild Wind General now, he would not be facing an 8th stage Profound Life Stage expert, but a 9th stage Profound Life Stage expert. Every level would result in a qualitative improvement. The Wild Gale General was promoted to a general in advance because he was about to break through to the 9th level Profound Life Realm. In these 2 days, Xian had obtained many sky-connecting beast corpses. However, Unicorn had only recovered 30% of the sky-connecting beast's cooldown, which was pitifully little. Therefore, he did not want to fight the other 3 generals for the time being. However, it was not up to him to decide whether to fight or not. Just as he was about to leave the Wild Gale General's cave, someone arrived. It was a man with sky-blue hair. His body was extremely cold, and the yuan qi around him flowed rapidly, as if it was about to freeze. Behind him was a young man who looked somewhat similar to the man. The leader has gone out to capture that 8th level Profound Life Realm trial taker. Kuang Feng has also been sent out, and has yet to return. Now, I am the only one left to oversee the situation. That bastard Kuang Feng, the last time I asked him for a Catwoman slave, he actually refused to give it to me. Today, I will deal with her. The blue-haired man clicked his tongue and said, Father, this fierce wind's luck is not bad. He caught a lot of female slaves, but he's a little stingy. Today, we're going to play with all of them. If we take a few more, I don't think he'll dare to tell the leader. The young man suddenly revealed a lewd smile. The blue-haired man smiled and said, That's right. Fierce wind is very cruel. He played with many female slaves to death. He doesn't know how to take pity on them, but it's different if he follows us. Father, let's go in quickly. The blue-haired man couldn't wait any longer. He directly landed in front of the Gale General's cave. And at that moment, people happened to walk out of the cave abode. 2 humans and a white fox girl. They were none other than Xian and company. White Fox Clan. Seeing this, the eyes of the blue-haired man and the young man lit up. This was the first time in nearly 1,000 years that they had seen a female from the White Fox Clan. Moreover, it was such a young girl. Although she wasn't young, at their level, age was no longer a limit. So what if she was 8,000 years old? It was fine as long as she had a good figure. When Xian and company sensed the auras of the blue-haired man and the young man, their bodies also paused. 9th layer Profound Life Stage? Xian was shocked. Why would a 9th layer Profound Life Stage expert be here? He focused his eyes and realized that the blue-haired man was somewhat familiar. He seemed to be the frozen general under the White Shark King. As for the young man, he was only at the 7th layer Profound Life Stage. There was no need to fear him. How unlucky. This frozen general should be looking for the fierce wind general, and just so happened to bump into me. Xian frowned. Although he really didn't want to fight a 9th layer Profound Life Stage expert, the frozen general was different. The frozen general was ranked 3rd among the 4 generals. He was only stronger than the fierce wind general, and weaker than the other 2. Most importantly, the frozen general's attributes were countered by Xian. This battle may not be impossible. Kid, who are you to the fierce wind general? The blue-haired man asked directly. He saw that Xian was able to bring Luo out, and clearly had some status. He might even be the descendant of the fierce wind general. So it's the frozen general. You've come at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Xian suddenly put on a harmless appearance and said. When the blue-haired man heard this, he said in shock, Why are you looking for me? It's like this. The great ancestor went out this time and was seriously injured. Even the mysterious life chi couldn't heal his injuries, so he asked me to take the female slave to visit the icebound general, hoping that the icebound general could help. As long as you can suppress the old ancestor's injuries, he said that you can choose 10 female slaves. Xian randomly made up a reason. After hearing this, the frozen general and the young man looked at each other. The fierce wind general, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm, was heavily injured? Who was it? In the White Shark King's territory, other than the White Shark King and the other 3 generals, no one should be able to severely injure the fierce wind general. Could it be the subordinate of the Black Venom King or the Golden Brilliance King? That's right. Now that an 8th level Profound Life Realm trial taker had appeared, the 3 parties would be fighting over him. The fierce wind general might have encountered one of the other parties while carrying out a mission. I see. No problem. The frozen general did not think too much and directly landed in front of the cave. However, in the next moment, he felt a little strange. Yi Xian was the descendant of the fierce wind general. No matter how weak he was, he should have a 7th level profound life realm guard. However, just as he was feeling strange, a strange change occurred. Waning flame. Killing intent explosion. Sky burning sword technique. Suddenly, the sound of wind could be heard. Yi Xian and the rest instantly made their moves. Old Tree and Wei Zhentian directly attacked the frozen general, while Yi Xian and Luo Luo attacked the 7th level profound life realm youth. What? The frozen general immediately reacted and immediately formed an ice crystal shield, blocking the attacks of Old Tree and Wei Zhentian. Unfortunately, the 7th level profound life realm youth was not lucky enough to escape. Rip. A crisp sound was heard as the youth's head was sent flying. This person was the frozen general's son. The frozen general was lascivious, but he only had one son, which was this youth. At this moment, his only son was dead. Moreover, he died right in front of him. When the head was tossed into the air, the ice-bound general went berserk. I will kill all of you. The frozen general's anger had already surged to his head, and the true energy in his body gushed out. Chapter 1469. Fortunately, Yi Xian possessed the unicorn true energy within his body, which was the nemesis of the ice attribute true energy. Because of Yi Xian, Luo Luo was not affected by the environment. At this moment, the ice-bound general had already gathered his true energy. With a wave of his cloak, ice arrows shot towards Yi Xian and Yi Xian. The Old Tree and Wei Zhentian were the two closest enemies to him. However, he chose to attack Yi Xian and Luo Luo instead. This was enough to prove how furious he was at this moment. You'll have to ask this old man first if you want to hurt the little master. The Old Tree blocked in front of Yi Xian with a remnant flame. After which, he threw out a few punches, burning the ice arrows into steam. The Old Tree was already at the 7th profound life stage. Thus, it was not a problem for him to destroy these small attacks. The ice-bound general had underestimated Yi Xian. If he were to attack, his attack power would be several times stronger than the ice arrows. It seems that I have to use my trump card this time. Wei Zhentian. Blade Storm. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian was at the 7th profound life stage. The Blade Storm was quite powerful. Even if the ice-bound general was powerful, he would still be exhausted to death. At the same time, Luo Luo also used her one-day transformation. Her cultivation instantly rose from the 5th profound life stage to the 6th profound life stage. If he were to encounter the other two generals, Yi Xian would not attack. However, the ice-bound general was the weakest. Furthermore, he was restrained. Therefore, Yi Xian was going to kill him today. Full power. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide as he continuously used his techniques. Dark Night Sky Curtain. Death Pursuit Order. Killing Intent erupted. Burning Sky Sword Art. The might of this flaming sword glow was not the slightest bit weaker than an attack from an 8th profound life stage expert. Furthermore, it had the effect of burning the heavens. It might be able to match the ice-bound general's attack. However, the ice-bound general's expression had already changed. He felt that the Old Tree, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo posed a greater threat. 10,000 miles of ice. Another wave of ice energy was unleashed, and a series of cracking sounds could be heard. Yi Xian's attack was weakened by 30%, and the Blade Storm and the Old Tree were also frozen quite a bit. Due to the ice-bound general's high cultivation level, Yi Xian, who was only at the 5th level of the profound life realm, was unable to see through his body with the Eye of Revelation. What he didn't know was that the ice-sealing general had actually concocted the ice crystal flame, which was ranked 45th on the Wondrous Flame list. His strength, if he went all out, was actually not weaker than the other two great generals. Yi Xian, you've really kicked an iron plate this time. However, Yi Xian would not give up so easily. Could it be that the four of them couldn't beat him? Eye of Charm. Luo Luo, who had forcibly raised her cultivation to the 6th layer of the profound life stage, directly formed an Eye of Charm. Although it was not possible to charm the ice-bound general, it could still cause a soul attack. Furthermore, Yi Xian had been using the Eye of Soul from the start, so the ice-bound general was still somewhat affected. In any case, every bit of influence counted. Yi Xian estimated that this battle would not end so quickly. Hence, they could only fight a protracted battle. The profound life energy would still be depleted. Once the profound life energy in the icebound general's body was completely depleted, it would be time for him to die. Kid, are you not a general under someone? The icebound general finally couldn't help but ask. When Yi Xian and the others joined forces, they were not the slightest bit weaker than him. However, he had been in the Heaven Peak prison for thousands of years, and had never heard of such a technique. Why do you care who I am? Yi Xian could not be bothered to waste time with the icebound general, and continued to attack. The blade storm, thousands of blood swords, hundreds of Luo Luo's doppelgangers, and the undying old tree that came and went without a trace. The icebound general was beaten to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. 3 seconds. 6 seconds. Time slowly passed. The icebound general was forced to defend and was unable to attack. However, Yi Xian had underestimated his strength. Looking at the icebound general, he probably still has a lot of profound life energy in his body, and the blade storm's duration is about to end. If this continues, it will be dangerous. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had been able to fight until now because of the blade storm. Once the blade storm's duration was over, Wei Zhentian and Old Tree alone would not be able to stop the icebound general. When that time came, he would definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture. Hence, Yi Xian already had thoughts of retreating. If he failed this time, he would wait for another breakthrough before coming back to cause trouble for the icebound general. However, at this moment, ding! The host has triggered a one-hit kill. A system notification suddenly sounded. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He saw that one of the blood swords had broken through the icebound general's ice crystal helmet, and directly pierced through his head. He did not expect that such a low-probability one-hit kill would be triggered at such a critical moment. It was like a free lunch falling from the sky. This was the second time he had triggered the one-hit kill effect. Furthermore, it was to break the enemy's attack and then deal the most fatal blow to the enemy. The icebound general's eyes widened as he felt the blood swords pierce through his head. He would never have thought that the defense he was most proud of would be broken through. During the battle, he had only focused on defending his heart and head. Even the other two generals would not have been able to break through his defense. However, Wei Zhentian had broken through his defense. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded again. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a large margin. The one-hit kill had been triggered. The icebound general was instantly killed and fell. Haha, your luck is really good. Wei Zhentian, you've done a great job this time. Yi Xian immediately praised him. Wei Zhentian had already applied the oil of blessing once, which increased his luck by 1 point. This directly increased the triggering rate of the one-hit kill. If he increased his luck to 9 points, he did not know what would happen. These things could be dealt with in the future. Wow, another one-hit kill has been triggered. Luo Luo could not help but widen her eyes when she saw this scene. She found it unbelievable. Yes, this is the will of the heavens. Yi Xian smiled and quickly swept over to the icebound general's corpse and the interspatial ring. An experienced general was indeed different. He was much wealthier than the fierce wind general. There were hundreds of millions of profound life pills in the interspatial ring. If a 7th-level profound life realm expert were to condense them, it would take tens of thousands of years. If it was an 8th-level profound life realm expert, it would take close to 10,000 years. If it was a 9th-level profound life realm expert, it would take a few thousand years. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 6th-level profound life realm. After Yi Xian swallowed the profound life pills, he had broken through. If he had been at 6th-level profound life realm earlier, it would have been enough to deal with the icebound general. A quarter of the random mission has been completed. Only the 2 generals and the White Shark King are left. Chapter 1470. Now that the icebound general was dead, his cave dwelling was also a considerable amount of wealth. The icebound general's cave dwelling was very close to the fierce gale general's cave dwelling. Yi Xian only spent half a day to reach it. No one in the cave dwelling could stop him. Soon, the entire cave dwelling was cleaned. After Yi Xian collected all the interspatial rings, he left. The icebound general's cultivation was much higher than his, so it was difficult to search his soul. However, the icebound general's son could do it. From the icebound general's son's memories, Yi Xian knew that the trial teams from the outside world had entered the Heavenly Peak prison. The other two generals were already on the move. Not only that, but the White Shark King was also on the move. Therefore, Yi Xian conveniently went to the Three's cave dwellings and plundered them as well. In the Heavenly Peak prison, there were usually no hidden treasures. One's own interspatial rings were the safest. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't gain much. Yi Xian came out of the White Shark King's palace and said inwardly, "The Heavenly Peak prison is quite big. I wonder where the White Shark King and the other two generals went. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, let's split up." Wei Zhentian and Old Tree nodded and left one after another. Yi Xian had the Eye of Souls, so it was easy for him to search. He searched their souls along the way. Soon, he found a clue. So they went to the central region of the Heavenly Peak prison. It seems that the other two generals are also there, Yi Xian thought in his heart as he rushed towards the central region. He had already broken through to the 6th level of the Profound Life stage. Using the shadow steps, he arrived in less than a day. The appearance of the trial teams made the place very lively. He encountered many people along the way. However, these people all ran out one after another. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Souls to control one of them and asked about the situation. "Master, there's an 8th level Profound Life stage expert captain in this training squad. However, during these few days of pursuit, he suddenly broke through to the 9th level Profound Life stage. At this moment, the 3 great leaders are currently fighting with him." Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. What the F***CK? The captain of the trial team, who had just broken through to the 9th level of the Profound Life stage, was actually fighting 1 against 3? One must know that the 3 great chiefs were all at the peak of the 9th layer Profound Life stage. Moreover, they also had several generals under their command. Wasn't this a little too fierce? As expected of someone from Tianfeng City, you have some ability. Just nice, I can take advantage of this opportunity to profit. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He was the one with the main character aura. No one could steal his limelight. Of course, his main target this time was White Shark King and the other two generals. He continued his journey and found the battlefield in less than half an hour. The battle was extremely intense. There were exactly 10 figures on the battlefield. Furthermore, all of them were at the 9th level of the Profound Life stage. Among the 10 figures, 3 of them were at the peak of the Profound Life realm. They were the White Shark King, the Black Venom King and the Golden Brilliance King. The other 6 people were the generals under the 3 leaders. As for the last person, he was the captain of the trial team. The leader of the trial team wasn't just fighting 1 against 3, but 1 against 9. 1 against 9. F***CK. Isn't this a little too strong? Yi Xian couldn't believe it. This was the first time he saw someone fighting 1 against 9. Moreover, it was against 9 people of the same level. Furthermore, 3 of them were at the peak of their level. Wasn't this too terrifying? "Young master, look at that person's attack." At this moment, the old tree suddenly reminded him. Yi Xian focused his eyes and realized that the attack of the trial team captain was indeed a little strange. Is that the profound death chi? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he saw the clues. The attack of the trial team captain was actually infused with the profound death chi. It was no wonder that it was so fierce that even the 3 leaders couldn't block it. This should be a disciple of some large family. He cultivated the profound death stage super ability and cultivated the profound death chi in advance. Yi Xian immediately reacted. The profound life chi could only be used to heal injuries. However, the profound death chi could be used to attack and defend. It was no wonder that the trial team captain could fight 1 against 9. He had this trump card. It was a pity that 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands, let alone 9 people. He was powerful now, but the 9 of them cooperated well and there were no casualties. Once the profound death chi in his body was exhausted, it would be time for him to be captured. "Young master, should we attack?" Luoluo asked. During this period of time, she had also broken through to the 6th level of the Profound Life stage. Her cultivation didn't fall behind at all. If she used her transformation, she would be at the 7th level of the Profound Life stage. It wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with a few people. The White Shark King still has 2 generals under him. One is the Boulder General and the other is the Flaming Sun General. Our target is him. Kill these 2 first, then attack the White Shark King. The Flaming Sun General is the strongest, and the Boulder General is second. Let's find the Boulder General first. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the three of them. In the next moment, the sky darkened. Dark night sky curtain. At the same time, the four of them rushed out together. Scram, this isn't a place for you. A 9th-level profound life stage martial artist shouted angrily. They thought that Yi Xian was here to help. Coincidentally, this 9th-level profound life stage martial artist was Yi Xian's target this time, the Boulder General. Seeing that Yi Xian and the other three didn't react, the Boulder General turned around and threw a punch. Although he was called the Boulder General, other than his shocking defense, his offensive power was also not weak. His punch was enough to kill an 8th-level profound life stage expert. However, he never expected that he would be Yi Xian's target. Waning flame. Old Tree took the lead and flashed behind the Boulder General, then threw a punch. What? The Boulder General was shocked and hurriedly defended. Crack! Old Tree's flaming fist landed on the hard rock, but couldn't break through the defense. The Boulder General was indeed capable. Killing intent explosion. Sky-burning sword art. 9 reincarnation flashes. Yi Xian and Luo also attacked together. Boom! The Boulder General formed several stone shields and blocked all the attacks. In terms of offense, he was better at defense. At the same time, the strange change on this side attracted the attention of the others. They couldn't understand why someone would attack them. What was going on? The 9th-level profound life stage trial team leader was the same. He saw that Yi Xian wasn't a member of his trial team, so why would he help him? However, he couldn't care less. After all, he still had to fight 1 against 8. He had already consumed a lot of the profound death chi in his body. If he used up all of it, he would definitely be captured. He didn't expect that he would fail the trial after just a few days. Boulder, take care of these bastards. The fair-skinned white shark king shouted angrily. Okay. The Boulder General replied. Chapter 1471. Luo, use your charm to control the Boulder General. Yi Xian instructed Luo in his mind. Luo immediately understood. Yi Xian wanted to weaken the Boulder General's soul before controlling him. The Boulder General's attack was considered the weakest among all the people present. However, his defense was strong and he was very difficult to deal with. Controlling him was not a bad idea. Charm. Eye of Soul. Luo, who had grown 9 tails, had a strong charm. Yi Xian's Eye of Soul was at the Immortal Eye level. The effect of his soul attack was very obvious. After a few glances, the Boulder General's soul was injured. His movement slowed down. Damned brat. The monolith cursed and suddenly slammed his fist into the ground. Stone walls immediately rose around him, protecting him from all directions. He didn't use all his strength to defend. Instead, he used the stone walls to block the opponent's soul attack. However, at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a round ball was thrown at him. The Boulder General was about to explode it with a punch. However, his body trembled violently in the next moment. This round ball was actually a head. Furthermore, it was his son's head. Ah! I'm going to kill you all. The Boulder General reacted quickly. Yi Xian had probably killed everyone in his cave abode. At this moment, the furious him directly removed all of his defenses and fiercely charged towards Yi Xian. This method not only enraged the Boulder General, but also made him reveal his weakness. It could even destabilize his soul. Although it was a little sinister, in this world where the strong were respected, who didn't have thousands of lives under their hands. Killing people was something they were used to. Charm. Eye of Soul. While the Boulder General was in a frenzy, Yi Xian and Luo worked together again. This time, the effect was more obvious than before. Luo, now is the time. Yi Xian shouted angrily in his mind. Hearing this, Luo immediately understood and condensed an Eye of Charm. The Eye of Charm stared at the Boulder General. No. Although Great General Boulder was at the 9th level profound life stage and had lived for several thousand years, his soul was affected by various kinds of things. Now that he faced the bewitching eyes, he was only able to resist for a moment before he was successfully bewitched by Luo. Good, well done. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. After praising her, he asked, Luo, can you charm another one? These people are all old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. I might be able to charm one, but two is going to be a problem. Luo shook her head. If that's the case, then use the power of 10,000 mammoths on the monolith general and kill the flaming sun general. Yi Xian said. The Eye of Charm, in addition to being able to charm others, could also enhance the power of all creations. The monolith general's speed had increased significantly after receiving the blessing of the power of 10,000 mammoths. His combat prowess had even surpassed the flaming sun general. The monolith general tossed the yin and yang ring to Yi Xian and pounced towards the flaming sun general like a ferocious tiger. What? General Boulder was bewitched. The flaming sun general and the white shark king were shocked. The monolith general's strength was second only to the flaming sun general. How could he be bewitched by a little girl at the 7th level of the profound life realm? This was impossible. However, the monolith general's betrayal was real. Yi Xian and the other three followed closely behind the monolith general and charged towards the flaming sun general. Damn it, when this is over, I'll definitely kill you all. The white shark king roared angrily in his mind. He had originally come to capture the 8th level profound life realm trial team captain, but he didn't expect the other party to break through to the 9th level of the profound life realm. This meant that he could leave as long as he captured the trial team captain. Just now, the three leaders had come to an agreement. Whoever caught the leader of the trial team first would get the spot. Therefore, the white shark king didn't have the time to care about Yi Xian. Flaming sun, kill them! The white shark king roared angrily. Yes! The flaming sun general responded. Right now, he didn't care that the monolith general was once on their side. He directly used his killing move. The white shark king had promised that as long as he left the Heaven Peak prison, he would be the next leader. Flaming sun explosion. The flaming sun general directly used his ultimate move. A meteor-like fireball smashed towards Yi Xian and the others. Killing intent explosion. Flaming sky sword art. 100-layer demon fox avatar. Purifying demonic lotus flame. Yi Xian and the other two attacked together. Before this, Wei Zhentian first went up and used his body to block a portion of the damage. Then, he used the flaming sky sword art and the purifying demonic lotus flame. However, the power of this flaming sun explosion was not to be underestimated. All of the attacks were dispersed. The flaming sun general was actually at the middle 9th level of the profound life realm. His strength was second only to the white shark king. His full strength attack was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Fortunately, the old tree had a countermeasure skill. Blazing fire dome. Just as the meteor-like fireball was about to hit Yi Xian and the others, the old tree flashed to the center with a remnant flame and activated the blazing fire dome, completely absorbing the attack. The strength of the blazing fire dome increased explosively. Of course, if the blazing fire dome could not withstand the attack, there was still the Boulder General, a defensive powerhouse. Yi Xian and the others would be fine. How is this possible? The flaming sun general was shocked as he watched his fireball being absorbed by the old tree. While he was surprised, the old tree flashed behind the flaming sun general with another remnant flame. Flaming sun general, you're finished. The old tree's aged voice entered the flaming sun general's ears. Blazing fire dome. Explode. Boom. The power of this attack was not any weaker than the flaming sun general's flaming sun explosion. Because the flaming sun general had used a powerful attack, he could not connect his true energy. The powerful impact caused him to vomit blood and feel dizzy. He flew toward Yi Xian and the others. This was a good opportunity. Kill! Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he attacked again. The 9th level profound life stage Boulder General also unleashed his strongest attack. Sky-shattering Vajra Shatter. Luo and Wei Zhentian also attacked. 9 Flash of Reincarnation, 6th Flash. Facing these attacks, the flaming sun general was in despair. In just an instant, he smelled the scent of death. Who were these people? A dignified 9th layer profound life stage expert had actually been insta-killed. Even after death, he would not be able to show his face. But this was reality. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the air. The flaming sun general's body was shattered by the Boulder General's sky-shattering golden shatter. The wild power tore his body apart, sending flesh and blood flying. The flaming sun general was dead. Ding, host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang. At this time, Yi Xian had already rushed over and collected the universe ring of the Flaming Sun General. Chapter 1472. Although the Boulder General wasn't dead, he had been bewitched by Luo. With a single thought from Luo, the Boulder General would commit suicide. However, the Boulder General was still useful, so Yi Xian wouldn't let him commit suicide. As the strongest subordinate of the White Shark King, the Flaming Sun General had the most benefits. In addition, he cultivated a fire attribute ability, so there were many fire attribute treasures in his ring. Ding! The Ash Spirit has broken through. Now at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. Another system notification sounded. The old tree had broken through. Now it was time for the old tree to show off. Ha ha ha, this old man will kill all of you. The old tree laughed loudly. He used residual flames to flash behind a 9th level Profound Life Realm warrior and attacked. Bang! This person couldn't react in time and was sent flying. His injuries were so deep that his bones could be seen, but they were quickly healed by the Profound Life Chi. Bastard, you're courting death. This person cursed angrily. He was the Black Venom King's subordinate, the bloodthirsty general. Although he wasn't the strongest, he wasn't easy to deal with. Unfortunately, the old tree was currently at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. Residual flames. The old tree kept flashing from a different angle every time, giving the bloodthirsty general a headache. At the same time, Yi Xian, the Boulder General, and the others arrived and attacked the bloodthirsty general. Originally, there were 10 people attacking the trial team leader, 3 leaders, and 6 generals. Now the Boulder General had changed sides and the Flaming Sun General had died, so there were only 4 generals left. Yi Xian's plan was to get rid of these 4 generals first. Maybe Wei Zhentian could break through to the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. At that time, he could kill these people with a blade storm. The White Shark King, the Black Venom King, and the Golden Brilliance King would all have to kneel on the ground. The 3 leaders didn't know where Yi Xian came from. It was rare for him to have the strength to kill a 9th level Profound Life Realm warrior. They glanced at each other and increased their attacks. They knew that if this continued, there would be an unforeseen event. At this moment, not far away. Sky-shattering Vajra shatter. Sky-burning sword art. Reincarnation 9 flash. Residual flame. Under the siege of Yi Xian and the others, the bloodthirsty general was instantly defeated and killed in less than 3 seconds. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. This meant that there were only 3 generals left. Damn. Bloodthirsty was killed. The Black Venom King's expression changed greatly, and he immediately bellowed, "The 3 of us will suppress him. You guys go and kill those people." He only had 1 general left. As for the other 2 generals, they belonged to King Jin Huang. The 2 of them looked at King Jin Huang. When they saw King Jin Huang nod, they immediately turned around. Next, Yi Xian would have to face 3 great generals at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. All of them were super experts who had lived for thousands of years. They would not be easy to deal with. General Monolith will deal with 1, Old Tree will deal with 1, and Megatron will deal with 1 with us. Wait for my order, then attack together. Yi Xian immediately assigned the tasks. General Monolith was at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, so it would not be a problem for him to deal with 1 of them. Although Old Tree was 1 level lower, he was immortal. With residual flame, it would not be a problem for him to fight 1 of them alone. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to kill his opponent. Megatron was at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. With Luo, who was at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm, and Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the Profound Life Realm, it would not be a problem for them to fight 1 of the generals alone. The battlefield was instantly divided into 2. Go! Under Yi Xian's low shout, everyone went forward to welcome him. The White Bone General under the Black Venom King, and the 2 generals under King Jin Huang, were the Flood Dragon General and the Frenzied Blade General. Among them, the Flood Dragon General was from the Demon Clan. He was a Flood Dragon and was the strongest under King Jin Huang. At the same time, he was also the opponent of Yi Xian and the others. The Flood Dragon General was the strongest of the 3 generals, and Yi Xian and the others were under great pressure to face him. However, in order to achieve a certain plan, Yi Xian had to do this. Brat, watch me smash you into minced meat. The Flood Dragon General, who looked like a burly middle-aged man, shouted angrily and threw a punch. Dodge! Yi Xian instantly used the shadow step to escape and counterattacked at the same time. Killing intent explosion. Sky burning sword technique. At the same time, Megatron General and Luo Luo attacked from both sides of the Flood Dragon General. Humph! Flood Dragon's roar. The Flood Dragon General snorted and suddenly opened his mouth. A sound wave attack instantly spread out and sent Megatron and Luo Luo flying. If it was an ordinary 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, Yi Xian would be able to fight one-on-one. However, these people were all experienced experts and could fight 2 or 3 experts of the same level. Therefore, they were very difficult to deal with. However, Yi Xian did not want to kill the Flood Dragon General. His target was another person. The Frenzied Blade General. The Frenzied Blade General's opponent was the Boulder General's opponent. The Boulder General could not retaliate against the Boulder General. Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to attack the Flood Dragon General while observing the Frenzied Blade General. He also gave instructions to the old tree and the others in his mind. Rumble! On the other side of the battlefield, the battle was also very intense. Although there were 6 less people, the pressure on the trial team captain did not decrease. Previously, the White Shark King and the others were afraid that they would accidentally kill the trial team captain, so they held back. However, now that there were only 3 of them left, they immediately increased their attacks. However, although the White Shark King, the Golden Brilliance King, and the Black Venom King seemed to be on the same side, they were actually trying to trip each other up. In a sense, they were not on the same side. They had an agreement. Whoever captured the trial team captain first would get the chance to leave. Therefore, they would not be able to finish this quickly. However, on the other side, there might be some unforeseen events. It's about time. Yi Xian, who was attacking the Flood Dragon General, had a flash of light in his eyes. The battle on this side was within the range of his perception. He also gave instructions to the old tree and the others through voice transmission. At the same time, he set up a trap. At this moment, "Kid, die for me." Flood Dragon Nail. The Flood Dragon General suddenly opened his mouth and a fong shot out from his mouth. It was so fast that it could almost instantly pierce through Yi Xian's head. It's finally here. Yi Xian swept his gaze and found that the Frenzied Blade General had already stepped into his trap. Eye of the Void. Trap open. Shill. The Flood Dragon Nail flew into the gate of the void and then shot out from the other side, accurately nailing a person's back. The Flood Dragon General's true form was called the Poison Wind Flood Dragon. Its fangs were highly poisonous. The person who was hit by the Flood Dragon Nail was the Frenzied Blade General on the Flood Dragon General's side. Yi Xian had been constantly commanding the battle just now, and now he had finally succeeded. Chapter 1473. How is this possible? The Flood Dragon General was shocked. He did not expect that his attack would not only fail to kill Yi Xian, but also accidentally injure his own comrade. How was this possible? The Frenzied Sword General did not understand why the Flood Dragon General would attack him, but he did not have time to think. The poison spread in an instant. The Frenzied Sword General felt that his body was paralyzed. Both his true chi and speed had decreased by at least 30%. He hurriedly activated his true chi and mysterious life chi to remove the poison. However, at this moment, focus fire, Frenzied Sword General. Yi Xian immediately gave an important order to everyone. In an instant, the old tree general who was fighting the White Bone General flashed continuously and appeared behind the Frenzied Sword General. Not only that, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were also instantly put into the plant dimension by Yi Xian and then summoned again. After being summoned, they landed near the Frenzied Sword General. Reincarnation Flash. 6th Flash. Luo Luo had been accumulating the speed of the 5th Flash. Now she finally unleashed it. Bang! Hiss! The Flood Dragon General and the White Bone General looked over, and saw that the Frenzied Sword General's body had been penetrated and his head had been sent flying. Clearly, he was not going to survive. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. Now, there were only 2 generals left. It was 3 against 3. Yi Xian had used the Eyes of the Void to set a trap and killed one of them instantly. This method had already shocked the White Bone General and the Flood Dragon General. Originally, the 3 of them could still be tied. However, with the death of the Frenzied Sword General, it had become 3 against 2. This was not right. The Flood Dragon General knew that he could not hide anymore. With a dragon roar, He transformed into his original form. The venomous blood flood dragon. Has he finally transformed? Yi Xian could not help but shudder when he heard the dragon roar. He quickly passed through the void gate and arrived beside the frenzied sword general's corpse. He then took the interspatial ring. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now at LV8 Profound Life Realm. The system notification sound boosted Yi Xian's morale. So what if he transformed into his original form? Wei Zhentian, Storm of Swords, kill him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. As for Yi Xian and the others, they would deal with the skeletal general. He estimated that it would take at most 3 seconds for the skeletal general to be defeated and killed. If it wasn't for the fact that the white skeleton general had a decent defense, it probably wouldn't have lasted more than 3 seconds. On the other side, when the White Shark King and the others heard the dragon's roar, they couldn't help but glance over from the corner of their eyes. The frenzied sword general was dead, and the flood dragon general was beaten into his original form? What was going on? The flood dragon general was the 4th person in the Heavenly Peak prison. Although he had not reached the peak of 9th level Profound Life Realm, he was able to fight against King Jin Huang in his original form. He was King Jin Huang's confidant and good brother. Both of them were captured at the same time. Otherwise, Heaven Peak Prison would have been divided into 4 parts. Now that he had transformed into his original form, it was enough to show that Yi Xian and the others were not ordinary people. The Flood Dragon General was actually King Jin Huang's trump card. Other than King Jin Huang, no one knew that the Flood Dragon General was from the Demon Clan. King Jin Huang originally wanted to let the Flood Dragon General fight at the critical moment, but he didn't expect to be exposed in advance. And the ones who made the Flood Dragon General transform into his original form were the juniors. The Flood Dragon General was challenged. "I'm going to kill all of you." The Flood Dragon General transformed into a purplish-black poisonous flood dragon. He spoke human language and rushed toward Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. He immediately controlled the thousands of blood swords to meet him. "Get lost!" The Flood Dragon General's body flashed and he whipped his tail. Many of the blood swords were instantly shattered. However, with the immortal Phoenix bloodline, the blood swords quickly recovered and continued to fight. In fact, the Flood Dragon General had fallen into Wei Zhentian's trap. After transforming into his original form, the Flood Dragon General's body was hundreds of meters long. He was a huge target. Wei Zhentian's blood swords were scattered all over the place as he continued to stab the poison-blooded Flood Dragon. Although the Flood Dragon General's defense was unparalleled after transforming into his original form, Wei Zhentian still had his luck attribute, which allowed him to trigger the critical hit effect and one-hit kill. It would be fine if it was a critical hit, but if it was a one-hit kill, the venomous blood flood dragon would die instantly instead of being pierced through. Previously, when Wei Zhentian was fighting with the Frost General, the critical hit effect triggered by his blood swords only broke through the Frost General's defense. Then, the blood swords pierced through the Frost General's head. Now, the Flood Dragon General who had transformed into his original form couldn't use his true chi. Once the critical hit effect was triggered, the Flood Dragon General would instantly die. This was the power of the critical hit effect. On the other side, Yi Xian, Old Tree, the Rock General, Luo Luo, and the others besieged the White Bone General. The latter had already used his strongest defense, but it was still broken through by everyone's attacks. "Leader, save me!" The White Bone General's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted. The leader he was referring to was the Black Venom King. However, the Black Venom King was currently besieging the trial team leader and didn't have the time to help him. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, the White Skeleton General was also killed. Then, there was only one general left. Yi Xian quickly kept the White Bone General's remains and devoured them. Although he didn't manage to break through, he was close. As long as he killed the Flood Dragon General, he might be able to break through to the 7th level Profound Life Realm. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to deal with these people. "Flood Dragon General, die!" Yi Xian shouted angrily and rushed over. In fact, the Flood Dragon General was already having a hard time dealing with the Sword Blade Storm. Now that Yi Xian and the others joined in, he had no chance of winning at all. In the distance, King Jin Huang couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. Although it was important to leave the Heavenly Peak prison, the Flood Dragon General had been with him for so long. He was his sworn brother. How could he leave him in the lurch? I give up. King Jianghu shouted and made his decision. He then turned around and rushed toward the Flood Dragon General. King Jianghu is at the peak of the 9th level Profound Life Realm. His strength is too terrifying. I have to kill the Flood Dragon General before he arrives. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the Death Hunt command to mark the Flood Dragon General. Then, he instantly kept the old tree and Luo into the planting space. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian crossed a distance and arrived behind the Flood Dragon General. In the next moment, the old tree and Luo appeared again. The Eye of Assassination had been upgraded once. After using it, the power of the first attack would increase by 30%. In addition, the Immortal Eye Qilin bloodline also had the Qilin deterrence skill. If the demon race was in human form, the Qilin deterrence skill would not be effective. However, if the Flood Dragon General was in his original form, then it would be effective. Chapter 1474. 100 Years of Life. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. This time, Yi Xian did not hesitate to burn 100 years of his life. His attack was extremely powerful. Swoosh! The flaming sword chi slashed down fiercely and instantly broke through the venomous blood dragon's tough defense. Then, it slashed down without any resistance. Rip! The venomous blood dragon's head was directly chopped off. Instant kill. This scene shocked everyone. Even the White Shark King and the Black Venom King were the same. How could this attack be so powerful? Even if it were them, it would take a lot of effort to kill the venomous blood dragon. However, Yi Xian did it just like that. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. King Jianghu stopped in his tracks. He could not believe that his brother who had followed him for thousands of years was dead. He was furious. Wah, human, I will kill you. King Jianghu roared to the sky. In the next moment, his body suddenly enlarged and released a dazzling pillar of light. In the blink of an eye, King Jianghu had enlarged hundreds of times and turned into a golden giant. Demon Clan. King Jianghu was not a human but a golden giant. King Jianghu, who was at the peak of 9th tier Profound Life Realm, was not weak. Now that he had transformed into his original form, his defense was even stronger than the venomous blood dragon. He could be said to be invincible under the Profound Death Realm. Oh my god, I was scared to death. Yi Xian shuddered. He could feel that King Jianghu was much stronger than the venomous blood dragon general. After all, he had been stuck at the peak of 9th tier Profound Life Realm for thousands of years. Now, this is troublesome. Fortunately, King Jianghu was from the Demon Clan. After transforming into his original form, Unicorn's deterrence was effective against him. Wei Zhentian, kill him! Yi Xian shouted in his heart. There was still some time left for the Sword Blade Storm. This battle was not impossible. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly put away the venomous blood dragon's corpse and devoured the items in the interspatial ring. The Flood Dragon General was a good friend of the King of Jianghu. He was much wealthier than the Flaming Sun General. After swallowing the mysterious life pill, Yi Xian finally heard a system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. He had broken through to the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. Right now, Yi Xian was an invincible existence under the Profound Life stage. Come on! Yi Xian's fighting spirit surged as the scarlet flame sword in his hand ignited. 100 years of life. Killing intent explosion. Burning Heaven's sword art. A fierce flaming sword chi tore through the air. After transforming into his original form, King Jianghu's defense had reached its peak. Even White Shark King and Black Venom King would not be able to break through it so easily. King Jianghu was very confident in his defense. Furthermore, Yi Xian had killed the Flood Dragon General. He could not wait to swallow Yi Xian alive. Thus, he would not dodge this attack. Instead, he directly extended his hand to block it. But in the next moment, he was shocked. Bang! The flaming sword chi directly pierced through King Jianghu's palm. Then, it passed through his palm and blasted into King Jianghu's chest. King Jianghu suffered a heavy blow. His body trembled violently and he almost fell to the ground. He was extremely shocked. He did not expect this attack to be so powerful that it could pierce through his hand. Of course, he did not know that Yi Xian had the unicorn deterrent skill. When the attack hit him, the power of this attack was doubled. However, since the attack could hurt him, it was a threat to him. This kid is only at the 7th level of the profound life realm. How can he hurt me? This is impossible. King Jinhuang could not believe it. While he was in shock, the profound life qi in his body had already healed his wound. However, due to the large size of the wound, it consumed a lot of profound life qi. This scene was seen through by Yi Xian. I see. Even if you can still use profound life qi after transforming into your original form, the more serious the injury, the more profound life qi will be consumed. I would like to see how many times you can heal yourself. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he continued to attack. At the 7th level of the profound life realm, he could use the Eye of Revelation to see through the golden giant's body. There was a golden core in the latter's body. This must be the golden giant's weak point. This golden core happened to be at the golden giant's heart. Therefore, Yi Xian's attacks were all aimed at the golden giant's heart. At the same time, Wei Zhentian's storm of swords attacked the golden giant's heart from the back. The golden giant was attacked from both sides. In the following attacks, Yi Xian did not burn his lifespan. Instead, he continuously used the heaven-burning sword skill to attack. After all, he had already found the golden giant's weakness and flaw. As long as he consumed a little of it, the golden giant would definitely die. Then, there was no need to burn his lifespan. Even so, he suppressed the golden giant and forced it to retreat. When the Black Venom King and the White Shark King saw this scene, they were so shocked that they were speechless. King Jinhuang's strength was probably enough to beat the two of them. However, he was suppressed by a kid and was very passive. How was this possible? This kid, where did he come from? The White Shark King was extremely shocked. However, at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared behind him. It scared him so much that he quickly released a burst of true qi. Unfortunately, he was still one step too slow. Bang! The old tree remnant flame came over and punched the White Shark King's back. Fortunately, the White Shark King liked to use water attribute supernatural powers. It could be considered as restraining fire, so his injuries were not serious. The two of you, join forces to kill the White Shark King. Then my young master will let you go. The old tree's voice fell into the ears of the trial team captain and the Black Venom King, causing them to be shocked. Because they were fighting too fiercely, those people were afraid of being affected, so they all ran far away. Therefore, they immediately reacted. The young master that the old tree mentioned was most likely that white-robed youth. However, they did not react. Why did Yi Xian only want to kill the White Shark King? I have no problem. The trial team captain nodded and agreed. There was not much mysterious death qi left in his body. If it was used up, then his attack power would be greatly reduced, so he naturally agreed. On the other side, the Black Venom King was already convinced after seeing Yi Xian's strength. He knew that he would not be able to capture the trial team captain this time. King Jinhuang looked like he was about to fall. Once King Jinhuang fell, Yi Xian would join the battle. At that time, he and the White Shark King would both die. Rather than that, he might as well agree. Are you serious? The Black Venom King could not help but ask. This is naturally true. However, there is a condition. I must be the one to deal the final blow. The old tree nodded. All right. The Black Venom King did not hesitate and directly agreed. In an instant, this battlefield became 3 against 1. The old tree, the Black Venom King, and the trial team captain besieged the White Shark King. Why are you targeting me? Chapter 1475. The old tree did not answer this question because he did not know why Yi Xian wanted to kill the White Shark King and not the Black Venom King. In any case, the old tree would carry out Yi Xian's orders. The trial team captain, who was surrounded, suddenly relaxed a lot. He then joined forces with the old tree and the Black Venom King to attack the White Shark King. In the blink of an eye, the White Shark King was at a disadvantage. He still did not understand why he was being targeted. Xiao! The trial team captain was very strong. He suddenly stabbed out a black sword ray and directly pierced through the White Shark King's abdomen. In an instant, the mysterious death qi spread out. Fortunately, the strength of the mysterious death qi was not as strong as the White Shark King's mysterious life qi. The wound quickly closed. But just as the wound was about to close, the old tree suddenly flashed in front of the White Shark King and then cut into the wound with his palm. The wound was suppressed. White Shark King die. The old tree's hand that reached into the White Shark King's body suddenly pulled back. Pang! The White Shark King's body made a muffled sound as a flame chain was pulled out by the old tree. This move was another of the old tree's skills, the blazing sun rope. It bound the White Shark King's heart and burned it to ashes. The White Shark King's heart was burned to ashes. The mysterious life chi and true chi in his body suddenly became leaderless and scattered between heaven and earth. The White Shark King was dead. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian, who was fighting the golden giant in the distance, suddenly heard the system notification and raised his eyebrows. But the mission was not over yet. Pang! The rock generals behind him suddenly used their true chi to detonate their own hearts and died one after another. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Random mission completed. Host can choose any one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. Spirit of Ash's Remnant Flame skill has advanced. After advancing, the number of Remnant Flames clones will increase by 1. After using Remnant Flames for the first time, the attack power will increase by 30%. Reward 2. One-hit kill skill has advanced. After advancing, the activation rate of one-hit kill skill will increase. Reward 3. Shadow Steps has evolved once. After evolution, the speed of Shadow Steps will be increased. These 3 were the rewards for completing this random quest. Yi Xian did not expect the rewards to be so generous. He had really earned a lot. He could choose any one of the 3 rewards. However, was there a need to consider this? Without hesitation, Yi Xian chose Reward 1 and Reward 2. Ding! Remnant Flame has successfully evolved. Ding! Instant Kill skill upgrade successful. With the advancement of his one-hit kill skill, the chance of triggering it had increased, and with the addition of his luck stat, he could sometimes surprise Yi Xian. As for the evolution of Remnant Flame, it was needless to say. With 1 more Remnant Flame doppelganger, he could create 2 doppelgangers at once. One of them could be used to confuse the enemy, which was extremely useful. Most importantly, Remnant Flame had the same effect as Assassin's Eye. His first attack would increase his attack power by 30%. This was very practical. Under normal circumstances, the old tree would use Remnant Flame to attack, which was equivalent to increasing his attack power by 30%. How could he not choose such a reward? After choosing the reward, the next step was to kill the golden giant. Yi Xian transmitted the good news to the old tree through telepathy. After the latter heard the good news, his eyes lit up. Wei Zhentian's blade storm had opened up a large hole in the golden giant's back. He used the blood sword to fill in the hole, preventing the golden giant from recovering. At that moment, the old tree continued to use Remnant Flame to drill into the hole. Since the golden giant was so big, the golden core in its body was much bigger than the old tree's. At that moment, the old tree had already drilled into the golden giant's body. However, he did not immediately find the golden core as there were many forks in the path. He had to rely on Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation to find it. Not good. King Jin Huang felt an aura in his body and knew that this was bad. Fortunately, the structure of his body was more complicated. It would not be easy for the old tree to find the golden core. Yi Xian could use the Eye of Revelation to find it, but why go through so much trouble? Old tree, I'm not leaving. Burn. Yi Xian directly said from afar. Although the old tree's flames were not as strong as his, it was not a problem to melt the golden core. This time, King Jin Huang panicked. At that moment, the Black Venom King and the trial team leader had already turned around and left, disappearing without a trace. Now, only Yi Xian and a few others were left. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. Yi Xian continued to attack. Since the mission was completed, there was no need for him to be anxious. If he continued to fight, the golden giant would be the one to die. Luo's transformation time had passed, so she hid in the plant space to cultivate. Soon, Wei Zhentian's blade storm time was up. However, just as it was about to disappear, it drilled into the golden giant's body. No, no! King Jin Huang's voice kept ringing. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Not only was the Flood Dragon General killed, but he was also going to die. Why? Who was Yi Xian? He could only ask the Grim Reaper these questions. Found it! Suddenly, a shout rang in Yi Xian's mind. It turned out that the old tree had found the golden core. The battle was finally coming to an end. No, I choose to surrender. King Jinhuang immediately said. Sorry, I don't need it now. Yi Xian shook his head and directly gave the order to the old tree. Bang! In the next moment, there was an explosion in the golden giant's body. The golden core was directly destroyed by the old tree. Ding! The killing intent value of the host has increased. King Jinhuang, dead. In this battle, 2 of the 3 leaders of the Heavenly Peak prison were killed, and all the generals were killed. At the same time, Yi Xian had grown a lot. Yi Xian quickly kept the golden giant's body and the interspatial ring. Young master, give me the golden giant's body. I can refine it. Old tree said. Yi Xian nodded and directly threw the body into the planting space. Unicorn could only use the body of a heaven-reaching beast, not the body of a monster. However, Old Tree could use all the corpses to increase his cultivation, including the golden giant. Although there were not many heavenly treasures of the fire attribute in the Heavenly Peak prison, Old Tree could still refine corpses to increase his cultivation. Let's go after those 2. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Young master, didn't you say to let them go? Old Tree asked in surprise. In order to fulfill his promise to Mo Shui, Yi Xian chased after the Xianming duo demons all the way here. Was he going to break his promise now? Chapter 1476. That made sense. Both of them were at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, and the Black Venom King was one of the 3 leaders. He had a lot of wealth, so how could Yi Xian let him go? Yi Xian and the old tree immediately split up and chased after the Black Venom King and the trial team leader. In less than half a minute, Yi Xian was the first to catch up to the Black Venom King. It's you. What do you want? The Black Venom King was immediately alarmed when he saw Yi Xian chasing after him. You can go but leave the items behind. Yi Xian replied from afar. No. The Black Venom King subconsciously replied. Yi Xian's expression turned cold when he heard this reply. I gave you a way out. Since you don't want it then, before he could finish speaking, the Black Venom King shuddered and immediately said, Fine, I'll hand it over. He threw an interspatial ring at Yi Xian. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to see that the Black Venom King had no more interspatial rings on him, so he gave up on the chase. If the Black Venom King didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. This way, the old tree would have 1 more corpse to refine. As one of the 3 leaders, the Black Venom King had a lot of wealth, but it could only increase his cultivation base. Neither of them had a breakthrough. Next up was the captain of the trial team. Young master, I've caught up. The old tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Next, Yi Xian broke through the void and arrived beside the old tree. With the special positioning ability of the void, he could instantly arrive beside the items he wanted. It was very convenient. What do you want? The trial team leader looked at Yi Xian with fear. I only want the interspatial ring. Yi Xian slowly said. The trial team leader thought that Yi Xian would go back on his words and attack him. He didn't expect that he only wanted the interspatial ring. Fortunately, he had hidden the item when he entered the Heavenly Peak prison. I can give you the interspatial ring, but I want to leave the weapon behind. The trial team leader replied. Up to you. Yi Xian did not refuse. After all, it was just a weapon. What was the big deal? As soon as he caught the interspatial ring, he quickly checked its contents. As expected, there wasn't much. Fine, you can go. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. He was still planning to move the entire Heavenly Peak prison there. After all, there were still many generals' residences that he hadn't plundered yet. Wait. At this moment, the trial team leader suddenly called out to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian heard this, he turned around and asked, Yes. Your aptitude is not bad. If you want, I can bring you out of the Heaven Peak prison, replied the leader of the trial team. He could be considered a person of status. If he wanted to, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take a few people away. Oh. When are you leaving? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he replied. My trial will last for a month. I can leave once I'm done, the trial team leader replied. 1 month is too long. Goodbye. Yi Xian shook his head and passed through the void door, disappearing in an instant. The trial team leader had only been here for a few days. If he made Yi Xian wait for so long, he might as well forget it. In half a month's time, Yi Xian might be able to break through to the profound death realm. After leaving, Yi Xian split his troops into 3 groups. He sent Wei Zhentian and Old Tree to the residences of the generals. In the Heaven Peak prison, the 3 generals each had 4 generals under them. Now, the 4 generals under the White Shark King were dead. The Black Venom King and Jianghu King each had 2 generals under them. In other words, there were still 4 generals alive. Even an expert like Jianghu King had died at the hands of Yi Xian. The remaining 4 generals were simply too weak to withstand a single blow. This time, Yi Xian spent a total of 7 days to plunder. After 7 days, other than the Black Venom King and the trial team leader, there was no 3rd 9th stage profound life realm expert left in the Heaven Peak prison. Young master, we caught a 7th stage profound life realm trial team member. At this moment, Old Tree suddenly said. There was a rule in the Heaven Peak prison. As long as you caught a trial team member of the same level, you could exchange for a spot to leave. Yi Xian was currently at the 7th stage profound life realm. Therefore, he could already leave. All right, let's go to the entrance and leave the Heaven Peak prison. Yi Xian nodded and directly rushed to the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. It just so happened that he was very close to the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. He only needed half a day to reach it. At the same time, he had a 7th stage profound life realm trial team member in his hands. Of course, this trial team member was already under his control. Someone actually managed to catch a trial team member. 7th stage profound life realm. His luck is pretty good. Looks like he can leave. Humph, what a joke. There were many prisoners waiting at the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. Just as Yi Xian approached, some people surrounded him with ill intentions. Wei Zhentian, kill anyone who comes close. Yi Xian immediately gave Wei Zhentian an order. Bas. Wei Zhentian, who was in his flying sword form, violently trembled to show that he understood. Yi Xian, who was at the 7th stage profound life realm, had become a thorn in many people's eyes. He carried the trial team member in his hand and rushed towards the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. Kill. In the blink of an eye, several figures charged toward him. Humph, you're courting death. Yi Xian coldly snorted and raised his sword. A mere 7th stage profound life realm cultivator dared to find trouble with him. He was truly courting death. The news in the Heaven Peak prison spread quickly. Ever since the death of the 2 great leaders and various generals, the Heaven Peak prison had become a mess. The Black Venom King was afraid of Yi Xian, so he went into hiding. No one knew that Yi Xian was the super expert who killed King Jianghu. There were more than 10 people who came to find trouble with him. However, under Wei Zhentian's attack, these people's heads were quickly crushed. Then, they were thrown into the planting space by Yi Xian for the Old Tree to refine. This level of strength was enough to intimidate everyone. Is there anyone else? Yi Xian walked to the front of the city wall and shouted loudly. No one answered. Since no one came, Yi Xian directly turned around and used his 10,000 mammoth strength to push open the city wall door. Rumble! The door opened and a scorching aura burst out, causing the group of people to take a few steps back in fear. At the bottom of the city wall was a huge flaming 2-headed dog. However, it was too lazy to open its eyes at this moment, because Yi Xian was only at the 7th stage profound life realm. Rumble! The other city wall door suddenly opened and a middle-aged man walked in. He was the guard of the Heaven Peak prison. You're quite lucky to have actually captured someone. The guard was a little surprised. He recognized the person in Yi Xian's hand. It was the trial team member who had entered the Heaven Peak prison. Yi Xian grabbed him and walked over. At the same time he said, "Can I leave now?" "Yes." The Peak 9th stage profound life realm guard nodded. Chapter 1477. However, the second method was impossible. This was because the Heaven Peak prison had a special formation that no one knew about. The people inside were unable to condense profound death energy, which meant that they were unable to break through to the profound death realm. This was why King Jianghu, White Shark King and Black Venom King were stuck at the peak of the profound life realm, unable to break through to the profound death realm. They had actually guessed it, but unfortunately, So what if they guessed it? At their level, they did not dare to challenge a profound death realm blazing two-headed hound. Therefore, they might as well stay inside and call themselves kings. Yi Xian carried the controlled member and passed by the blazing two-headed hound. If I can kill this blazing two-headed hound and let the old tree refine its corpse, I might be able to break through to the 9th level of the profound life realm. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked. He hesitated in his heart whether to kill this blazing two-headed hound. However, after thinking about it carefully, he decided to put it aside for now. This was because he did not know how many people were here. Who knew if there was a profound death realm expert outside? If he ambushed this blazing two-headed hound and failed to finish it off, it would be a tragedy if the guards outside came to help. Therefore, he decided to wait until he had located the location outside. After that, he would still be able to escape even if he failed. Yi Xian walked in front of the guard and handed the member in his hand to him. The guard used his 10,000 mammoth strength to carry the unconscious member, then turned around and left with Yi Xian. Rumble! The city gate at the entrance closed, and Yi Xian could finally see the light of day again. He immediately located the location in the void, and at the same time, used his eye of revelation to scan the area. In the distance, there was a small palace, and there seemed to be a person cultivating inside. A profound death realm expert. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There was indeed a profound death realm expert overseeing this place. However, there was only one. All right, you can go now. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly entered Yi Xian's ears. Before Yi Xian could turn around, a hand pierced through his chest. His heart was shattered into two halves. This guard, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound life realm, attacked Yi Xian. I'm sorry, but the city lord has ordered that no one is allowed to leave. The guard said slowly. If Yi Xian was an expert at the 8th or 9th level of the profound life stage, the guard might try to recruit him. If he agreed, he would recommend him to the city lord mansion. If he didn't agree, then he would kill him. With the profound death realm two-headed blazing hound guarding the city walls, even if King Jianghu came out, he would most likely die here. However, the guards of the Heavenly Peak prison did not know that Yi Xian possessed the Eye of Eternity. His heart was not his vital point. Anyone who dares to touch the young master will be killed without mercy. An old voice suddenly rang out from behind the warden. What? The peak 9th layer profound life stage guard's body suddenly trembled. Despite his cultivation level, he was actually unable to discover how the person behind him had appeared. How was this possible? Before he could react, the old tree punched out, penetrating the watcher's chest. Yi Xian's heart had been penetrated, but he would not die. However, this watcher was definitely going to die. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind, causing him to feel somewhat helpless. He had originally wanted to deal with the profound death realm two-headed blazing hound. Now, he could legitimately make a move. After the peak profound life stage guard died, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at the small palace in the distance. He realized that the profound death realm expert cultivating inside did not notice him. Since he did not notice, then he had to act. Yi Xian returned to the front of the city gates and used his all-creation strength to open the city gates. However, what shocked him was that the profound death realm two-headed blazing hound sleeping below the city walls actually opened its eyes. Its two eyes, which were larger than a washing machine, landed on Yi Xian's body. Have I been discovered? Yi Xian's body trembled as this thought flashed across his mind. Just now, he had just killed the guard outside, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound life stage, when this blazing two-headed hound woke up. Could it be that this blazing two-headed hound had discovered him? In the next instant he understood. Roar! The blazing hound roared, opened its two large mouths, and spat a mouthful of flames at Yi Xian. Indeed, he had been discovered. This blazing hound was Yi Xian's must-kill target. Hence, he did not hide anything. Death Hunt Command. Eye of Assassination. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian flashed behind the blazing hound, and viciously slashed with his sword. Rip! The back of the blazing two-headed hound was cut open, and blood spurted out like a fountain along with flames. A profound death stage heaven-connecting beast was indeed not that easy to deal with. Yi Xian saw that his attack had been mostly neutralized by the profound death energy within the blazing hound's body. Even with Unicorn's deterrence, he was unable to severely injure this blazing hound. Don't assume that only humans and demons possessed profound life energy and profound death energy. Many heaven-connecting beasts possessed them as well. They could use profound life energy to heal, and could also use profound death energy to attack and defend. Might shakes the heavens, myriad swords return to origin. Yi Xian did not hesitate, and immediately used his trump card. This blazing hound had to die.
As long as it was killed, the old tree would be able to break through to the 9th layer profound life stage. Unicorn's deterrence might be able to cool down, and Yi Xian would be able to break through to the 8th layer profound life stage.
3 kills in one fell swoop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of blood swords appeared in the sky. At the same time, Luo Luo also created hundreds of doppelgangers, and rapidly flashed. Transform. 9 reincarnation flashes, 6th flash. While Yi Xian was collecting the spoils of war in the Heavenly Peak prison, Luo Luo had devoted herself to cultivation. She had also broken through to the 7th layer profound life stage after Yi Xian. After transforming, her cultivation level soared, and she broke through to the 8th layer profound life stage. Their group attack had seriously injured the profound death stage blazing twin-headed hound.
At the same time, the commotion had attracted the attention of the cultivators in the palace. Not only that, some of the people in the vicinity of the Heavenly Peak prison heard the commotion, and could not help but come closer.
Then, they used their all-creation strength to open the city gates. In the next moment, they were shocked. Someone was fighting with the profound death stage blazing hound. Furthermore, this person was the youth who had just left. How could a 7th layer profound life stage blazing hound challenge a profound death stage blazing hound? Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? A 7th layer profound life stage blazing hound challenging a profound death stage blazing hound. Isn't that courting death? That's not right. Just now, one person had clearly entered, and the other person was also a man. Why is there an old man and a young lady from the Fox clan now? Our senses must have been wrong. They must be 9th layer profound life stage experts. It's just that our cultivation levels are lower. Fuck, I hope they can kill this profound death stage blazing hound. That way, we might be able to leave this damned place. Chapter 1478. The spectators in the Heavenly Peak prison were in an uproar. They saw Yi Xian severely injure the profound death stage blazing two-headed hound in the blink of an eye. If not for the profound life chi, the blazing two-headed hound would have died. The profound death stage is indeed difficult to deal with. The profound death stage has the profound death chi, which can be used for defense, and the profound life chi for healing. Looks like I have to kill it in one hit. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he planned in his heart. He then gave the order to Old Tree and the other two. Attack the blazing two-headed hound's 2 heads with full force. Sword Blade Storm. Residual Flame. Reincarnation Flash. Burning Sky Sword Technique. The 4 of them attacked the blazing two-headed hound's left head at the same time. Even if the blazing two-headed hound had the profound death chi for defense and the profound life chi for healing, it could not withstand the combined attacks of the 4 of them. Under this round of attacks, the left head of the blazing two-headed hound exploded, leaving only the right head. Roar! The right head spat out a mouthful of flames infused with the profound death chi and blasted onto Old Tree's body. Although Old Tree had the immortal Phoenix bloodline's fire resistance and was the spirit of ashes, he could not withstand the attack and was corroded by the profound death chi. Ding! The spirit of ashes is dead. Ding! The spirit of ashes is revived. Fortunately, the blazing two-headed hound attacked Old Tree. If it was Luo Luo, Yi Xian would have hidden Luo Luo in the planting space. Another round! Yi Xian shouted in his mind. However, just as their attacks were about to land, stop! Suddenly, a roar came from outside the city gate, echoing throughout the passageway of the city wall. This roar came from the outside, not from the Heavenly Peak prison. Yi Xian did not care who the intruder was, nor did he care what realm they were at. He would kill them first. Rumble! Under the combined attacks of the 4 of them, the right head of the blazing two-headed hound exploded. At this moment, the left head had yet to fully recover. The blazing two-headed hound was a special creature. At the profound life stage, as long as both of its heads were not destroyed at the same time, it could be healed by the profound life chi within its body. Moreover, they didn't have hearts, so their 2 heads were vital points that had to be destroyed at the same time. Fortunately, The blazing two-headed hound was not as strong as Yi Xian had imagined. Yi Xian had probably been lying here for thousands of years. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After the blazing two-headed hound died, Yi Xian heard the sound of a system notification. He immediately put the corpse away. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. Ding! The Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. Unfortunately, Unicorn's cooldown was still 5% away from being fully restored.
However, Yi Xian did not have the time to be happy because there was already the sound of something breaking through the air.
Swish! Residual flame. Sky-burning sword technique. Yi Xian and Old Tree attacked together and destroyed the sword ray that came from the outside. At the same time, Yi Xian focused his eyes and his gaze landed on the young man outside.
The young man had a golden crown on his head and was standing in the air.
It seemed that he had a strong background.
The aura on his body was actually that of the profound death stage.
Is that the person cultivating in the palace? I didn't expect him to be at the peak of the first level of the profound death stage. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough at the last moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that sword attack. Although he had killed the blazing two-headed hound, it was a heaven-connecting beast. Other than possessing the profound life chi and profound death chi, its battle strength was extremely weak.
He estimated that the blazing two-headed hound's strength was not even a third of the person in front of him.
Good fellas. Even little fool died at your hands. You have some skills. Go down and accompany little fool.
Without saying a word, the young man with the golden crown slashed the wall in half with a sword ray and charged in.
Yi Xian remembered that the last time he killed a young man with a golden crown, it seemed to be before he stole the eternal core fire. This time, he would try to kill another one. So what if you're at the peak of the first level of the profound death stage? I'll kill you. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he issued a death order to the young man with the golden crown.
Although he was only at the 8th level of the profound life stage, Old Tree was already at the 9th level of the profound life stage.
Coupled with the 8th level of the profound life stage Wei Zhentian's sword blade storm, he might be able to put up a fight. However, he was too naive. Humph, the human wave tactic is useless against me. The golden-crowned young man charged in and shouted. Suddenly, a powerful profound death chi erupted. The group of blood swords led by Wei Zhentian was instantly corroded by the profound death chi. Even the recovery speed of the immortal phoenix bloodline could not compare to it. In the blink of an eye, the sword blade storm was broken. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. The 2 system notifications caused Yi Xian to stop in his tracks. It seemed like the profound death chi of the trial team leader was too weak. This was the strength of a true profound death stage expert. However, Yi Xian did not plan to give up just yet. Residual flame. Old Tree suddenly appeared behind the young man with the golden crown in a flash and threw out a punch. The residual flame skill had evolved once. Every time it was used, its attack power would increase by 30%. In addition, Old Tree was already at the 9th level of the profound life stage. Yi Xian estimated that he should be able to take on a first level of the profound death stage expert alone. However, this punch was out of Yi Xian and Old Tree's expectations. Bang!
The fiery fist landed on the young man with the golden crown, but it was neutralized by the vigorous profound death chi.
Not only that, even Old Tree's fist was stained by the profound death chi. This was the profound death chi of a peak first level of the profound death stage expert. Once it was stained, it would rapidly spread like flames. Old Tree was the spirit of ashes, but he was not spared. In the blink of an eye, Old Tree was enveloped by the profound death chi and turned into nothingness. Ding! The spirit of ashes is dead. Ding! The spirit of ashes is resurrected. The 2 system notifications rang out. Old Tree's sneak attack failed and he was killed by the recoil. How was this possible? Humph, you're too naive. I've consumed the root of death. The profound death chi is not any weaker than a 2nd level of the profound death stage expert. Kill yourself. The young man with the golden crown sneered.
Although he did not know how Old Tree appeared behind him, he did not want to think too much about it since he was already dead. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Old Tree appeared in front of him once again.
Why aren't you dead? The young man with the golden crown was shocked. Rebirth was the ability of an undead stage expert. Whether I die or not is not up to you to decide. Old Tree sneered. Although he had not reached the undead stage, he was almost immortal after forming a contract with Yi Xian. Chapter 1479. However, the death of the old tree had reduced Yi Xian's fighting spirit by half. The young man with the golden crown would not be easy to deal with. There was not much difference between the immortality realm and the profound life realm. The only difference was that the latter had more profound life chi that could heal injuries. However, there was a huge difference between the profound life realm and the profound death realm. The attack of a profound death realm expert was not something a profound life realm expert could block. Even the old tree could not break through the young man's defense. Yi Xian would not be able to do the same. It seems that I have no choice but to leave. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It was not that he did not want to fight, but he had no choice. He could not even break through the young man's defense. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat. Kid, I can see the intention to retreat in your eyes. However, do you think you can leave? The young man with the golden crown suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Who could escape with a peak first-tier profound death realm expert like him guarding the door? Yi Xian had also thought of this. However, he had already left a void tracker outside. He could leave at any time if he wanted to. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hid Luo Luo in the planting space and quickly retreated. You want to leave after killing Xiao, er? The young man with the golden crown raised his eyebrows and quickly went after him. However, as soon as he gave chase, Yi Xian broke through the void and left. Breaking through the void? The young man with the golden crown was shocked. The old tree could be reborn, which was a technique of the imperishable realm. However, breaking through the void to leave was a technique of the ascension realm. Furthermore, Luo Luo had suddenly disappeared. What kind of technique was that? Where did these people come from? Interesting. When I catch you, all of your abilities will belong to me. The young man with the golden crown suddenly revealed a sinister smile. His eyes were filled with greed. Immediately, he closed the formation. No one could leave, and no one could enter. Then, he prepared to return to Tianfeng City and transfer a few people to find Yi Xian. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had already set a death pursuit order on him. Yi Xian could accurately sense his distance. Has he left? In Tianfeng prison, Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. After the young man with the golden crown left, he once again broke through the void and arrived at the formation's entrance. Fortunately, he had come out first before making his move. If he had made his move directly on the city wall, it would have been difficult to deal with this situation. At that moment, he quickly left. At the same time he searched the soul of the dead guardian. Fortunately, Yi Xian had a death pursuit order. Otherwise, he would have lost his target. Yin Tianjian did not know that he had been marked. He spent half a day hurriedly rushing to Tianfeng City. Soon, a team departed from Tianfeng City and headed to Tianfeng Prison. As for Yin Tianjian, he stayed behind in Sky Peak City instead. He seemed to have some important matter to attend to. However, this team encountered Yi Xian. Yi Xian encountered this group before he even arrived at Tianfeng City. This team consisted of 10 people and was led by 2 profound death stage experts. When they saw Yi Xian, their faces turned pale with fright. Capture him. He is one of the people wanted by the young city lord. A profound death stage expert furiously shouted. When Yi Xian heard this, he immediately understood that this team was sent by the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion to capture him. The young city lord's strength has exceeded my expectations. However, you are just a few ordinary profound death stage experts. Do you think you can stop me? Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he directly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. This team was destined to be annihilated. All 4 of them are here. Kill. Seeing the 4 figures suddenly appear beside Yi Xian, the profound death stage expert was startled. After a furious roar, he took the lead and charged towards Yi Xian. Old Tree, deal with the small fries first. We will hold back the 2 profound death stage experts. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. He was at the 8th level of the profound life stage. Wei Zhentian was also at the 8th level of the profound life stage. Luo Luo was still a little behind as she was still at the 7th level of the profound life stage. With their strength, It would not be a problem for them to hold back the two profound death stage experts. Old Tree's teleportation ability was too heaven-defying. It would not take more than 3 seconds for him to deal with the 8 9th level profound life stage experts. 3 seconds. Yi Xian and the other two only needed to hold their opponents back for 3 seconds. Killing intent explosion. Burning sky sword art. 9 reincarnation flashes. Yi Xian and the other two immediately launched attacks at the two profound death stage experts to attract their aggro. These two wanted to capture Yi Xian and the other two alive. After dodging the attacks, they rushed towards Yi Xian and the other two. However, at this moment, Old Tree suddenly appeared behind one of the 9th level profound death stage experts with a flash. Bang! The effect of residual flame increased one's attack by 30%. Old Tree, who was at the same level, instantly turned one of them into ashes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Before the profound death stage experts could approach Yi Xian, the people behind them died one after another. It seemed that Old Tree's strength had exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. At most, he would need 2 seconds to kill the 8 of them. 1 second. 2 seconds. Yi Xian and the rest rapidly retreated, stalling for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the 8 9th level profound life stage experts were all dead. The 2 profound death stage experts were slightly astonished by this. They never imagined that they would not be able to gain any advantage in their first confrontation. Instead, they were completely defeated by the other party. It was truly humiliating. When they were on the move, the young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, had warned them to be careful. However, they did not use this advice. He does have some ability. One of the profound death stage experts thought in his heart. He did not feel sorry for those who had died, because there were many 9th level profound life stage experts in the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion. These people had been stuck at 9th level profound life stage for many years, and probably did not have the possibility of breaking through to the profound death stage. Therefore, it did not matter how many of them died. Kid, you are wanted by the young city lord. The young city lord has recognized you. Come with us. An old man said to Yi Xian. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. This was because the young city lord of Tianfeng City had said that Yi Xian was in the Tianfeng prison. However, how did he appear in the vicinity of Tianfeng City? What does it have to do with me? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows with an indifferent expression. He reckoned that the young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, was only interested in his methods. Since that is the case, don't blame us for being ruthless. Chapter 1480. This time, Yi Xian did not dodge but went forward to face him head-on. The old tree was at 9th level profound life realm and could fight a profound death realm expert alone. His opponent was the old man. The young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, was at 2nd level profound death realm. With the powerful profound death chi, the old tree could not do anything to him. However, the old man was just an ordinary profound death realm expert. How could the old tree not win? Residual flame. The old tree formed 2 residual flame clones on both sides of the old man. The residual flame skill had leveled up and could form 2 residual flame clones at once. Although it could only change one position, it was enough to confuse the enemy. The old man had seen the old tree's ability. He could only spread a wave of true energy in an attempt to destroy the residual flame clones. However, the old tree was one step ahead. Before the old man could make a move, he moved to the left and threw out a punch. Bang! The 1st level profound death realm old man was hit and was sent flying. The old tree's flame injured the old man. At the same time, the old tree's arm was stained by the profound death chi and it quickly spread. Humph! The old tree's eyes flashed and extinguished the profound death chi. Compared to the young city lord of Tianfeng City, the old man's profound death chi was too weak. Although the old tree did not have profound life chi in his body, he had the immortal phoenix bloodline and he recovered in the blink of an eye. Of course, the old man was the same. This attack was considered a loss for both sides. However, the old tree still had the upper hand because the immortal phoenix bloodline was free, and the old man's profound life chi had been slightly depleted. Again! The old tree's eyes flashed and he charged forward again. On the other side, Yi Xian, Luo and Wei Zhentian were fighting against the other profound death realm expert together. Young master, This place seems to be very close to Tianfeng City. If we continue fighting, their reinforcements will arrive. Luo reminded him. I know, but it's fine even if the reinforcements are here. I can use my trump card now. Yi Xian replied. The trump card he was referring to was the surrender of Unicorn. Half a day ago, if his unicorn descent could be used, the young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, would have already died. So what if the reinforcements came? However, it was truly difficult for a profound life realm expert to challenge a profound death realm expert. The mysterious death chi was too difficult to deal with. If the old tree had helped them, they could have easily killed one of them. However, the old tree had gone to fight another person, so they couldn't do anything to the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man couldn't do anything to him either. If he couldn't kill them, then he would control them.
Luo, prepare the eyes of charm.
Yi Xian said.
Understood.
Luo nodded. Yi Xian had been using the eyes of soul since the beginning. However, as Luo hadn't broken through to the 8th level of the profound life realm, her eyes of charm wouldn't have much effect if she didn't transform. At the same time, Yi Xian was also setting up a trap, which was the void positioning system. It would be best if he could kill them. Both parties were evenly matched, and time slowly passed. The few 9th level profound life realm experts had released a signal before they died, and it was estimated that reinforcements from Tianfeng City would be arriving soon. After the battle lasted for about 10 seconds, Yi Xian's opponent suddenly stepped on the right spot, which meant that he fell into the trap. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flashed when he saw his opponent stepping on the right spot to attack. Hua! A void door opened. The middle-aged man's sword light swept past the void door and attacked his back. Pooh! The sword light sank into the middle-aged man's back. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man's heart was directly pierced. The profound life chi could regenerate severed limbs and heal injuries, but it couldn't repair the heart and brain. The middle-aged man had trapped himself in a trap and killed himself. This was also out of Yi Xian's expectations. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to control the middle-aged man to work for him, but he didn't expect the middle-aged man to commit suicide. However, Yi Xian could only face it calmly. After all, there was still one more person, right? Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly rushed over, took the universe ring and the corpse, and then charged toward the old man. The old man was shocked when he saw the situation and quickly retreated. However, with the old tree around, it was impossible for him to escape. Under everyone's attacks, the old man was seriously injured, and his profound life chi couldn't recover at all. However, he would rather die than submit, and didn't dare to be controlled by Yi Xian. Luo had no choice but to transform and use the eyes of charm to control him. The eyes of charm can be easily seen through. Luo, hand him over to me. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he used the eyes of soul. The old man's soul opened, and the eyes of charm covered up the effect of Yi Xian's eyes of soul. He became Yi Xian's servant. Yi Xian could send a message to the person controlled by the eyes of soul, but the eyes of charm couldn't.
Moreover, it was easy to see through the eyes of soul, so the eyes of soul was more useful. Let's leave first.
After controlling him, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and left the area. Not long after, experts from the Tianfeng City's City Lord's mansion arrived, but they didn't find anyone. However, 9 of the life jade tokens in the Tianfeng City's City Lord's mansion had been shattered. Yi Xian left the battlefield and took the old man's universe ring. Unfortunately, there weren't many things, so it seemed that he had to go to Tianfeng City to scavenge. When you return to Tianfeng City, say that you were seriously injured and couldn't fight them, then ran away. Yi Xian said to the old man. This old man's surname was Yin Ming Lu, and he was a family member of the Tianfeng City's City Lord Mansion. Moreover, the eyes of soul wouldn't be seen through by others, so there wouldn't be any problems if he returned. Then, Yin Ming Lu left. As for Yi Xian, he took a long detour and entered Tianfeng City with a disguise. Just as he entered Tianfeng City, a large group of people left, and the person leading them was the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian. This gave Yi Xian a fright. He guessed that this group of people was probably out to capture him. But who would have thought that he had already entered Tianfeng City with a disguise? Although I've changed my appearance, the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian, might have remembered my aura. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and he couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile as he watched the group leave.
Then, he prepared to go to those auction houses and families to make a fortune. Stop!
But right at this time that group of people suddenly stopped. Yi Xian's footsteps came to a halt, and when he turned around, he saw the Tianfeng city's young city lord, Yin Tianjian, looking in his direction. That pair of eagle-like eyes turned and finally landed on Yi Xian. How is this possible? Yi Xian was shocked beyond words. Chapter 1481. What a familiar aura. It's him. After pondering for a moment, Yin Tianjian pointed out Yi Xian. Although one's appearance could change, one's aura and eyes would not. Therefore, he recognized Yi Xian. F***CK. I've been discovered. Yi Xian shuddered in fear. Yin Tianjian's ability was too strong. Not only was he strong, but he was also able to recognize him. What the hell? Dark Night Canopy. Retreat. It was broad daylight, but Yi Xian quickly used the Dark Night Canopy skill to allow his body to enter the darkness. The sky suddenly darkened. It must be that brat's doing. Seal the city gates. No one is allowed to leave. Search. The young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, immediately commanded. At the same time, several profound Death Realm experts rushed towards Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian was in the state of assassination. After hiding in the darkness, his movement speed increased by a lot. Coupled with the shadow step, he easily evaded these people and escaped without a trace. Tianfeng City was already in darkness. However, a bright light soon lit up the entire city. Tianfeng City had a great defensive array. Now Yi Xian had nowhere to hide. That Yin Tianjian is some distance away from me. Humph. Watch how I raid your house. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he quickly rushed towards the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion. In terms of wealth, who could compare to the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion? Although the City Lord Mansion was filled with experts, he had already disguised himself. Furthermore, the old tree, Luo, and Wei Zhentian were all in the planting space. Other than Yin Tianjian, no one would be able to recognize him. At the same time, Yin Tianjian would definitely not expect that Yi Xian would actually enter the tiger's den. This was simply courting death. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion. The Celestial Peak City could be considered a tyrant in the Profound Life battlefield. Generally, Profound Death Stage experts would choose to enter the Profound Life battlefield. However, the Celestial Peak City did not do so. Instead, they remained in the Profound Life battlefield and dominated. The City Lord Mansion was very big. Just the piece of land it occupied was comparable to that of other cities. However, due to the array formation that isolated Yi Xian's eye of perception, Yi Xian did not know how many experts were in the City Lord Mansion. However, he still had a spy. Yin Lu, come and get me. Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to Yin Xian. Not long after, the old man who had been controlled earlier came out. Tianfeng City was originally a family clan. In the beginning, they focused on nurturing geniuses and controlled the population. However, as Tianfeng City was established and they began to dominate this region, they no longer restricted it. According to Yin Lu, there were quite a number of experts in the city governor's family. There were more than 2,000 experts at the 8th and 9th level of the Profound Life realm. At the same time, there were also dozens of Profound Death realm experts. The city governor, Yin Tianfeng, was already at the 3rd level of the Profound Death realm many years ago. He was extremely powerful. He's already at the 3rd level of the Profound Death realm, but he still doesn't want to enter the Profound Death battlefield. Instead, he's dominating the Profound Life battlefield. He's really free and easy. Yi Xian disdained him in his heart, then followed Yin Lu in. This time, he was going to control the experts at the 8th and 9th level of the Profound Life realm and collect the spoils of war. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Yi Xian began to control them one by one, then handed them over to Luo. Although the 8th and 9th level of the Profound Life realm did not have many cultivation resources, if they were to be piled up, it would not be a small amount. Moreover, one should not forget that there was also something called battle credits. Not only did Yi Xian obtain the interspatial ring, but he also obtained many battle credits. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. Soon, Yi Xian heard a system notification.
However, Wei Zhentian and the old tree could both break through the shackles and break through to the Profound Death Realm. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had sneaked into the City Lord Mansion.
I have obtained many battle credits. Yin Lu, go and exchange all of these battle credits for rare treasures or ores of the fire attribute.
After Yi Xian finished speaking, the space between his eyebrows flickered, and he handed all of the battle credits to Yin Lu.
Yes, master. Yin Lu nodded, then left with the battle credits. There was a forging hall in the City Lord Mansion. Yin Lu went straight to exchange all of the battle credits, then returned to his own mansion. After Yi Xian swallowed all of the rare treasures, he heard a system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. Ding! Huiling has made a breakthrough. Host is now at the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is now at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. The 3 consecutive system notifications made Yi Xian's fighting spirit soar.
Now, he was not afraid of the young city lord of Tianfeng City.
After the breakthrough, although I don't have the profound death qi, I feel that the power of my flame has become stronger. Once it touches me, it won't be any weaker than the profound death qi.
Old Tree could not help but say.
Very good. Yi Xian nodded. He estimated that Old Tree could now fight the young city lord of Tianfeng City alone.
He was now at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, so there should not be much of a problem. However, he was not satisfied, so he continued to use his soul eye to control the young city lord.
However, at this moment, the young city lord of Tianfeng City suddenly returned. He had returned to get reinforcements. Coincidentally, he went to look for Yin Lu after returning. He wanted Yin Lu to come with him, as Yin Lu had fought with Yi Xian before. At the same time, he wanted to get more people to search the entire city. And Yi Xian happened to be in Yin Lu's place.
Oh no, why is Yin Tianjian here?
Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eyes. When he saw the scarlet kill word, his expression changed drastically, but he quickly calmed down. Yin Tianjian was at the peak of the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm, so his strength was not to be underestimated. However, Old Tree was not weak either. So what if he was here? Since he was here, he should be prepared to die. At this moment, Yi Xian ordered the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian in the planting space to get ready. When Yin Tianjian entered, they would immediately launch an attack. Yin Tianjian, who was originally looking for Yin Lu, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Within the range of his spiritual consciousness, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. However, when he remembered that he was in the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion, he dispelled his doubts and approached Yin Lu's residence. 6th uncle. Yin Tianjian shouted from outside the door. Clang! The door to the residence opened, and Yin Lu walked out.
He pretended not to know anything and said, "What's the matter?"
6th uncle, the kid who killed Reverend Lien has snuck into the city. I want you to come with me to find him, said Yin Tianjian.
I'm afraid that's not possible. Yin Lu shook his head.
Why? Yin Tianjian was very surprised. Just now, Yin Lu was almost killed by Yi Xian. Could it be that he did not want to avenge this grudge?
Just as he was about to continue asking, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, followed by the sound of a whistling wind.
What? Chapter 1482. Old Tree was at the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm, the same level as Yin Tianjian. The power of this attack was enough to break through Yin Tianjian's defense. Bang! Yin Tianjian's back was hit hard, and his whole body flew forward diagonally, colliding with Yin Lu's fist. Bang! Yin Tianjian's chest also suffered a heavy blow as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the real killing move was yet to come. Eye of Assassination. Sky-burning sword technique. After Old Tree, Yi Xian flashed behind Yin Tianjian and slashed down. Bang! The Qilin True Qi instantly broke through Yin Tianjian's weak defense, and a deep wound appeared on Yin Tianjian's back, so deep that his bones could be seen. However, Yin Tianjian was the #1 genius of Tianfeng City. He took out a signal flare and ignited it. Swoosh!
A ray of golden light shot up into the sky.
Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed. He did not expect Yin Tianjian to react so quickly. He immediately took out a signal flare to inform the others. If he had known, he would have killed him in one blow. Humph. Don't even think about it. Old Tree snorted as he sent out a flame to destroy the signal flare. Unfortunately, as long as this signal flare was damaged, it would directly explode. Bang! In the sky above the Castellan mansion, a distress signal of a Yin family disciple in danger appeared. Immediately, everyone reacted. Why would there be a distress signal in the Castellan mansion? Immediately, many experts nearby rushed over. I miscalculated. Kill him. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. In fact, he originally wanted to control Yin Tianjian. However, since he failed, he could only use his backup plan. Transform. Eye of Enchantment. Luo Luo suddenly transformed into a 9-tailed golden fox and quickly formed an Eye of Enchantment. She was at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. After transforming, she would be at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. With the Eye of Enchantment, it should not be a problem for her to control Yin Tianjian, who was at the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm. Yin Tianjian ate something called the Root of Death. His Profound Death Qi was extremely strong, but he was still at the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm. Unfortunately, Yi Xian miscalculated again. Even Luoluo's Eye of Charm failed. However, this bought some time for Old Tree and Yi Xian. Dang! Yi Xian and Old Tree quickly rushed to Yin Tianjian's side and attacked together. Bang! Hiss! Yin Tianjian's head was chopped off, and his chest was pierced through. Even if he had 2 lives, he would still die. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When Yi Xian heard the system notification, he quickly put away Yin Tianjian's interspatial ring. The young city lord of Tianfeng City, the #1 genius of Tianfeng City, definitely had a lot of things in his universe ring. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 1st tier of the Profound Death stage. Wei Zhentian had finally broken through, but Yi Xian was still at the 9th level of the Profound Life stage. Ding! The host has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Life stage. This time, it was the same as when he had broken through from the Longevity stage to the Profound Life stage. He needed a large amount of Profound Death Qi. Coincidentally, there was a large amount of Profound Death Qi in the planting space. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 1st tier of the Profound Death stage. Yi Xian had finally broken through to the Profound Death stage. His strength had instantly increased by several times. There was also a new type of energy in his body, which was the Profound Death Qi. Now, his attack strength had increased by at least 5 times. Who could fight against him? Not good. The young city lord has been killed. Quick, inform the city lord. A Profound Death stage expert has infiltrated the city lord mansion. Yin Tianjian's death was witnessed by many people, and the city lord mansion was in an uproar. Yi Xian and the others were like turtles in a jar. To prevent any accidents from happening, Yi Xian hid Luoluo in the planting space so that she could continue to cultivate. He would leave the rest of the battle to them. As expected of one of the overlords of the Profound Life battlefield. The moment the signal flare was fired, more than 10 Profound Death stage experts jumped out. Yi Xian could not help but shudder. However, with his current cultivation level, he would not be afraid even if it was a 2nd-tier Profound Death stage expert. It was just a dozen Profound Death stage experts. What were they to him? He killed the young city lord. Kill. Immediately, the dozen or so Profound Death stage experts swooped down from the sky. Facing the siege of so many experts, Yi Xian did not panic and activated a skill. Slaughter Feast. In the next moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. The first person to die was Yin Lu. He had committed suicide, which gave Yi Xian a 15% increase. Then, there was another notification. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Kill a Profound Death stage expert from the City Lord Mansion of Tianfeng City. The interval between each kill is 1 minute. Yi Xian was shocked. He had actually triggered another random mission. This was not bad. This random mission did not state how many Profound Death stage experts he had to kill, nor did it state the reward. This meant that the reward would change according to the number of kills and the level of the enemies killed. As for the interval between kills, it meant that after killing the first Profound Death stage expert, he had to kill the second Profound Death stage expert within 1 minute. Otherwise, the mission would be considered over. If he did not kill a profound death stage expert within 1 minute, the mission would be considered a failure and he would not receive any rewards. The Tianfeng city had built the Tianfeng prison, which was an inhumane thing to do. In addition to the actions of the guards in Yin Tianjian, it was reasonable for Yi Xian to kill Yin Tianjian. Now that Yin Tianjian was dead, these people would definitely not let Yi Xian go. Therefore, Yi Xian had found a reason to start a massacre. Kill! Immediately, Yi Xian joined forces with the old tree and Wei Zhentian to kill their way out. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows with more than 10 profound death stage experts. Yi Xian held the scarlet flame sword in his hand and displayed the burning sky sword technique that he had obtained from the shop. He began an endless massacre. The old tree was even more exaggerated. When he was surrounded by 5 people, he directly used the raging inferno barrier to absorb the damage and then exploded. Rumble! A huge explosion occurred in the sky. The raging inferno barrier was like a sun that shone brightly. Some of the profound life stage experts in the city lord's mansion were directly blinded by the dazzling light. This move seriously injured the 5 people surrounding the old tree. Before they could use their profound life chi to heal themselves, the old tree quickly flashed behind them. Waning flame. Bang! In the blink of an eye, 2 people had fallen. Yi Xian's amplification was increased by another 30%. It was a pity that Wei Zhentian's blade storm was in cooldown. Otherwise, these people would have been killed by Yi Xian in an instant. However, this did not matter. This was because in the first exchange, Yi Xian had killed 2 people consecutively. Old Tree had also killed 2 people. In addition to Wei Zhentian's last strike and Yin Lu, who had committed suicide, there were 6 profound death stage experts. The 6 of them had nearly doubled Yi Xian's amplification. Chapter 1483. Brat, stop! A roar reverberated, followed by the arrival of 5 figures from the horizon. All 5 of them were at the 2nd level of the profound death realm. One of them was even at the peak of the 2nd level. Just in time. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, he did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he continued to kill the 1st level profound death realm warriors. Ding! Huiling has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 2nd level of the profound death realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 2nd level of the profound death realm. Before the arrival of the 5 2nd-level profound death realm warriors, the dozen or so 1st-level profound death realm warriors had all died. Only Yi Xian and the other 2 were left in this area. At the same time, Yi Xian's feast of slaughter had also doubled. With such a murderous god appearing in the city lord mansion, more and more experts had arrived. Even the 3rd-level profound death realm city lord had noticed him. Therefore, Yi Xian had to deal with the 5 people in front of him first. It would be dangerous if he was surrounded. Kill! Yi Xian immediately charged forward. Wei Zhentian and the old tree, who had already broken through to the 2nd level of the profound death realm, did the same. In a one-on-one situation, they were not weaker than any 2nd-level profound death realm warrior. Among them, the old tree could even fight the peak 2nd-level profound death realm warrior alone. In addition, Yi Xian's cultivation was constantly increasing. With the addition of the Feast of Slaughter, Yi Xian could even fight a 3rd-level profound death realm warrior. While Yi Xian was fighting with the 5 2nd-level profound death realm warriors, a few huge figures suddenly appeared in the distance. They were 2 3rd-level profound death realm 2-headed blazing hounds. They were also the parents of the blazing hound that Yi Xian had killed. The Tianfeng city lord had also arrived. There were a total of 3 3rd-level profound death realm warriors. The Tianfeng city lord had moved out without understanding the situation. He could not understand where Yi Xian had come from to kill so many profound death realm warriors consecutively. Even 2 2nd-level profound death realm warriors had already died. Could it be that today was Tianfeng City's calamity? Actually, Tianfeng City wasn't established by the Tianfeng city lord. It was just a name change. However, Sky Peak City's city lord had spent quite a bit of effort for this city. No matter what, they could not be destroyed in his hands. 2 blazing 2-headed hounds at the 3rd level of the profound death realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and made a decision. Today, perhaps he could increase his killing intent value to the upper limit once more. Thinking of this, his attacks also became fiercer. He was burning his lifespan, and it was 100 years at a time. Those at the 9th level of the immortal realm would have a lifespan of 3,000 years.
After breaking through to the profound life realm, each lifespan would increase by 500 years. It was the same for those at the profound death realm. Yi Xian's current lifespan was a full 5,000 years. What was 100 years to burn at once? Killing intent explosion. Burning heaven sword art. As Yi Xian's sword descended, flaming sword chi tore through the air and killed a second-tier profound death stage expert. At this moment, 3 of the 5 second-tier profound death stage experts had already died. Only 2 were left. Yi Xian's amplification had also increased to 2.5 times. Accept unicorn's punishment. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered as he left the remaining 2 behind. The requirement of this random mission was to kill as many profound death stage experts as possible. The higher the realm, the better. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use a trump card this time. Unicorn Descend. The 2 blazing 2-headed hounds and the Tianfeng City Lord were charging towards him from the same direction. It was just nice that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Unicorn Descend. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly used his trump card. Immediately, a flaming hoof appeared above the heads of the 2 blazing 2-headed hounds and the Tianfeng City Lord. Before they could react, the flaming hoof came crashing down. Bang! One of the blazing 2-headed hounds was trampled by the huge flaming hoof. This move was extremely powerful because Yi Xian had a skill called Unicorn's Deterrence that doubled his attack power. In addition to Yi Xian's amplification, this move was enough to kill the blazing 2-headed hound. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang as Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, the amplification had also increased to 3 times. One more time. Unicorn Descend. After the first flaming hoof disappeared, another flaming hoof appeared and stomped on the other blazing 2-headed hound. Huff huff huff. The effect of Incinerate the World also burned the blazing 2-headed hound to ashes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. One had to admit that the power of Unicorn's Descend was too strong. It actually burned the blazing 2-headed hound to death. After all, the blazing 2-headed hound was a heaven-connecting beast with the fire attribute. Furthermore, it was at the 3rd tier of the profound death realm and had the protection of the profound death chi. Of course, this was all thanks to the 3 times amplification of Slaughtering Feast and Unicorn's Deterrence. Otherwise, 2 Unicorns Descend might not be enough to kill a blazing 2-headed hound. When the Tianfeng City Lord saw the blazing 2-headed hounds that had protected the Yin family for thousands of years fall, he immediately went crazy. I'm going to kill you. The Tianfeng City Lord was filled with killing intent as he charged towards Yi Xian. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. With 3 times amplification, Yi Xian appeared behind the Tianfeng City Lord in a flash. 100 years lifespan. Killing intent explosion. Sky incinerating sword technique. An extremely sharp flaming sword chi entered the back of the City Lord of Tianfeng City, instantly burning all the organs in his body to ashes. The Tianfeng City Lord, who was at the 3rd level of the profound death stage, was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. This scene had already shocked the surrounding people to the point that they were speechless. The Tianfeng City was one of the overlords of the profound life battlefield. Now, the strongest City Lord was actually instantly killed? In that case, who could stop Yi Xian? Even the City Lord is dead. Let's see what you can do. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He had already decided to kill all the profound death stage experts in the City Lord mansion. However, just as he was about to make another move, "Have mercy!" a shout entered Yi Xian's ears. Immediately after, a powerful and explosive aura appeared out of nowhere. So strong! When Yi Xian felt this aura, his body trembled violently. This aura was much stronger than the Tianfeng City Lord. It was at least an expert at the 5th level of the profound death stage. Or even higher. Why would such an expert appear here? Shouldn't he be in the profound death battlefield? Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. When he turned his head to look, he saw a white-robed man standing in the air. What made Yi Xian stunned was that this white-robed man actually had 9 snow-white foxtails behind him. A member of the fox tribe. Chapter 1484. The battle had only lasted for a short while, but the Yin clan had already lost over 20 profound death realm experts, including 2 flaming twin-headed hounds at the 3rd level of the profound death realm.
Even the city lord of Tianfeng City had fallen. Although Yi Xian was strong, he shouldn't be stronger than the envoy in front of him, right? Shut up! Just as Yi Xian was about to break through the void and leave, the white-robed man suddenly bellowed, shocking the surrounding people. Your Excellency, please show mercy. The white-robed man glanced at the old tree and Wei Zhentian before cupping his fists at Yi Xian. This action also shocked Yi Xian and the others. What was going on? He was at least an expert at the 5th level of the profound death realm. Why was he bowing so respectfully? Who are you? Yi Xian subconsciously asked. At the same time, he was also guessing in his heart. If the white-robed man had attacked just now, what were his chances of escaping? He probably wouldn't even have half a chance, right? I am the 100 Fox Manor's patrol envoy, Bai Yang. Greetings, my lord. The white-robed man replied. 100 Fox Manor. When these 4 words entered Yi Xian and the others' ears, they were also shocked. They immediately understood the reason. The 100 Fox Manor was the overlord of the western region of the Land of Reincarnation. The manor lord was the reincarnation fox, the woman who helped Luo reincarnate that day. Before Yi Xian could speak, the white-robed man continued, Tianfeng City is an important location in the profound life battlefield of our phalanx camp. If all the experts fall, I'm afraid the other 2 camps will invade our territory. I see. Yi Xian immediately understood. If one of the overlords of the profound life battlefield was destroyed, the territory would be destroyed. The forces under the Reincarnation City Lord and Reincarnation Supremacy's territories would come over. Since that was the case, Yi Xian would forget about it. He was giving face to the Reincarnation Fox. Seeing Yi Xian put away his weapon, the white-robed man also expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. The group of Yin clan members were shocked. This white-robed man was their hope for revenge. Why was he so respectful to Yi Xian now? What was going on? Sir Special Envoy, you want to? A simple-minded Yin clan expert suddenly took a step forward, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the white-robed man for the 2nd time. Shut up. Otherwise, the Yin clan will cease to exist after today. The white-robed man rebuked angrily. Once this was said, all the members of the Yin clan shrunk their necks. It was very obvious that that person had angered this special envoy. If he didn't get it straight, the Yin clan would really be annihilated. The 100 Fox Manor will compensate you for today's losses. As for the dead city lord, you can choose another one. The white-robed man said before continuing, My lord, with your current strength, there's no one who can match you in the Xian life battlefield. Therefore, you can enter the Xian death battlefield. Or, go to the territories of the other 2 camps. The profound life battlefield was a battlefield for those at the profound life stage. However, there were still some profound death stage experts dominating the battlefield. However, there was a rule that stated that those above the 3rd level of the profound death stage were not allowed to fight here. Otherwise, an almighty expert would descend and obliterate them. Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to gain much by staying here. However, he could enter the Xian death battlefield. Alright, where's the entrance? Yi Xian nodded and said. North of Tianfeng City, there's an entrance to the Xian death battlefield. However, you'll have to go through a small test. The white-robed man replied. Got it. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he brought the old tree and Wei Zhentian with him and left through the air. This method left the white-robed man dumbfounded. However, when he thought about how Yi Xian and the others were guests of the Manor Master, he calmed down. In fact, he didn't expect to meet Yi Xian here. After leaving Tianfeng City, Yi Xian directly returned to the entrance of Tianfeng Prison. While the enhancement was still there, he immediately launched an attack and broke the array. Then, he left once again. A minute had passed since the death of the Tianfeng City Lord. A minute later. Ding. The host has completed the random mission. You can choose any one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. Unicorn's True Energy level up 1. Reward 2. Undying Doppelgangers level up 1. Reward 3. 1 chance to draw a lottery. These 3 rewards were pretty good. However, what made Yi Xian feel regretful was that this time was out of his expectations. If the white-robed man hadn't appeared, all the Xian death stage experts in the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion would have died at his hands. Then, the rewards of this random mission would have increased. Lottery? I don't know what I'll get. Forget it. Yi Xian shook his head and chose the first and second reward. Ding. Unicorn's true energy level up 1. Ding. Undying doppelgangers level up 1. Unicorn's true energy level up 1 could increase the power of incineration of the heavens, its fire attack, and its resistance. It was a pretty good reward. As for the undying doppelganger, it directly increased Yi Xian's battle power by 10%, reaching 70%. If it leveled up 2 more times, he could condense another doppelganger. However, Yi Xian was currently lacking devouring points. He was still waiting to merge 2 battle-type bloodlines. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his devouring points on this. After the previous battle, Yi Xian could have broken through to the second tier of the Xian death stage. However, he hadn't done so because he wanted to increase his killing intent to the upper limit and exchange it for devouring points. If he succeeded this time, he would have 3 devouring points. Young master, are we going to the Xian death battlefield now? Luo asked in the planting space. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, he was already heading towards the north. However, he encountered a problem along the way. There's an expert here. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With his eye of revelation, he saw a figure rapidly moving towards him. The expert was probably at the 4th tier of the Xian death stage. In the Xian life battlefield, experts at the 4th tier of the Xian death stage were not allowed to take action. Those who disobeyed would be killed. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that the expert at the 4th tier of the Xian death stage was actually from the enemy camp. The red light between his eyebrows indicated that he was from the reincarnation sovereign's camp. Why would a 4th tier of the Xian death stage expert from the enemy camp come here? TSK, what bad luck. It's just a 1st tier of the Xian death stage brat. The 4th tier of the Xian death stage expert was a bald muscular man. When he saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but spit on the ground. Robbery. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. Cut the crap. Hand over your Chen Kuan ring and I'll spare your life. The bald muscular man shouted. If it was before, he would have killed Yi Xian directly. However, he had accidentally broken through to the 4th tier of the Xian death stage. Due to the rules here, he didn't do anything. I remember that if a 4th tier of the Xian death stage expert were to take action in the Xian life battlefield, they would be killed, right? Yi Xian said with a frown. The 4th tier of the Xian death stage was 3 realms higher than him. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Chapter 1485. Are you saying that you won't give it to me? Killing intent shot out from the bald man's eyes. So what if I don't give it to you? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to see if this bald man had the guts to attack. He also wanted to see how capable this profound life battlefield was to be able to kill a 4th tier profound death realm expert. Or was it just an alarmist? Humph, you're the first one to resist all the robberies I've robbed along the way. Fine, I'd like to see what will happen when I attack. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, he immediately threw a punch at Yi Xian. The vital energy fist, which contained a powerful profound death chi, flew directly at Yi Xian. Facing a 1st tier profound death realm brat, the bald man did not need to use any special ability. Therefore, Yi Xian could easily defeat him. However, before Yi Xian could attack, a strange aura suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a strange aura spread out. Then, the true energy fist disappeared into thin air, dissipating between heaven and earth. What's going on? Yi Xian and the bald man were shocked. They did not understand what had happened. Yi Xian did not attack at all. Why did the attack disappear on its own? At this moment, the bald man glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly raised his head. He discovered that a huge eye was staring at him. Yi Xian followed his gaze and discovered the huge eye. This is the eye of all things. Yi Xian immediately recognized the pattern on the huge eye. It was the same pattern as the eyes of all things he had obtained previously. However, this eye of all things was terrifyingly huge. Ugh! The burly man in front of Yi Xian, who was at the 4th level of the profound death realm, suddenly let out a strange sound. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that the burly man's neck was wrapped around by the power of Wuxia. Crack! With a crisp sound, the brute's head was directly plucked off by the power of all things. His head was separated from his body. When Yi Xian saw this, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The eyes of 10,000 forms had killed a 4th-level profound death stage brawny man? Could it be that this enormous eye of 10,000 forms was the manager of this profound life battlefield? Once someone violated it, it would kill them? By the time Xian reacted, the huge eye of nature had already disappeared without a trace. If not for the headless corpse, Xian would have thought that he was dreaming. In the blink of an eye, a 4th-tier profound death realm expert had fallen. Xian paused for a few seconds before he went over to collect the corpse and the universe ring. Could this be a pie falling from the sky? Benefits? There were quite a lot of things in this interspatial ring, but it was not enough for Xian and the others to break through. After all, they had all been used up by the brawny man. Earlier, Luo said that there were numerous mysterious and formidable eyes in this world. For example, the Eye of Myriad, the Eye of Death, the Eye of Samsara, and so on and so forth. So long as one cultivates it to a certain extent, one would be able to traverse space and utilize it. Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He suddenly recalled the Eye of Death that had almost killed him. In the future, if he found out who the owner of the Eye of Death was, he would definitely kill him. After all, he had almost been killed by the Eye of Death. If the mini sky dragon had not saved him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After experiencing this welfare interlude, Xian continued on his way. The entrance to the profound death battlefield was to the north of Tianfeng City. Relying on the speed of the shadow steps, Xian spent a total of 2 days before arriving at the teleportation palace of the profound death battlefield. This teleportation palace was extremely desolate, and there was only one teleporter present. This teleportation was different from the previous ones as one had to pass a test. The teleporter discovered Xian and asked, "Kid, you want to go to the profound death battlefield?" "Yes." Xian nodded. "Good. If you want to be teleported to the profound death battlefield, there is a condition. You have to receive a punch from me. If you succeed, you will be teleported free of charge," said the teleporter. He was an expert at the 3rd level of the profound death realm. His punch was not something an ordinary person could receive. However, Xian was not afraid. After all, he had even killed the Tianfeng city lord. "Come." Xian took out the scarlet flame sword. The teleporter did not waste any words and directly threw out a punch. This punch was enough to send an expert at the 2nd level of the profound death realm flying. However, Xian effortlessly threw out a sword and defeated this punch. Rumble! The 2 true chis collided, creating waves of air. He received a punch. "You do have some strength. Good, go in." The teleporter nodded in satisfaction. Only those who could receive a punch from him had the qualifications to enter the profound death battlefield. Otherwise, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. The profound death battlefield was even more cruel than the profound life battlefield. The daily slaughter was almost 3 times that of the profound life battlefield. Xian entered the teleportation array and the teleporter began to teleport. Very soon, Xian's vision changed and he was teleported to the profound death battlefield in a few seconds. The teleportation array landed on a mountain peak. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, as if it was about to rain. Just as Xian landed on the ground, he smelled an unpleasant smell. The air in the profound death battlefield is filled with profound death chi. Cultivating here will be twice the result with half the effort. Xian's eyes lit up. However, he did not rely on cultivation to break through. Therefore, whether the profound death chi was abundant or not had nothing to do with him. Luo, how long do you need to break through?" Xian asked. "Half a day." Luo replied. During this period of time, she had been cultivating in seclusion. In half a day, she would be able to break through to the profound death realm. Compared to Xian, this speed was slow. However, to others it was simply godly speed. After all, she had only broken through to the profound life realm for 2 to 3 months. Some people might not be able to break through even once in 100 or 1,000 years. However, Luo was able to step into the profound death realm from the immortality realm in 2 to 3 months. This was enough to show how strong the bloodline in her body was. Of course, the life and death plate's base also played a part in this. The base of the life and death plate was helping Luo refine the profound life chi. The profound death chi in the profound death battlefield is abundant. The profound life chi is suppressed by at least 50%. However, I have the immortal phoenix bloodline in my body. Coupled with the profound life chi, my injuries can be healed in an instant. Yi Xian thought to himself. He surveyed his surroundings and prepared to leave.
However, just as he rose into the air, a deafening roar suddenly came from the horizon.
This was a dragon's roar. A Tong Tian beast from the profound death battlefield?
Let's see. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly rushed over.
Previously, he had used his trump card, Unicorn's Descent, to deal with the two flaming twin-headed hounds at the third level of the profound death realm. Now that Unicorn's Descent was on cooldown, he had to find some Tong Tian beast corpses to recover. When Yi Xian rushed over, he saw a green heavenly dragon fighting with a huge black bear. At this moment, the battle had just ended. The green heavenly dragon crushed the black bear's head with its claws and began to feast. Chapter 1486. Yi Xian estimated that the azure dragon was at the third tier of the profound death realm, while the black bear was at the second tier of the profound death realm. It was normal for a third tier of the profound death realm to kill a second tier of the profound death realm. In order for a Tong Tian beast to grow, it had to eat continuously and absorb the energy in its prey. Yi Xian was in need of corpses, so he took out the scarlet flame sword. Kill! With a low roar, 3 figures dashed out. The azure dragon noticed Yi Xian and the other two. After letting out a roar, it stopped eating and pounced towards Yi Xian and the other two. Wei Zhentian loved to transform into a sky dragon the most. With a shake of his body, he transformed into another green sky dragon. However, his green sky dragon was not as handsome as the azure dragon. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and the other two exchanged blows with the azure dragon. Killing intent explosion. Sky-scorching sword art. Residual flame. In the first exchange, Yi Xian and the other two made the azure dragon turn red. The three of them dealt a great deal of damage to the azure dragon. Although Yi Xian was only at the first tier of the profound death realm, he had the unicorn deterrence, which doubled the damage to the azure dragon. Although the azure dragon was strong, it could not withstand such a beating. Wei Zhentian's claws pierced into the azure dragon's body, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain.
In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon was on the verge of death, and Yi Xian harvested it.
Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, causing his killing intent to soar. My killing intent has almost reached half. Just a little more and I will reach the upper limit. Then, I will exchange it for devouring points. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he flew over to put away the azure dragon's corpse. He gave the corpse to the old tree and kept the beast's soul. He would wait until his killing intent reached the upper limit before exchanging it for devouring points. If he devoured it now, he would have a breakthrough. All right, Wei Zhentian, old tree, let's travel together. After the death of the azure dragon, Yi Xian gave the other two instructions before heading off in 3 different directions. When he entered the Xian death battlefield, his battle merits were reset to 0. Since he had already used up all his battle merits in the Xian life battlefield, it was fine even if they were reset to 0. The first step of Yi Xian's plan was to find a map of the profound death battlefield. Very soon, Luo Luo let out a joyous laugh within the planting space. After a period of cultivation, she had finally broken through to the profound death stage. Young master, 2 of my tails have turned into gold again. Luo Luo said in shock. Previously, she already had 3 golden tails. Now that she had 2 more, she had a total of 5. There were still 4 tails that had yet to turn golden. Yi Xian was also guessing in his heart. When Luolua's 9 tails turned into gold, would the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body be fully activated? However, right at this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly sent him a message. He had encountered a powerful heaven-connecting beast that was chasing after him. How rare! Wei Zhentian is actually being chased. Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Without asking further, he broke through the void and arrived beside Wei Zhentian. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. The heaven-connecting beast that was chasing after Wei Zhentian was actually another azure dragon. However, this azure dragon was several times larger than the azure dragon that they had killed before. 5th level profound death stage? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Wei Zhentian had really gotten himself into big trouble. This azure dragon was at least at the 5th level profound death stage. It was not something that he could deal with at the moment. Roar! When the azure dragon saw Yi Xian, it could not help but roar towards the sky. What? It was the blood on your body that attracted it? When Yi Xian heard Wei Zhentian's words, he was stunned. He recalled that half a day ago, Wei Zhentian was indeed stained with the Azure Dragon's blood. That was why the Azure Dragon was chasing after Wei Zhentian. So that was the reason. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he had to deal with this problem first. If Yi Xian wanted to leave, he could just break through the void and leave. However, this was a 5th-level profound death stage heaven-connecting beast. If he killed it, he would gain a large amount of killing intent. Moreover, if he gave it to the old tree to refine, he would at least be able to break through to the 3rd-level profound death stage. Leave? Of course not. Just as Yi Xian was about to make his move, a ray of fiery light suddenly swept across the sky. Beep. Yi Xian turned around and focused his gaze. He discovered that it was a flaming eagle. It's the flaming crimson rock. Yi Xian recognized it. The flaming crimson rock was probably at the 5th-level profound death stage. If it was here to help the Azure Dragon, Yi Xian would have to run away. However, if it was not, normally, heaven-connecting beasts had their own territories. The Azure Dragon's roar was heard by the flaming crimson rock. Therefore, the flaming crimson rock rushed over because this was its territory. Roar! When the Azure Dragon saw the flaming crimson rock, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and spat out a dragon breath. Beep! The flaming crimson rock was not to be outdone. The flames on its body flickered wildly and an extremely strong flame met the dragon breath. Rumble! When the two different flames collided, the shockwave spread and even Yi Xian was affected. Fortunately, he had a high resistance to fire. Otherwise, he would have been burned. Good. 2 5th-level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts are fighting. Not bad, not bad. We can reap the benefits. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. The Azure Dragon and the Flaming Crimson Rock were mortal enemies. Now that the Azure Dragon had invaded the Flaming Crimson Rock's territory, the two naturally started fighting. Wang! Wei Zhentian suddenly trembled. Don't go. Once you run, the Azure Dragon will definitely continue to chase you. I want both sides to suffer. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing the moment he entered the Xian death battlefield. 2 5th-level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts could increase his killing intent by a lot. As long as he killed them, even if he did not reach the upper limit, it would be close. Moreover, devouring the corpses of the 2 5th-level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts could be used to recover the cooldown of the unicorn's descent. The old tree could also be used for a breakthrough. Yi Xian would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. The battle between the two heaven-connecting beasts was exceptionally intense. If Yi Xian was not an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. As their strength was similar, both sides were injured. As time passed, their auras started to weaken. Their strength was probably less than 70% of their peak strength. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. The Azure Dragon's hatred for the Flaming Crimson Rock was very high. A few of its children had died at the hands of the Flaming Crimson Rock. Therefore, it was prepared to perish together with the Azure Dragon in this battle. Soon, the Azure Dragon and the Flaming Crimson Rock's profound life chi were exhausted. Next, it was a battle of life and death. Chapter 1487. Roar! Beep! The battle became more and more intense. Yi Xian wanted to intervene, but he was still looking for an opportunity. In the end, the Azure Dragon bit the Crimson Rock's body. The Crimson Rock flapped its wings and cut the Azure Dragon's body in half. Both sides were injured. This was the best opportunity for Yi Xian to strike. Wei Zhentian, Blade Storm. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. At the same time, he and the old tree charged forward. Wei Zhentian had been hit by the Azure Dragon's dragon breath. However, with the immortal Phoenix bloodline's recovery speed and fire resistance, he managed to survive. Now it was time for revenge. Thousands of blood swords swept down and drilled into the Azure Dragon's body. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared in pain, but there was nothing it could do. On the other side, the old tree flashed behind the Crimson Rock and punched at the wound caused by the Azure Dragon. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Crimson Rock's fur was burnt away. The wound expanded and blood splattered everywhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian raised his sword and slashed down. Killing intent explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. Swoosh. With a piercing sound, half of the Crimson Rock's wing was sliced off. Beep! The Crimson Rock let out a miserable shriek. The flames on its body trembled, and a flaming bird pounced at Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian was fast enough to dodge it. Yi Xian was very bold to attack two heaven-connecting beasts at level 5 Profound Death Realm at the same time. However, he had no choice. After all, he saw someone coming from afar. He had to deal with it quickly. Fortunately, he asked Wei Zhentian to use Blade Storm. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification suddenly rang out. The Azure Dragon let out a roar and fell limply to the ground. It was dead. Then, the blood swords flew out of the Azure Dragon's mouth and attacked the Crimson Rock. The power of over 1,000 blood swords was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The Blood Flame Rock was unwilling to give up. It launched another flame assault. However, Wei Zhentian's flame resistance was not low either. He took it head-on. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out as all of the blood swords sank into the Blood Flame Rock's body. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent increased by a large margin. However, it was still not enough. Yi Xian couldn't care less. He put away the two corpses and looked ahead. Coincidentally, 3 figures landed and entered Yi Xian's line of sight. The 3 figures were all humans. However, the one leading the group seemed to be at the 4th level of the Profound Death stage, while the other 2 behind him were at the 3rd level of the Profound Death stage. Because his killing intent value had not reached the upper limit, Yi Xian did not choose to break through. Otherwise, he would have killed these people as easily as killing chickens. Kid, did you collect those 2 corpses? The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and asked Yi Xian. So what if I did? Yi Xian replied. He guessed that the 3 of them were attracted by the sounds of the battle between the Azure Dragon and the Blood Flame Rock. They also happened to see the 2 5th-level Profound Death Stage Heaven-reaching beasts injuring each other. The corpses of 2 5th-level Profound Death Stage Heaven-reaching beasts were extremely precious. How could they not come? Since that is the case, hand them over and I will spare your life. The middle-aged man had an arrogant expression as he spoke to Yi Xian in a commanding tone. As expected. After Yi Xian heard the middle-aged man, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He said, "It is right and proper to kill others for their treasures. However, if you dare to steal from me, Yi Xian, then you should be prepared to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood swords in the air swept out. If it wasn't for the sword storm, this battle would have taken some time. However, with the sword storm, the 3 of them were like chickens and pottery dogs. Residual flame. The old tree also attacked directly. In an instant, he appeared behind a 3rd-level Profound Death Stage expert. Bang! Before the other party could react, the old tree had already thrown a punch. The punch landed directly on the other party's head. Immediately, blood and flesh splattered everywhere before they were incinerated. Instant kill. When the 3 of them saw that Yi Xian was only a 1st-level Profound Death Stage expert and that the old tree did not look very powerful, they did not take them seriously. Now they had paid a heavy price. What? The leading middle-aged man and the other person were shocked. How did the head of a person who was still alive and well a moment ago suddenly explode? At this moment, the blood swords had already swept over. They hurriedly retaliated. Although many of the blood swords were knocked away, with the immortal Phoenix bloodline, the blood swords were immediately repaired and attacked again. Their expressions changed drastically. They finally understood that they had gotten themselves into big trouble. They quickly turned around and left. However, they were already surrounded by the blood swords. How could they escape? Stop! I don't want the corpses. We will leave now. Immediately, the leading middle-aged man screamed in agony. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is a public toilet? Yi Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. A flaming sword aura pierced through the air. The blood swords along the way avoided it and hit the other person. Rip! The other 3rd-level Profound Death Stage expert's head was directly chopped off. No, spare my life! The leading middle-aged man wanted to beg for mercy, but his body was pierced by the blood swords and he died on the spot. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for 1 devour point? Yes. Yi Xian replied directly in his mind. Ding. Killing intent successfully exchanged. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at it and realized that he already had 3 devour points. Since the killing intent had reached the upper limit and had been exchanged for devour points, Yi Xian could break through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 2nd level Profound Death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 3rd level Profound Death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 4th level Profound Death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 3rd level Profound Death stage. System notifications rang one after another. Yi Xian's team's strength had increased by more than 10 times.
Even if they were to encounter the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Rock at the same time, they would be able to fight and kill them.
However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he suddenly found a secret scroll in the leading man's Qian Kuan ring. Even Yi Xian's eye of revelation could not see through this secret scroll. He did not know what it was. Soul Eye search his soul. At that moment, Yi Xian searched the soul of the man in the lead and finally found out about the secret scroll. This secret scroll was actually a treasure map. There were a total of 4 pieces. The leading man heard that the city master of Tianluo City was paying a high price to buy this secret scroll. So, he wanted to get rid of this secret scroll. Halfway through, he encountered the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Rock and thought that he had gotten a good deal. Unexpectedly, he was buried here. Chapter 1488. The value of this secret scroll is actually so high? Yi Xian was shocked.
From the memories of the leader, he knew that this secret scroll was worth 100,000 battle merits.
Moreover, it was 100,000 battle merits from the Profound Death battlefield. With this, the leader could break through to the 6th level of the Profound Death realm. I didn't expect it to be so valuable. Looks like I can make a trip to Tianluo City. As long as I obtain this, I can at least reach the 3rd level of the Profound Death realm, or even the 4th level. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and headed towards the northwest. This was the direction of Tianluo City. A day later, he arrived at Tianluo City. Tianluo City was considered to be in a good position in the Profound Death battlefield. It was quite strong, and there were many Profound Death realm experts on the streets. However, the experienced Yi Xian would not take the secret scroll to the Tianluo City Lord Mansion. What if the other party coveted it? However, after asking around, he dispelled his doubts. There was an auction house in Tianluo City set up by the 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian could go there to trade. Yi Xian asked a passerby about the location of the auction house. After a while, he arrived at the auction house. "Sir, what do you need?" A waiter came up to greet them. "Call your boss or supervisor," Yi Xian said directly. Hearing this, the auction house attendant's eyes lit up. Usually, this kind of situation meant that there was a big order. "Sir, please follow me." The attendant led Yi Xian into a private room before leaving. After a while, he returned with an old man. When Yi Xian felt this aura, he was shocked. This old man was actually at the 6th level of the Profound Death realm. "Sir, do you need?" Before the old man could finish speaking, his body trembled violently as he said in shock, "Greetings, my lord." Indeed, Yi Xian's guess was right. The reincarnation fox had already spread the news about him. There were probably many people who knew him. "You know me?" Yi Xian pretended to be surprised and asked. "The villa master has ordered us to fully support you, sir. However, we cannot directly give you cultivation resources." The old man replied. The portraits of Yi Xian and the others had spread to all the properties under the 100 Fox Villa. Of course, only the higher-ups of the properties knew about them. "I don't want to take things for free. Here is a secret scroll. Help me." Without another word, Yi Xian took out the secret scroll. In the land of reincarnation, who would dare to touch the guests of Reincarnation Fox? When the old man saw the scroll, he was shocked and said, "It's actually the blueprint of the Mystic Moon Tomb." "What is this?" Yi Xian asked. "The city lord of Heaven Luo City is currently purchasing this secret scroll. Previously, there were already 3 scrolls. Now this is the 4th scroll. The complete set." The old man said excitedly, "Only by gathering all 4 blueprints can you enter the Mystic Moon Tomb and solve the first trap without being injured." "What's in the Mystic Moon Tomb?" Yi Xian asked again. "It's said to be the tomb of a Samsara realm expert. The tomb is open, but there are many traps. If you don't know how to solve the traps, You'll die if you enter, the old man replied.
Oh, then help me first.
Yi Xian didn't care so much.
The old man paused and replied, The city lord of Heaven Luo City is buying the last scroll for 100,000 battle credits.
How about this? I'll buy it for 150,000. Although the villa master of 100 Fox Villa had ordered not to directly help Yi Xian, he really did need this secret scroll. He just raised the price a little. Using 50,000 battle credits in exchange for Yi Xian's favor was definitely worth it. All right, just exchange all the battle credits for ores and fire attribute treasures. Yi Xian nodded.
All right, I'll do it now.
The old man was swift and decisive, leaving as soon as he said so. Although he didn't know what Yi Xian wanted these for, he didn't ask and just went to prepare them. Very soon, he returned.
My lord, please check.
The old man respectfully handed a Qian Kuan ring to Yi Xian. The old man was already very polite to Yi Xian by saying that the price was too high. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't calculate and directly swallowed the ring.
Ding!
Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd tier of Profound Death Realm.
Ding!
Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is 4th tier of Profound Death Realm.
Ding!
Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is 5th tier of Profound Death Realm. As Old Tree had refined a few heaven-reaching beast corpses, the speed of his breakthrough was much faster than Wei Zhentian. At the same time, Yi Xian himself was about to break through to 4th tier of Profound Death Realm. Since the Mystic Moon Tomb is open, doesn't that mean that someone will follow you in now that you've obtained the solution? Yi Xian suddenly asked. The owner of the Mystic Moon Tomb was suspected to be a Samsara realm expert. Naturally, he was interested.
Yes. The 4 secret scrolls are now in the hands of me, the city lord of Heaven Luo City, the palace master of Earth Demon Prefecture, and a mysterious expert. They have already discussed and agreed that whoever has the secret scrolls will get an equal share of the treasures. The old man nodded.
Then you should discuss when to enter. Yi Xian nodded. The old man had just obtained the last secret scroll and the other 3 forces didn't know about it. Therefore they still needed to discuss. My lord, if you're interested, you can join our team when the time comes.
The old man said respectfully.
Let's see when the time comes. Yi Xian didn't want to think about it for the time being. He decided to take a look at the Mystic Moon Tomb first before deciding whether to act alone or join the team. All right. My lord, please do as you wish. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately left the auction house. As for Yi Xian, he directly left as well, leaving only Wei Zhentian to guard this place. If the old man returned, he would immediately report it to Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian and the old tree, they left Heaven Luo City and headed to a dangerous place to kill Tong Tian beasts. Firstly, they could level up. Secondly, they could restore the cooldown of Unicorn's descent. The 4 parties in the Mystic Moon Tomb discussed for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yi Xian killed countless Tong Tian beasts and raised his cultivation to the 4th tier of the Profound Death Realm. He gave the rest to the auction house to raise Wei Zhentian's cultivation to the 5th tier of the Profound Death Realm. My lord, the time has been set. It will be tomorrow. The owner of the auction house said to Yi Xian. How are the strength of the other 3 forces? Yi Xian asked. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Although they were working together, they still needed to understand the other 3 forces so that it would be easier for them to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 1489. As for the auction house, Yi Xian understood that it was similar to the Earth Demon residence. However, he didn't understand why the Fox of Reincarnation didn't send someone to bring Luo Luo to the 100 Fox Manor. What would happen if Luo Luo was left to wander outside? Yi Xian didn't know the reason. Maybe the Fox of Reincarnation had already sent a super expert to protect Luo Luo in secret, or maybe it was to let Luo Luo experience and grow by herself. However, Yi Xian had a strange premonition about this trip to the Mystic Moon Tomb. He felt that he would have a great adventure this time. This Mystic Moon Tomb was very important to him. All right, I'll go with your team tomorrow to take a look. Yi Xian nodded and said,
Yes, my lord.
The auction house owner nodded and left immediately. Taking advantage of this day, Yi Xian continued to kill monsters to level up. Now that Song Sui Jing and Judge Song had been rescued, he didn't have to rush for time. If it was before, he would definitely use his soul eye to control the auction house or other forces and plunder them. However, it was boring to use it too much, so it was better to kill monsters himself. Of course, it depended on his mood. One day later, he returned on time. "Greetings, my lord." Seeing Yi Xian return, the auction house owner, Song Qingxing, respectfully said. There were already many experts beside him. At the same time, there was also an expert from the Fox clan whose aura was stronger than Song Qingxing's. 7th Profound Death Realm Expert. "Greetings, my lord." The expert from the Fox clan also cupped his fists towards Yi Xian with a respectful expression. "You're from the 100 Fox Manor?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "I'm Bai Ming, the 46th generation disciple of the Bai clan of the 100 Fox Manor." The expert from the Fox clan replied respectfully. Yi Xian didn't know how old the Bai clan's generation was, but looking at the expert from the Fox clan, he didn't look old. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Bai Ming continued, "I'm in charge of this area, and I happen to be nearby, so I want to enter the Mystic Moon Tomb to take a look." Yi Xian faintly nodded his head. Bai Ming was an expert at the 7th level of the Profound Death stage. With him leading them, they would be much safer. Furthermore, they would not be any weaker than the others. After the auction house finished gathering, they met up with the other 3 forces outside the city. When Yi Xian left the city with the group, he found that there were already many people waiting outside. Most of them were unaffiliated players who had heard the news and were preparing to go to the Mystic Moon Tomb together. The Mystic Moon Tomb was open, and anyone could enter. The secret scroll of the 4 sects was only the first level of deciphering. There might be other dangers after entering, so he needed some cannon fodder. At this moment, the other 3 forces had already gathered in another area outside the city. "City Lord, Manor Lord, our people are here," Song Qingxing said to the 2 of them. The City Lord of Heaven Luo City looked like a middle-aged man, and so did the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor. As for the mysterious expert who had the 3rd secret scroll, he wore a bamboo hat and was hidden under a black robe. He hid his aura very well, and no one dared to approach him. "This is..." The City Lord of Heaven Luo City glanced at Bai Ming in surprise. Bai Ming was from the Fox clan. In the land of reincarnation, almost all of the Fox clan at the Profound Death stage were related to the 100 Fox clan. This wasn't a good sign. Bai Ming is in charge of the auction house in the 3 surrounding cities. Bai Ming answered directly. "Seems like he's the manager of the 100 Fox clan." The Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor frowned. For this trip to the Mystic Moon Tomb, they had already reached an agreement with the City Lord of Heaven Luo City. When the time came, they would work together to get rid of the auction house and the others. However, now that someone from the 100 Fox clan had appeared, it was going to be a little difficult. If they were going to do it, they would have to do it thoroughly. Otherwise, they would offend the 100 Fox clan. The 100 Fox clan was one of the 3 overlords in the land of reincarnation. Even if Heaven Luo City's strength was increased by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, they would definitely not be a match for the 100 Fox clan. In fact, they might not even be a match for any of the Fox clan's branches in the 100 Fox clan. It seemed like the agreement between the 2 parties was going to become a 3-party agreement. The City Lord of Heaven Luo City and the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor were thinking that even if they had to shed all pretense of cordiality, they couldn't go against the auction house. "If that's the case, let's go." The City Lord of Heaven Luo City did not waste any time and led the team to hurry on their way. The other forces quickly followed. The 4 secret scrolls had appeared, but they had yet to be deciphered. They decided to wait until they reached the Mystic Moon Tomb. Yi Xian mixed in with the auction house's team and scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered that he could not see through the mysterious expert who had the 3rd secret scroll. It seemed like he was at least at the 7th Profound Death stage. No wonder he dared to come alone. It turned out that he was strong. At this moment, Bai Ming suddenly moved to Yi Xian's side and asked, "My lord, may I know where the other lords are?" Although Bai Ming did not finish his sentence, Yi Xian caught a word. "Lords. They will appear when we need their help." Yi Xian did not intend to answer this question. Bai Ming did not probe further. He had almost spilled the beans, so he quickly fell silent. It took about a day to reach the Mystic Moon Tomb from Heaven Luo City. When the 4 forces arrived, they discovered that there were already more people gathered outside the Mystic Moon Tomb. "Humph, all of you want to get involved. How can trash like you enter the tomb of a Samsara realm expert?" The Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor snorted. Compared to him, These 3rd and 4th level profound death stage martial artists were indeed trash. Yi Xian did not like to hear this. After all, he was only at the 3rd profound death stage.
However, he could not be bothered to argue with the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor.
The mystic moon tomb had already been dug out and the entrance was exposed to the air. A large group of people landed in front of the mystic moon tomb. Without saying a word, the 4 forces took out 4 secret scrolls and stacked them together. It was night time. Under the moonlight, a map appeared on the 4 secret scrolls stacked together. Indeed, we need to rely on the moonlight.
The Master of Heaven Luo City's eyes lit up.
So this is the map to decipher the first mechanism of the mystic moon tomb. The Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor smirked. The first trap in the mystic moon tomb had troubled many people for thousands of years. Even many people from the Earth Demon residence had died in this trap. Since it has been deciphered, let's go in and give it a try. Bai Ming said. However, the 4 factions still copied down the deciphered map and entered the mystic moon tomb. In order to verify the deciphered map, Heaven Luo City, Earth Demon Manor, and Pai Hang each sent out a person to try it. Chapter 1490.
These mechanisms were extremely advanced.
There were profound death chi, transparent arrows, and earth spikes. Even a 7th or 8th level profound death realm expert would not be able to pass through. I'm only at 3rd level profound death realm and am about to break through to 4th level profound death realm. This mystic moon tomb chamber is more dangerous for me, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, Old Tree was already at 5th level profound death realm and was not weak. If there was any danger, he could escape through the void. He would be safer than the others. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Perhaps after this, his strength would increase tremendously. The deciphering method is correct. Everyone, follow this method and pass through. The Heaven Luo City governor's eyes lit up as he said to the people around him. However, in the next moment, a figure passed by him and rushed into the first mechanism. Everyone focused their eyes and realized that it was the mysterious expert. 3 seconds later, he reached the other end and passed. This guy, I wonder where he came from.
I'm afraid his strength is not below mine. The Heaven Luo City governor snorted in his heart. The mysterious expert hid his aura very well. He looked like a 6th level profound death realm expert, but he was actually a 7th level profound death realm expert. However, he had said that he would act on his own once he deciphered the mechanism. The others did not pay much attention to the mysterious expert as they entered the mechanism layer one after another. However, Yi Xian felt that the mysterious expert was a little strange because his eye of revelation could not copy the mysterious expert's movement skill. My lord, you go in first. I'll guard the back. Bai Ming said to Yi Xian. Oh, okay. Yi Xian took out the deciphering method and passed through the mechanism layer easily. With the deciphering method, everyone quickly came over. The unaffiliated martial artists looked at the scene of the 4 forces passing through and pondered for a while before they began to try. However, the success rate was not 100%. Some people died while some survived. Those who survived would be the first to pass. Heaven Luo City, Earth Demon Residence, and Auction Company did not stop them and let them pass. These people were just cannon fodder. They knew this but still wanted to try. What if they obtained something good? Now that we've passed the first stage, there are 4 forks in the road. Why don't we go our separate ways? The city lord of Tianluo City said. That's what I was thinking as well. Let's all pick a path, said the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. All right, so be it. Bai Ming and Song Qingxing had no objections. It was much more convenient for a force to act on its own. At that moment, the 3 parties each chose a path. The auction party chose the rightmost path. That mysterious expert had left early, and no one knew which path he had taken. Now that the 3 forces had split up, there was a high chance that they would run into each other. However, this was not a problem because there was a fork in the road after the main road. Yi Xian followed the group carefully. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to summon Megatron and the old tree. Your Excellency's methods are indeed extraordinary. Bai Ming couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the sudden appearance of Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Since we're on the same side, I'll lead the way, the old tree volunteered. Although he was only at 5th level profound death realm, he had the ability of immortality. It was best for him and Megatron to lead the way. Bai Ming and the others raised their eyebrows. However,
When they saw that Yi Xian didn't refuse, they didn't say anything. The old tree and Megatron took the lead and charged forward as though they didn't care about their lives. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. 5 minutes later.
Young master, we've encountered something.
The old tree reported. What is it?
Yi Xian asked in surprise.
It's a human-shaped battle corpse. Its strength is around 5th level profound death realm. However, Megatron and I couldn't kill it even when we joined forces.
There's a large amount of profound life energy in its body.
The old tree replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian quickened his pace and rushed over. When Bai Ming and the others saw this, they quickly followed him. Soon, the two parties met up.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Sounds of battle could be heard from the front. Yi Xian saw that the old tree and Megatron were fighting with a battle corpse. Their attacks could indeed hurt the battle corpse.
However, there was a large amount of profound life energy in the battle corpse that could heal their injuries in the blink of an eye.
What a high defense. What is that? Song Qingxing couldn't help but ask. The old tree's attack was probably not weaker than his. However, the old tree could only barely break through the battle corpse's defense. If he couldn't cause a large amount of damage, it would be difficult to kill it. However, at this moment, huff, huff. Suddenly, the battle corpse's aura skyrocketed and rose to 7th level profound death realm. What? Everyone was shocked. What is going on? It was only at 5th level profound death realm earlier. Why did it suddenly rise by 2 levels?
Bang! Bang!
This unforeseen event caught the old tree and Megatron off guard and sent them flying. Fortunately, the old tree and Megatron had the immortal Phoenix bloodline. They recovered from their injuries in the blink of an eye.
Roar!
The battle corpse let out a low roar and charged towards Yi Xian and the others.
Go!
Bai Ming didn't waste any time and charged forward. 1 7th level profound death realm, 3 6th level profound death realm and 10 5th level profound death realm experts launched their attacks at the same time. This time, they managed to injure the battle corpse. However, its injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. It was very difficult to deal with. Yi Xian didn't move. Instead, he observed the battle corpse with his eye of revelation. He realized that he couldn't see through the battle corpse. However, he did find something strange on the back of the humanoid battle corpse. There's something strange behind his left shoulder. Yi Xian suddenly reminded. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. The old tree even flashed behind the battle corpse and threw a punch. This time, the humanoid battle corpse, which had never defended, unexpectedly blocked the attack. There was indeed something fishy. At that moment, everyone attacked together. Although this humanoid battle corpse was strong, with Old Shu and Bai Ming holding it back, it was quickly defeated. In the end, Old Shu's fist landed on the back of the left shoulder of the humanoid battle corpse, and a crisp cracking sound was heard, as if something had broken. Then, this humanoid battle corpse was unable to recover from its injuries, and was killed by the bombardment. The thing that shattered seemed to be the mysterious life bead. It can store a large amount of mysterious life chi. If a martial artist refines it, they can greatly increase their mysterious life chi. Bai Ming recognized it. Unfortunately, the mysterious life bead had already been shattered. It turned out that this was the reason why the battle corpse could continuously recover. However, they still didn't know why the battle corpse's strength suddenly increased. My lord, please keep this corpse, Bai Ming said. Chapter 1491. All right. Yi Xian did not waste any more time. He threw it into the planting space and refined it. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently at LV4 Profound Death Realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Currently at LV6 Profound Death Realm. A system notification caused Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. How did the old tree make a breakthrough? Young master, this battle corpse is of such a high level. It helped me make a breakthrough. The old tree could not believe it. Yi Xian was the same. He did not expect the human-shaped battle corpse to be so beneficial. Moreover, it was just a corpse without a beast soul.
It seemed that he had made the right decision to come to the mystic moon tomb chamber.
Congratulations, master, Bai Ming said after sensing Yi Xian's aura. Let's continue our journey. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He continued to let the LV6 Profound Death Realm Old Tree and Wei Zhentian scout ahead. After a while, the old tree sent another message. Young master, I've encountered another one. This time, it's at LV6 Profound Death Realm. The old tree said through telepathy. Yi Xian quickly found the battle corpse based on his senses. However, when they approached, the human-shaped battle corpse's aura suddenly surged. LV7 Profound Death Realm. Another surge in strength. Although it was only one level, it was still very strange. Kill. Bai Ming did not care too much. He led the group and charged forward again. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to observe the battle corpse. In the end, he found that the mysterious life pearl was at the waist of the battle corpse. Crack. The mysterious life pearl was shattered by the old tree. The human-shaped battle corpse lost the healing effect of the mysterious life chi and was killed. As for the corpse, it naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. Although Yi Xian did not make a breakthrough this time, he still gained a lot. He did not know what level the human-shaped battle corpse was when it was alive. Could it be that the human-shaped battle corpse's strength increases according to the number of people it encounters? Yi Xian suddenly said. Next time slow down. I'll go first, Bai Ming said to the others. Then, they continued on their way and soon encountered another humanoid battle corpse. This time it was still at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. However, when Bai Ming went over to help, the battle corpse suddenly rose to the 7th level of the Profound Death stage. It seemed that the reason why these battle corpses suddenly increased in realm was not because of the number of people, but because they would increase to the highest realm of the person they encountered. Bai Ming was at the 7th level of the Profound Death realm, so it had also risen to the 7th level of the Profound Death realm. Soon, the 3rd humanoid battle corpse was killed as well. When they encountered the 4th human-shaped battle corpse, Bai Ming didn't go over. Instead, he watched from afar. As expected, this humanoid battle corpse was only at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. Only Old Tree and Song Qingxing were at the 6th level of the Profound Death realm in Pat Xing's group. This also confirmed Yi Xian and the others' conjecture. The battle corpse's level was indeed the same as the strongest person in the team. When Old Tree was at the 5th level of the Profound Death stage, his battle corpse was also at the 5th level of the Profound Death stage. After he broke through to the 6th level of the Profound Death stage, he had not encountered a 5th level battle corpse. For the sake of convenience, Bai Ming stayed at the back of the team. As for the front, Old Tree led the way. If we continue killing like this, Old Tree and I will probably increase our level again, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was currently at the 4th level of the Profound Death stage, while Old Tree was at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. They had only killed close to 10 humanoid battle corpses, but their level had already increased by half. They reckoned that they would be able to break through after encountering a few more humanoid battle corpses. However, just as they finished off the 12th humanoid battle corpse, they suddenly heard some commotion. This sounds like the sound of battle. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly ordered Old Tree to attack. Through their shared vision, he saw a figure fighting a humanoid battle corpse. As soon as Old Tree appeared, this person killed the 7th level of the Profound Death stage humanoid battle corpse and kept the corpse in an instant. It's that mysterious expert. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. After the mysterious expert saw that the solution was correct, he took the lead and charged forward, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Who would have thought that the team would encounter him? The mysterious expert glanced at Old Tree before turning around and leaving. Even Old Tree might not be able to catch up with his speed. Young master, this person has hidden his strength. Old Tree couldn't help but say. Yes, I saw that he accurately found the location of the Profound Life Pearl, Yi Xian replied. He had relied on the Eye of Revelation to accurately find the location of the Profound Life Pearl. However, this mysterious expert was actually able to find it. He didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling about this mysterious expert. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and appeared beside Old Tree. Then, his eyes flickered as he looked at the back of the mysterious expert. Death warrant. Now, Yi Xian could easily find out the location of this mysterious expert. Don't follow him. He's fast and can accurately find the Profound Life Pearl on the battle corpses. There's no meat to eat if you follow him. As Yi Xian spoke, he immediately asked Old Tree and Wei Zhentian to switch paths. Soon, Old Tree found another battle corpse. Then, Yi Xian broke through the void and brought Song Qingxing and the other 2 6th Profound Death Realm experts over. However, just as the 4 of them entered, the mystic moon tomb chamber suddenly began to tremble violently. Rumble! What's going on? Yi Xian and the rest were shocked. They quickly guarded their surroundings. Then, the battle corps suddenly stopped attacking and entered the wall. Rumble! The wall opened and closed. Yi Xian and the rest couldn't understand what was going on. Why did the humanoid battle corps leave? Before they could react, they felt a pressure on their shoulders. This time, no one could fly. Who activated the forbidden flight formation? Song Qingxing cried out in surprise. Originally they could fly, but now no one could fly. Even Wei Zhentian was suppressed on the ground. He turned into a duck and ran to Yi Xian's feet. Before they could recover from their shock, the ground suddenly opened. Before anyone could react, they all fell. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked. Not only that, but Bai Ming and the rest who were on the other side of the void gate also fell. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people. Every one of them had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Even if they were hundreds of thousands of miles high in the sky, they couldn't be hurt. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Everyone landed safely. Yi Xian also landed successfully. He quickly scanned the surroundings and realized that there were many people around. There were also many independent teams from Heaven Luo City and Earth Demon residents. There were hundreds of them. Chapter 1492. What's going on? Who triggered the mechanism? The city governor of Heaven Luo City asked curiously. Everyone has come down, and there's a flight prohibiting array. How are we supposed to leave? The Earth Demon Prefecture governor frowned as he looked around. He realized that the surroundings were sealed off, and even the open ceiling was closed. There was no way out. This was a huge palace. There were not many things in the palace except for two strange and huge white bone statues. Other than that, there was nothing else. Seeing this, the city governor of Heaven Luo City and the Earth Demon Prefecture governor came over. Bai Ming, did you notice anything? The city governor of Heaven Luo City asked. No, we were still fighting when we suddenly fell. Bai Ming shook his head. I'll go take a look at the two statues. After the Earth Demon Prefecture governor finished speaking, he led his men toward the two statues. It was strange that there were only two statues in such a huge palace. He was not the only one. Even the city governor of Heaven Luo City and Bai Ming wanted to take a look. However, at this moment... Those two statues. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he suddenly noticed something strange. The two statues were not completely sealed off. There were some small holes on them. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw some strange energy in the small holes. This energy was not profound life qi or profound death qi. However, Yi Xian felt that he had seen it somewhere before. He thought about it carefully, and a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes widened immediately as he shouted, Bai Ming, come back quickly. Bai Ming did not think much of it and quickly returned with his men. The city governor of Heaven Luo City and the Earth Demon Prefecture governor frowned slightly when they heard the shout. Yi Xian was only at the 4th level profound death stage, but he dared to call Bai Ming by his name? Previously, they did not feel at ease when Yi Xian was with the team. They thought that he was Song Qingxing's man and was only brought here to broaden his horizons. Now, it seemed that was not the case. However, in the next moment, they did not have time to think about it. This was because strange energy suddenly erupted from the two statues. This was murderous aura. That was right. This was the baneful aura. Yi Xian had seen it before on Earth Emanations Island. There were thousands of tiny holes on each of the two statues. Baleful aura gushed out, and some people were immediately affected. But this time, Yi Xian did not see the scene that he had imagined. Back then, on Earth Emanations Island, Jianghu had unleashed a frenzied baneful aura. This would cause one's emotions to become irritable and irritable. This time, however, it wasn't the berserk baleful aura, but two other types of baleful aura of wrath and baleful aura of hatred. This calmness only lasted for a few seconds. A few seconds later, a change occurred. Bang! Boom! The battle broke out. Of these two statues, one was filled with anger, while the other was filled with hatred. Although these two kinds of baleful qi were weaker than the berserk baleful qi, they were still very terrifying, second only to the berserk baleful qi. Once it erupted, it would be equally uncontrollable. Wah, Tianluo City Lord. You killed my little brother. I'll kill you. You didn't distribute the missions evenly last time. I'm going to kill you. Just now, it was your mistake that caused the death of my good brother. Go to hell. The entire place was in chaos in an instant. Although those with higher cultivation bases resisted the first wave of baleful aura, there were still the second and third waves. Furthermore, as the baleful aura spread, many people succumbed to it one after another. A minute. It's actually baleful aura. Everyone who is conscious, retreat to the corner. The Tianluo city lord's expression changed drastically, and he quickly led his men to the wall. However, the Earth Demon Prefecture Lord and his men were all struck by the baleful aura. Although the Earth Demon Prefecture and the Hell Prefecture that Yixian had encountered before only differed by one word, the Hell Prefecture was an assassin's faction, while the Earth Demon Prefecture was actually a demonic faction. The baleful aura loved this kind of demonic faction the most. Those who were bloodthirsty and cruel were more likely to be struck by it. Hence, when the Earth Demon Prefecture's men were almost completely annihilated, it started to attack the people around it. At this moment, everyone in the Tianluo city's auction team shuddered. Fortunately, Yixian had warned them in time. Otherwise they would be in deep trouble. Retreat to the corner. Yixian's eyes flickered, and after letting out a low roar, he kept retreating. Wah, don't even think about leaving, you black-hearted auction team. You cheated me of 5,000 battle merits last time. I'll kill you. An expert from the Earth Demon Prefecture roared furiously as he charged toward Yixian. You're courting death. Yixian and the old tree attacked together, instantly killing the 6th profound Death Realm expert. Following that, the old tree directly charged into the rioting crowd and started a massacre. At this moment, the baleful aura was still spreading. If it was not suppressed, even the corner would not be safe. Wei Zhentian, go and block the statue on the left. Yixian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian could not fly, he could transform. Moreover, no one noticed him. He easily swept to the statue on the left and suddenly enlarged, wrapping around the statue on the left that was emitting baleful aura like a cloth. The baleful aura stopped spreading. What is this thing? It actually has such an ability. Bai Ming and the rest were shocked. Fortunately, they managed to stop one of the baleful aura from spreading. Fortunately, there was only the baleful aura of anger and baleful aura of hatred. These two types of baleful aura were targeted. For example, the baleful aura of madness that erupted from the Earth Demon Island would cause anyone who came into contact with it to become violent and savage. They would attack everyone nearby. However, the baleful aura of anger and baleful aura of hatred were not the same. However, once the battle continued, the effect would be no different from the baleful aura of madness. After all, the battle would affect the surrounding people. In this case, apart from oneself, everyone else would be the enemy. This was no different from the baleful aura of madness. The Heaven Luo City's City Lords team only lost a few people with low cultivation realms. Comparatively speaking, they were still fine. At this moment, they had also retreated to the corner. If anyone dared to approach them, they would focus their fire and kill them. Bai Ming, what is going on? The Heaven Luo City's City Lord asked loudly. What else could it be? Someone must have triggered the mechanism. Bai Ming replied. But why is that mysterious expert not here? The Heaven Luo City's City Lord said in surprise. After his reminder, everyone came to their senses. Out of the 4 forces, there were only 3 forces here. Where did that mysterious expert go? At the thought of this, Yixian immediately looked around. Previously, he had used the death hunting order to mark the mysterious expert. Now he could find him. However, when he looked around, he saw that mysterious expert. He was waiting behind a wall that was tens of meters above the ground in the north of the palace. If it was not for the scarlet kill mark of the death hunting order, Yixian would not have been able to find him. This mechanism was triggered by that mysterious expert. Chapter 1493. Everyone had fallen, but why hadn't that mysterious expert fallen yet? Why was he standing behind the wall? Was he waiting for the people to finish killing each other before he came out? However, at this moment, Yixian couldn't care less because the baleful aura of hatred had already spread to the corner. Block the chi of hatred. Bai Ming yelled. Everyone activated the true chi and manifestation strength in their bodies to form a barrier to prevent the chi of hatred from spreading. Otherwise, they would also suffer from chi deviation. Close to 10 seconds had passed since the battle started. Many of the people in front of the two statues had died, leaving only 30 or so people still fighting. However, just as Yi Xian was thinking about how to deal with it, a crisp sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Yi Xian focused his eyes and realized that the white bone statue that was constantly emitting the chi of hatred had suddenly exploded. Immediately after, the baleful aura of wrath in the palace gathered towards it and condensed into an earth fiend. Chi of hatred? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he recognized it. At this very moment, the fiendish aura of wrath in the palace had already been absorbed by the fiendish spirit. After the absorption, the fiendish spirit was over 20 meters tall. Its aura was not weak, and it was at least at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. However, this was not the end. Suddenly, waves of chi of hatred surged out from the bodies of those who had died. Moreover, it was very abundant. Oh no, there's chi of hatred in the bodies of those who died. Don't let it absorb any more. Bai Ming widened his eyes and immediately yelled. The chi of hatred from before had been absorbed by many people. Now that these people were dead, the chi of hatred was attracted by the chi of hatred and left the corpses. The chi of hatred that had circulated in the bodies of these people was much stronger than before. At this level, most people had lived for thousands of years, and there were many who had lived for more than 5,000 years. After so many years, who didn't have chi of hatred? After absorbing the chi of hatred from the dead, the chi of hatred had become much stronger. If the chi of hatred was absorbed by the chi of hatred, it would probably grow to the 8th tier of the profound death realm, or even the 9th tier of the profound death realm. If they didn't stop it, everyone would probably die here. The city lord of Tianluo City also reacted. While they were able to deal with a 7th level profound death stage chi of wrath, it would be troublesome if it grew to the 8th level profound death stage. Don't forget, there was still a large amount of hatred in the surroundings. Quick, get rid of this wrath of wrath first, or else we'll be in trouble. Without hesitation, the Heaven Luo City governor led all of his subordinates and opened up a path. They began to attack the wrath of wrath, which had already grown to the 7th tier of the profound death stage. It was the same for Yi Xian. Killing intent explosion. Burning heaven sword art. Yi Xian launched an attack from afar. Although there was something inside that could absorb the baleful aura of rage and baleful aura of hatred, how could it be faster than the baleful aura of rage? Wei Zhentian was still wrapping up the fiend of hatred and couldn't make a move. If he were to let others absorb the baleful aura now, they might not be able to finish absorbing the baleful aura by the time the baleful aura of wrath reached the 9th stage of the profound death realm. It was better to wait until the baleful aura of wrath was dealt with first. The baleful aura of wrath was already able to move. However, it was only at the 7th tier of the profound death stage and its strength was limited. In addition, the humans had the advantage in numbers. Without exception, the attacks landed on its body. Bang! 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 The baleful aura of wrath was severely injured and its baleful aura was overflowing. Creatures like the earth fiends were easier to kill. Like the ghost spirits, they had weaknesses all over their bodies. As long as they were continuously attacked, their strength would continue to weaken. However, as long as they were given time, they could continuously absorb the baleful aura to recover. Therefore, they had to kill the baleful aura of wrath within a short period of time and absorb the baleful aura of wrath. However, the baleful aura of wrath could control those who were still alive, including the Earth Demon Prefecture Master who was bewitched by the baleful aura of wrath. However, at this moment, rumble! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the side. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that Wei Zhentian had been sent flying. The other white bone statue had already shattered. Another baleful aura of wrath saw the light of day once again. With its appearance, the baleful aura of wrath in the entire palace was stirred up. Enormous baleful aura of wrath also surged out from the corpses. Deal with this baleful aura of wrath first. The city master of Heaven Luo City suddenly shouted. Compared to the baleful aura of wrath that had already grown to the 7th tier of the profound death stage, this young baleful aura of wrath that had just appeared was easier to deal with. Under everyone's attacks, the baleful aura of wrath was killed in one hit. Its entire body exploded and turned into countless baleful aura of wrath. Don't let it condense into a new form. All those at the 5th tier of the profound death stage, use this to absorb the baleful aura. As Yi Xian spoke, he suddenly threw out baleful aura absorption bottles. Those people did not understand what it was. However, when they activated it with their true chi, they realized that the baleful aura in the surroundings was absorbed into the bottles. It was very magical. As for the warriors at the 6th tier of the profound death stage, they continuously attacked the baleful aura of wrath at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. However, the baleful aura of wrath was absorbing the baleful aura of wrath at an astonishing speed. Under everyone's attacks, the baleful aura's absorption speed was actually equal to the baleful aura of wrath. It was simply unbelievable. The humans felt immense pressure. Not only did they have to defend against the baleful aura, they also had to attack the baleful aura of wrath. Furthermore, the palace master of the Earth Demon Prefecture and the others were helping the baleful aura of wrath. The situation was not looking good. Old Tree, kill everyone who is in the way, Yi Xian said to Old Tree. All right. Old Tree, who was attacking the baleful aura of wrath, responded. He instantly flashed behind a warrior who had been bewitched by the baleful aura of wrath and smashed his head with a punch. As long as these people were taken care of, the pressure would be reduced by a lot. However, things were not that simple. Wah! Suddenly, a few of the people on Padding Line's side were hit. They were then controlled by the baleful aura of wrath and attacked the people around them. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his hand and killed them with a few slashes. Although it was possible to use the Eye of Soul to capture these people, Yi Xian was only at the 4th tier of the profound death stage. These people were controlled by the baleful aura of wrath. It was not that easy to use the Eye of Soul to capture them. Therefore, he could only kill them. In fact, Yi Xian felt very helpless. If Luo's cultivation level was high enough, she could directly use the Eye of Charm. She would have many more helpers. Unfortunately, Luo was only at the 2nd tier of the profound death stage. It was too dangerous for her to fall for the trick. Therefore, Yi Xian asked her to continue cultivating. As for Bai Ming, although he was from the Fox clan, he was a moonlight fox and could increase his battle strength under the moonlight. He did not know how to use the Eye of Charm. He was one of the few members of the Fox clan who could not learn the Eye of Charm. Chapter 1494. Wei Zhentian, collect the Qian Kuan rings for me. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. There were many corpses on the ground, and there might be many battle corpses among them. As long as Yi Xian or Old Tree could achieve a breakthrough, the crisis would be resolved. Wei Zhentian accepted the order and quickly collected the Qian Kuan rings. At this moment, Yi Xian focused his attention on the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. The Earth Demon Prefecture's team was not weak, and there might be many battle corpses among them. Old Tree, finish him off. Yi Xian ordered Old Tree again. No problem. Old Shu responded. In a flash, he appeared behind the Earth Demon Manor's Palace Master and punched out. Although the Earth Demon Prefecture Master was bewitched, his battle consciousness was still intact. The moment before the attack hit, his vital energy surged out to defend himself. Unfortunately, Old Tree was currently at 6th level Profound Death Realm. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Earth Demon Palace's Palace Master was sent flying forward, just in time to collide with Yi Xian's attack. Bam! Another muffled sound rang out. Unfortunately, the Earth Demon Prefecture Master seemed to have used his trump card. His eyes turned black, and his aura skyrocketed. Seeing that he was still alive, Old Tree flashed over and threw another punch. Unexpectedly, the Earth Demon Manor's Palace Master turned around and attacked, directly killing Old Shu. Ding! The Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! The Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. When Yi Xian heard the two system prompts, he was shocked. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. The Wrath of Wrath suddenly exploded and turned into countless murderous auras that gathered toward the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. The Earth Demon Prefecture Master's aura skyrocketed again. 8th level Profound Death Realm. Oh no, the Earth Demon has possessed him. Yi Xian's expression changed. This scene was beyond his ability to react. He had no time to stop it, and it was the same for Bai Ming, who was at 7th level Profound Death Realm. 9 Reincarnation Flash. 5th Flash. A light flickered in Bai Ming's eyes, and he appeared beside the Earth Demon Manor Principal in a flash. However, the Earth Demon Manor Principal, who had used his trump card and was possessed by the Fiend of Wrath, was too powerful. With a single punch, Bai Ming's chest was pierced through. Bang! Bai Ming's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that he was seriously injured. Fortunately, His heart wasn't injured, so he saved his life.
But now, things had become even more troublesome. The Earth Demon Prefecture's palace master, who was at the 8th level of the Profound Death Realm, was extremely powerful. Currently, only the Heaven Luo City's city lord was at a similar level to him. Seeing that Bai Ming was heavily injured, the Heavenly Luo City's castellan immediately acted, stopping the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord from pursuing Bai Ming and killing him. If Bai Ming died, their chances of winning would drop by at least 30%. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Ming quickly swallowed a pill and used the mysterious life qi to heal his injuries. Next, they really had to go all out. Coincidentally, Wei Zhentian had returned with a large number of interspatial rings. Yi Xian immediately devoured the items in these interspatial rings. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 5th tier of the Profound Death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 6th tier of the Profound Death stage. Ding! The Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 7th tier of the Profound Death stage. 3 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian and the other two's strength had increased by several folds. With this, they had the strength to face the upcoming battle. Wei Zhentian, take care of the others. Old Tree and I will take care of the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. In fact, he could have used his trump cards right from the start, such as the Bladestorm and Unicorn's Descent. However, he felt that these 2 Earth Demons weren't much of a threat. The real boss had probably not appeared yet. Wasn't the mysterious expert marked by the Death Hunting Order still behind the wall, watching them kill each other? Killing Intent Explosion. Sky-Burning Sword Technique. Yi Xian, Old Tree, and the Heavenly Luo City's castellan joined forces to attack the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord. As for the others, they were either taking care of the remaining cultivators who had lost their minds or clearing away the murderous aura to make room for Yi Xian and the others. The Heavenly Luo City's castellan never expected that there were actually several experts hidden in the auction house's team, such as Yi Xian and Old Tree. If they weren't here this time, everyone would probably die. It was undeniable that the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was now extremely powerful. In a 1 versus 3 situation, he actually had the upper hand. It was also Yi Xian's fault that he was frightened by the murderous aura earlier. In order to protect the others, he didn't immediately activate the killing feast. Otherwise, with a multifold boost, he would definitely be able to kill the murderous aura of wrath and the murderous aura of hatred in a short period of time. At this point, there was no point in regretting it. He should just kill the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord first. Wah! I'm going to kill all of you. The Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord had already gone crazy. Even without the murderous aura of madness, he had already gone mad. The others were all his enemies. Fortunately, Yi Xian and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand. This was because Bai Ming and the others had already dealt with those who were confused. Now, only the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was left. Of course, they also suffered heavy losses. The auction house had lost a 6th-level Profound Death Realm expert, and only 4 5th-level Profound Death Realm experts were left. On the other hand, the Heavenly Luo City's side was in a similar situation. However, at this moment, the murderous aura of hatred suddenly condensed again. Disperse! Seeing this, Bai Ming immediately shot forward and dispersed the murderous aura of hatred that had just condensed with a single palm strike. Then, he quickly joined Yi Xian's battle. The battle between the 4 great experts and the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord finally stabilized the situation. Yi Xian estimated that the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord would be killed by him in 3 seconds. Of course, it would be fine as long as there weren't any unforeseen circumstances in the meantime. Boom! 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 In the palace, the sounds of battle rang out continuously. Soon, the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was defeated. Seeing this, the murderous aura of madness that was attached to his body quickly left his body. Swish! Just as the murderous aura of madness left his body, the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord's head was directly chopped off by Yi Xian's sword. Trying to escape? Disperse! Looking at the enormous murderous aura of madness, Old Tree quickly flashed over and blasted a flaming fist down. Bang! The murderous aura of madness was greatly dispersed by the punch, and its aura instantly weakened by a notch. Taking advantage of the fact that it had yet to condense fully, the crowd chased after it and directly broke it into thousands of small murderous auras. The 2 murderous auras have been dispersed,
But this palace is in a sealed state, so we must absorb the murderous auras. Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw out more murderous aura absorption bottles, preparing to absorb all the murderous auras. The murderous auras could be used to refine a higher-grade earth demon pill. When the time came and he gave it to Luo, her realm might be able to catch up quickly. Although they did not know why Yi Xian had such a thing, the crowd did not ask much and directly collected all the murderous auras in the palace.